Chapter 1. Two Nightmares. October 31st, 1981, Halloween. Godric's Hollow, England. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, compelling all the residents of the quaint village to instinctively gaze in the same direction. Yet, in the next moment, they were collectively reminded of more pressing matters, causing the memory of the explosion to fade away as they resumed their daily activities. Some, however, harbored a vague sense that something was amiss, though this fleeting thought vanished almost as quickly as it had arisen. In a corner of the town, an elegant two-story villa, once resplendent, now lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of shattered debris. Amidst the wreckage, two lifeless bodies, a man and a woman, lay entwined. A small infant, nestled amidst the rubble, appeared to be well protected by its mother's body, suffering little harm. The faint sound of its whimpers echoed hauntingly through the night. Above the infant, a dark mist began to coalesce, gradually taking on the distorted visage of a man. His features were grotesquely twisted, exuding an aura of malevolence. Particularly unsettling were his elongated nostrils, which, at a mere glance, sent chills down one's spine. Even in this nebulous form, the face was suffused with terror, rage, and disbelief. "Over there, is that the Potter residence?" A voice called from a distance. "Ah, yes, oh, is the Potter family also here? How could I have forgotten?" Another voice answered. Moments later, two cloaked figures cautiously approached, their demeanor betraying an underlying fear, as if they were poised to flee at any moment. The dark mist lingered overhead, observing the hesitant duo, seemingly contemplating something. With a sudden crack, a figure materialized. A young man with brown hair, clad in a gray overcoat, bore an unmistakable expression of exhaustion. Upon noticing the young man, the shadowy presence appeared to make a decision, dissipating into thin air in an instant. The brown-haired youth, unaware of the shadow's departure, gazed in disbelief at the desolate house. How could this be? His voice trembled as he rushed to the side of the man's corpse, calling out, "James? James!" His cries, though filled with sorrow, elicited no response from the lifeless form. "Lily, Lily?" he pleaded, moving to the woman's side, yet was met with the same grim realization of her death. "Why? How could this happen?" "Serious, serious." The expression on the brown-haired young man's face was a tumultuous mix of anger, despair, pain, and disbelief. Then, the sound of the infant's cries caught his attention. "Potter, are you Remus?" One of the timid wizards, inching closer, seemed to recognize the brown-haired youth, asking cautiously, "What has happened here?" The young man inquired, carefully cradling the infant in his arms. At that moment, he turned to face them, his bloodshot eyes brimming with fury. We don't know." The man who had stepped forward stammered, clearly intimidated by the youth's gaze. We heard the explosion, and then suddenly recalled that the Potters lived here. We came, and this is what we found." The brown-haired youth scanned their faces, seemingly imprinting their features in his memory. After a brief pause, he nodded. One hand delicately held the infant, while the other drew forth a nearly foot-long wooden wand, giving it a gentle flick. A translucent veil of light enveloped the entire wreckage. The two approaching men hesitated, but ultimately remained. The brown-haired youth gently soothed the infant, and soon the cries subsided. Afterward, he lifted his gaze and scrutinized the surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wand again, exclaiming, "Wands, come forth." 3 wands shot up from various points within the debris, landing at the young man's feet. He examined the 2 wands he recognized all too well, while the third was also familiar to him, prompting a complex expression to return to his face. "You are Barkley, are you not?" the youth suddenly inquired. Yes, I am Barkley Coors," the man replied, his tone cautious. "Very well, Barkley, I need you to do something for me." The brown-haired youth raised his gaze, locking eyes with the man. "Send a message to Hogwarts for Professor Dumbledore. If I am not mistaken, it seems Voldemort has failed." "What?" The 2 men shivered at the mention of a name that invoked fear, their expressions morphing into disbelief. "You mean the Dark Lord? Failed? How could that be? Is it possible that Dumbledore—" "I do not yet know." The brown-haired youth shook his head, picking up one of the wands from the ground. "But I can assure you, this is Voldemort's wand. He has clearly been here. He killed James and Lily, but evidently encountered something else. He could not kill James' son, Harry, and instead met with failure. Otherwise, he would not have left his wand behind. Are you sure? That truly is his wand." Barkley and the other man wore expressions of incredulity, yet their eagerness revealed their desperate hope that the youth spoke the truth. "I have faced Voldemort more than once. There is no mistaking it." The brown-haired youth furrowed his brow. "But now, we must contact Dumbledore as swiftly as possible to confirm this. I will stay here with Harry. You have owls, do you not? Hurry and notify Dumbledore." Yes, yes. If this is true, I mean, it should be true, EO. How wonderful. I will go at once. Barkley, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement, became somewhat incoherent as he turned to run, nearly tripping over his own feet, yet he paid it no mind, rushing away in a flurry. The brown-haired youth scanned the area and discovered a broken infant crib. With another gentle flick of his wand, the crib swiftly reassembled itself. He carefully placed the infant within and conjured a small blanket to cover the child. Having completed this task, the youth stood up and cautiously extracted the bodies of the young couple from the rubble, laying them on the ground. He took out a handkerchief, tenderly wiping their faces, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Perhaps the tears clouded his vision, or perhaps he simply could not see. The young man remained oblivious to the faint gray mist that crept along the ground, gliding toward the small crib before rising into the air. The gray mist coalesced into a grayish-white figure. He gazed down at the sleeping boy, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In a whisper only he could hear, he murmured, "I sensed a powerful emotional disturbance from afar, and I never anticipated encountering such an intriguing event. A young, yet exceptionally gifted soul. It is as if this was tailor-made for me. Aha, in that case, I shall not hold back." The grayish-white figure's gaze fell upon the infant's forehead, where a lightning-shaped scar resided, and a smile of satisfaction returned as he slowly drifted toward the scar. Yet, the moment he made contact, he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Almost instantly, the mist appeared to struggle against being drawn in, yet it was too late to stop, ultimately merging with the scar. The infant seemed to sense something amiss and began to cry once more. The brown-haired youth, still tending to the bodies, hurriedly rose and rushed over. "Lily, run. Take Harry and flee." "No, no, please." Ah! A blinding green light enveloped the entire scene, illuminating the darkness. The beautiful figure with red hair, eyes filled with profound love and sorrow, lost the light of life in an instant. "Cousin, Harry, cousin?" A concerned voice echoed in his ear, pulling Harry from his dream. He sat up suddenly, drenched in sweat. "What's wrong, cousin? Another nightmare?" A plump boy sat beside him, gazing at Harry with genuine concern. This was Harry's cousin, Dudley Dursley, a schoolyard bully, yet surprisingly kind to Harry. "Yeah, once again," Harry replied, somewhat exasperated as he rubbed his head. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was slumped against his small bed, while Dudley was absorbed in a few electronic entertainment magazines. It seemed he had fallen asleep while chatting with Dudley, and had once more encountered a nightmare. Since he was very young, he had consistently experienced two peculiar nightmares. One was the very one he had just encountered. The other was even more bizarre. In that dream, he found himself in a serene meadow. Suddenly, it was as though all the plants had received some command, beginning to grow wildly, transforming from mere weeds into towering giants in the blink of an eye. Flowers bloomed on the trees, releasing spore-like seeds that fell to the ground, swiftly germinating and repeating the cycle anew. In an instant, the meadow morphed into an impossibly lush forest. Countless insects began to breed frantically, their eggs bursting forth from their abdomens, growing into adult insects before they even touched the ground. Then, once again, reproduction ensued. In an instant, countless reptiles coalesced into a vast ocean of writhing worms, blanketing the newly emerged jungle. A myriad of diminutive creatures mingled within. Though they did not proliferate as rapidly as the reptiles, they nonetheless brought forth offspring one after another. Some grew swiftly and repeated the cycle of reproduction. Yet many more were jostled by the frenzied growth of the reptiles, plants, and other animals, crushed into fragments before they could fully mature. A chaotic amalgamation of creatures, reptiles, and rapidly decaying, rejuvenating plants intermingled, creating an utterly bewildering and nauseating spectacle. Amidst this incomprehensible scene, peculiar distortions began to manifest in the sky. Something emerged from the swirling anomalies. At that moment, the imagery abruptly shifted, revealing a white-haired man collapsed upon the ground, his body undergoing violent expansions and contractions. In an instant, countless tentacles sprouted from beneath his skin, transforming him into a terrifying monstrosity, before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, saturating the surroundings with a grotesque blend of crimson and green liquid. Typically, at this juncture, Harry would awaken, often accompanied by a lingering sense of lethargy and fatigue that would plague him for the better part of the day. In contrast, another nightmare would merely incite a brief ache in the scar upon his forehead. "Aunt Petunia, where are they?" Harry inquired, rubbing his slightly stinging forehead. "No, they're directing the workers to move the television outside." Dudley pointed towards the window. A new story unfolds, with various requests. Chapter 2. Privet Drive is quite pleasant. The Dursley couple residing at number 4 Privet Drive, were orchestrating the movement of their belongings into their home. This was their newly purchased, Japanese-manufactured, state-of-the-art, oversized color television, a most luxurious and expensive model available on the market. Neighbors cast envious and astonished glances their way. Even though the residents of Privet Drive were all members of the British middle class, such a television, valued at several £1,000s, was a purchase that required considerable sacrifice. Nonetheless, the Dursleys have been acquiring similar high-end products almost every few months in recent years. "Oh, Petunia, I truly envy you for having married such a wonderful husband," a neighbor remarked to Mrs. Dursley, her gaze inevitably drifting to Vernon Dursley, who was still busy directing the workers. His corpulent physique appeared as solid as a mountain, a veritable bastion. "Oh, not at all, Darlene. You are far too kind. Ha ha ha." Petunia Dursley, the matriarch, chuckled, her lips pursed in a smile. Her elongated neck seemed to have lent her voice an excessively high-pitched quality. Nevertheless, it was impossible to disguise the pride resonating within her tone. What extraordinary luck, Mrs. Dursley mused inwardly. Ever since nearly a decade ago, when her detestable sister and her insufferable brother-in-law had met an untimely demise for reasons unknown, and their unfortunate child had been left on her doorstep by an unknown party, everything in her life began to change. Initially, both Mrs. Dursley and her husband harbored a profound disdain for the child named Harry Potter. She abhorred the peculiar and the extraordinary, yet her sister and brother-in-law were precisely the sort of oddities she despised. Undoubtedly, their offspring would share in that peculiar lineage. Although her own son, the chubby Dudley, was undoubtedly more adorable, young Harry possessed a certain charm. With his delicate features and glasses that hinted at a mild myopia, he exuded an air of intellectual refinement. At least, that was the impression held by the other children in the neighborhood, particularly the little girls. However, that was certainly not the reason she allowed the wretched child to reside on the second floor in what was originally intended to be Dudley's playroom. In fact, due to the neighborhood girls' apparent fondness for him, Mrs. Dursley had even considered relegating him to the cupboard under the stairs as he grew older. Yet, a pivotal change occurred when the child turned 4, the year she had planned to confine him to the cupboard. That year, Mr. Dursley was vying for a managerial position against 2 colleagues. During that tumultuous time, his emotions fluctuated wildly. Unfortunately, Mr. Dursley was not one to conceal his feelings well. Thus, he brought his tumultuous moods home with him. Then a curious phenomenon was discovered. Whenever Mr. Dursley yelled at young Harry in a fit of anger, his luck seemed to plummet that very day. If he raised his voice at Harry in the morning, causing the boy to sulk, his day at the office would invariably turn sour. Conversely, if for some reason Harry was in good spirits that morning, Mr. Dursley's day would unfold with remarkable fortune. This realization was not lost on Mrs. Dursley, who observed the peculiar trend from the comfort of their home. Though they detested the bizarre, they could not deny the existence of such oddities. They had long avoided the term magic. Reflecting on this, they resolved to experiment. The results confirmed their suspicions. Whenever Harry was in a foul mood, the entire family seemed to experience a streak of bad luck. Conversely, if Harry was cheerful, everything around them appeared to prosper, even to the point of serendipity. Armed with this revelation, they began to alter their treatment of Harry. As a result, Harry's good days multiplied, and the Dursleys' fortunes flourished. That year, Vernon Dursley successfully ascended to the position of manager at his company, despite everyone else believing another candidate was more likely to succeed. Subsequently, the Dursleys, including Dudley, began to treat Harry with increasing kindness. Correspondingly, their lives improved considerably. Mr. Dursley secured massive contracts that others could not, while Mrs. Dursley found exclusive deals that others could not attain. Dudley could pass his exams purely by guessing. With such a stroke of luck in their household, how could they not cherish it? Thus, from the age of 4, Harry's treatment within his aunt's home reached a level akin to that of an ordinary child in a typical family. By the age of 6, he was already on par with Dudley. And by the time he turned 10, after Mr. Dursley clinched a multinational contract and became a regional manager, Harry's status in the household had eclipsed even Dudley's. Eventually, the Dursleys became the most envied and lauded family in the Privet Drive neighborhood. Their prosperity drew envy, while the adoration lavished upon Harry, an outsider who received more affection than the biological son, was worthy of commendation in any context. As the Dursleys graciously accepted compliments from their neighbors, their son Dudley was upstairs playing with the child they secretly disdained yet felt compelled to adore, Harry. In less than 2 months, Harry would celebrate his 11th birthday, while his cousin Dudley's birthday was just around the corner, less than a month away. The 2 boys were engaged in a conversation about the potential birthday gifts they might receive this year. Initially, Dudley had harbored a dislike for his cousin, particularly due to the inexplicable favoritism his parents displayed towards Harry. However, everything changed when Harry gifted him an eraser inscribed with the letters ABC. Dudley had always found schoolwork to be a source of frustration, as he preferred activities like boxing and wrestling, where he excelled not merely due to his physical stature but also his innate talent. Unfortunately, academics proved to be a formidable challenge, and prior to receiving that magical eraser, Dudley consistently languished at the bottom of his class. This dismal performance drew the ire of even his doting mother, Mrs. Dursley. Yet, once he acquired that extraordinary eraser, a wave of joy washed over him. For every multiple-choice question, a simple toss of the eraser would reveal the correct answer on the side facing up, truly enchanting. Dudley mused silently, aware that uttering the word magic would not sit well with Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. The only one in the household permitted to utter such a term without rebuke was Harry, which was a source of envy for Dudley. Harry, to some extent, was aware of Dudley's envy. Magic? Perhaps. Stretching to shake off the drowsiness of waking, Harry observed Dudley engrossed in a brochure for the latest Nintendo gaming console, daydreaming of receiving such a lavish gift. From a young age, Harry had recognized his difference from ordinary children. It was not merely due to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which many of his peers deemed quite striking, nor was it because of the bizarre dreams that seemed to recur incessantly. Rather, it was the myriad of extraordinary abilities he possessed. He could sense changes in the weather, for instance, predicting when rain would likely fall. Of course, with England's almost daily rain, this ability was not particularly remarkable. He was remarkably resilient to injury. At the age of 8, he and Dudley had climbed onto the roof to play, and when he accidentally fell, he landed on the relatively thin grass yet emerged unscathed. Naturally, if he deliberately cut his finger with a small knife, he could bleed, but he was indeed difficult to injure by accident. Most astonishing of all, his mind was filled with a jumble of fragmented memories, perhaps it would be more accurate to call them knowledge. Inexplicably, his brain was inundated with bits of knowledge, with one name surfacing repeatedly, Yin Zhou. This individual appeared to be Chinese, as Harry had also absorbed some knowledge in Mandarin. He remained oblivious to the origins of this knowledge, only knowing that it had been present in his mind since he began to form memories. Sometimes it would emerge every few months, and at other times, it would resurface within mere days, with no discernible pattern, at least none that Harry could identify. Much of this knowledge was incomprehensible to him, comprising various potions or elixirs, with many ingredients he had never encountered before, even absent from the British Encyclopedia. Admittedly, it seemed reasonable that substances like dragon's blood or unicorn hair would not be catalogued there. However, some ingredients were rather ordinary. For instance, Harry attempted to brew a potion called hair-raising solution, the recipe for which included common components, albeit with a rather peculiar brewing method. After several attempts, he finally succeeded, and the results were undeniably striking. Harry surreptitiously slipped a peculiar substance into the drink of a senior who had once bullied him at school. The unfortunate soul endured a week with his hair standing on end, unable to tame it, ultimately resorting to shaving his head. Much of the fragmented knowledge Harry had acquired gradually faded from his memory, as he had not taken the time to ponder it deeply. However, there were certain insights he retained, which proved beneficial. One such concept was the intriguing knowledge of feng shui. Remarkably, by strategically placing a few items in specific areas of a room, one could significantly alter the fortunes of its occupants. Even the slightest inconspicuous adjustments could result in an improvement in luck for some individuals while simultaneously bringing misfortune to others. Harry altered his status within the household through a clandestine method. He subtly arranged the feng shui within the house. Whenever the Dursleys bullied him, he would shift the feng shui, bringing them misfortune, while conversely, bestowing upon them extraordinary luck. Naturally, as the changes could not be overt, the effects were not drastically pronounced. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to significantly enhance Harry's life, especially considering that at the tender age of 4, he nearly found himself confined beneath the stairs in a cupboard. Living in such a dark and dreary place would surely stunt one's growth. However, there was a slight drawback. Harry discovered that this feng shui arrangement benefited everyone in the household, even the occasional relatives of Uncle Vernon who came to stay. Yet, it bore no effect on him whatsoever. Harry, cousin? Dudley interrupted Harry's reverie, pointing at the gaming console depicted in the magazine. How does this compare to our current model? Well, we'll have to try it out to know for sure. And Petunia will certainly buy it for you. So what's the rush? Harry remarked, rubbing his forehead which had eased, yet still throbbed slightly. By the way, we are going to the zoo tomorrow, right? Oh, yes. I would have forgotten had you not reminded me, Dudley exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Tomorrow is the day we go to the zoo, Harry. I hope it doesn't rain. Rain? Not a chance. Tomorrow will be splendid, Harry confidently replied, glancing up at the sky. Chapter 3. Parseltongue. The weather was as delightful as Harry had anticipated, with the sun shining brilliantly. This was a rarity in England, especially during summer. Dudley, Harry, and a boy named Piers, a close friend of Dudley's, were all in high spirits. The trio dashed about the zoo, their enthusiasm palpable, while Mrs. Dursley remained relatively composed. However, the portly Mr. Dursley struggled to keep up. "Well, did you see that motorcycle?" Dudley exclaimed as they waited for Mr. Dursley to purchase tickets at the zoo entrance. A roaring bike sped past, creating quite a commotion. "So cool, so stylish. I want a motorcycle like that when I grow up." "You'll break your neck," Piers scoffed, but then, glancing at Dudley, added, "Actually, I misspoke. You don't have a neck." "All right, fine," Dudley retorted, though he had not yet reached his father's girth. His neck was indeed less pronounced. In response, Dudley indignantly punched Piers, who yelped in protest. The group set out early, yet the weekend throngs were substantial. Consequently, when Mr. Dursley finally procured the tickets and led the group into the zoo, the sun was already high in the sky. The price of such splendid weather was a sweltering heat. For a hefty man like Vernon Dursley, even standing still would induce a sweat. Roaming the zoo was a considerable burden for him. It must be noted that children are brimming with energy. Dudley's physique rivaled that of his father, yet he remained sprightly, chasing Piers around the expansive grounds, reveling in their youthful exuberance. Harry's initial excitement quickly waned, as he found the experience less captivating than anticipated. While the gorillas were undeniably fascinating and the bears entertaining, particularly the black bear that could catch tossed pieces of toast, there were none of his favored lions or tigers. And certainly no pandas. Just as Harry's enthusiasm began to diminish, he suddenly noticed a shadow looming before him. Looking up, he saw a tall man with a gaunt face, clad in an unusual black robe, so peculiar, in fact, that Harry thought it unlikely any ordinary person would don such attire. The man seemed to scrutinize him closely. His gaze fixated on Harry's forehead, before hesitantly inquiring, "Mr. Harry Potter?" At not yet 11 years of age, Harry was taken aback by being addressed as Mr., a term that felt foreign to him. What puzzled him further was how this stranger knew his name. "I am Harry, and you are," he stammered, casting a wary glance towards the Dursleys in the distance. He harbored concerns that this odd fellow, with his peculiar demeanor, might be a member of the child trafficking ring he had heard about in the news. "Oh, what an honor it is to meet you here, Mr. Potter." The eccentric man extended a thin hand that matched his emaciated face, grasping Harry's hand before he could fully comprehend the situation. After a brief shake, the man released Harry's hand and hastily vanished into the throng, leaving Harry bewildered and wondering what had just transpired. If this was indeed a trafficker, he might have already been spirited away. Harry glanced back at his aunt and uncle, whose attention was evidently focused on Dudley in the distance. Completely oblivious to the peculiarities unfolding beside him, he did not dwell on this minor incident, as he had encountered similar occurrences before, not just once, but several times. In fact, 3 individuals had previously manifested in a comparable manner, though none had donned such eccentric attire, nor had they uttered his name. They simply appeared out of nowhere, took his hand, gave it a shake, and expressed sentiments of honor in a wistful tone before vanishing. The commonality among them was their swift disappearance. As they were gone almost the instant one turned away. The morning's excursions were primarily centered around the large mammal exhibit. Yet what left the most indelible impression on Harry was not the wolf presenting its rear to the visitors, nor the bear that eagerly accepted food tossed its way, or even the giraffe, which required a considerable distance to appreciate its full grandeur, but rather the hippopotamus. Before this visit to the zoo, Harry had no particular feelings towards hippos. However, after this experience, his impression was profoundly vivid. The stench was utterly overwhelming. Harry was not a devout believer, however. In that moment, he found Aunt Petunia's subconscious complaint strikingly accurate. This truly was the most abject creature created by God. The narrator, clad in a thick mask evidently intended to shield against the foul odors, rendered his voice somewhat muffled. Yet, it was still discernible. Hippos are exceedingly dangerous creatures, responsible for more human fatalities each year than crocodiles. How many of those were due to their stench? Harry mused silently. At noon, the group indulged in a rather modest lunch at the zoo's restaurant. Harry was uncertain about other countries, but in the UK, dining establishments near tourist attractions were exorbitantly priced and generally lacked flavor. While the zoo may not be considered a true tourist destination, it did maintain a consistency in this regard. Mrs. Petunia's culinary skills were slightly superior to those of the average British housewife, which rendered Harry somewhat discerning about food. The unevenly seasoned soup and slightly overcooked fish left him profoundly dissatisfied with the zoo's restaurant, although it did not meet his standards. Harry made an effort to satiate his hunger. According to their itinerary, the afternoon included a visit to the reptile house in the aviary. Originally, there was to be an aquarium as well, but it was temporarily closed for reasons unknown. Nevertheless, even with only 2 exhibits, traversing them required considerable energy. The aviary was quite captivating. The UK boasts a plethora of bird species, and the ornamental birds transported from other Commonwealth nations added to the diversity. This resulted in an aviary filled with a stunning array of avian life. Dudley had a strong desire for a peacock feather, but it was clearly unattainable, which dampened his spirits considerably. The final destination for the group was the reptile house. Overall, the reptile house was dim and humid, unlike the open displays of the aviary. Many reptiles were either venomous or aggressive, thus housed in various enclosed terrariums, with the visitor-facing side made of solid glass. Some larger enclosures featured translucent openings, where the reptiles lazily basked in the sun, seemingly unmotivated to move. While many people harbor a fear of snakes, it must be acknowledged that certain snakes and lizards are indeed quite beautiful, adorned with vibrant patterns. However, anyone with a modicum of knowledge understands that these strikingly colorful reptiles are often venomous, with some possessing lethal toxins capable of claiming lives in an instant. Dudley was particularly fascinated by a pair of miniature frogs nestled among large tropical leaves in a terrarium. Harry glanced at the information below the enclosure and learned that these were poison dart frogs, a highly toxic species native to South America. A single drop of their venom could endanger dozens of lives. Poison dart frogs? Harry raised an eyebrow as a potion recipe flashed through his mind. Corrosive water preparation. 17 drops of poison from the arrow frog. 17 drops of poison from the vine snake. 17 drops of poison from the 8-eyed giant spider. 17 drops of poison from the aconite scorpion. 17 drops of poison from the 6-winged red-spotted centipede. Combine these with water infused with the saliva of the Morala rat and heat gently over a low flame. Stir clockwise with a copper implement for 17 turns, then counterclockwise for 7 turns. Effect: this concoction exhibits an extraordinarily corrosive nature towards living beings and proves effective against metal. Yet it does not affect minerals. It remains impervious to magical prohibitions and is frequently employed to dismantle metal objects bound by magical constraints. Magic? Prohibitions? What are these peculiarities? The vine snake? That seems familiar. It is the legendary 3-headed serpent. But what, pray tell, is the Morala rat? Harry shook his head. This phenomenon of knowledge suddenly materializing in his mind was not unprecedented, and he had grown quite accustomed to it. However, the information that surfaced was often perplexing. And this instance was no exception. Reining in his thoughts, Harry noticed that Dudley had shifted his attention to the largest enclosure in the reptile house. Within it lay the most colossal creature in the entire establishment, surpassing even the Komodo dragon positioned closer to the front. It was a brown python, measuring a staggering 8 meters in length and as thick as a barrel. Harry speculated that this beast could effortlessly constrict a small motorcycle into scrap metal, although it lay motionless on a faux rock, basking in the sun. The overwhelming presence of its massive form elicited genuine awe and trepidation from every visitor gazing through the glass. If magical beasts truly existed, they would likely resemble this magnificent creature, Harry pondered, somewhat apprehensively, as he observed the python glistening in the sunlight. Why does it remain still? Dudley, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, grew somewhat disheartened at the python's inactivity. On such a splendid day, I would choose to bask in the sun and doze off as well, remarked Pierce. Oh, perhaps we could send you inside to nap alongside that behemoth, Dudley retorted with malice. Sure, as long as you can manage to pry open this reinforced glass. Piers responded with boisterous laughter, then struck the glass before him with considerable force. Yet, the glass produced only a faint sound, clearly indicating its substantial thickness. Harry could not resist tapping on the glass, feeling its substantial thickness. What would happen if this glass were to suddenly vanish, allowing that enormous creature to escape? Harry pondered. Suddenly, the giant python reared its head. Almost simultaneously, a gasp echoed from the side. A young man, who had been leaning against the glass enclosure to allow his companion to take a photograph, unexpectedly lost his balance and fell into the warm confines of the python's habitat. The glass had disappeared. Good heavens! Harry's heart raced with astonishment, his mouth screamed in terror. Undeniably, he was frightened. Even at the tender age of 11, he could comprehend the implications of the glass's sudden disappearance. In the next instant, the enormous python lunged forth. Ignoring the young man who had tumbled into the warm cabinet, it slithered out with purpose. A cacophony of screams erupted, some close, others distant. The nearest, Harry, Dudley, and Piers, were so startled that they fell to the ground. Mrs. Dursley let out a piercing scream, while Mr. Dursley, though pale with fear, rushed towards Dudley. The python did not attack anyone. It swiftly made its way outside, leaving a trail of gasps in its wake. As it passed by Harry, it paused momentarily before continuing on its journey. Harry's complexion was pale, and his eyes were devoid of vitality. He remained motionless until the enormous python slithered away. Such reactions were not uncommon in the reptile house at that moment. Many individuals were rendered weak with fear, unable to move. Yet, Harry understood that he was not paralyzed by terror, but rather by astonishment. In that fleeting moment when the colossal serpent paused beside him, he distinctly heard a low, raspy voice say, "Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave now." The speaker was none other than the snake. Dudley's nerves were the most resilient Harry had ever witnessed, though this might be attributed to his limited experiences. Within half an hour, Dudley had completely recovered from the terror induced by the python's escape. In contrast, Piers remained pale, his speech slightly stammering. As for Harry, he felt nothing. The moment the snake spoke to him, fear dissipated entirely, leaving only wonder. Although he had long suspected he was not an ordinary individual, the reality of conversing with a snake, comprehending its words, was a shock of an entirely different magnitude. Furthermore, the snake's expression of gratitude puzzled him. Did it imply that the disappearance of the glass was somehow related to him? In retrospect, he indeed recalled contemplating the consequences had the glass vanished. Meanwhile, the Dursleys were joyfully discussing how to spend their unexpected windfall, which was compensation from the zoo. Every visitor present in the reptile house had received a substantial sum. Whether the compensation originated from the glassworks or an insurance company was beyond Harry's knowledge. From the Dursleys' conversation, it appeared to be the latter, for by the time the staff arrived at the reptile house, the mysteriously vanished glass had, in an equally mysterious manner, reappeared without a single crack upon it. As the summer heat enveloped the island, the holiday season commenced. Energetic children could scarcely remain indoors. Dudley and his companions were a prime example. They would race outside, howling with excitement after breakfast. With the decision of returning home for lunch or dinner hinged solely on which house was closer when hunger struck. However, there were exceptions, and Harry found himself at home. This was not due to a preference for staying indoors, but rather because the neighborhood girls were rather too exuberant. Young Dudley had little interest in playing with girls his age, and Harry shared this sentiment, perhaps due to the lack of particularly attractive girls in the neighborhood. Regardless of the reasons, to evade the overly enthusiastic young ladies, Harry spent much of his time in his room, a habit he had maintained for several years. Consequently, Harry's skin appeared paler than that of other children his age, rendering him more handsome and, consequently, more appealing to girls. That morning, as was customary, Harry declined Dudley's invitation to venture out and went to the door to collect the day's letters and newspapers. As usual, there lay 2 newspapers and 3 letters at the entrance. Of the 3 letters, the first was from Uncle Vernon's acquaintances. Since Uncle Vernon's promotion to supervisor, his circle of friends had expanded, and it had grown even more after he became a manager, with an increase of about 30%. Every few days, friends would contact him to socialize and indulge. Several times, Uncle Vernon returned home late, and on those occasions, Harry, unable to sleep, would gaze out the window and spot young ladies dressed scantily in the car that dropped him off. The second letter was a bank statement. The Dursley family was currently in a favorable economic position, resulting in increased spending. Credit card statements frequently arrived for verification. The final letter surprised Harry, for it was addressed to him. It was a brown envelope crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in emerald green ink. Curiously, it bore no postage stamp. Moreover, the address read, 4, Privet Drive, 2nd floor, left side, Little Whinging, Surrey. Mr. Harry Potter, how can one possibly address a letter in such a manner? Harry chuckled as he turned the envelope over, revealing a wax seal adorned with a crest featuring a capital encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Was this a prank from a classmate? He mused to himself, noting the envelope's exquisite design. Although children seldom write letters, Harry had received a few, mostly from the girls at school, inviting him to play. Initially, he accepted a few invitations, but soon found that playing with little girls was rather dull, and he began to decline more frequently, resulting in fewer such invitations. This time, however, he wondered which girl had come up with such creativity. "Oh, Harry, do you have a letter from a classmate?" And Petunia, while tidying the dishes, casually inquired, having noticed the letter in Harry's hand. While Uncle Vernon remained engrossed in his newspaper, she attempted to soften her tone, yet her elongated neck rendered her voice somewhat shrill. Perhaps. But this letter is rather peculiar as it lacks a stamp. Harry replied nonchalantly, waving the envelope in his hand. Aunt Petunia glanced at it dismissively, but suddenly, her whole body jolted. With a loud crash, the plate she held slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Uncle Vernon, startled, abruptly shifted his gaze from the newspaper to Petunia. Harry, too, was taken aback, casting a bewildered look at Aunt Petunia, who was now fixated on the envelope. Her expression a strange amalgamation of anger, jealousy, nostalgia, and confusion. It was hard to fathom how such a gaunt face could display such a spectrum of emotions. "What's wrong, Petunia?" Uncle Vernon asked, glancing between her and Harry, puzzled by the sudden commotion. "Harry, hand me that letter," Aunt Petunia demanded in a low voice, seemingly suppressing some inner turmoil. Harry furrowed his brow. "And Petunia, this is my letter." I know, and Petunia's eyes darted nervously. "But you mentioned it had no stamp, so I suspect it cannot be from a reputable source. Best not to read it. Give it to me, and I shall handle it. I fear there may be something undesirable within." Her tone was urgent yet deliberately restrained. Harry pondered for a moment. Although he found it rather peculiar, Aunt Petunia's concerns were not entirely unfounded. Thus, he handed her the envelope, saying, "Aunt Petunia, would you mind taking a look at this for me? If it is merely a prank from one of my classmates and not too severe, you may return it to me. However, if it contains anything truly malicious, then please dispose of it." Very well, Aunt Petunia replied repeatedly. With an agility Harry had never witnessed before, she nearly snatched the envelope from his hand. Then, with a forced smile, she said, "Harry, could you please return to your room for a while? There are some matters I wish to discuss with Uncle Vernon." Harry nodded. He had initially intended to return to his room. However, upon reflection, he found Aunt Petunia's demeanor rather peculiar, hinting at something intriguing. Thus, after ascending the stairs, he feigned opening and closing the door but did not enter his room. Instead, he concealed himself at the staircase, straining to catch the sounds below. It seemed that upon hearing the door shut, Aunt Petunia whispered, "Yes, the letter from over there." "Are you certain?" Uncle Vernon's tone was laced with doubt and uncertainty. "Absolutely." Aunt Petunia appeared to grit her teeth as she spoke. "I once saw Lily. She had a letter, identical to this one." As she continued, a strange inflection crept into her voice, leaving Harry, concealed upstairs, momentarily unable to discern its nature. It took him a moment to realize that Lily was likely the name of his mother. "What do you think of this matter?" Uncle Vernon inquired directly, bypassing any hesitation. "I don't know if they come. Can we refuse them?" Aunt Petunia's tone wavered with uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, Harry began to suspect the couple had left, preparing to descend and investigate, when he heard their voices once more. "Is it necessary? I mean, to refuse?" Uncle Vernon's voice carried a hint of confusion. "Though you've consistently asserted it, and our home does seem to harbor some oddities, I still cannot bring myself to believe that place truly exists. Are there really such people? Hey, if you can accept that peculiar boy, why not entertain the idea of even stranger individuals?" Aunt Petunia's tone dripped with mockery. "Or have you forgotten about the zoo incident? It hasn't been that long." Another silence enveloped the air. Harry upstairs curled his lip. Although his aunt and uncle appeared to treat him well, he was acutely aware of their disparaging remarks behind his back. This was something he had long comprehended. Yet he remained indifferent. Though he had been quite young at the time, he still remembered how the Dursleys had treated him before he grasped the dynamics of their household. Thus, he had never regarded them as true family, merely as guardians linked by blood. His indifference rendered him unconcerned. Downstairs, Uncle Vernon spoke again. "Let us just wait and see. Perhaps if we remain unresponsive, they will assume nothing has happened. After all, they surely have more than one student, right? There must be some who receive letters but choose not to respond." "Let us hope so," Aunt Petunia contemplated, briefly acquiescing to this plan. The couple did not pursue the conversation further. From the sounds, it seemed Aunt Petunia was tearing the letter apart and likely tossing the remnants into the stove to burn. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon donned his jacket and prepared to leave for work. While students enjoyed their summer vacations, he did not. Harry quietly returned to his room, pondering the events of that morning. The letter he received today had once been received by his late mother. According to his aunt, it seemed that the letter came from a place inhabited by many peculiar individuals, or perhaps those endowed with extraordinary abilities, much like himself. Strangely, Harry recalled the mysterious figure clad in a black robe he encountered a few days ago at the zoo. Could there be a connection? Shaking his head, He temporarily set aside such thoughts. He picked up a comic book he had been reading halfway through from his bedside. The glasses perched on his nose were a result of late-night adventures through comics, novels, and magazines. Chapter 5. The owl Harry had hardly given the matter of the letter much thought. In fact, he had forgotten about it as soon as he turned around. However, the very next morning, as he went to collect the newspaper and mail just as he usually did, he was astonished to find a letter identical to the previous one. Quietly resting on top, faintly, he could hear the distant sound of cooing outside. Harry was somewhat perplexed. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to discover an owl perched on the mailbox, emitting a series of soft hoots. While owls were not an uncommon sight in this vicinity, it was indeed his first encounter with one at such an early hour. Typically, he would awaken in the dead of night and occasionally glimpse an owl resting atop the treetops through the window. Wasn't it customary for owls to conceal themselves in slumber during the day? Harry was pondering in confusion when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he found Aunt Petunia standing there. Upon seeing the letter in Harry's hand, her expression turned remarkably strange. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and said, "Harry, give it to me, please." As she spoke, she reached out to seize the letter and newspaper from Harry's grasp. Harry hesitated momentarily, yet he ultimately did not insist. He allowed Aunt Petunia to take the letter and newspaper, casually remarking, "Aunt, I'm going out to play for a while." "All right, will you return for lunch?" Aunt Petunia inquired, her mood evidently lifting as she noted Harry's lack of insistence regarding the envelope. "We'll see," Harry replied nonchalantly before stepping outside. The instant he closed the door, he flipped his wrist, revealing a crumpled envelope in his hand. Indeed, 2 letters had arrived today. He had hidden one upon hearing Aunt Petunia approach. Harry was genuinely intrigued about the person or organization that had sent him the letters, seemingly quite persistent in their efforts. After walking a short distance from the Dursleys' home, Harry found a bench by the roadside. A slight morning mist lingered, leaving the seat somewhat damp. However, Harry paid it little mind, casually wiping it with his sleeve before sitting down. He reopened the envelope and extracted 2 sheets of parchment. As he unfolded the paper, the contents revealed themselves to him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st to confirm your acceptance. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress Wizard. Although Harry had been mentally prepared for this moment, he could hardly contain the flutter of excitement that surged within him when he encountered the term. He was already quite certain of the existence of supernatural powers within himself, yet seeing the words wizard and magic school before him left him momentarily parched with astonishment. As he turned over the second sheet of parchment, it listed a multitude of items necessary for attending the institution known as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Among them, the most eye-catching was the array of textbooks emblazoned with the word spell and, at the very top of the equipment list, a wand. Surely this must be real. If it were a jest, it would be of remarkable sophistication. Harry mused aloud. Suddenly, a bird's call echoed, and turning his head, Harry was astonished to see a dark brown barn owl perched on the backrest of the bench where he sat. Its bright, inquisitive eyes were fixed upon him, as if waiting for him to make a move. Harry was momentarily taken aback, not only due to the silent arrival of the owl but also recalling a documentary he had watched, which suggested that owls possess the remarkable ability to fly without a sound, an essential skill for their nocturnal hunting. More significantly, the demeanor of this particular owl appeared to exude an extraordinary sense of intelligence. Harry glanced once more at the first sheet of parchment, taking note of the words eagerly awaiting a reply. Should he compose a letter in return? Or perhaps send it via owl? Harry found this quite amusing. Although he hadn't brought any paper or pen when he ventured out, this posed no challenge for him. With a little discernment, he soon discovered a household with children of his own age and approached their door. Unsurprisingly, the children were not at home. However, Harry's intention was never to locate them, but rather to borrow some paper and a pen. Most residents on Privet Drive recognized Harry, and the process of borrowing the items went exceptionally smoothly. Harry pondered for a moment before inscribing on a note no larger than the palm of his hand, Dear Professor Minerva McGonagall, greetings. It is an honor to receive your letter. I am exceedingly eager to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, I find myself entirely unfamiliar with the realm of wizards and am uncertain about how to proceed from here. If it is convenient, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Harry James Potter carefully composed a note, then returned to the owl, hesitantly gazing at it, murmuring, "Hello, mate. How are you supposed to carry this?" He noticed no bags or anything of the sort on the owl. Yet, to Harry's surprise, the owl displayed remarkable intelligence. It leaned forward, grasped the note with its beak, and emitted a soft hoot. With a powerful flap of its wings, it took flight into the distance. As the owl vanished from view, Harry leaned back on the bench, his mind awhirl with thoughts. The wizarding school appeared to be quite intriguing. From his observations, it seemed that Aunt Petunia was aware of this place's existence. Furthermore, it appeared that his mother had also received correspondence from this magical institution known as Hogwarts. Had she accepted the invitation and joined this school of magic? The answer seemed likely. This might explain Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's disdain for magic and related terms. Harry vividly recalled an incident when Dudley, while watching television, inadvertently expressed a wish for magic, inciting an unprecedented fury from Aunt Petunia. It was notable that, prior to that moment, Harry had scarcely witnessed Aunt Petunia raise her voice at Dudley. Adjusting his glasses, Harry pondered deeply, sensing he was on the verge of a revelation. If his mother was a witch, what of his father? Surely he must be as well. Consequently, if both of his parents were wizards, the peculiar occurrences surrounding him began to make sense. However, certain facts he was aware of seemed rather inconsistent. For instance, Aunt Petunia had informed him that his parents perished in a car accident. If they were indeed wizards, dying in such a mundane manner seemed rather beneath them. Did it not? It appeared necessary to discuss this matter with Aunt Petunia. Harry once again perused the letters in his hand, this time focusing primarily on the procurement list, ultimately resting his gaze on the titles of several books. These tomes would undoubtedly require a substantial sum. The cost of books in England is notoriously high. It is unlikely that Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would be inclined to assist him with the expenses. By the way, I wonder if wizards use pounds. If they still rely on gold coins, that would complicate matters significantly. Aside from the necklace adorning Aunt Petunia's neck, it seems that the only other gold in the Dursley household would be the wedding bands worn by the couple. Perhaps the magical realm has something akin to student loans? Harry shook his head, refraining from speculation, for the knowledge at hand was, after all, exceedingly scant. It would be wiser to first engage Aunt Petunia in conversation. With this thought in mind, Harry rose and turned towards number 4, Privet Drive. Moments later, he returned home. Aunt Petunia was seated in the living room, engrossed in her television. Upon noticing Harry's return, she offered a casual greeting before resuming her viewing. Harry approached her, taking a seat on the sofa. "Aunt Petunia, I wish to have a conversation with you." "Oh?" Petunia Dursley briefly diverted her gaze from the television to Harry. "About what?" she inquired, her attention already drifting back to the screen. "My parents' demise and Hogwarts," Harry replied lightly. However, this seemingly trivial statement caused Petunia Dursley to suddenly stiffen. Gradually, she turned to face him, her eyes piercing as she inquired, "What do you know?" Harry remained silent, merely extracting a somewhat crumpled envelope and letter from his pocket, shaking it gently before Petunia Dursley. The color drained from Petunia Dursley's face, and she seemed poised to snatch the letter away, but as soon as her hand reached out, she hesitated and withdrew it. It was evident that she realized Harry had already perused the letter, rendering any attempt to seize it futile. Petunia Dursley bowed her head, as if grappling with some inner turmoil, and for a moment, she did not speak. Harry refrained from pressing her for a response. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps half a minute, Petunia finally broke the silence. "I had thought this matter could remain hidden indefinitely. Yet, here we are." She lifted her gaze, fixing Harry with a look of remarkable complexity. "I have long been aware of it. I have always known. In truth, the peculiar occurrences surrounding you have been so numerous that I should have relinquished any hope of ignorance." "Ah, you are just like your parents." As she continued, her emotions grew increasingly agitated, compelling her to take several deep breaths to regain her composure. After a considerable pause, she added, "Hogwarts, yes, Hogwarts. It is a school for wizards. My knowledge on the subject is rather limited, but I do know that Lily, your mother, received a letter from them when she was your age." Harry raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond, as Petunia Dursley seemed disinclined to engage him in conversation. She continued, speaking to herself, "It's truly amusing, you see. My parents were so exhilarated back then. Oh my goodness, the rumors turned out to be true. Wizards really do exist. Our family is about to have a wizard. Haha." The final burst of laughter revealed a somewhat neurotic edge to Petunia. "And then, they died." Her expression contorted with bitterness. "I am not surprised, not in the slightest. That Potter, James, was it? Your father. I've encountered him on several occasions. He even invited me to his wedding, What a joke. Why would I attend a wedding among those who look down upon me? And then they died. Just like that, suddenly gone. Ha ha ha, with such peculiar people, nothing is surprising. Not even their deaths. Petunia's last remarks tumbled out chaotically, clearly indicating her frayed nerves. Harry nodded, for although he had gleaned little from Aunt Petunia, one certainty remained, that magical school truly existed. He resolved to attend it, the very institution his parents once attended. Harry voiced his determination. The exchange between Hagrid and Aunt Petunia was far from pleasant. Although Harry had always understood that his aunt and uncle's kindness stemmed merely from his small antics, he still felt deeply uncomfortable when she openly expressed her intense resentment and disdain for him and his parents. Clearly, such emotions had long been repressed within Aunt Petunia, and once unleashed, she uttered numerous unflattering remarks. Fortunately, as a member of the British middle class, particularly one that had enjoyed relative prosperity in recent years, Aunt Petunia still aspired to maintain a semblance of dignity, refraining from uttering truly offensive words. Thus, Harry felt only a slight discomfort. After all, he had been under their care for many years, especially during the years preceding his earliest memories, when Aunt Petunia finally recognized her lapse in composure. Half an hour had passed. She fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "Harry, return to your room. We both might need to cool down." "All right, Aunt Petunia." Harry nodded and rose to return to his room. At lunch, Aunt Petunia did not call for Harry. He neither heard any sounds nor caught the scent of cooking, leading him to conclude that she had not prepared a meal and likely had not eaten herself. Nevertheless, Harry had no intention of going hungry, for his room was stocked with snacks. The Dursleys rarely provided him or Dudley any pocket money, certainly not enough for any normal 11-year-old, but the household did contain an abundance of snacks. Ensuring that Harry would not go hungry while remaining in the confines of his room, Harry perused the letter repeatedly, nearly committing the contents of the 2 pages to memory. The once captivating comics and novels now held little allure, as he was on the brink of entering a realm that promised to be even more thrilling than any story, a world of magic. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from outside the window. Harry turned his gaze toward the sound and beheld an exceptionally large black owl, of an unknown breed, perched on the windowsill, clutching a brown envelope in its beak. Undoubtedly, this was a response from Hogwarts or the esteemed deputy headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall. The swiftness of this delivery astonished Harry. Though he had no knowledge of Hogwarts' whereabouts, he knew that in the realm of British postal services, a single letter within the same city could often take 2 days to arrive. He opened the window and retrieved the letter from the owl's beak. This time, the owl did not linger for any indication from him. It unfurled its wings and soared away, suggesting it had not been instructed to return with a reply. Harry pondered this quietly. He no longer harbored any doubts regarding the existence of a magical world and a school of magic. He simply could not fathom how ordinary people could train animals to be so astute. The recipient's name on the envelope matched the one before, and Harry paid little heed as he tore it open and extracted the letter within. "Dear Mr. Potter, I am delighted to receive your reply. Please do not worry about your current predicament. We are already aware of it and have devised a plan. On the evening of July 30th, between 10 and 11 o'clock, we will dispatch our keeper of keys and grounds, Mr. Rubius Hagrid, to collect you. He will assist you in making the necessary preparations before the start of term. Mr. Hagrid's appearance will differ significantly from that of ordinary individuals. He is an exceptionally tall gentleman. However, you and your family need not harbor any fear or concern. He is a gentle soul. Wishing you all the best, and I hope to see you at Hogwarts soon. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall the 30th then." Harry tapped his lips thoughtfully, his birthday being July 31st. If one were to say that a certain Rubius Hagrid would arrive on the 30th, and then on the 31st he would officially become a wizard, it would indeed be a most extraordinary birthday gift. He pondered whether the towering Hagrid might surpass Dennis Rodman in height, finding the thought quite amusing. Uncle Vernon returned home slightly earlier than usual, but upon his arrival, he was immediately drawn into a conversation with Aunt Petunia. It was evident that Aunt Petunia was eager to discuss matters concerning Harry, or rather, Hogwarts. Harry was left in the dark regarding the specifics of their conversation, but the outcome was unmistakable. They agreed to allow Harry to attend Hogwarts. Yet they had no intention of covering his tuition or any associated expenses. "You can go off to that whatever it is school to learn magic tricks, but don't expect me to pay even a penny for it," Uncle Vernon declared. "I believe I will find a way." Harry shrugged. Judging by the content of the letter from Hogwarts, it was clear they were well aware of the situation on this end. Thus, they must also have known about the Dursleys' financial circumstances and their attitude towards the matter. The fact that they still sent him an acceptance letter spoke volumes. Time flew by. And before he knew it, half a month had passed. The 30th of July arrived quietly. The day mentioned in Professor McGonagall's letter when the Keeper of Keys and Grounds was to come. That evening, the Dursleys hastily sent Dudley off to bed, oblivious to the events unfolding. Although reluctant, they remained with Harry in the living room, awaiting the arrival of a guest they truly did not welcome. As the hour hand approached 11 and the minute hand reached the 11 position, there were less than 5 minutes until midnight. Harry found himself questioning whether he, along with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, might be deceived by the individual claiming to be Professor McGonagall when a knock echoed through the air. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated with a muffled quality, as if something substantial were striking the door. Harry suddenly leapt up, not waiting for the Dursleys to react, and swiftly dashed to the door. A knock echoed once more, and Harry flung open the door, only to be taken aback. Before him stood a figure that defied description. Traditional terms such as tall, burly, or imposing seemed utterly inadequate. The entranceway's light was entirely obscured by his towering silhouette, rendering Harry unable to discern his features. Even without that, Harry felt he wouldn't have been able to see clearly, as the man's face was obscured by a thick, tangled mane of beard and hair. The only discernible feature were his eyes, which sparkled like black jewels. "I apologize," the towering man began, his voice surprisingly incongruous with his appearance. Although it was somewhat loud, it remained within the bounds of normalcy, tinged with a hint of hesitation and awkwardness. "I arrived a bit late due to some unforeseen circumstances on the way. The Muggle streets left me somewhat disoriented." Muggle? Harry pondered the unfamiliar term. "Oh, yes, it refers to those who cannot perform magic," the giant explained, before hesitantly inquiring, "Could you step aside a bit? As you can see, my size makes it rather difficult for me to enter while you're standing in the doorway." "Oh, yes, of course. Please, come in." Harry quickly stepped aside, glancing back at Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, who had both risen but seemed disinclined to approach the door. The enormous man cautiously bent down, straining to fit through the door that had already been modified to be a bit larger than usual. Once he stood upright, Harry was struck by just how colossal he truly was. To describe him as simply tall seemed an understatement. He was nearly twice the height of an average adult and at least 3 times their width. He wore a dark, oversized coat and boots large enough to serve as boats for children. The floor creaked ominously beneath his weight. "Ah, greetings." The giant clasped his hands together, appearing somewhat awkward. "I am Rubeus Hagrid, Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts. I've come on the orders of Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall to bring Harry Potter for his pre-enrollment preparations." He turned his gaze to Harry, offering a smile that was far from handsome yet radiated a sense of kindness. "No need to guess. You must be Harry. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, and your eyes are just like your mother's. Do you know my parents?" Harry's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting about Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, who had yet to utter a word. "Indeed, I do. Of course. We were friends. Your father and mother both." Hagrid repeated his sincere, if unrefined, smile. "Humph." Aunt Petunia seemed to recall something, letting out a soft huff. Hagrid noticed the uncomfortable expressions on the Dursleys' faces and quickly cleared his throat. "Good day, or rather, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You must be aware of my purpose here. If you don't mind, I would like to take Harry with me now, and he will be returned tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. You should at least prove that you indeed come from Hogwarts," Aunt Petunia said coldly, her disdain for the giant evident. In contrast, Uncle Vernon exhibited a less intense animosity, though his slightly trembling body suggested he was intimidated by Hagrid's immense stature. "Oh, yes, indeed. Professor McGonagall mentioned it to me, but I completely forgot." Hagrid rummaged through his coat and retrieved a letter, extending it towards Petunia. Realizing something, he then offered it with both hands. Aunt Petunia hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted the letter. Harry was unaware of the contents of the letter, but it was likely brief. As Aunt Petunia finished reading it in a mere glance, she then nodded and turned to Harry, speaking in a gentle tone, "Harry, you may go with him, if you so wish." The giant Hagrid promptly displayed a warm smile and once again gazed at Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "Very well, Mr. Hagrid, let us set off." Chapter 7. The Night Bus and the Leaky Cauldron. "I had thought I might be allowed to stay for the night," murmured Rubeus Hagrid, casting a glance at the now closed door behind him. Although he made an effort to lower his voice, Harry could still hear him clearly. With a casual smile, Harry surveyed his surroundings, yet he did not spot the mode of transportation Hagrid had arrived in. This was understandable, as wizards must possess their own means of travel. Could it be that he had flown in on a broomstick like the witches depicted in cartoons? Stealing a glance at Hagrid, Harry dismissed that notion, given Hagrid's considerable size. He would require a broom of the largest sort, perhaps one akin to those used by street cleaners. While Harry was lost in such musings, Hagrid produced a small red umbrella from within his coat. The term small was relative, for to an ordinary person, this umbrella would have been more than sufficient for two to share. Hagrid held the tiny red umbrella aloft, shaking it gently. Harry's face lit up with excitement. Yet nothing seemed to transpire. "Mr. Hagrid," Harry puzzled, "what exactly are you doing?" "Oh, just call me Hagrid," he replied with a warm smile. "Being addressed as Mr. reminds me too much of those stuffy professors at the academy." Hagrid continued, "I am summoning our mode of transportation. We must head to London. Walking alone won't suffice." Transportation? Harry was momentarily taken aback, about to speak when a sharp, piercing whistle echoed from afar, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. Instinctively, Harry raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. Just then, with a creaking sound, a pungent scent of burning rubber wafted through the air. As a colossal figure emerged by the roadside, looming before Harry and Hagrid, Harry lowered his hands and surveyed the object before him. It was a three-tiered bus adorned with enormous wheels and headlights. Just a moment, no more than a second or two ago, the entire street had been devoid of any vehicles, let alone one of such magnitude. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this colossal bus had materialized right before him. Harry stared bewilderedly at the peculiar purple bus adorned with an array of bizarre graffiti, his gaze ultimately resting on the windshield, where the words "Night Bus" were inscribed in golden letters. This left Harry feeling somewhat tongue-tied. Ah, the night bus. A remarkably convenient mode of transportation for wizards, particularly young ones. Simply raise your wand, and it will almost instantaneously materialize. Of course, you do not possess a wand yet, but you shall have one shortly, Hagrid explained with a beaming smile. At that moment, a young man clad in a purple uniform leaped from the bus, exclaiming, "Welcome aboard the night bus, the emergency transport service for stranded witches and wizards. Just extend your wand-bearing hand and hop on, and we shall convey you to your desired destination. My name is Endurin Cherbis, and I shall be your conductor this evening." "Hello, Endurin. Are you on the night shift today?" Hagrid greeted cheerfully. "I thought it would be Stan." "Ah, it's you, Hagrid." Endurin Cherbis responded, clearly recognizing Hagrid, and grinning widely. Stan recently started dating someone, so he switched to the day shift. You know how it is when one begins a new romance. Evenings become rather complicated. Mind your words. There's a child present. Hagrid shot a stern look at Endurin before turning to Harry. "Come on, Harry, let us board the bus." Harry nodded and was about to get into the car when he suddenly heard Endurin Cherbis exclaim, "Harry? Could it be? Hagrid, is that you, Harry?" As he spoke, his gaze fixated intently on the scar on Harry's forehead, but alas, it was obscured by a thick fringe. Harry found it quite bothersome when others stared at the scar on his forehead. He had been subjected to such scrutiny daily during elementary school, and he was utterly tired of it. "Well, it's just as you thought." Hagrid seemed somewhat proud. "I have been entrusted by Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall to take our little Harry to prepare for his enrollment." "Oh, how delightful!" Endurin exclaimed, almost seizing Harry's hand in an exuberant grip, shaking it vigorously. "It is a tremendous honor to meet you, Harry, or rather, Mr. Potter. What a privilege." His voice was so loud that it drew the attention of the other passengers in the vehicle. "Potter? Which Potter? Harry Potter?" a loud voice from the car inquired, with some even leaning halfway out the window. "Of course, who else could it be but Mr. Potter? Bloody hell, you lot are incredibly fortunate to meet Mr. Potter just as I have," Endurin shouted enthusiastically. What followed was utterly bewildering for Harry. The few passengers and the driver all hurriedly disembarked, lining up to shake his hand, each wearing expressions of joy and awe. One even queued again after having already greeted him, only to be caught by Hagrid. All right. Our Harry needs to hurry to the leaky cauldron. It's getting late. He must rest soon," Hagrid proclaimed. Indeed. The group of passengers nodded in agreement. "Please, get on board. There are both beds and seats available. Mr. Potter, make yourself at home." Endurin enthusiastically assisted Harry into the car, helping him find a seat while exclaiming, "I shall cover your ticket. Please, do not mind it. It is my honor." "And what about me, Endurin?" Hagrid chuckled, inquiring. 11 sickles. Endurin turned, his demeanor suddenly serious, changing faster than one could flip a page. "We've known each other for nearly a decade," Hagrid complained loudly. "Yes, precisely. Which is why I can offer you a cup of hot water for free." He then turned back to Harry, a sycophantic grin on his face. "Mr. Potter, would you like something to drink? Milk?" Hot cocoa? We also have chocolate, all complimentary, of course. Hagrid muttered a complaint about being stingy. Yet he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a handful of silver coins, handing them to Endurin before settling beside Harry, grumbling about being a miser under his breath. Harry remained in a state of bewilderment. From the moment Endurin extended his hand to him, the events that transpired within those 4 or 5 minutes left him utterly perplexed. Why did it seem as though everyone recognized his appearance? However, before Harry could gather his thoughts or consult Hagrid, the vehicle surged into motion. What the heck? Harry could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. With a sharp whistle, he found himself pressed firmly against his seat. The night bus was traveling at an astonishing speed. The immense inertia propelled him backward, a sensation of acceleration unlike anything he had ever experienced, even in his friend's father's sports car. The scenery outside blurred into a cascade of light and indistinct shapes due to the rapid pace. Well, Harry, when you're driving, you must press your entire body against the seat and hold on to a handrail. But once we get going, it won't matter. Hagrid gestured for Harry to grasp a horizontal handrail in front of him. Harry quickly grasped the handrail, and that overwhelming sensation of being pushed forward vanished almost instantaneously. What a marvelous magic! Harry exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Hagrid replied with a warm smile, a rather amusing little spell. A little spell? Harry pondered, his curiosity regarding the magical world that was about to unfold before him intensifying. In Britain, the culture of wizards is widely recognized, especially considering that the legendary Merlin, who aided King Arthur in his ascension to greatness, was a wizard. Yet, who has truly witnessed magic? Harry felt fortunate, for he was on the verge of becoming one who would behold genuine magic. Inside the carriage, nearly everyone was observing Harry, their gazes piercing and intense, as if missing a single glance would lead to dire consequences. Initially, Harry did not pay much attention, but with the outside world obscured, he could only focus on those within, and it soon became apparent. This made him quite uncomfortable, although he was accustomed to being scrutinized by young girls at school. Here it was a gathering of older men. London, the Leaky Cauldron. Endurin shouted loudly. Harry and Hagrid were the first to alight from the vehicle. In truth, many passengers ought to have arrived at their destination much earlier. However, almost all the passengers were willing to pay extra, provided they could first drop off Harry, allowing them to bask in his presence for a little longer, even without uttering a single word. With so many eyes upon him, Harry found himself speaking little, despite having numerous questions he yearned to pose to Hagrid. Upon disembarking, he felt compelled to shake hands and bid farewell to every passenger once more. He mused that he had never shaken so many hands in a single evening throughout his life. Why were they behaving this way? He pondered, perplexed by the seemingly fervent attitudes of those wizards. Overzealous? Hagrid seemed to grasp Harry's thoughts and chuckled. Harry, you have no idea. In the wizarding world, you are tremendously famous. A veritable superstar. Me? Famous? Why? Harry was somewhat bewildered. Although he had garnered a modicum of fame at school due to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which endeared him to young girls, it paled in comparison to true celebrity. The actual luminaries at school were the star athletes of the team and the eloquent debaters, not merely a lad with a touch of charm. This may be a bit complex, Hagrid said with a knowing shake of his head. Let us take a moment to rest. Tomorrow will provide ample time. He gestured. Behold, this is the Leaky Cauldron, a renowned establishment, the oldest pub in the magical realm. Harry finally noticed the place they had arrived at. If it weren't for someone informing him, he would have doubted whether this truly was London. It was a narrow alley, flanked by modest shops, a stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers of the world's financial hub he had envisioned. The renowned Leaky Cauldron, as Hagrid described it, was remarkably unremarkable, nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop, marked only by a dilapidated little door. Harry was certain that even during the day, no one would spare a glance at this inconspicuous establishment. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was already being ushered inside by Hagrid. If it weren't for the extraordinary bus ride, Harry might have suspected Hagrid was a human trafficker. Hagrid was certainly no such thing. Yet the ambience of the Leaky Cauldron was a far cry from the famous locale he had imagined, dark, grimy, and shabby. Despite the late hour, a few oddly dressed individuals were still inside, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation. The description of their attire as peculiar only applied to ordinary people. Considering they were likely wizards, the long cloaks and pointed hats seemed quite reasonable. The first impression Hagrid left on Harry was that of a giant. The second was that of a loquacious individual. He promptly reiterated Harry's identity with a single statement, followed by yet another round of handshakes, much like on the magical bus. It wasn't until Hagrid mentioned that Harry had matters to attend to the following day that they were allowed to retire for the evening. You must tell me all about this tomorrow, Harry said to Hagrid as they stood before his door, bidding him good night. Of course, Hagrid replied with a hearty nod. Excitement kept Harry tossing and turning for quite some time before he finally drifted off to sleep, only to awaken early the next morning. He intended to knock on Hagrid's door next door, but just as he raised his hand, a sudden loud noise startled him, causing him to stumble back. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Potter. Did I frighten you?" exclaimed a small creature that had appeared out of nowhere. The unexpected presence startled Harry, nearly making him lose his balance. "Oh dear, Carl." The diminutive creature, filled with apologies, vigorously patted its own head. It had large bat-like ears and protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls, its slender frame accentuating its oversized head. Clad in nothing but a strap of what appeared to be burlap, it looked at Harry expectantly. "What are you?" Harry asked, somewhat bewildered. "Well, please stop. I wasn't frightened. Honorable Mr. Potter, your kindness and greatness are as renowned as the tales suggest." The little creature ceased its head patting, its tone imbued with respect. "I am a house elf named Carl, specifically serving the leaky cauldron." "All right, Carl," Harry said, the last remnants of his skepticism about the wizarding world evaporating. "Did Hagrid send you to wait for me?" "Where is he?" "Yes, esteemed Mr. Potter," the house elf replied respectfully. "Mr. Hagrid instructed me to wait for you and said that if you awoke, I should bring you to him. Are you ready to go?" "Mr. Hagrid is having breakfast." All right." Harry nodded. Following Carl, they navigated a staircase and arrived in the main hall of the leaky cauldron, where Hagrid was indeed seated at a small table, enjoying his meal. An elderly man, the pub's owner whom Harry vaguely remembered introducing himself as Tom, sat beside him. This reminded Harry of a certain cartoon featuring two animal protagonists. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Potter," old Tom exclaimed, his eyes nearly disappearing into slits of laughter upon seeing Harry. Thankfully, the leaky cauldron was rather empty at this early hour. Otherwise, Harry suspected another round of handshakes would ensue. "Harry, you're awake," Hagrid greeted with a hearty laugh. "Come, have some breakfast. I've ordered your share." Harry, despite his lack of appetite, reluctantly settled down to consume a few bites. Although the atmosphere of the leaky cauldron was rather dismal, the breakfast was surprisingly delightful. It certainly surpassed the culinary standards of Aunt Petunia, who fancied herself somewhat knowledgeable about fine dining. After finishing their meal, Hagrid led Harry through the bar to a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Harry was puzzled as to why Hagrid had brought him to this seemingly barren spot, which contained nothing but a trash can and some overgrown weeds. "Harry, remember my instructions," Hagrid exclaimed as he retrieved a red umbrella from his coat. Facing the brick wall adjacent to the trash can, he pointed to a slightly bluish brick, saying, "First, this one. Then count 3 bricks up and 2 bricks across. And here, tap 3 times with your wand." Hagrid demonstrated by tapping the chosen brick 3 times with his umbrella. The brick began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually expanded. Before long, a wide archway, ample enough for Hagrid to pass through, emerged, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Welcome," Hagrid proclaimed. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry was taken aback, while Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter and strode ahead. Harry quickly followed suit, unable to resist glancing back. Behind him, the archway and the wall began to constrict and vanish, reverting to a solid wall. "How cool," Harry exclaimed, before turning his attention to the street. On either side of the road stood a multitude of shops, most with wooden facades, some adorned with display windows, others not. The nearest establishment showcased a stack of cauldrons at its entrance. "I seem to recall I need to purchase a cauldron," Harry ventured, though in truth, he remembered quite vividly every item. "Ah, yes, potions class is mandatory, and a cauldron is essential. However, we must first procure some funds," Hagrid admitted somewhat awkwardly. "Technically, I should be buying it for you, but you know, my salary isn't substantial, and expenses can be quite considerable." "Ah, procure funds? Where shall we go?" Harry inquired, keeping pace with Hagrid, which proved challenging. Hagrid's long strides covered ground swiftly, and the myriad attractions around him were immensely captivating. There were pet shops, an emporium, and Harry even spotted a store where several boys were pressed against the window, gazing at a remarkably beautiful broomstick. Harry had no doubt that a witch riding such a broom would surely soar through the skies. Additionally, there were shops for robes, bookstores, and various other establishments selling peculiar items. "To Gringotts. That is the Wizarding Bank. Your money resides there," Hagrid casually explained. "My money? Mine?" Harry stammered in disbelief. "Are you saying I have money in Gringotts?" "Of course," Hagrid replied, his expression one of astonishment as he looked at Harry. The inheritance left to you by James, your father. And of course, there is also Lily S., though it is somewhat less compared to James S. He chuckled. The Potter family is quite affluent. Seeing Harry's bewildered expression, Hagrid continued, puzzled, what's wrong? Haven't your aunt and uncle ever mentioned anything about your parents? Never, not once. Harry shook his head. They only mentioned that they died in a car crash. Regarding the cause of death, Harry now felt a twinge of skepticism, yet a part of them accepted it. After all, if the magical world operated like the Muggle one, dying in a car accident seemed entirely plausible. A car crash? Hagrid exclaimed, his voice thick with disbelief and shock. What nonsense! That's a slanderous accusation. James and Lily, the finest young wizards of their generation. How could a car accident possibly harm them? Harry shrugged, pondering that Aunt Petunia likely preferred to avoid the subject of magic. By the way, how did my parents die? And why do so many people seem to know me and want to shake my hand? Hagrid hesitated slightly. I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to tell you this. I think it would be better to wait until school starts, when Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall can explain it to you. His mind was somewhat muddled, and he was uncertain about what should or shouldn't be said. Keep in mind, your intellect shouldn't be too shabby, though it isn't particularly remarkable either, Hagrid added, somewhat affirmatively. Harry found a modicum of agreement in that sentiment. The winding alleys of Diagon Alley were numerous and complex, and despite his earnest efforts to memorize the route, he ultimately failed. Resigned, he chose to simply follow in Hagrid's wake. Moments later, they arrived before a towering white building that loomed impressively over the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze door stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. This figure bore a resemblance to the house elf who had attended to Harry that morning, albeit with somewhat less pronounced eyes and noticeably sharper ears. It appeared more menacing and robust. The appearance was reminiscent of the fairy tale creatures Harry had encountered in his childhood stories. Hagrid, is that? Harry inquired softly as they approached the white stone steps leading to the figure. Yes, a goblin. Do not provoke them. Goblins are exceedingly clever. But they are not particularly amiable, Hagrid replied in a hushed tone. Harry was not particularly tall among his peers, and the diminutive creature before him was even shorter. With dark skin and a pointed beard, it exuded a shrewd demeanor. Upon their entrance, the creature bowed slightly in greeting, and before them appeared a second silver door, inscribed with several lines of text. Enter, stranger, but beware, the consequences of greed are dire. To take without toil will earn you the harshest of punishments. If you seek to pilfer wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning, what you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Do not entertain thoughts of robbing this place, Hagrid muttered. It is undoubtedly one of the most heavily guarded locations in the world. Whatever is stored here is as secure as can be, except, of course, when it's sent off to Hogwarts. Although their exchanges had been few, Harry could perceive Hagrid's deep sense of belonging and affection for the magical school known as Hogwarts. A place that could inspire such fondness in its employees must indeed be remarkable. Harry reflected on this, recalling how distinctly Uncle Vernon would complain about his own workplace. Behind the silver door, two more creatures bowed to them and led them into a grand marble hall. About 100 creatures were seated on high stools behind long counters, busily engaged in their tasks. Some were weighing gold and silver coins with metallic scales, while others scrutinized gems through magnifying glasses. A few were diligently recording information in unusually large ledgers that dwarfed their small frames. Numerous doors lined the back of the hall, leading to unknown destinations. Several creatures guided patrons in and out of these doors, appearing quite occupied. Hagrid led Harry toward a counter where a free creature was stationed. Good morning, Hagrid announced. We wish to withdraw some money from Harry Potter's vault. As he spoke, he gently nudged Harry forward. Very well, sir. Do you have the key? Inquired the creature behind the counter, its voice high-pitched and reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's, though even less melodious. Oh, yes, I have it, Hagrid exclaimed, rummaging through his ample pockets. To Harry's astonishment, he even produced a live owl, just as Harry worried that Hagrid, though friendly and gentle, might forget the key. Hagrid finally unearthed the small golden key. However, instead of handing it to the creature, he passed it to Harry. Here, Harry, this is the key to your vault. Take good care of it. Of course, you'll soon acquire a wand, so proving your identity with it after registration will suffice. Harry smacked his lips, as of now. Hagrid had mentioned wands numerous times. However, he had yet to see one. Hagrid himself did not possess a wand, unless... Harry's gaze swept towards the small red umbrella cradled in Hagrid's arms. Harry nodded, took the key, examined it briefly, and then handed it to the goblin. The goblin scrutinized it carefully and nodded in satisfaction, indicating that there were no issues. Suddenly, Hagrid recalled something and pulled a letter from another pocket, I have a letter written by Professor Dumbledore regarding that item in Vault 713. You know. He handed the letter over. The goblin received the letter and read it attentively, then nodded. Very well. I shall have someone escort you, Griphook. A goblin named Griphook led Harry and Hagrid through a door behind a counter. Harry curiously glanced around, only to find that the door opened into a narrow rocky corridor that descended steeply and appeared rather mundane. Finding it uninteresting, Harry recalled Hagrid's earlier words and whispered, Hagrid. What is in Vault 713? Hagrid shook his head. Well, I cannot disclose that. It's a secret of Hogwarts, entrusted to me by Dumbledore. This is highly confidential work, and it is simply not convenient to share with you. Harry shrugged, not feeling particularly compelled. Before them, Hagrid led the way along a narrow path, beneath which lay a railway. Soon, Harry experienced the most exhilarating roller coaster ride of his life. He silently vowed that, unless absolutely necessary, he would never wish to endure it again. Upon exiting Gringotts, Harry's mouth stretched into an ear-to-ear grin, an expression of joy that was utterly undeniable. Although Hagrid had mentioned that his deceased father left him a considerable fortune, the sheer sight of hundreds of thousands of galleons before him left Harry utterly awestruck. While the Dursleys had treated him relatively well, he had never possessed much pocket money. Of course, Dudley had similarly lacked any wealth, so he bore no grievances regarding this matter. However, despite his lack of complaints, the exhilarating sensation of stuffing over 100 gold coins into his pockets brought him unprecedented delight. The only discomfort arose from the fact that, although the coins were only slightly larger than buttons, the weight of so many was considerable. Harry's trousers sagged uncontrollably, requiring him to frequently hoist them until Hagrid noticed and provided him with a small pouch of indeterminate leather, which greatly alleviated the issue. Harry found the pouch quite intriguing. Its capacity, though modest, was surprisingly ample, and after placing the multitude of coins inside, he found that it added no discernible weight whatsoever. This clever creation was crafted by two amusing little characters at Hogwarts. Ah, you shall encounter them when you arrive at Hogwarts, two mischievous rascals, yet undeniably talented. Noticing Harry's fascination with the pouch, Hagrid chuckled warmly. Harry nodded repeatedly, his anticipation for magical studies at Hogwarts intensifying. His gaze briefly flitted to Hagrid's thick overcoat, within which lay a small package retrieved from Vault 713, its contents a mystery to him. Subsequently, Hagrid guided Harry through an array of purchases for school supplies. Harry had preemptively requested Hagrid to refrain from mentioning his name, thus avoiding any awkward handshake incidents this time. Their first acquisition consisted of books, followed by cauldrons, glass vials, telescopes, and scales. The 8 hefty tomes were bound together with twine, which Hagrid effortlessly lifted, as if it were merely a bottle of water. Next, let us procure some ropes, Hagrid suggested, though his recollection of the items was somewhat vague. However, Harry remembered distinctly and pointed towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hesitating momentarily before saying, Hagrid, would you mind if I went in alone? I'd like to visit the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. That roller coaster ride earlier unsettled me. Hagrid had exhibited discomfort with the roller coaster at Gringotts, and although Harry felt similarly, he masked it better than Hagrid. Nodding in agreement, Harry replied, Not a problem. I can manage on my own. Splendid. I shall place these in your room first, Hagrid beamed. Despite his verbal assurance, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety as he entered the shop alone. Fortunately, the plump Madame Malkin was exceedingly amiable. To Harry's relief, she seemed oblivious to his true identity. He resolved to keep it under wraps until the final confirmation, though it was inevitable that his name would be inscribed on the robe. Madame Malkin summoned a witch to commence taking measurements. Moments later, another young boy entered the shop. He possessed platinum blonde hair and an ashen complexion, suggesting he seldom basked in sunlight. His features were refined, yet he exuded an air of arrogance, strutting with his nose in the air, which was somewhat off-putting. Upon noticing Harry, he raised an eyebrow. Are you also heading to Hogwarts? Yes, Harry replied, remaining still as the young witch measured his neck, her cool fingers grazing his skin, eliciting a ticklish sensation. My father is purchasing my books, while my mother is procuring my wand. I hardly require those trinkets. We have far superior items at home. The blond boy spoke languidly, his tone laced with condescension, further intensifying Harry's aversion. Unperturbed by Harry's demeanor, the boy continued. I wish to bring a broomstick, but the school rules prohibit first years from doing so. How utterly foolish. I might consider sneaking one in. Harry raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. This youth irked him. He always projected an air of superiority. The blond boy, taken aback by Harry's lack of response, subtly attempted to flaunt his affluent background, particularly when discussing wants. Possessing a superior wand was a testament to a well-established lineage. Unfortunately, Harry, a newcomer to the wizarding world, was oblivious to such nuances, rendering the boy's attempts futile. Irritated, the blonde pressed on, "Do you own your own broomstick?" "No," Harry replied nonchalantly, having nearly completed his measurements. "Have you ever played Quidditch?" "Not at all." Harry continued to deflect, entirely unaware of what Quidditch entailed. He regretted not gathering more information from Hagrid beforehand to avoid appearing so uninformed. Perhaps he should purchase a couple of books later to broaden his knowledge. "I have. I'm certain I could join the house team," the blonde boasted, but Harry, stifling a yawn, interjected with mild annoyance, "To be candid, I'm not particularly interested in that." At that moment, the witch had finished taking his measurements. Stretching his shoulders, Harry stated, "I'll take my leave now. You may continue." The platinum-haired boy resembled a rooster caught by the neck, mouth agape yet speechless. "Oh, dear guest. Please register your name. We will prepare your name tag," Madame Malkin chimed in, her smile radiant as she approached with a small slip of paper in hand. Harry took the paper and pen, inscribing his name upon it. He then hurriedly exited the shop, yet he felt he was still lagging behind. "Harry Potter!" Madame Malkin exclaimed in astonishment. Harry mused to himself how fortunate it was that the shop was rather empty. At this thought, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the platinum-haired boy, who was indeed rendered speechless. In that moment, Harry felt a peculiar thrill at his newfound fame, the origins of which remained a mystery to him. Just then, Hagrid appeared at the shop window, grinning broadly at Harry. He was holding 2 colossal ice creams. "Hagrid, what is Quidditch?" Harry casually inquired while licking his ice cream. "Oh, Merlin's beard. Harry, I forgot that you know so little," Hagrid lamented, patting his furry head. "Quidditch. This is quite important. It's an immensely popular sport." Hagrid gave a brief introduction, and Harry smacked his lips. It sounded akin to basketball or football, but played while riding broomsticks. However, Harry pondered with a hint of concern, wouldn't riding on such slender broomsticks be uncomfortable? "Hagrid, I wish to purchase a few more books, some that introduce the magical world. I feel I am woefully uninformed about the wizarding realm," Harry proposed, inspired by his brief exchange with the platinum-haired boy. "Oh, of course. That was my oversight. I can recommend some fundamentals, such as Hogwarts, a history, which is an excellent read." Hagrid nodded vigorously, "But before that, we must procure the most essential items." Harry raised an eyebrow, for he was well aware of what Hagrid was referring to. Only one item remained on the shopping list, and it was the very thing that piqued Harry's curiosity the most, his wand. Chapter 10, The Hogwarts Express, Not Fast Enough. Harry toyed with his wand, feeling a slight headache. The wand he had acquired from Ollivander's shop had stirred up a plethora of revelations. He had learned from Hagrid about the name Voldemort. Although Hagrid was reluctant to divulge more, the limited information left Harry feeling somewhat unsettled. Voldemort had once been a terrifying figure, so fearsome that people dared not even utter his name. His own parents had fallen victim to Voldemort's wrath. The Dark Wizard had sought to take his life, yet, in a twist of fate, it was Voldemort who perished, leaving Harry with that distinctive scar upon his forehead. It was because of that scar, or rather, due to the fact that Voldemort had been vanquished in his attempt to kill him, that Harry was hailed as the savior who had defeated Voldemort, thus earning his fame. Did wizards truly lack reason? How could an insignificant child, devoid of any magical prowess, possibly triumph over a formidable Dark Lord? Surely, there was some hidden truth. Unfortunately, Hagrid was unaware of it, and Harry had no means of uncovering the mystery. Harry sought to deepen his understanding through literature and thus acquired books beyond the basic list. Among them were The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, 20 Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, and biographies of notable wizards in modern history. The records concerning himself were somewhat nebulous, predominantly emphasizing the brutality and terror of Voldemort's reign, culminating in a mere mention of his downfall when he attempted to kill Harry Potter, after which he vanished without a trace. This was quite disheartening. While these readings provided Harry with some insight into the magical realm, they offered limited knowledge regarding his true inquiries. Nevertheless, during his reading, Harry discovered a figure of great intrigue, Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry was struck by the profound admiration expressed in every book that mentioned him. He was frequently hailed as the greatest wizard of the century, the guardian light of the magical community, the foremost alchemist of modern times, and a pioneer in the theory of transfiguration, among other accolades. Reflecting back, Hagrid's reverence for Dumbledore was palpable, as his tone would shift to one of utmost gravity, indicating the immense respect this great wizard commanded within the magical world. The texts also noted that prior to Voldemort, there existed another Dark Lord who was vanquished by Dumbledore. During Voldemort's reign of terror, the only wizard he feared was Dumbledore himself. Due to Dumbledore's presence, Voldemort never launched an attack on Hogwarts, rendering it the safest haven within the British magical community. The fact that such a formidable individual chose to reside as a headmaster in a school rather than seeking a ministerial position within the Ministry of Magic struck Harry as quite peculiar. A powerful figure who eschews authority, could such a paragon truly exist? Harry found himself skeptical. In the month leading up to the school year, Harry experienced a relatively comfortable existence at the Dursleys. Although Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia harbored a strong disdain for magic and anything related to it, they were already aware of Harry's peculiarities. This was merely a confirmation of their suspicions. Given Harry's inherent magical abilities, they were reluctant to offend him, and their caution only intensified. Among those most thrilled by this revelation was Dudley. Despite Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's aversion to any magical associations for Dudley, cohabiting the same space made it nearly impossible for him to remain oblivious to Harry's subtle hints of magic. "Oh, Harry, can you make triple X for me?" became Dudley's most frequent inquiry over the month. However, his requests were consistently met with negative responses. As time passed, Dudley's interest in magic waned. He began to regard it with indifference, concluding that if so many things were off-limits, magic was not particularly impressive after all. Harry felt somewhat awkward, uncertain whether Dudley's demands of magic could be fulfilled. He was acutely aware that he himself lacked such abilities. After all, he was but a fledgling who had yet to step into the realm of magic, hardly even a novice. Consequently, he felt a pang of shame as Dudley developed a disdain for the magical world. Nevertheless, Harry endeavored and succeeded in performing certain spells, such as the unlocking charm, which allowed him to leave home without a key. The illumination charm rendered flashlights obsolete. The levitation charm, which Dudley adored, enabled Harry to briefly lift him into the air, akin to swimming. The sole drawback was that Harry could not maintain it for long, likely due to his still weak magical prowess. Strangely, none of the books or first-year textbooks mentioned anything about magical power, which left Harry perplexed. On September 1st, Uncle Vernon drove Harry to King's Cross Station in London. Harry initially intended to take the night bus, but he reconsidered and abandoned the idea. Hagrid had advised against revealing magic in front of Muggles, and Harry was unsure whether summoning the night bus during the day would count. A bus that suddenly appeared and then vanished would certainly attract attention. The following morning, Uncle Vernon took Harry to London. Dudley, crying and shouting that he wanted to go too, was ultimately thwarted, as he had to report to his new school that day. Harry surmised that Dudley would likely cause a ruckus at home for several days unless Aunt Petunia promised to buy him something he usually desired. With great ease, Harry entered the platform and boarded the Hogwarts Express. The old-fashioned steam locomotive was a rare sight in modern times, at least not something Harry had encountered in practice. Notably, the platform number on his ticket was, astonishingly, 9 3/4. Fortunately, Harry had noticed this early on, subsequently finding a description of the Hogwarts Express in modern magical history and learning how to access it. Yet, even so, when he finally pushed his luggage and the snowy owl Hagrid had gifted him through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, he found it utterly incredible. Harry departed early, allowing ample time for any unforeseen circumstances. As luck would have it, no mishaps occurred, and he boarded the train well before 10 o'clock. Despite the train's scheduled departure not being until 11, this interval left him feeling somewhat aimless, prompting him to retrieve his textbook and peruse its contents at random. Over the course of the past month, he had managed to digest nearly half of the material and had attempted the majority of the initial spells, successfully mastering over half within 3 tries. However, there remained certain spells, such as the Transfiguration spell, that he struggled to master. Harry found himself uncertain of his own proficiency, lacking any comparative benchmarks in his vicinity. Reading proved a convenient means of passing the time, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, over half an hour had slipped away. As 11 approached, the number of passengers boarding the train surged. For wizards have an affinity for punctuality, this was Harry's newfound impression of them. Even as the clock struck 11, young wizards rushed aboard. Harry gained a rather vivid, albeit unfavorable, understanding of wizards' sense of time. While Harry was engrossed in his reading, several young wizards passed by his compartment, which, like the others, was designed to accommodate 4 individuals. Harry felt that seating 6 would not be overly cramped, a rarity indeed. Nevertheless, it appeared that the young wizards preferred compartments that were either vacant or populated by acquaintances, as no one entered his compartment until the train began to move with a gentle momentum. Suddenly, a small, chestnut-haired head poked through the doorway. "May I sit here? Everywhere else is full." The boy appeared to be around Harry's age, albeit slightly taller. Though he seemed rather slender, his face retained a hint of baby fat. He possessed striking blue eyes and fair skin, which was marred only by a smattering of freckles. Of course, Harry replied with a smile, gesturing for him to join. The red-haired boy beamed back at him, radiating a cheerful disposition that was evident even without the need for a talent in reading people. However, there was a hint of shyness in his expression. Harry cast a glance at his somewhat worn attire, its edges frayed. It seemed evident that he belonged to a family of modest means. A life of financial constraints could render a sensitive child somewhat reserved. Harry averted his gaze, ensuring that the other did not notice. "Hello, I am Ron Weasley." The red-haired youth extended his hand in introduction. Harry extended his hand, offering a friendly nod and displaying a warm smile. "Greetings, I am Potter, Harry Potter." Harry observed yet another intriguing phenomenon. Typically, when individuals introduce themselves for the first time, they commence with their surname. This principle extends to forms of address. For instance, Hagrid identifies himself as Hagrid rather than Rubius. When he references Dumbledore, he does not use the title Professor Albus. It is only in the context of close relationships that one resorts to using first names. Ron, evidently, does not possess a particularly familiar demeanor. His situation often arises from the presence of a more prominent figure within his family or life, who is referred to as Weasley. To distinguish himself from this association, he emphasizes his own name. Indeed, it is plausible that Ron has a father of considerable renown. However, it is even more likely that he is overshadowed by an exceptionally accomplished sibling. Harry recalled that he had seen references to the 28 pureblood families within the wizarding world, often referred to as the Sacred 28, one of which was the Weasley family. Before Harry could delve further into his thoughts, he was interrupted by Ron's exclamation. "Potter? Harry Potter." Ron's already large eyes widened even further, his mouth agape, which made Harry feel an urge to stuff his fist inside. "Well, I did say that." Harry chuckled sheepishly, aware of the reason behind Ron's reaction from what he had previously learned. Thus, Ron struggled to contain a stutter, his hands fidgeting aimlessly. Yet his gaze was fixated on the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry chuckled. "Oh, if that's what you're referring to." He brushed aside his fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. "Cool," Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. As the train gradually accelerated, Harry mused that this pace hardly qualified as a high-speed express. Amidst Ron's astonished gaze, Harry pondered this thought. Despite it being New Year's Eve, there was still a chapter to write. He prided himself on his diligence. Chapter 11. New Abilities. The compartment was filled with an array of snacks that Harry had purchased. When he pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket, Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. However, when Harry casually invited Ron to share, the latter eagerly joined in, his youthful exuberance leaving little room for hesitation. They chatted and munched happily, their spirits high. Ron's circumstances were somewhat akin to Harry's, yet there appeared to be significant differences as well. Harry had initially believed that Ron would have an impressive older sibling, but to his surprise, Ron had not one but 5 brothers and a sister. In light of this revelation, some of his previous curiosities began to make sense. Harry had been pondering how it was possible for a scion of one of the oldest 28 families, the Weasley lineage, to be in such dire straits as Ron. However, upon learning of his 5 brothers, it all fell into place. It is entirely reasonable for someone with 5 older brothers to possess nothing but hand-me-downs. Everything about Ron, from his clothing and books to his wand and cauldron, not to mention his pet rat, Scabbers, was second-hand. This was truly remarkable. With 7 children in the household, it was evident that they could not be addressed by their surname. Instead, names took precedence. Nonetheless, Harry chose not to dwell excessively on this subject, guessing that Ron might not appreciate it. Yet again, he was mistaken. "My eldest brother works at Gringotts, the one in Egypt, not the one in Britain. He is a curse breaker there and excels in his charms classes." Ron spoke animatedly about his brothers. The only complaint escaping his lips was regarding his 3rd brother, Percy, who was currently in his 5th year at Hogwarts and served as a prefect, assisting in managing students alongside the faculty. From Ron's tone, it was evident that he harbored a disdain for this brother, deeming him excessively uptight. It is easy for 2 11-year-olds to forge a bond if they find common ground, and Harry sensed a kinship with Ron. Yet, he secretly suspected that this affinity stemmed from a subtle feeling of superiority due to Ron's less than striking appearance, a notion he was reluctant to admit. After exchanging a few words, Harry discreetly pinched the bridge of his nose. This gesture was entirely normal, and Ron paid it no mind. Unbeknownst to him, everything around them had shifted in Harry's perception. In that moment, while Ron remained Ron, an ethereal light enveloped his form. A pale white aura tinged with a hint of gold surrounded him. Furthermore, at the center of his forehead, there appeared a faintly golden, translucent figure, a small being that, though indistinct, bore a striking resemblance to Ron himself. Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This ability was something he had acquired during a dream in the previous month. The notion of gaining a power through dreams struck Harry as quite magical. He referred to this ability as spiritual sight. Upon activating this gift, he perceived additional elements before him. The first time he employed it was to observe his cousin Dudley. In that moment, he noticed a small golden dot nestled in the center of Dudley's forehead. He subsequently used the same method to examine Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, discovering that they too bore a small golden dot at their foreheads, with Uncle Vernon's being slightly larger and Aunt Petunia's even more pronounced. However, when Harry turned his gaze upon himself, he was astonished to find a layer of pale white, imbued with a subtle golden glow, enveloping his body, much like the appearance of Ron at that moment. Yet, he was unable to discern the golden dot on his own forehead. Even gazing into a mirror proved futile, as the reflective surface revealed none of that luminous layer. Harry observed numerous individuals around him. Yet each person was marked by a singular luminous point on their foreheads, varying in size. Adults bore slightly larger points, while children's were comparatively smaller. However, nearly all these luminous points were smaller than that of Aunt Petunia's. Due to the lack of distinction among most people, Harry seldom utilized this ability thereafter. At this moment, a realization dawned upon him, revealing a notable difference. Ron, much like himself, exhibited a faint golden aura enveloping his form, albeit slightly more tenuous than his own. Yet, the small golden figure on his forehead was exponentially larger than Aunt Petunia's golden dot. Thus, this was the delineation between wizards and ordinary folk. Harry pondered. "Hey, Harry, what are you staring at?" Ron noticed Harry gazing intently at his face, and with a hint of embarrassment, he rubbed his cheek. "Is there something dirty on my face?" Harry opened his mouth, smiling as he shook his head. "No, just contemplating a few things." Ron appeared somewhat skeptical and rubbed his face again. Harry felt a twinge of awkwardness. There was indeed no dirt on Ron's face, yet his hands had inadvertently picked up some residue from whatever he had eaten, which he had now smeared onto the side of his nose. Just as Harry was about to alert Ron, another small head peeked through the doorway. This time, it was a boy with black hair. If Ron was tall and slender with a hint of baby fat on his face, the boy before them was more rotund. Not excessively overweight, yet distinctly chubby, with several noticeable traces of baby fat gracing his cheeks. The little chubby boy appeared timid and somewhat bashful, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "Excuse me, has anyone seen my toad? It's green, about this big." He gestured with his hands as he described it. "No." Both Harry and Ron shook their heads in unison. The boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I lost it again. It always tries to escape from me." "It will come back," Ron reassured him. Harry, however, regarded the little chubby boy with keen interest. His ability to see auras remained intact, allowing him to discern the boy's condition. He too was enveloped in a delicate golden light, yet both Harry and Ron's auras were palpably more vibrant than his. Moreover, a charming golden figure adorned the boy's forehead, slightly larger than Ron's. Harry pondered thoughtfully. Based on his current observations, ordinary individuals, or rather, non-wizards, seemed devoid of that ethereal white glow. The golden light at the center of their foreheads could only coalesce into diminutive golden specks, and Petunia's small orb was already considered relatively large. In contrast, wizards, even the likes of Ron and the chubby boy before him, who were merely 11 years old, exhibited a more pronounced luminescence at their foreheads, significantly larger than Aunt Petunia's points by several magnitudes. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of those points and figures, Harry speculated that they were likely related to a wizard's ability to wield magic. The chubby boy, having failed to locate his toad in this compartment, proceeded to the next one. Once he departed, Ron muttered quietly, "I don't understand why he is in such a rush. In fact, if my pet were a toad, I would be delighted for it to wander off, preferably as swiftly as possible. Of course, I have scabbers, so I have no need for a toad." Harry responded briefly, opting not to elaborate. He intended to close his magical vision, as prolonged use would inevitably lead to a headache, a phenomenon he had experienced before. Maintaining this state for over 2 minutes would result in a slight discomfort, necessitating a half-hour respite for relief. However, at this moment, Ron decided to stir up mischief once again. "Fred taught me a spell that can change its color. Would you like to see?" Ron proclaimed, brandishing his wand with a hint of showmanship. Yet, his wand bore an unfortunate appearance, one end worn down, emanating a faint white glow from the frayed tip. Noticing Harry's gaze, Ron chuckled awkwardly. "This is my older brother Bill's old wand. It's been in use for far too long. Even the unicorn hair has started to come loose, but it still works just fine. Let's get started. I can hardly wait." Harry replied with a cheerful smile, genuinely intrigued. Although he had attempted some simple spells with success, all his efforts in transfiguration had ended in failure, even the most basic color change. He was eager to witness Ron's skill and to observe whether any peculiarities would manifest in a wizard while casting spells. Harry's performance naturally fueled Ron's desire to showcase his abilities, prompting him to raise his wand, ready to utter a spell. However, before Ron could commence his incantation, the dark-haired boy who had lost a toad earlier approached the door once more, this time accompanied by a girl with long brown hair. She had donned the Hogwarts robes, and her features were striking, particularly her expressive large eyes. Her slightly prominent front teeth resembled those of a small rodent, evoking a sense of endearment in Harry, who found her quite charming. Yet, the girl bore an air of superiority, her nostrils flaring with an aloofness that irked Harry, especially as she proclaimed, "Has anyone seen a toad? Never lost one." Her tone was haughty and commanding, reminiscent of a general issuing orders. This attitude displeased Harry, who stole a glance at Ron. The latter clearly unsettled as well. "We've already told him, no?" Ron replied tersely. Nevertheless, the girl's attention had evidently shifted from the small boy Neville and his lost toad to the wand in Ron's hand. "Oh, are you casting spells? Allow me to witness," she exclaimed, entirely oblivious to Harry and Ron's reactions, and promptly seated herself beside Ron. "Harry, Ron, Neville, well?" Seeing the little girl with an expression that clearly demanded a display of skill before she would budge, Ron reluctantly cleared his throat and began to recite the incantation, "Daisy, sweet cream, and sunlight, turn this foolish fat rat yellow." He waved his wand at the speckled rat, and then, nothing happened. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward in that moment. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, for just moments ago, as Ron recited the incantation, a flicker of golden light had distinctly shimmered upon the small figure on his forehead. The white radiance emanating from him rippled in tandem with his spell casting and wand waving. The luminous white energy converged at the tip of his wand, briefly gathering before dissipating into the air. To Harry's astonishment, he also noticed that Ron's rat seemed to possess a faint glow, albeit of a dark hue. Against the backdrop of its grayish fur, the glow was so subtle that Harry questioned his own perception. "Are you certain this is indeed a spell?" Before Harry could ponder further, the young girl interjected with an air of disdain, "It doesn't seem very impressive, does it? I have practiced several simple spells at home just for the sake of honing my skills, and they all worked perfectly. No one in my family understands magic. So when I received the acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished, yet immensely delighted. I mean, as far as I know, this is the most prestigious school of magic. I've memorized all the textbooks, and I only hope this will suffice. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. May I ask what your names are?" This chapter may seem somewhat lackluster, but unfortunately, there is no time to delve deeper. Tomorrow is the Spring Festival, so I wish all readers a Happy New Year in advance. Lastly, I continue to seek various forms of support. Tomorrow, on the first day of the new year, there will likely be only one chapter. Chapter 12. There are underworlds in the Academy. Harry had never encountered the term Jianghu. Yet this did not impede his ability to conceive a similar notion. Although he was aware, through his readings, that Hogwarts was divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, each with its own preferences and student selection, the reality of it took him by surprise. Just moments prior, the platinum-haired boy he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop had dashed into their compartment, accompanied by 2 portly lackeys, and promptly engaged in a verbal altercation with Ron. Clearly, this young lad, Draco Malfoy, and Ron were at odds. Ron regarded Draco with evident disdain, while Draco returned the sentiment with a contemptuous sneer. Had it not been for Ron's older brother, Percy Weasley, a 5th-year student and prefect, arriving just in time, a physical confrontation might have ensued. Harry couldn't help but admire Ron's tenacity. Facing 3 adversaries, he stood little chance. Of course, had a brawl erupted, Harry would have undoubtedly rallied to Ron's side. For he harbored a strong aversion to Draco, whose haughty demeanor surpassed even Hermione's in arrogance. This impression had taken root during their initial encounter in Diagon Alley, where Harry had already begun to dislike him. In their recent meeting, Draco maintained his air of superiority, and had Harry not been concerned about potential repercussions on their schooling, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a punch to Draco's nose. Regrettably, just as Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom had departed, Harry had closed his seer's sight, thus missing Draco's latest antics. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be ample opportunities to confront Draco once they arrived at school. Reflecting on Hermione Granger, Harry found her quite intriguing. The radiance surrounding her was less pronounced than that of Ron and Neville, though the small golden figure upon her brow was noticeably larger. After Ron's unsuccessful display of magic, she had successfully demonstrated her own abilities by magically cleaning the sofa, which had been sullied by Ron during his snack. A feat she accomplished with remarkable finesse. Harry once again observed the manifestation of magic in combat, as the white light converged at the tip of his wand. However, this time, the white light was released, cleansing the sofa with remarkable efficacy. He secretly speculated that this ethereal glow enveloping their bodies might indeed be the essence of magical power. After all, Hermione's aura had noticeably thinned following her spellcasting. Yet, the significance of the golden light at her brow remained a mystery. Was it something that ordinary individuals possessed, albeit in a lesser form than that of witches and wizards? Ron was lamenting about Draco, remarking that the Malfoy family hailed from Slytherin. Harry, you must be aware of Slytherin, right? That individual, as you know, also comes from Slytherin. Harry nodded, gaining a newfound understanding of the rivalry and discord among the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Which house do you wish to join? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. I'm not quite sure, Ron replied, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor, so I should naturally belong there as well. I hope to be sorted into Gryffindor. However, according to Fred and George, the sorting ceremony is exceedingly perilous. I am uncertain if I will be accepted. The sorting ceremony is dangerous? Harry exclaimed, taken aback. The books he had perused contained no accounts of how the sorting of new students was conducted. They merely noted that newcomers would be inscribed in the Book of Acceptance, requiring the acceptance quill for their names to be recorded. Once a student officially enrolled, their placement would need to be reaffirmed. Only then would they be formally registered as witches or wizards. Fred and George speak of it as though one must battle a troll. Ron lamented, his expression conflicted. Ravenclaw is also quite commendable. I am not particularly keen on Hufflepuff, though, of course, it is preferable to not being sorted at all. And Slytherin? Harry observed that Ron had entirely omitted any mention of Slytherin. If I were placed in Slytherin, my mother would likely prefer that I withdraw from school. Ron shook his head vehemently, unwilling to entertain such a dreadful notion. By the way, Harry, which house do you wish to be sorted into? Gryffindor? I would quite like to join Ravenclaw. Harry mused. Superior intelligence is the most precious of treasures. I truly admire that proclamation. Gryffindor seems splendid as well, though I wonder if I will be accepted there. I must admit, I feel somewhat anxious. Ron nodded, expressing his agreement with Harry's choice. Oh, I just recalled something. Doesn't Hogwarts teach dark magic? I read about the rise and fall of dark magic, and it seems that it was once quite prevalent. Yet, in recent decades, it has gradually fallen out of favor? I am not certain, but it appears that Hogwarts does not teach dark magic. Ron pondered, hesitating yet seeming resolute. I have heard my mother mention that dark magic corrupts the soul. Slytherin students are particularly fond of studying dark magic. Nearly all dark wizards have emerged from Slytherin. For instance, that individual, you know who I mean. Harry was somewhat discontented. Despite knowing from Hagrid that the wizarding community was reluctant to utter Voldemort's name, it was uncomfortable for him to repeatedly hear Ron refer to him as that person. You know, I heard that you had a conflict with someone. I believe it would be wise for the first years to avoid trouble. As Harry conversed with Ron, Hermione Granger once again intruded. Ron shot Hermione a disapproving glance and casually remarked, no, at most, it was just an argument. However, when Malfoy approached and said, I heard Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts, that must have been leaked by you, right? So this predicament is likely of your own making. Hermione, who had always prided herself like a little peacock, suddenly felt her face flush crimson. This was indeed something she had inadvertently let slip. Just moments ago, while searching for toadstools with Neville, she had casually mentioned it to a few others. She swore it was not intentional. At most, she had a slight urge to boast. Just a tiny bit. It truly was you. Ron chuckled mischievously. I didn't mean to. Hermione attempted to defend herself, but her voice diminished to a whisper, barely audible. To Harry's surprise, she eventually stamped her foot and solemnly said, I'm sorry, Harry. Suddenly, Harry perceived that this seemingly haughty girl was not so difficult to approach after all, and he smiled, saying, It's all right. Eventually, everyone will find out, won't they? Upon receiving Harry's forgiveness, Hermione immediately brightened, clearly a girl without overly profound thoughts. Do you all know which house you wish to join? You see, I am the first wizard in my family, and I have no experience in this regard. It isn't mentioned in the books. As she lamented the absence of such information in the literature, Hermione unmistakably displayed a hint of frustration. Ron reiterated what he had previously discussed with Harry, but this time he emphasized the accounts of his 2 older brothers concerning the perilous and challenging nature of the sorting ceremony leaving Hermione in a state of astonishment. Harry felt a tinge of concern, yet he was more inclined to believe that Ron had been deceived by his brother. Is it truly so? The young girl, Hermione, appeared quite frightened, her speech stumbling slightly as she uttered, "I hope I won't be sorted into Hufflepuff. I overheard the people in the previous compartment say that Hufflepuff students are the ones nobody wants." Harry surmised that Hermione had initially intended to use the term glutton or something akin to it. This was his first thought upon observing the criteria for selecting students for the four houses. However, it was evident that the young girl was somewhat apprehensive about being sorted into Hufflepuff, thus she refrained from vocalizing her description. Let us take one step at a time. Ron, however, was not attempting to frighten Hermione. He himself was in quite a state of disarray. Suddenly, Hermione appeared to have an epiphany. Gazing at Ron with a look of turmoil. "What is it? Have you thought of something?" Harry inquired with curiosity, while Ron perked up his ears. Both assumed that Hermione had conjured some insight regarding the sorting ceremony. "No, it's just that. Hermione replied, her tone one of barely contained urgency. As she pointed to the side of her nose and addressed Ron, "You have something unsightly here. Could you please wipe it away? It's rather uncomfortable to look at." Harry, as Ron sulked and wiped the dirt from his nose, Hermione appeared to feel a twinge of embarrassment. She stood up, glanced at the clock, and with a distracted air suggested, "I recommend you both change into your school robes promptly. Yes, do hurry. We have less than 10 minutes until we arrive." With that, she swiftly exited the compartment. "Harry, you ought to have reminded me. This is so awkward," Ron lamented, repeatedly rubbing his sleeve across his face. Feeling somewhat disgruntled as he confided in Harry, Harry felt a hint of embarrassment. He had often contemplated speaking up, yet each time he deemed the moment unsuitable. Consequently, the two began to change their attire. Harry's clothing and shoes fit him perfectly, as one would expect from bespoke tailoring. In contrast, Ron's robe appeared slightly short. This was entirely understandable. The edges of his robe were noticeably frayed, indicating it was likely a hand-me-down. Ron was considerably taller than Harry, and he probably surpassed many of his peers in height as well. Thus, the original owner of the garment, his brother, likely did not reach Ron's height at that age, which explained the robe's inadequacy. Fortunately, the discrepancy was not glaringly obvious. Moments later, the train began to decelerate gently. Both Harry and Ron eagerly peered out the window, only to be met with an expanse of darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. In another 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. A voice resonated throughout the carriage, instructing, "Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it is delivered to your dormitories." Harry felt increasingly anxious, even experiencing a slight urge to relieve himself. He noticed that Ron's complexion appeared somewhat pale as well. The two tidied up the snacks scattered across the table in their seats, then anxiously awaited the train's arrival at the station. After what felt like an eternity, the train finally came to a halt. All the students began to jostle one another, eager to be the first to disembark. Harry and Ron were no exception to this fervent rush. As Harry alighted from the vehicle, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Before him stood a dilapidated, dimly lit little station, reminiscent of the antiquated train depots from the 1940s and 1950s, often seen in classic films. There were no barriers in sight, and the cool breeze sent a shiver down his spine. As Harry pondered his next steps, a familiar voice echoed nearby. First year students, please gather over here." Following the sound, he spotted Hagrid, who was grinning widely while holding a large lantern. Indeed, his towering stature stood out remarkably among the group of underage students. "Happy New Year. Let's continue our various pursuits. Professor Quirrell, I appreciate your assistance over there." Hagrid called out to the train, and after ensuring that every new little wizard was accounted for, he led them to the lakeside. Once he confirmed the number of young wizards and arranged for them to board the boat, he finally joined Harry and Ron in a notably large vessel. He seemed to possess a list of the newcomers, meticulously checking the count several times before nodding in satisfaction. Ron had become accustomed to Hagrid's impressive height and build, and like Harry, they were both captivated by the majestic castle looming across the lake on the hillside. Its spires reached skyward, and through the doors and windows, flickering lights could be seen glimmering under the starry sky, resembling a dream. Is that Hogwarts? Despite having conjured many fantasies about the place, Harry was still taken aback when the magnificent castle appeared in the distance. Even the grandeur of Oxford University paled in comparison. Hagrid tirelessly checked the number of young wizards once more before directing them to board the waiting boats at the lakeside. No more than 4 people per boat. Fewer is fine, but absolutely no more. Everyone must pay attention. The students responded somewhat timidly, and Hagrid paid little heed. After all the other little wizards boarded their boats, He finally joined Harry and Ron in the last one. The boat began to glide slowly at first, but soon quickened its pace. Harry was once again enchanted by the wonders of magic. He had previously rowed with Dudley in the park and knew that rowing was no easy task. Given the physical capabilities of the other young wizards, he found it hard to believe they could propel the boat so swiftly and uniformly. Clearly, magic was at work. How marvelous it was. Harry gazed once more at the imposing castle, filled with awe. Hagrid, why are we taking a boat? Ron, having grown quite familiar with Hagrid during the journey from the station to the lakeside, couldn't help but ask. In the darkness, the inky waters of the lake felt somewhat eerie. Had there not been numerous boats around and the towering, reassuring presence of Hagrid? Ron might have felt a tinge of fear. Oh, because the 4 founders of the school first arrived here by boat. So, first-year students always come by boat. It's a tradition. Hagrid seemed well-versed in answering this question and continued, after the second year, it won't be the same. As the boat drew nearer to the castle, it appeared ever more colossal and towering. When they approached the slope where the castle stood, it seemed as if the castle was rising majestically into the sky. As Harry was about to express a thought, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his body, as if he had momentarily passed through something intangible. Yet, his gaze fell upon nothing out of the ordinary. What was happening? Harry found himself somewhat astonished. What is the matter, Harry? Ron inquired. Having noticed the change in Harry's expression, nothing, just a bit chilly. Harry offered a casual excuse. It's the water's surface. It can be a tad cold. Once we reach the castle, all will be well. Hagrid chuckled amiably. Ah, for reasons we all understand, the chapters may be separated, but the total remains unchanged. Still exceeding 6K each day. Chapter 14, Hogwarts, Part 2. Harry responded with a word, yet seemingly unconsciously adjusted his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. His inner sight quietly awakened. Then, Harry beheld it. Right where their small boat passed, there stood an almost ethereal wall of light. The wall was so towering that Harry momentarily failed to discern its summit. After turning his head around, he finally grasped its entirety. It was a colossal hemispherical dome of light, enveloping the castle, the hillside, and the surrounding area within its embrace. Was it some form of protective barrier? Having perused numerous comics and novels, Harry entertained various conjectures. In passing, he cast a glance at Hagrid. Ah, indeed? Harry was somewhat astonished to discover that Hagrid's entire furry head was enveloped by a golden aura remarkably akin to his own visage. Compared to the diminutive golden figures he had previously encountered, belonging to Ron or Hermione, this manifestation was unfathomably larger. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the radiant white light that Harry perceived as magical energy surrounding Hagrid. In contrast to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even the slightly more adept Neville, whose magical essence merely formed a thin layer, barely 1 or 2 centimeters in depth, gently undulating, Hagrid's luminous aura surged like flames, pulsating vigorously and to a far greater extent. The most evident display of this was the fact that the light above his head towered over him by more than a meter. Goodness! Is this the distinction between an adult wizard and a mere child? Harry marveled silently. The small boat glided across the lake, navigating beneath a canopy of ivy, until it reached a broad entrance. Before them lay a pitch-black tunnel, which, upon traversing, led to a place resembling a dock. A cobblestone path stretched out before them, culminating in a deep tunnel. Hagrid once again counted the number of young wizards, discovering a toad nestled within one of the boats. The boy named Neville shrieked as he caught it, nearly dropping his toad once more. Thank goodness, was Neville's exclamation. As a wizard, one ought to say, thank Merlin. Harry overheard Ron muttering softly beside him. Under Hagrid's guidance, the group ventured through the dark tunnel. Suddenly, the scene before them opened up magnificently. They stood upon a vast expanse of grassy land, with the towering Hogwarts castle visible in the distance. A sudden realization struck Harry as he activated his inner sight once more. What on earth? Harry seldom resorted to profanity, yet this time he could not restrain himself. He covered his eyes and crouched down, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. What's wrong, Harry? Hagrid and Ron inquired anxiously, while the other young wizards gazed at him with curiosity. In nothing. Harry struggled to regain his composure, just dazzled, utterly dazzled. The wind here is rather strong. Hagrid and Ron paid little heed to his distress, but Hermione, who was quite close, furrowed her brow in concern. Indeed, the wind was rather brisk. Yet Hermione regarded Harry with skepticism, pondering how one could be dazzled while wearing such large spectacles. Harry was certainly not bewitched. His eyes had merely been subjected to stimulation. Moments ago, his magical sight had been unable to discern the castle due to the angle, so he had not paid much attention. However, As he activated his magical vision and gazed upon the castle, a blinding golden radiance instantaneously dazzled his eyes. The sensation was akin to staring directly at the sun at noon, perhaps even more intense. Chapter 15. Hogwarts, Part 2, in an instant. Harry felt a painful pressure in his eyes, rendering him unable to see anything. He crouched down, shielding his eyes, but before him remained an overwhelming whiteness. Had he not promptly closed his magical sight, which gradually allowed his vision to return, he might have doubted whether he had lost his sight entirely. Despite the brevity of the moment, he still managed to glimpse a colossal shadow enveloping the imposing castle. It was a humanoid silhouette radiating golden light, adorned with long hair and a beard. Before he could fully discern its features, the searing pain in his eyes intensified. Was that, perhaps, a golden figure of some wizard? How could it possibly be so immense? Harry felt as though his mind were muddled, dazed and confused. Harry followed Hagrid and the others up the stone steps to a magnificent oak door. Hagrid, already towering in stature, appeared diminutive compared to this grand entrance. Harry suspected that this door had been crafted for giants, should giants indeed exist. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the door. Instantly, it swung open. The massive wooden door opened with an astonishing grace and silence, smoothly yet not slowly. Within stood a tall woman, draped in a flowing emerald green robe. The cuffs and hem adorned with golden threads, while silver lines subtly depicted stars and moons across the fabric. Atop her head sat a black pointed hat. Her attire was unmistakably that of a witch. Though she was likely of considerable age, her youthful visage belied her years. Despite her somewhat slender frame, her skin remained taut. Though her eyes, Harry had never encountered such profound eyes. They resembled a tranquil, unfathomable lake, an essence that even her spectacles could not conceal. Coupled with her serious and composed demeanor, one could not help but sense the presence of a venerable elder. "Good night, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid greeted politely. "I brought the first-year students." "Thank you, Hagrid. You've worked hard," Professor McGonagall replied with a faint smile. It seemed she was not accustomed to such expressions, as her smile appeared somewhat foreign. Nevertheless, the softening of her gaze revealed her emotional shifts, though her cool voice masked this nuance. "I shall take it from here." With a mere gesture, she beckoned, and the enormous door swung open even wider. Harry mused that the door was now sufficiently large to permit the passage of a warship. Harry couldn't help but glance around. The walls of the room were adorned with blazing torches, and the ceiling soared so high that it was nearly indiscernible. Directly ahead stood a grand staircase made of marble or some other exquisite stone, leading up to the lofty corridor. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Minerva McGonagall. But you may call me Professor McGonagall. You may have read my name in your acceptance letters." Professor McGonagall addressed the cluster of young wizards, her lips curling into a gentle smile. She moderated her pace slightly, softening her tone as she continued, "I am the deputy headmistress, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to Hogwarts." Ignoring the hushed whispers among the young wizards, Professor McGonagall pressed on. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly through the murmurs. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first ascertain which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow housemates, reside in your house dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house common room. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. Throughout your studies at Hogwarts, your commendable deeds will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it." In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and present your best selves. A rustle ensued as Harry and Ron ensured their hair was tidy and their clothes presentable. A few young witches even pulled out small mirrors. Chapter 16. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 1. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall called out as she held the list, announcing Harry's name, momentarily distracted by his thoughts regarding Ron's unreliable information. Harry jolted to attention and quickly raised his head. The students seated at the 4 long tables erupted into a chorus of whispers. Although Harry had long anticipated such a reaction, when it truly occurred, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Bowing his head, he hastily made his way to the front and took a seat on the bench. From this position, Harry could clearly see the entirety of the hall. At that moment, nearly everyone was gazing in his direction. Some, seated at a distance, even stood on tiptoe to gain a better view of him. This only heightened Harry's already palpable nervousness. Without a word of reminder, Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon his head. The hat was somewhat oversized, slipping down to obscure half of his face and consequently veiling his line of sight. Immediately, a faint voice whispered in his ear, and Harry promptly recognized it as the Sorting Hat. The hat had already called out several times, albeit now its voice had softened considerably. Well, perhaps it wasn't quite a voice, more akin to a thought resonating within his mind, which posed a bit of a challenge, a yearning for knowledge, coupled with an abundance of courage. Quite the impressive talent. Moreover, a fervent desire to perform. What an intriguing mind you possess. Where should you be sorted? Harry pondered the fact that Draco had already been sorted into Slytherin, feeling it would be preferable not to share a house with him. He murmured softly, not Slytherin. Reflecting on Hermione's placement in Gryffindor, Harry hesitated, intending to add, and not Gryffindor either. He aspired to be placed in Ravenclaw. However, the sorting had intervened before he could finish his thought. Very well, then, Gryffindor. Harry was expressing his thoughts while the Gryffindor students cheered with exuberance. Well, Gryffindor is acceptable. Anything but Slytherin would suffice. Observing the enthusiastic applause and radiant smiles of the Gryffindor students, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. As he approached the Gryffindor long table, Percy, the head boy, was the first to extend his hand for a handshake, followed by a pair of twins. Without needing to ask, Harry recognized that these twins were indeed the brothers Ron had mentioned. The ones who had tricked him into believing the Sorting Hat ceremony involved battling dragons or trolls, George and Fred. After shaking hands with nearly all the Gryffindors, Harry finally took his seat beside Neville. Brilliant, Harry, Neville exclaimed joyfully. Harry found himself caught up in Neville's enthusiasm, beaming in response. It seemed like Professor McGonagall intentionally waited for Harry to settle before continuing to announce the next name, allowing the hall to fall into silence. Only then did Harry take the opportunity to glance at the other figures on the platform. Hagrid, sitting in the closest corner, gave Harry a thumbs up upon meeting his gaze. Harry returned the gesture with a smile before looking towards the others. The most striking figure was a female professor seated just beside Hagrid. The reason for her allure was quite simple. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Harry thought she surpassed most of the actresses he had ever encountered. However, when his gaze shifted to the center of the platform, he was momentarily taken aback. Sitting there was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Though Harry had seen a picture of Dumbledore while opening chocolate frogs on the train, he hadn't paid it much heed at the time. Yet now, upon witnessing Dumbledore in person, he immediately recognized him as the majestic figure that cast a magnificent shadow over the entire castle. My goodness! That shadow was indeed Dumbledore's image. At that moment, Harry felt a compelling urge to awaken his inner vision, to see if Dumbledore was truly enveloped in golden light. However, recalling the previous sensation of his eyes burning, he hesitated, fearing a similar experience might recur. He dared not look at the other professors on the platform, uncertain if the earlier incident might repeat itself. Just then, Professor McGonagall called out Ron's name. Before the Sorting Hat had fully descended upon Ron's head, it had already proclaimed Gryffindor. At that moment, all the new students had been sorted. Fantastic, Ron, Harry thought, feeling relieved that Ron had also been placed in Gryffindor. Yet Ron appeared somewhat shaken, and Harry could distinctly sense that his legs were still trembling as he settled beside him. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore stood up, his smile so radiant that even his thick white beard could not conceal it. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before we begin the feast, I would like to say a few words. That is, nincompoops, crybabies, rascals, twists. Thank you, everyone. He sat down again, and the hall erupted with cheers. Most of the newcomers looked bewildered. Harry, in particular, felt utterly perplexed. He couldn't help but whisper to Percy, who sat not far from him. I'm referring to Professor Dumbledore, perhaps a bit out of sorts? Madcap? Percy seemed to grasp Harry's thoughts and chuckled lightly. That might indeed be the case. However, he's also a genius, the finest wizard in the world. Harry paid no heed to Percy's words, for at the very moment Dumbledore took his seat, the previously empty plates before them were suddenly brimming with food. Although Harry had never known hunger throughout his life, the sight of such an abundance of delicacies was a first for him. Naturally, they all indulged in a feast. Several first-year students engaged in lively exchanges, sharing their sense of wonder. After gorging himself alongside Ron, Harry joined in the discussions. During this time, a few ghosts startled him. This was rather absurd. Yet, considering it was a magical school, it seemed quite reasonable. Harry mused. After getting acquainted with his classmates, Harry's gaze once again drifted to the head table. The faculty at Hogwarts appeared to be fewer than he had anticipated. Harry was curious about the beautiful professor, but felt too shy to inquire. His eyes shifted to the two professors seated farthest from him. They were both male. One was a pale young man, somewhat awkward in demeanor, adorned with a flamboyant scarf. He was conversing with a dark-haired man with a hooked nose and a sinister expression. The scarf-wearing young man gestured animatedly to the dark-haired man, who happened to glance in Harry's direction. Suddenly, Harry felt a slight sting on his forehead. More precisely, it was a sharp pain emanating from his scar, akin to a burning sensation. It was reminiscent of the symptoms he experienced following those peculiar nightmares, albeit more intense. He could not help but let out a quiet gasp, covering his forehead with his hand. "What's wrong?" Percy, seated not far from him, seemed to have been observing him closely and promptly inquired. "Nothing, nothing." The pain came quickly and faded just as fast, almost like an illusion. However, in that fleeting moment, Harry sensed a malicious intent in the dark-haired man's gaze. Who were those two professors? Harry couldn't restrain his curiosity. The ones at the edge. Oh, the one in black is Professor Snape, the potions master. He is the head of Slytherin House. The one beside him is Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. He previously taught Muggle studies and has only recently switched subjects. At this point, Percy leaned in, lowering his voice. "You'd best steer clear of Professor Snape. He doesn't take kindly to students from outside Slytherin." Chapter 18, The Sorting Ceremony, Part 2. Harry recalled Professor Quirrell from the station, where Hagrid had mentioned that Quirrell had assisted in checking for any little wizards left on the train. He should be quite amiable and helpful. As for the other professor, it seemed he and Quirrell did not have the best rapport. Harry noticed that Quirrell appeared rather timid while speaking with Professor Snape. Percy glanced in that direction and shrugged. Not really, Professor Quirrell is like that with everyone. However, it is true that Professor Snape is quite envious of the defense against the dark arts position. He is very knowledgeable in dark magic, as many know. The feast concluded without further incident, save for Dumbledore's unsettling remark that the corridor on the 4th floor to the right was off-limits this year. Dumbledore's tone was rather eerie, and many of the first years, including Harry, assumed it was a joke. However, upon witnessing the expressions and reactions of the older students, it seemed to be quite serious. Finally, Harry was taken aback by the chorus. It was his first encounter with everyone singing the same song in various tunes. Especially notable were Ron's twin brothers, who sang to the tune of a funeral march. Did the wizarding world truly disregard the concept of bad omens? Harry silently pondered. The presence of Peeves diminished Harry's previously favorable impression of ghosts, which had been bolstered by Sir Nicholas. Fortunately, Percy knew how to handle him, and no significant trouble ensued. The quality of the common room and dormitories exceeded Harry's highest expectations, having already raised them upon seeing the castle. Lying in bed, Harry found it difficult to sleep, despite his exhaustion and drowsiness. Everything that had transpired today was simply too magical. Yet, the image of the enormous golden shadow hovering over the castle lingered in his mind, along with the burning pain in his forehead when Professor Snape had looked at him. Should he seek an opportunity to use his magical sight to observe Professor Snape? Harry hesitated, but then felt it might prove futile. Even if he were to witness Snape wielding formidable magic and that enormous golden shadow, it might not reveal anything conclusive. Ultimately, he realized that he still knew far too little about the magical world. Harry's 4 roommates were also quite excited, yet everyone felt tired today, although they continued to chat. Their conversation was rather disjointed. Thus, while Harry spoke little, the other young wizards hardly noticed. Just as Harry's consciousness began to blur and he was on the brink of slumber, a memory silently surfaced in his mind. The Brainlock spell. A magic used to block others from invading one's mind and memories. It also provides resistance against divination and magical probing, serving as the counterspell to both the thought extraction and soul-stealing curses. It is highly effective for the cultivation of mental and spiritual strength. The Brainlock spell? Thought extraction? Mental strength? Spiritual power? What do these terms mean? These thoughts flickered through Harry's mind, but the overwhelming drowsiness prevented him from delving deeper, and he fell into a dream. In the solitary dormitory of the faculty, the air was permeated with the acrid smell of burnt hair. Quirrell stared blankly at a tuft of hair that had turned to ash at his fingertips and the crystal ball before him, which contained only a swirling mist. With skepticism in his voice, he asked, "The probing has been blocked. Could it be Hogwarts' defensive enchantments?" "It is possible. After all, the master of this place is Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard." Another voice resonated from the back of Quirrell's mind, hidden beneath his hood. Chapter 19, The First Week, Part 1. Despite the attention he received from numerous young girls since childhood, despite learning from books that many in the wizarding world regarded him as a savior, despite enjoying the sensation of being in the spotlight, Harry found himself utterly unaccustomed to the reality of a throng of students queuing up to watch him, even blocking the dormitory and common room entrances. Yet, this was the first day of school for Harry. However, there were advantages. He was certain that had there not been so many people watching and helping to point the way, he and Ron would have been late for their first Transfiguration class. Hogwarts, in Harry's eyes, was remarkable, except for the annoyingly shifting staircases and corridors. Arriving late for the class of their house head would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, and Harry wanted no part of that. Yet, even without being late, Transfiguration class remained anything but easy. Professor McGonagall stated plainly that Transfiguration was the most complex and dangerous magic at Hogwarts. Anyone daring to cause mischief would be expelled from the classroom. Her tone was serious, and no one dared to question her words. However, Harry felt a sense of relief as his prior preparation paid off. Although he could not transform a matchstick into an extraordinarily thick needle like Hermione, he at least managed to turn it into something resembling a toothpick. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction with this result. Miss Granger, in my 35 years of teaching, you are undoubtedly among the finest students. Without a doubt. You have earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall rarely smiled, but she nodded approvingly at Hermione, who instantly turned crimson with excitement. As for Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall glanced at Harry's toothpick and nodded in approval. To achieve such results in the first lesson, your proficiency surpasses that of your father, James. I believe that as long as you work diligently, you will excel in this subject. Harry was elated by Professor McGonagall's praise, but even though she mentioned his father, he was more preoccupied with another matter, her age. 35 years of teaching? This meant that even if Professor McGonagall had graduated from Hogwarts and immediately taken up a teaching position, she would be over 50 years old. Frankly, it was hard to tell. Today, Professor McGonagall had not donned her pointed hat and wore her hair in a bun, a style that did indeed add years. Nonetheless, if one disregarded her deep-set eyes, it was difficult to imagine her exceeding 50. Do wizards possess the ability to delay aging? Or perhaps Professor McGonagall has her own secrets for maintaining youth. This was not something Harry was particularly concerned about. He was more interested in the age of that particularly beautiful female professor he had seen yesterday. Harry, I had no idea you were so talented. Ron exclaimed loudly during lunch, praising Harry. In Transfiguration class, his matchstick had changed so subtly that it was nearly imperceptible. Oh, it was nothing, Harry replied, his smile betraying his attempt to appear nonchalant. After all, what child does not relish in being complimented? Potter, a somewhat awkward and stammering voice sounded beside him. Harry looked up to see Professor Quirrell, who appeared somewhat pale yet had delicate features, standing behind him with a somewhat anxious smile. Good luck in the afternoon class. All right, Professor, was all Harry could manage in response. Chapter 20, The First Week, Part 2, Quirrell, what are you doing here? Quirrell seemed about to say something else when a somewhat sinister voice interrupted. Professor Snape, clad in black robes and with a grim expression, appeared behind him. Severus, I was just here to greet Mr. Potter. Professor Quirrell stammered, seemingly intimidated by Snape. You are to share a class with him for an hour this afternoon. Are you not? Now, I believe we can discuss matters of magic rather than waste time on trivialities. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Harry before dragging Quirrell away. Harry was perplexed by the current situation when a sudden, searing pain shot through his forehead, only to dissipate moments later. Almost immediately, a fragment of memory resurfaced in his mind, once again related to the brain cloaking technique that had appeared the previous night. What could this mean? He rubbed his forehead, feeling increasingly bewildered. Various peculiar memories had manifested in his mind on more than one occasion. It was now evident that these memories, or rather, pieces of knowledge, were intrinsically linked to magic. Yet, these fragments only occurred once. If Harry remembered them, they remained, but if not, they faded away into oblivion. In fact, this peculiar phenomenon had transpired no fewer than 20 times. However, in the past decade, Harry had retained only 2 pieces of knowledge, a potion for hair growth and a feng shui arrangement, with a recent addition of a vision spell. Even the formula for the poison derived from the arrow frog, which had emerged during his visit to the reptile house, had slipped from his memory. The brain cloaking technique that had surfaced in his semi-conscious state last night should have been forgotten like many other pieces of knowledge, yet it had manifested once more. Could it be that the individual who imparted these memories deemed this particular knowledge significant? Harry mentally reviewed the details of the brain cloaking technique, ensuring he had committed it to memory. He then turned to Percy, the prefect who had reappeared beside him, and inquired, Percy, does Professor Quirrell always speak in such a manner? Oh, not at all, Percy replied, clearly pleased with Harry's address, and proceeded to elaborate in detail. Professor Quirrell previously taught Muggle Studies, which is an elective course. I did not take it, but I've heard he was quite an excellent teacher. Professor McGonagall once mentioned that he was exceptionally talented during his student years, nearly becoming the head of the student council. However, at the end of last year, he applied to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a position that is rather cursed, as it seems to change hands every year. Thus, it is not easy to fill. Every year a new professor? Harry found this hard to believe. Indeed, Percy continued, lowering his voice conspiratorially, it is said, or rather rumored, that it is that individual, you know who I mean, who has placed a curse on this position. Hence, every instructor who takes on this role is compelled to leave after a single year, for various reasons. Harry was taken aback. A curse? Such audacious maneuvers? What happened next? So, Professor Quirrell ended up like this? Based on Harry's previous experiences, it was evident that discussions concerning Voldemort were met with reluctance. So he refrained from probing further into that subject and continued to inquire about Professor Quirrell instead. According to him, he had provoked a formidable dark wizard in Africa and had subsequently encountered a vampire in the south. Therefore, he had to be exceedingly cautious, though the veracity of his claims remained uncertain. Nevertheless, upon his return this year, he had transformed into his present self. Percy pondered for a moment and remarked, I have yet to attend his class, so I cannot comment on his performance. However, the strong odor of garlic emanating from him suggests he may indeed have attracted the ire of a vampire. Chapter 21. The First Week, Part 2. Percy contemplated again, stating, I have yet to attend his class, so I cannot comment on his performance. However, the strong odor of garlic emanating from him suggests he may indeed have attracted the ire of a vampire. Garlic? Harry was momentarily stunned. The plethora of food on the table created a cacophony of scents, and he had not truly noticed the garlic odor surrounding Quirrell. Yet, garlic-repelling vampires seemed quite plausible. He appeared to harbor a profound fear of Professor Snape. This was also a matter of concern for Harry. Isn't it quite normal to fear Professor Snape? Percy shrugged. You would understand after attending his class. Harry gazed at Percy in silence, yet internally he thought, Dear brother Percy, your words unsettle me. The afternoon's Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson was undoubtedly the most disappointing class Harry had experienced since his enrollment. Prior to this, all the first-year wizards had eagerly anticipated it. However, the class devolved into utter nonsense. Professor Quirrell boasted of having vanquished a ghoul in Africa, battled a frost dragon in the farthest north, and captured dark wizards in Australia. In his tales, he depicted himself as a wizard of great stature, rivaling even Dumbledore, though he refrained from claiming he could match or surpass him. Yet, when Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas inquired about the spells he had employed, he evaded the question entirely. Furthermore, the overwhelming stench of garlic emanating from him caused Hermione and Neville, who were seated nearby, to sneeze incessantly. Aside from the farcical Defense Against the Dark Arts and the soporific history of magic lessons, Harry remained quite satisfied with his week at the school. Back in primary school, weeks seemed to stretch interminably, yet now, Friday had arrived in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was the anticipation of Saturday that invigorated the young wizards, prompting them to rise early. Thus, Harry enjoyed his first leisurely breakfast. However, before he could savor this rare opportunity, a flurry of owls swooped in from outside. Startled, Harry realized that owls flew silently. By the time he noticed them, they were already overhead, some beginning to descend. He quickly covered his milk-laden porridge with his hand to prevent anything from falling in. He knew owls were messengers, yet until now, Hedwig, the snowy owl Hagrid had gifted him, had yet to deliver anything, merely visiting occasionally for a morsel. Today, however, she landed beside Harry, clutching a note in her beak. He affectionately stroked Hedwig's head and offered her a piece of toast. Unfolding the note, he discovered an invitation from Hagrid to chat after class. Hagrid's handwriting was dreadful, so much so that Harry struggled to decipher it. Without hesitation, Harry took out his quill and wrote a prompt affirmative on the back of the note, handing it back to Hedwig for delivery. With a graceful flap of her wings, she soared away. Hedwig is splendid, Ron remarked enviously as he watched her depart. Harry had met Ron's owl, Errol, and found it challenging to describe an owl that would dive headfirst into a milk jug. Chapter 22. Snape, are you unwell? Potions class was held in the chilly dungeon. In the corners sat an array of glass and crystal containers, filled with various unknown and uninviting substances that Harry had no desire to learn about. This lesson was shared with the Slytherins, and Harry was once again confronted by the loathsome Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. Both Crabbe and Goyle were rather portly. In comparison, Harry found his cousin Dudley to be 1,000 times more endearing. He felt a twinge of nostalgia for Dudley, having grown up together. And this was the first week they had not seen each other, in contrast to his Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. who were kind only out of fear of his abilities, Dudley had always been the one with whom he shared a genuine bond. As he reminisced about Dudley, Snape began to speak. At first glance, Harry had an immediate aversion to the potions professor, who, like Professor Flitwick with his rumored fairy lineage, relished calling roll. Both seemed to pause deliberately when they reached Harry's name. However, while Flitwick smiled kindly at Harry, Snape sneered, the illustrious Harry Potter. The celebrity. Malfoy and his cronies stifled their laughter. Harry rolled his eyes in disdain, unwilling to engage with them. His feelings towards Snape had escalated from mere dislike to outright loathing. After taking attendance, Snape cast a sweeping gaze across the classroom. His eyes were as black as an abyss, profoundly deep, void, and indifferent, revealing not a hint of emotional fluctuation. In my class, you need not foolishly wave your wands, Snape proclaimed. Harry found himself disinterested in such drivel, his thoughts lingering on his plump cousin, wondering how he was faring in his new school. Surely he would adapt, wouldn't he? His adaptability was quite remarkable. Even if his adjustment skills faltered, his physical prowess was sufficient. Remembering Dudley's daily half-hour boxing practice, Harry couldn't help but smirk slightly. Yet, despite such exertion, it had not deterred his physique from resembling Uncle Vernon S. Potter. Snape suddenly called out Harry's name. Taken aback, Harry quickly composed himself and stood up slowly, replying, "Yes, Professor. What is the difference between aconite and monkshood?" Snape inquired with a frigid tone. Almost instantly, Hermione had her hand raised high. Harry raised an eyebrow, meeting Snape's indifferent gaze, and calmly replied, "There is no difference, Professor. Both are aconite, the same plant." Snape furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised that Harry could answer. And after a brief pause, continued, "Then, if I required a piece of Dunkstone, where would you find it?" Harry smiled, recognizing that Snape was attempting to provoke him. Given the plethora of peculiar apothecaries that frequently occupied his thoughts, he had diligently reviewed his textbooks on potions and herbology, even perusing additional texts in the library. Memorizing everything was impossible, yet he retained some basic knowledge. "Of course, if you are inquiring about its origin, we can find it in the stomach of a goat." Snape's brow furrowed again. Hermione, sitting in the front row, set her hand down in surprise and turned to glance at Harry as if meeting him for the first time. "Then, what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" Snape's tone was even more somber than before. This time, Harry frowned slightly. This was certainly not content from the first-year textbook. Even Hermione, who raised her hand again, appeared hesitant. However, Harry confidently replied, "The Draught of Living Death, Professor. Also known as the Elixir of Life, it is an immensely powerful sleeping potion. Of course, this is contingent upon the brewing process being executed flawlessly. Otherwise, the effects would be diminished." Chapter 23. Snape, are you unwell? Once more, Harry declared, "The Draught of Living Death, Professor. Also known as the Elixir of Life. It is an immensely powerful sleeping potion. Of course, this is contingent upon the brewing process being executed flawlessly. Otherwise, the effects would be diminished." The entire class was astounded. Particularly Draco, whose mouth hung agape, as if he could swallow two fists. Then, Snape turned his eyes toward Harry, and for a fleeting moment, his gaze flickered, his expression softening briefly. However, it was short-lived, as his demeanor grew even more disdainful. "Mr. Potter, the final question. What is the recipe for Polyjuice Potion?" At that moment, Harry was entirely convinced that Snape was deliberately seeking trouble. This recipe would certainly not appear in any textbook. The Polyjuice Potion was something Harry had encountered in a restricted book at the library, a potion capable of altering one's appearance, classified as a low-level illicit substance. While brewing such potions was not subject to any punishment from the Ministry of Magic, using them for fraudulent activities was explicitly forbidden by law, punishable by fines and imprisonment. Harry had merely glanced at that book, yet this particular potion was an exception. He had intended to brew some to play a prank on Dudley and had made a point to remember it. Fluxweed must be harvested on a full moon. And two-leaf grass, silence. Snape's reprimand interrupted Harry, malice flashing across his face. Gryffindor loses 20 points. Mr. Potter has taken it upon himself to study illicit potions. Now, sit down. Hermione? Ron? Gryffindor students? Almost all Gryffindor students were left dumbfounded, astonished that such a thing could occur. Answering a question could result in losing points? Harry, feeling irked, was a model student throughout his school years, well-liked by both teachers and classmates. The unfair treatment he received at Hogwarts ignited a spark of indignation within him. Instead of taking a seat, he regarded Snape with a cold indifference. "I said sit down." "Potter." Snape, observing Harry's defiance, furrowed his brow slightly. "Professor Snape," Harry replied, his tone flat, gazing at Snape as if he were a heap of refuse. Snape's frown deepened as he awaited Harry's words, only to be met with mockery. Have you forgotten to take your medication today? Medication? Snape was taken aback, momentarily perplexed by this reference from the mundane world. Yes, the kind that treats your apparent mental affliction, Harry said earnestly. Ah, Hermione gasped, quickly covering her mouth. A sentiment echoed by several others in the room. An oppressive silence enveloped the classroom, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. What did you say? Snape's previously stoic expression contorted with rage, clearly taken aback that a student would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Are you not the potions master? You should excel in concocting remedies. Or perhaps wizarding potions are ineffectual for mental ailments. I suggest you visit a Muggle hospital. They have institutions for the mentally ill. You know, it would be wise to make an appointment as soon as possible, Harry continued, his face a mask of sincerity as he delivered his scathing remarks. You dare insult a teacher. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape bellowed angrily. Suit yourself. Harry retorted nonchalantly, with a teacher as unhinged as you, those points hold no significance. From now on, I shall not answer any of your questions. With that, he disregarded Snape entirely, taking a seat, opening his textbook, and engrossing himself in its contents. Snape stood there in silence, while the rest of the class remained mute, not daring to utter a word. The only sound in the classroom was the soft rustle of Harry turning the pages of his book. Chapter 24. Is Snape unwell? Part 2, finally. After a full 2 minutes, Snape spoke again. Open your textbooks to page 7. Today you will brew a boil-dissolving potion. Pair up. Harry did not even lift his head, appearing completely indifferent. However, the other young wizards evidently lacked such fortitude, promptly forming pairs. Ron initially wished to team up with Harry, yet was assigned by Snape to partner with Lavender Brown instead. Ultimately, only Neville remained. In the few limited classes of the week, Neville's performance was nothing short of explosive. Of course, it could only be deemed so, for there was also Seamus Finnegan, who was truly exceptional. With no teammates, Neville hesitated for a moment before approaching Harry, whispering, Harry, let us weigh the nettles first. Harry smiled at Neville, retrieved the scales, and began measuring the potion's ingredients. Harry felt a natural affinity for potion making. Whether it was weighing or organizing ingredients, he executed each task with remarkable ease. In the entire classroom, only Draco and Hermione's group could rival his proficiency, to Harry's surprise. Neville also performed exceptionally well. In previous classes, Neville had struggled to complete even a single spell. In fact, up until today, he had not successfully executed any magic in class. This revelation astonished Harry, for during his earlier observations through his clairvoyance, he had sensed a significant reservoir of magical power within Neville, evidenced by the larger golden figure on his forehead. Although Harry remained uncertain about the precise nature of this golden figure, he felt that a larger size was undoubtedly advantageous. From this perspective, Neville should indeed possess considerable talent. Yet, when it came to the practical application of magic, his efforts were chaotic. Currently, the potions class did not require the use of magic. Although Neville was not as methodical as Harry and Hermione, who had thoroughly prepared, he performed significantly better than in other subjects. Notably, Harry observed that Neville's hands were remarkably steady. Whether cutting or crushing, he executed each task flawlessly. Professor Snape prowled around the classroom, chastising nearly every Gryffindor student, save for Harry and Hermione's groups. Hermione's group had no faults whatsoever, while Harry was uncertain about his own performance since Snape had not approached him at all. Harry, aren't you the least bit afraid of Snape? Ron inquired curiously as they exited the potions classroom. What can he do to me? Harry rolled his eyes. I've read the school rules carefully. Professors cannot punish students with magic. Only the heads of houses are permitted to administer punishment. In other words, if Snape wishes to discipline me, he must go to Professor McGonagall. After all, he is the head of Slytherin. Would he risk his reputation by reporting me to McGonagall? Ron looked stunned. Can it really be like that? After a moment of reflection, he added, Harry, you're brilliant. You thought of all that in an instant. Oh, it's nothing, Harry replied, shaking his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. In truth, he had been quite flustered when he had confronted Snape. But after calming down and pondering the situation, he realized that it likely wasn't as grave as he had initially thought. Upon hearing Harry's explanation, Ron's astonishment subsided slightly, though his admiration remained unabated. When Ron learned that Harry intended to visit Hagrid, he eagerly expressed a desire to accompany him. Harry saw no reason to decline and readily agreed. Harry Potter and the Hero of Gryffindor Chapter 25 The Unexpected Invasion of Gringotts had evidently captured Hagrid's attention. Otherwise, Harry mused, he would not be the sort to avidly peruse newspapers. This incident stirred memories of that mysterious artifact Hagrid had procured during their visit to Gringotts. Harry couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection. As he and Ron made their way back to the castle, Harry began to contemplate the implications of this event. While Ron remained entranced by the sheer size of Hagrid's dog, Fong, hardly paying attention to Harry's musings. Upon entering the castle, they were suddenly intercepted by the Weasley twins, who appeared out of nowhere. "Harry, I hear you lost 50 points to Snape?" One twin inquired with a serious demeanor, the other mirroring his expression. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While it was exhilarating to show off at the time, he now regretted the incident. He had managed to earn 8 points for the house over the week, second only to Hermione's 11, only to have them abruptly deducted. "Yes, I acted impulsively." Harry began to explain, but before he could elaborate, the twins erupted into a synchronized cheer. "Wow, that's so cool." One twin grabbed Harry's hand, exclaiming, "You don't understand. You are now the hero of Gryffindor. How many people have been oppressed by Snape's tyranny? How many dared to challenge him until your arrival? You not only quelled his arrogance but left him utterly speechless." Their words flowed seamlessly, each completing the other's thoughts, creating a rhythm that made it impossible to discern that two voices were at play. Well, they cheered once more. Harry was taken aback. Although he had long sensed that the twins were not the most reliable individuals, this perception was further reinforced by what he had just heard from Hagrid. According to Hagrid, the twins frequently roamed the Forbidden Forest, that vast expanse of dark woods adjacent to the castle. The very term forbidden was quite telling, despite his prior mental preparation. Harry couldn't help but marvel at just how unreliable the twins truly were. They seemed utterly indifferent to the significance of house points. However, it must be said that the twins possessed considerable magical prowess. The small pouch that Hagrid had given Harry, filled with galleons, was crafted by the twins when they were merely in their second year. Gryffindor had already endured many years of defeat. It was hardly a matter of great concern. In response to Harry's confusion, the twins appeared utterly unconcerned. "It's either Ravenclaw or Slytherin. There's no escaping it. Ravenclaw is filled with bookworms. Their academic success is indisputable. As for Slytherin, well, as you mentioned, their head of house, Exactly." One of the twins chimed in. "If it weren't for the fear of upsetting our mother, I would have confronted him long ago." Harry fell silent for a moment. "Oh, sorry, my apologies, Harry." The twins immediately recognized their slip of the tongue. While their understanding of Harry's background might not rival Hermione's, who had read every book about him, being born into the magical world, they were certainly not unfamiliar with it. It's all right. Harry chuckled nonchalantly. He had experienced such incidents numerous times in primary school and had long since grown numb to them. He had never anticipated that such experiences would actually become an advantage at Hogwarts. Indeed, there was also the tactic of informing parents. If Snape were to write to the Dursleys, Harry was absolutely certain that the letter would be tossed into the fireplace and incinerated before it was even opened. Chapter 26. The Pettigrew sisters. Harry believed that only the twins from Gryffindor were indifferent to the points deducted from him, but he was mistaken. In fact, only two individuals in the entire Gryffindor house harbored grievances regarding this matter, Hermione and Percy. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry discovered that several upperclassmen, under the leadership of an African student with braided hair, were hosting a celebration. When the student spotted Harry and his companions, he exclaimed, "Oh, our hero has returned." Instantly, the common room erupted in cheers. "Well done, Jordan," one of the twins joyfully remarked. "Who quelled Snape's arrogance?" shouted the other twin. "Harry," responded Lee Jordan and another twin in unison. "Who left Snape speechless?" The twins bellowed once more. "Harry." This time, an even larger number of students enthusiastically answered. "Who is our hero?" "Harry." And thus, the celebration commenced. Almost all of Gryffindor that Harry was acquainted with participated, with the exceptions of Hermione and Percy. Nevertheless, even Percy, typically the diligent student, merely furrowed his brow and ultimately refrained from intervening, indicating that even he harbored a distaste for Snape. Over the weekend, Harry, Ron, Parvati Patil, and Padma Patil ventured to the library to complete their assignments. The first-year curriculum was not particularly challenging, yet it could hardly be deemed simple. At least for Harry and Ron, it was far from effortless. Harry performed admirably in both Charms and Transfiguration classes, particularly excelling in Charms by earning 8 points for Gryffindor. However, he found the assignments for Charms to be quite challenging. The tasks for Transfiguration proved to be even more arduous. As for Herbology and the history of magic, Harry could only express his struggles. It was not just Harry. The entire Gryffindor house found the workload daunting, with only Hermione managing to tackle the assignments with apparent ease, while the others, one and all, faced considerable difficulty. Harry and Ron initially sought Hermione's assistance, given their acquaintance from the train ride and the camaraderie they had developed among the new students. However, Hermione, perhaps resentful of Harry for the deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor, was unwilling to engage with them. If she chose to ignore them, why should they make the effort to reach out? Both Harry and Ron, in their youthful defiance, decided to turn to the most captivating girl in their year, Parvati Patil. Parvati, of Indian descent, bore little resemblance to the Indian employees Harry had encountered through Uncle Vernon's company. Her skin was as exquisite as the finest chocolate, adorned with cascading black hair that resembled a waterfall. A delicate floral fragrance enveloped her presence, undeniably making her the most beautiful among Harry's classmates. Yet, Harry and Ron's decision to seek her help was not motivated by her beauty. They were not at the stage where they were enamored with striking girls. Moreover, like many Gryffindors, Parvati was not particularly adept at academics. The real source of assistance lay with her twin sister, Padma Patil, who had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Much like Ron's brothers, Fred and George, the twins shared a striking resemblance. If one were to judge solely by appearances, Harry and Ron would find it challenging to distinguish between them. However, differing house robes eliminated any hesitation in addressing them, unlike the playful banter reserved for Fred and George. Ravenclaw, known as a haven for scholarly excellence, boasted a student body comprised of high achievers, and Padma was no exception. The daunting assignments that overwhelmed Harry and his friends appeared to be a mere trifle to her, although Padma was reluctant to allow them to copy her work. She was more than willing to offer guidance on where to find relevant information in their textbooks, which proved to be immensely helpful. Following Padma's directions, Harry set out to locate a book on the rules of dueling among wizards in the Middle Ages. This task proved to be quite the challenge. The library was overflowing with volumes, and narrowing down the search was no easy feat. However, fortune smiled upon him, and after a few minutes, he found the book. Yet, what piqued his curiosity was a slender pamphlet resting beside it. Techniques and Essentials for Mastering the Mind-Closing Charm. Once again, the term mind-closing charm captivated Harry's attention, as it was the third time he had encountered this phrase in a matter of days. What a curious coincidence. He decided to peruse the pamphlet. "What have you got there, Harry?" someone inquired, noticing the pamphlet in his hands. "Oh, just a rather intriguing book. I might take a look at it once I've finished my homework," Harry replied nonchalantly, opting not to divulge the peculiar memories that had been surfacing in his mind. Even to Ron, whom he considered his closest friend, the ability to extract memories from others, the power to manipulate thoughts and actions. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry gazed in astonishment at the slender pamphlet in his grasp. It was at that moment he realized the existence of such sinister magic within the wizarding world. While the act of stealing material possessions was undoubtedly reprehensible, the violation of one's thoughts struck Harry as even more abhorrent. After all, everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep hidden. Now aware of this dark magic, Harry's interest in mastering the mind-closing charm surged exponentially. He raised his wand, a motion that went unnoticed in the bustling common room, positioning it before his forehead as he whispered the incantation. Mind converged, soul concealed. The mind closed to the outside world. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if all his senses were being drawn inward. The once cacophonous sounds of his peers faded, becoming ethereal and distant. Strangely, he could still hear everything with remarkable clarity, yet there was a profound stillness around him. This intense dissonance left him momentarily disoriented. In the next moment, however, he emerged from that enigmatic experience. It was a failure. It seemed that mastering this charm would not be as effortless as he had anticipated. Harry flipped through the slender booklet once more. According to its descriptions, one could only achieve the rudimentary level of the mind closure technique without the need for a wand or incantation. It merely required a shift in thought to enter a state of mental closure. To sustain this technique effortlessly, akin to breathing, would signify a minor accomplishment. True mastery, however, necessitated the ability to construct at least 2 layers of shielding and 1 layer of false consciousness outside of genuine awareness, maintaining it as effortlessly as one breathes. A master of the mind closure technique would possess eyes resembling an unfathomable lake, devoid of any visible emotion. Upon reading this, Harry immediately thought of Snape. So, that insufferable man is a master of the mind closure technique? Mastery of this technique would undoubtedly facilitate the learning of legilimency and the soul-sucking curse. Harry noted another line. Thus, it is quite possible that Snape is also adept at legilimency? He muttered to himself, urging for further progress. Chapter 28. Flourishing Academy Life. Harry, you seem a bit different, Ron remarked cautiously as he scrutinized Harry during breakfast on Monday morning. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Hermione chimed in, glancing up at Harry and echoing Ron's observation. Children often forget their quarrels quickly, and this was certainly evident in Harry, Ron, and Hermione. On Sunday, in the library, Ron had willingly taken on the task of watching over Hermione as she struggled with a hefty tome, and they had reconciled. They shared dinner together that Sunday evening, and Hermione refrained from mentioning Harry's loss of points for Gryffindor. After hearing Ron and Hermione's comments, Harry felt a sense of anticipation, but feigned ignorance, asking, "Is there something on my face?" As he touched his cheek. "Your eyes?" Ron hesitated. "They seem a bit darker, perhaps?" "Yes, just the eyes. That's what felt different." Hermione confirmed immediately. "I wasn't entirely sure because of the glasses." She justified her failure to notice before Ron. Indeed, Harry's originally emerald green eyes, strikingly beautiful, had darkened slightly, now resembling a deeper shade of green. "Ah, it might be due to lack of rest lately?" Harry laughed, feeling a mix of amusement and concern while offering the excuse he had long prepared. "Changes in his eyes?" Yes, Harry had noticed. He was astonished to realize his innate talent for the mind closure technique. In merely one night and a day, he felt a distinct transformation. He could now enter a state of mental closure simply by silently invoking the incantation, without a wand. The sensation was extraordinary. As long as he chose not to engage with his surroundings, they held no sway over him. Yet, when he did wish to be aware, his senses of hearing, smell, and touch became exquisitely heightened. Though, by the standards outlined in the booklet, he had barely scratched the surface of the technique. Harry was acutely aware that he had indeed mastered the mind closure technique. Now, all that remained was to practice diligently for further improvement. Harry initially believed that there should be some aftermath to his altercation with Snape. However, he soon realized that Hogwarts was indeed a place of genuine magic, far from ordinary. The attitudes of Professor McGonagall and the other instructors remained unchanged towards him. Only in potions class did the situation differ. In that realm, Snape completely disregarded Harry, extending the same indifference to Neville, who was grouped with him. Nevertheless, Neville fared slightly better. At least Snape still graded his assignments, albeit with criticism that was more disparaging than one might imagine. This was certainly preferable to Harry's submissions, which were met with silence after being handed in. Harry was even considering foregoing his potions homework. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided that knowledge was paramount and thus completed his assignments, albeit enlisting the help of Hermione or Padma for corrections. As for his classes, Harry diligently listened and participated in potion making, ensuring he did not fall behind in his studies. Overall, Harry's life at Hogwarts was flourishing, progressing smoothly in various aspects. Yet, his friends found themselves in a different predicament. Chapter 29, Companions. Hermione, as an academic prodigy, excelled in her studies without exception. However, she encountered significant challenges in social interactions. Within a mere fortnight, she had managed to alienate all her roommates, and the other girls in Gryffindor year were reluctant to engage with her, as she predominantly occupied herself with books rather than leisure activities. In truth, among the first years, aside from Harry, Ron, and Neville, few were inclined to converse with her. Even Ron's willingness to speak with her was largely motivated by his need for assistance with his assignments, while Hermione's social struggles seemed not to concern her greatly. Ron's issues lay in his academic performance. Compared to Harry, who excelled in all subjects, Ron was underperforming across the board. His grades in Charms and Transfiguration were far from satisfactory, and his lackluster participation in class often drew criticism from Professor McGonagall. As for potions, it was a foregone conclusion that if he were not reprimanded by Snape at least 5 times in a single lesson, he would treat himself to an extra chicken leg at dinner. During class, Harry refrained from utilizing his ability of the inner eye, fearing he might inadvertently glimpse the professor's blinding light or attract attention with any minor movements. However, in the privacy of his practice sessions with Ron, he discreetly employed it. He discovered that when Ron cast spells, the ethereal white aura, which Harry believed to be magical energy, flowed seamlessly, converging with his incantations and the movements of his wrists and arms towards the wand. This was consistent with Hermione and other classmates. Yet, when the energy reached the tip of the wand, ready to be unleashed, it often faltered, resulting in frequent mishaps. Consequently, Ron's success rate in spellcasting was notably low. Neville experienced a similar predicament, albeit with a stronger and more volatile magical presence. Nevertheless, like Ron, he too struggled to channel this energy effectively into his wand. This peculiar phenomenon intrigued Harry as he had observed many classmates, finding that only Ron and Neville faced such challenges, which placed them at the bottom of their year in academic standings. Neville ranked last and Ron second to last. Now, regarding Neville, his performance in Charms and Transfiguration was dismal. He had never succeeded in casting a spell during class. His potion-making, however, was tolerable due to his partnership with Harry. His history of magic was average, hampered by his poor memory, which often led to forgetfulness. Contrarily, he excelled in herbology, displaying an uncanny sensitivity to various plants and an innate skill in practical applications. In the second week, he contributed 5 points to Gryffindor during herbology class, matching Harry's contributions. Of course, this was still incomparable to Hermione's impressive 17 points. Other students also faced challenges, but overall, everyone seemed to be managing well. Harry maintained amicable relations with most, aside from Draco and his entourage. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was fraught with historical grievances, resulting in mutual indifference most of the time. Yet, Harry found himself receiving occasional attention from some Slytherin girls, which was perplexing. In stark contrast, Draco and his followers were persistently antagonistic. Whenever they crossed paths within the castle, Draco would make snide remarks, leading Harry to believe that a confrontation was inevitable. He just couldn't decide whether it would be with wands or fists. A peculiar event transpired on the first day of the third week. Chapter 30, Neville's Memory Ball. In the morning, Harry awoke early. As he washed up and glanced in the mirror, he noticed that his eyes had completely transformed into a deep emerald green. Though not as profound as Professor McGonagall's or Snape's, his gaze had shed the naivety typical for his age, reflecting the initial efficacy of his mental shielding technique. This newfound demeanor lent him an air of maturity, which, in turn, attracted the attention of more young admirers, a source of both annoyance and delight for Harry. The mental shielding technique bestowed upon him not only a change in eye color, but also enhanced his mental acuity. By employing this technique before sleep, his mind would be emptied of clutter, leading to a state of ethereal clarity. This resulted in exceptionally restful sleep, allowing him to rise early and maintain energy throughout the day. Remarkably, Harry also felt his thoughts becoming more agile. Subjects that had previously eluded him, such as the history of magic, began to seem less daunting. The Sorting Hat had undoubtedly erred. He belonged in Ravenclaw, he mused. Upon entering the common room, Harry noticed a throng of young wizards gathered around the notice board. He squeezed through the crowd and couldn't help but smirk. Flying lessons were resuming this Thursday. Madame Hooch, who had been absent for the first 2 weeks for unspecified reasons, was returning, and classes would commence anew. Although Harry was not particularly fond of riding a broomstick, often worrying about potential mishaps, he found it impossible to suppress his curiosity and excitement when Ron and several other first-year students fervently discussed the thrill of Quidditch. However, if the flying lessons were to be conducted alongside Slytherin, his anticipation would plummet to zero. Draco had boasted repeatedly about his exceptional flying skills on various occasions. Almost daily, he lamented the absurdity of the rule preventing first-year students from joining the Quidditch teams, embellishing tales of his aerial escapades, often concluding with hair-raising near-misses involving Muggle helicopters or other flying contraptions. Harry felt an urge to critique the situation. The best flying broom on the market could indeed reach a theoretical maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour. However, according to Ron, even professional Quidditch players seldom attain such speeds, usually hovering around 100 kilometers. This is still within the realm of professionals. In contrast, helicopters boast a conventional cruising speed of approximately 200 kilometers. Not to mention, the rotor blades generate surrounding airflow that can influence flight dynamics. At such velocities, it is hardly feasible for an ordinary person to keep pace. The likelihood of a collision between the two is exceedingly slim. If he truly possessed such abilities, he would have long been selected for the National Youth Reserve team, Ron mused quietly. Nevertheless, while Harry firmly believed Draco was merely boasting, the audacity of his claim suggested he possessed some level of flying skill. As for Harry, he was uncertain whether his slight frame could withstand the pressure of a broomstick. Given the circumstances, it seemed inevitable that Draco would outshine him in flying class. Failing the exam and being unable to complete assignments were trivial matters compared to the humiliation of being bested by Draco. While annoyance lingered, reality remained unavoidable. Thursday was approaching, and he needed to find an opportunity to practice. During breakfast, Harry pondered whether he could borrow a broom from Fred and George, both of whom were members of the house team. Just then, he overheard a group of students erupting into laughter. Raising his gaze, he saw Neville, visibly embarrassed, extracting a round ball from a small package delivered by an owl. It was a memory ball. Ron chuckled heartily, explaining that as long as one held it, any forgotten memory would turn the ball red. No sooner had he spoken than the crystal sphere in Neville's hand emitted a plume of red smoke, transforming entirely to crimson. Clearly, Neville had forgotten something. Yet, looking at the now red memory ball, Neville awkwardly remarked, "I don't remember what I forgot." Chapter 31. Flying Class Part 1. The arrival of the memory ball did nothing to alleviate Neville's predicament. As he himself had stated, he could not recall what he had forgotten, rendering the memory ball more a source of psychological pressure than anything useful. Time swiftly passed to Thursday afternoon, flying class. Before the lesson, Harry felt immensely anxious. He was particularly reluctant to be outperformed by Draco in front of his classmates, especially the girls like Parvati. It was worth noting that he had excelled in nearly all his classes up to this point. However, while waiting for the lesson to commence, Harry found his tension somewhat eased. He observed that nearly all the young wizards around him appeared equally nervous. This included Hermione, the ever-capable scholar, whose lips were visibly pale from biting. Ron, hailing from a wizarding family, had trembling legs. As for Neville, Harry could hardly bear to look at him. He seemed almost incapable of walking without stumbling. While other young wizards exhibited varying degrees of anxiety, there were few who appeared entirely unperturbed. Through conversation, Harry discovered that almost all of them had never ridden a broomstick before, with only a select few having had any prior experience, which was not particularly pleasant. Save for Draco. As they made their way to the grassy area before the castle gates, students from Gryffindor and Slytherin collided at the entrance. "Oi, Scarhead. Today, I shall show you what true wizards can do in flight," Draco proclaimed, brimming with bravado. "I hope you don't fall off your broom. If you do, try not to land face first, or else some people might be quite heartbroken." With a glance towards the Gryffindor girls, Parvati Patil, Fee Dibble, and Sally and Perks, all of whom glared at him fiercely, Draco, undeterred, relished the moment. Harry thought to himself, "Who are you even talking about? You're just as much a pretty boy." He immediately retorted, "There's no need for your concern. Rather, I worry for you. Don't end up falling and then go home to weep to your mother. How do you suppose she would comfort you? By kissing your cheek and calling you her little darling?" Draco's already pale face turned even more ashen as he glared fiercely at Harry. He prided himself on his lineage, often boasting about how his parents were exemplary. Once, when Harry mocked him for relying on his parents, Draco was left speechless, and Harry suggested he should return home to cry in his parents' embrace. Their exchanges had become a familiar routine, akin to Draco referring to him as Scarhead. The Slytherins and Gryffindors exchanged fierce glances while continuing their march onto the lawn. Upon reaching the grassy expanse, they found 20 battered brooms neatly arrayed in 2 rows. These brooms were worn and dilapidated, with several branches jutting out haphazardly, a stark contrast to the exquisite brooms Harry had previously seen in the window displays of Diagon Alley. In recent days, Harry sought counsel from Fred and George, who informed him that the brooms used for instruction at the academy were from the very first batch ever procured. What does this initial batch signify? Hogwarts introduced flying lessons approximately 6 centuries ago. These brooms tremble when flying too high and veer off course when propelled too swiftly. Consequently, members of the academy teams possess their own brooms, although many are not personal belongings but rather left behind by former graduates. All these brooms belong to the academy. Although Draco is typically quite arrogant, he has never dared to challenge the professors with mischief. In the absence of Madame Hooch, he refrained from touching the brooms. Yet his fidgeting demeanor betrayed his mounting impatience. Amidst Draco's anticipation and the other students' apprehension, Madame Hooch arrived. She was a witch whose appearance evoked notions of competence and vigor. With her short, gray hair and keen, eagle-like yellow eyes, she was not conventionally beautiful, but exuded a certain gallantry, particularly accentuated by her prominent eyebrows. Her sun-kissed complexion reflected a preference for the outdoors over the confines of an office. "Enough dawdling, children. Let's get moving." Unlike the subdued tones of Professor McGonagall or Snape, Madame Hooch's voice resonated powerfully. "Stand by your brooms, everyone, quickly now." The students scrambled, hastily positioning themselves beside their brooms. "If you are left-handed, stand to the right of your broom. If not, stand to the left." Madame Hooch instructed again, prompting a few students to adjust their positions. No left-handed students. Now, extend your dominant hand above your broom." As all complied, she continued, "Now, say up." "Up," Harry commanded softly. With a whoosh, the broom on the ground sprang into his hands. However, brooms as obedient as Harry's were few. Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's remained utterly still. Most students' brooms jumped slightly but did not reach their hands. Among those whose brooms leaped directly into their grasp, there were 5: Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, Blaise Zabini, and Ron. "Wow, Harry, did you see that?" Ron exclaimed, astonished by the broom that had suddenly leaped into his hands. Even more incredulous was Hermione, who Harry surmised was questioning her very existence. "I saw it, Ron. That's fantastic." Harry readily offered his support, although he couldn't help but glance at the Slytherin's side, acknowledging that the scions of pure blood families indeed possessed an advantage in this regard. For students from Slytherin managed to summon their brooms in one attempt, while only Harry and Ron succeeded on the Gryffindor's side. Madam Hooch walked among the students, instructing them, infuse some emotion into your commands. Let the brooms feel that you are the masters. Heeding Madam Hooch's guidance, most young witches and wizards successfully coaxed their brooms to rise, with the exceptions of Hermione and Neville. Hermione's broom rolled about like a cat, refusing to take flight, while Neville's voice trembled, clearly indicating his inability to assert dominance over his broom. Madam Hooch, evidently familiar with such scenarios, approached to examine the brooms. Confirming they were in good condition, she reassured the two and encouraged them to try once more. Whether it was Madam Hooch's comforting presence or the broom's own timidity, they ultimately leaped into the hands of Hermione and Neville. Subsequently, Madam Hooch began to demonstrate to the students how to mount their brooms and perform basic maneuvers to avoid tumbling headfirst. Harry settled onto the broom, astonished to discover an invisible cushion beneath him. Sitting upon it alleviated his concerns about discomfort, and his mind was instantly put at ease. Draco appeared quite adept, suggesting this was not his first experience with a broomstick. However, Madam Hooch noted his numerous missteps. Mr. Malfoy, your technique is perilously flawed. Do not grip here. Draco's expression soured as he caught sight of Harry and Ron, whose faces were contorted in laughter. Harry felt that the class was secure and that no unforeseen events would occur. However, an unexpected incident took place, as Madam Hooch instructed everyone to prepare for takeoff. The anxious Neville jumped the gun, ascending, then descending, and then Harry, feeling frustrated, tapped his forehead. Due to the flying lesson, he had secured his wand at his waist. When he finally drew it out, his movements were too slow, and he failed to cast a levitation charm in time to prevent Neville from falling. By the time he retrieved his wand, Neville was curled on the ground, his body twitching slightly. Despite not crying, Harry thought Neville displayed remarkable bravery. He felt that if he had fallen from such a height and broken his wrist, tears would have surely flowed freely. Mrs. Hooch used magic to levitate Neville and hastily led him towards the castle, threatening the remaining students as she departed. I'm taking this child to the hospital. None of you are permitted to move. Return your brooms to their proper places, or before you can utter Quidditch, you will be expelled from the gates of Hogwarts. As soon as Mrs. Hooch turned into the castle, Draco burst into raucous laughter. Did you see that? The silly, chubby boy. A few Slytherin students joined in with mocking laughter. Shut up, Malfoy, Parvati admonished sharply. What's the matter, Patil? Do you fancy that chubby little crybaby? Pansy Parkinson said with a mocking tone directed at Patil. Pansy, a rather attractive girl with short black hair, often looked down her nose at others. If Hermione regarded people with her nose, Pansy did so with her chin, which made Harry and his friends thoroughly dislike her. He understood her disdain for Patil, as nearly everyone claimed the Patil sisters were the most beautiful girls in their year, a sentiment Harry shared. This left the equally beautiful and haughty Pansy quite displeased. In contrast, another lovely Slytherin girl, Daphne Greengrass, merely smiled and remained silent. Patil's face flushed crimson with anger, and she opened her mouth but could not find the words. Look, what's this? Draco noticed something, took a few steps, bent down at the spot where Neville had fallen, and picked up a memory ball. Hey, if that chubby boy takes a glance at this memory ball, he'll remember to land on his backside. Draco mocked. Draco, give that to me. Harry stepped forward. Malfoy wore a teasing smile. No. I'm going to hide it and make Longbottom search for it. I think the treetops would be a splendid place. I command you to hand it over. Harry stepped forward, ready to make a grab for it. Draco raised an eyebrow and, taking a step back, soared into the air on his broom. Rising swiftly to a height of 6 or 7 meters, he skillfully maneuvered the broom with one hand while tossing the memory ball playfully with the other, tauntingly saying, Potter, if you have the guts, come and take it. Chapter 34, Flying Lessons, Part 4, Potter, if you have the guts, come and take it. Draco boasted from midair, looking down at Harry with smug satisfaction. Harry fixed his gaze upon the memory ball clutched in Draco's hand. The moment Draco tossed it into the air, he waved his wand. The memory ball soared. It hesitated momentarily in the air, then with a swift motion, it darted towards Harry. He extended his empty hand and securely grasped it, leaving Draco, who stared in bewilderment, bereft of his prize. The summoning charm, I can perform that too. How did I not think of it? Hermione murmured to herself, her head bowed. The summoning charm is considered a relatively challenging foundational spell. Nonetheless, despite its difficulty, it remains a basic incantation. Although Hermione, the academic overachiever, was not entirely proficient, she had nonetheless mastered it. Well, The Gryffindor lions erupted in cheers. Perceiving Harry's feat as not merely impressive, but utterly dazzling, Parvati and Sally Ann gazed at Harry, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Potter. Draco descended from the air, his glare directed at Harry, simmering with fury. He had intended to showcase his flying prowess, hoping to lure Harry into the air, where he could mock him foolishly. Instead, the opposing summoning charm rendered him a fool suspended in the air. What a grievance this is, obstructing my display of skill. What is the matter? Harry, reveling in the adoration of the girls, noticed Draco approaching with a furious expression. He cast a sidelong glance. Is there something you wish to discuss, Malfoy? If you have the courage, let us duel in the skies. Draco gritted his teeth in response. Miss Hokey has declared that flying is prohibited, Hermione exclaimed loudly. Yet Draco paid her no heed, fixated solely on Harry. No, Miss Hokey said we are not permitted to leave the ground. Harry raised his hands, adopting an expression of a diligent student. Haha, you lack the courage. Draco pointed at Harry, exulting in his triumph. Harry rolled his eyes, dismissing the childish provocation. Did they truly think he would be fooled? Certainly not. Ron, however, was eager to leap onto his broom. While Harry remained unfazed, Ron, without a moment's hesitation, was ready to charge ahead, oblivious to the fact that he had never flown before. Perhaps the broom's initial lift had instilled a false sense of confidence in him. Hey. Harry quickly grabbed Ron, thinking to himself, my brother, you're making us Gryffindors look rather foolish. Turning around, he spotted Draco wearing a smug expression, prompting Harry to smirk and ask, Draco, would you dare to eat dung? Draco was momentarily taken aback. Coming from a family of prestige in both the magical and muggle worlds, where his father held a noble title, Draco was accustomed to a life of privilege. Despite his sharp tongue, he was not well versed in the art of clever banter. In contrast, Harry had honed this skill from a young age, thanks to Aunt Petunia, a master of caustic remarks. During the less affluent days at the Dursleys, she had often critiqued the local supermarket staff with biting comments. Moreover, school had provided ample opportunity to practice this art. Though not a master, he found it effortless to handle someone like Draco. Why on earth would I eat that? Draco retorted, his face contorted in disgust. Aha, you wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. Harry laughed heartily, his demeanor mirroring Draco's previous arrogance, but with an added flair. At this moment, Draco felt as though he had truly been insulted. Dare? He thought. I truly wouldn't dare. But why had the conversation taken such an absurd turn? Both boys stared at each other, momentarily speechless. Just then, Madame Hooch returned. Professor, is Neville all right? Harry hurriedly approached her, concern etched on his face. Mr. Longbottom is fine, Madame Hooch assured him, clearly pleased with Harry's concern for his classmate. She smiled and nodded. Madame Pomfrey has already healed his hand in a matter of seconds. However, she still wants him to rest in the infirmary for a while. Harry felt a slight sense of relief. Although he had been unable to save Neville in time, a twinge of guilt lingered within him. Despite the fact that it was not entirely his fault, even Madame Hooch had not reacted swiftly, her wand still sheathed at her side. Well then, let us resume our previous lesson. Madame Hooch seemed rather unfazed by Neville's predicament, and Harry surmised that she had encountered such events numerous times before. The lesson progressed, and after Madame Hooch reiterated some fundamental points, she began to guide the young witches and wizards as they gradually ascended into the air. Harry and Ron appeared remarkably at ease, particularly Harry. This was truly unexpected, as if it were etched deep within his soul. The moment Harry propelled himself off the ground, he felt the broomstick transform into an extension of his body, capable of changing direction at his will. Ron experienced a similar sensation, although he initially seemed somewhat clumsy. He soon adeptly maneuvered the broom, soaring up and down like a great bird. Naturally, where there were proficient performers, there were also those less so. In fact, only 5 individuals managed to make their brooms leap into the air from the outset. Notably, Harry showcased a performance on par with Draco's, perhaps even exhibiting greater grace. Draco and 3 other Slytherin students demonstrated similar prowess, evidently having prior experience with flying broomsticks. Ron was slightly less adept than they, though not by much. The remaining students could merely be said to have managed a shaky ascent, with few capable of accelerating or executing agile turns. Mr. Potter, exceptional talent. When the students descended to the ground for a brief respite, Madame Hooch regarded Harry with admiration. Although I had anticipated this, given that your father was an outstanding seeker. Your performance has far surpassed my expectations. My father was a seeker? Harry had gathered a fair understanding of Quidditch by then, and at least knew what a seeker was. Indeed, he had once captained the Quidditch team and led Gryffindor to 3 consecutive Quidditch Cup victories. Madame Hooch spoke with a nostalgic tone, He had the opportunity to join a professional club, but alas, those were tumultuous times. At this point, her voice dipped slightly. However, before the students could become disheartened, Madame Hooch's tone brightened. How about this, Potter? Let's conduct an experiment. With that, she addressed the other students, primarily those from Slytherin, class. Take a moment to rest and then practice freely, but do not ascend more than 10 meters off the ground. Also, avoid approaching the castle. Turning back to Harry, she inquired, So, Harry, are you willing to partake in an experiment? Chapter 36, Flying Lessons, Part 6, Madame Hooch directed her attention to Harry. So, Harry, are you willing to engage in an experiment? What experiment? Harry felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Like this. Madame Hooch revealed a tennis ball from her pocket. I will throw it, and you attempt to catch or grasp it. How does that sound? Harry found it quite amusing. It was not only Harry, but also other students, including those from Slytherin, who shared in the amusement. After Harry agreed, Madame Hooch waited for him to mount his broomstick, then gently tossed the tennis ball into the air. With a whoosh, Harry darted forward like a gust of wind and effortlessly caught the ball. Wow! Came a chorus of amazement. Pfft, I can do that too. Draco scoffed. Right, I could do it as well. What's the big deal? Pansy Parkinson mimicked Draco's disdainful expression. Blaise Zabini glanced at the two, his lips moving silently. Had anyone been adept at reading lips, they would have discerned the word fool. Excellent, Potter. Now, it will be a bit more challenging. Madame Hooch, clearly pleased, threw the ball with greater force. Once again, Harry caught it with remarkable ease. Madame Hooch's delight grew as she began to magically accelerate the tennis ball, even at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. And despite the ball's erratic movements in the air, Harry continued to catch it with astonishing skill. This time, even Draco and Pansy, who had previously been snide, fell silent. At 120 kilometers, the golden snitch rarely reaches such speeds. Although theoretically, the snitch can exceed 150 kilometers, it rarely accelerates to that extent in practice. The true challenge of catching the golden snitch lies in its unpredictable and sudden changes in direction. While Madame Hooch's enchanted tennis ball nearly matched the snitch's speed, it lacked its agility. Nevertheless, Harry's ability to catch it so effortlessly left Madame Hooch thoroughly impressed. Ron also attempted to catch the ball, but once its speed surpassed 100 kilometers, he struggled considerably. Potter, you possess the potential to be a seeker, Madame Hooch declared confidently, then turned to Ron. Weasley, is this your first time flying? Upon receiving an affirmative response, she continued, I believe your talent rivals that of Charlie. If it weren't for Potter setting the standard, you would undoubtedly be an excellent candidate for seeker. Even if not a seeker, I am certain you would excel as a chaser or keeper. I suggest you have a chat with George and Fred. Let them speak to Wood. Harry understood that Charlie was referring to Ron's second brother, who had previously served as the seeker and captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Currently, Oliver Wood held the position of captain. Oh, I believe it's not that complicated. A voice interjected. Professor McGonagall, clad in a deep green robe, had appeared behind the young wizards without them noticing. Remarkably, she wore a beaming smile. Rolanda, may I request a moment alone with Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley? There are a few matters I wish to discuss with them. Of course, Minerva. Madame Hooch replied cheerfully, winking at Professor McGonagall. You owe me one. Very well, come to my office this evening. I have procured some delightful tea. Professor McGonagall responded with a smile before leading Ron and Harry away, leaving behind a group of bewildered young wizards and a somewhat contorted expression on Draco's face, who seemed to have an inkling of what was transpiring. Chapter 37, Draco's Provocation. Have you heard? Harry has joined the Quidditch team, and as a seeker, no less. In the castle, the young wizards had been abuzz with this news for the past few days. After Professor McGonagall had taken Harry and Ron from class that day, she went directly to Oliver Wood, the current captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and introduced the two boys to him. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was quite young overall, with several key players still in their third year. Only Wood was in his fifth year. However, the previous seeker had graduated, and a suitable replacement had yet to be found until Harry presented himself. Following a brief trial, Wood decisively announced that Harry and Ron, as first years, would be joining the team. Harry was officially made a member of the squad as a seeker, while Ron was appointed as a reserve player, set to eventually take over Wood's position. Although he was a substitute, Ron felt immensely satisfied. Harry was quite content, despite having to dedicate much of his extracurricular time to training. Ron too was satisfied, especially after receiving a commendatory letter from his mother, Mrs. Weasley. The Gryffindor wizards were all in good spirits, but who wasn't? Draco was certainly displeased. What happens when Master Draco is unhappy? Naturally, he stirs up trouble. Thus, following the revelation of this news, Draco would confront Harry and Ron nearly every day during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. However, Harry and Ron, who were consumed by their training, had neither the time nor energy to engage with him. The more they ignored him, the sadder and more disgruntled Draco became. Apart from Draco, another individual was also disheartened, Oliver Wood. What the blazes? I distinctly said to keep my status as a secret weapon under wraps. Fred and George, you two big mouths. Oliver bellowed during practice, resulting in an increase of 30% in the twins' training load. Well done, Wood, remarked Angelina Johnson, the attractive seeker on the team. Those troublemakers should have been dealt with long ago. During this time, Harry was thoroughly exhausted yet fulfilled. Moreover, under Hermione's suggestion, he had come across a medal belonging to his father, James Potter, awarded for being the best seeker at Hogwarts. This was one of the few connections Harry had to his parents. Although Hagrid possessed considerable knowledge about them, his ability to articulate was rather lacking. He could only express that they were good people and excellent wizards, nothing more. One evening, after dinner, Harry and Ron were preparing to head to the Quidditch pitch for practice. However, as they reached the castle entrance, they were intercepted by Draco and his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, who had been waiting there. Well, Scarhead, feeling bold lately? Draco taunted, eyeing Harry provocatively. No what? You're really annoying, Harry retorted, somewhat exasperated by Draco's incessant pestering, especially when he felt pressed for time to train. Don't call me that, Draco snapped, visibly agitated by the moniker Mama's boy. If you keep your distance, I won't call you that. Harry rolled his eyes. Can you move aside? I'm in a hurry. With that, he attempted to sidestep Draco. Humph. Draco suddenly remembered his purpose and stepped forward to block Harry's path once more. I want to duel you. Chapter 38. Harry's fist. I wanted to duel you? Draco provocatively gazed at Harry. A duel? Harry was taken aback, for although he was not as tall as Ron, he was not short among his peers. Additionally, due to certain circumstances, he was rather sturdy. In contrast, Draco was a pale, scrawny boy. Yes, a duel, Draco affirmed confidently. You don't mean that you three plan to take on just me, do you? If that's the case, I concede you victory. Harry glanced at the two hulking figures of Crabbe and Goyle, who stood by, looking rather dim-witted. Of course not. A duel means one-on-one, Draco proclaimed with pride. Are you sure? Harry raised an eyebrow, offering a sly smile. I am absolutely sure, Draco insisted, but before he could continue, Harry landed a swift punch to his abdomen. Draco doubled over, and Harry delivered punches to either side of his ribs. As Draco bent down, Harry stepped forward, grasped Draco by the neck, and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling to the ground. Done. Harry clapped his hands and turned to Ron, who stood there, stunned. Ron, hurry up. We're going to be late for practice. If we're late, Oliver will be furious. With that, he dashed ahead. Oh. Ron snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed suit, but not without glancing back at the fallen Draco. The two hefty figures, Crabbe and Goyle, only then reacted, rushing to assist Draco. Harry, how could you be so impressive? Once they reached the Quidditch pitch and confirmed they were not late, Ron finally had the chance to inquire. Harry's display had genuinely astonished him. Impressive? It's just that Draco is too weak. If it were Crabbe or Goyle, I wouldn't have been able to take them down so easily, Harry humbly replied. Does that mean you could take down someone like Crabbe or Goyle? Ron pressed, intrigued by this revelation. Of course. One-on-one, it's quite simple. Harry couldn't help but sport a triumphant grin. He had never anticipated that the skills learned from Dudley would find application in a wizarding school. Indeed, Harry had practiced boxing and wrestling with Dudley. Dudley had always been academically mediocre, without Harry's help with the dice. He would have struggled to pass his exams after 3rd grade. However, when it came to fighting, Dudley was remarkably gifted. Despite his rotund physique, Dudley had exceptional athleticism. Aside from middle-distance running, where he fell short compared to Harry, he excelled in all other areas. Not only was his physical condition impressive, but he also had a keen interest in combat techniques. From boxing to wrestling, and even mixed martial arts to jiu-jitsu, he had dabbled in it all. Though he had only skimmed the surface, it was enough to dominate his peers in fights. At least, when it came to hand-to-hand combat, Harry was no match for Dudley. Before discovering he was a wizard, Harry had also found these activities intriguing. While he didn't share Dudley's enthusiasm for fighting, he did wish to be capable of handling confrontations with troublesome classmates. Bullying was all too prevalent in British schools, especially in secondary schools. Little did he know, he would not find the opportunity to use his hard-practiced combat skills in school, but rather at Hogwarts against the very Draco who had long irked him. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, as if every pore in his body had opened up in relief. Chapter 39. Draco's relentlessness. Harry believed that Draco had received a sufficient thrashing to keep him subdued for at least 3 to 5 days. However, he was utterly mistaken regarding Draco's determination to stir trouble. After the morning classes concluded, on his way to the Great Hall for lunch, Harry once again found himself confronted by Draco and his entourage. "Malfoy, why are you here again?" Harry sighed, though he couldn't deny the satisfaction he felt from having pummeled Draco. Yet, having just finished class, he was utterly exhausted. "I want to duel with you. Just wait." Upon seeing Harry roll up his sleeves without hesitation, Draco instinctively leapt back, shielding himself with his arms, displaying a demeanor of utmost caution. Crabbe and Goyle also promptly stepped back in unison. "You said you wanted to duel, didn't you?" Harry asked with a grin, merely intending to intimidate Draco. The circumstances had changed since yesterday. The castle entrance was bustling with people, and Harry felt that engaging in a physical altercation here would surely escalate into a significant affair. "Duel? A wizard's duel?" Draco declared menacingly. "Not that brutish kind of duel you engage in." "A wizard's duel?" Harry replied, bewildered. Although he had become increasingly familiar with the wizarding world, he still lacked understanding of such an archaic tradition that was rarely seen. "Oh, you don't know?" Draco observed Harry's apparent ignorance regarding dueling, and a sense of superiority washed over him. "Of course I know. I am his assistant." Ron could not bear to witness his friend falter and immediately stepped forward. "Who is your assistant?" Draco, clearly displeased by Ron's sudden intervention, shot him a glare but nonetheless replied, "Crap. So we have an agreement, midnight, at the entrance to the trophy room. Whoever does not show is a coward." With that, he hastily departed with Crabbe and Goyle before Harry or Ron could retort. "Ron, what exactly is a wizard's duel? And what does assistant mean?" Harry inquired, somewhat puzzled. As Draco made his way to the Slytherin table, a wizard's duel is one conducted solely with wands, without any physical contact. Clearly, he is afraid of your fists. Ron recalled Draco's earlier defeat at Harry's hands and couldn't help but chuckle. As for an assistant, well, it's a tradition. If the duelist falls, the assistant takes their place. "Is it really that ruthless?" Harry exclaimed, incredulous. "Ah, true wizarding battles are indeed like that. But we are still first years. The spells we can cast might not even be capable of tearing a garment," Ron responded nonchalantly. Harry opened his mouth, eager to proclaim that he had mastered numerous spells. However, upon reflection, it seemed that none of them possessed significant power. Ron's assertion was not entirely incorrect. At best, they could merely strike an opponent without inflicting substantial harm. "Pardon me for interrupting," a soft voice resonated from behind the two of them. Harry and Ron were both taken aback, abruptly turning around to find Hermione standing behind them with a stern expression. "Hermione, did you know that frightening someone can lead to illness?" "What was that term you mentioned last time, Harry?" "Something like infarction," Ron said, rubbing his chest. Hermione shot Ron a glare, ignoring him, and said to Harry, "I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Malfoy." Before she could finish her sentence, Harry and Ron exchanged eye rolls. They could easily predict what Hermione was about to say next. Chapter 40. Harry and Ron's proficient skills. "You can't possibly be considering participating in that duel, can you?" Hermione incessantly chanted as she followed the two to the dining table. "How could we? We're not foolish." Ron finally couldn't contain himself, lowering his voice. Hermione regarded Ron with a look of skepticism, her expression conveying the unspoken question, "Are you really not foolish?" The girl's expression was so vividly accurate that even Ron, typically oblivious to such nuances, understood immediately. He retorted, "Of course, we were just tricking Malfoy. Who in their right mind would venture out at night to duel him? That would be a violation of school rules." Nevertheless, Hermione found it difficult to accept Ron's brazen dismissal of the truth, even though she entirely concurred with his viewpoint. Harry and Ron simultaneously rolled their eyes. Indeed, lying is an undesirable act. However, there are far worse transgressions. What does lying even amount to? Ron, with two brothers, George and Fred, who have mischief woven into their very essence, telling a fib is as effortless as drinking water or even breathing, an instinctive skill that requires not a moment's thought. Harry, having grown up with Dudley, was no stranger to clever banter and deceit. Telling lies came as effortlessly to him as eating. The two of them were hardly burdened by the psychology of dishonesty. Moreover, Draco was evidently deceiving us, Ron asserted with conviction. But why? Hermione, still reeling from the collapse of her worldview, had seldom lied in her upbringing and lacked the mentality of Harry and Ron. Look at what he said. "Anyone who doesn't go is a coward, right?" Ron inquired, to which Hermione nodded, still oblivious to any issues. Ron pressed on, "Slytherin is not Gryffindor." They do not take pride in bravery. As for Draco, he is inherently a coward. When trouble arises, he flees faster than anyone. His words clearly indicate that he has no intention of going. At that moment, Hermione found Ron's reasoning remarkably persuasive. Yet, this portrayal of Ron completely upended her prior impression of him. Could he truly possess such meticulous thought processes? Harry, however, was accustomed to this. Unlike Hermione, who immersed herself in her books all day, Harry spent most of his time with Ron. He was well aware that, despite Ron's seemingly carefree demeanor, he possessed a sharp intellect. This was evident from his greatest pastime, wizard's chess. This game, akin to chess, held no significant differences in rules. Yet it featured a distinct wizardly charm. Its pieces moved on their own and possessed their own thoughts. The queen and bishop would swing chairs and clubs to strike down opposing pieces. Ron was a master in this art. Currently, he was engaged in fierce battles in the Gryffindor common room against various year groups, boasting an impressive record of 73 victories and only 1 defeat, which he took pride in. The sole loss came at the hands of a fifth-year girl, renowned for her exceptional chess skills. On that day, she had donned an adorable little nightgown, causing Ron's gaze to wander uncontrollably. Nevertheless, they played 2 games, each resulting in 1 victory and 1 defeat, with the girl narrowly winning her match, after which she expressed her reluctance to play with Ron again. How could someone with such remarkable chess prowess be deemed unintelligent? Impossible. Ron simply chose not to showcase his intellect often, and his struggles with spellcasting contributed to the misconception of his lack of intelligence. In fact, after more than a month of observation, Harry began to suspect that Ron's and Neville's difficulties with magic were potentially linked to their wants. Through conversation, he discovered a commonality: neither of them had purchased their own wands. Chapter 41. A Different Kind of Tutoring, Part 1. At Ollivander's, Harry had learned that wands choose their owners. Each wand selects the most suitable master. When he selected his special Holly wand, he had tried out over a dozen before finding the perfect match. However, Ron's wand belonged to his brother, and Neville's was his father's. Neither had chosen their own, making their struggles entirely understandable. This aligned with the wand logic theory Harry had gleaned from Ollivander. Yet, Harry was uncertain about the reliability of this notion, so he refrained from mentioning it. Friday afternoons were devoid of classes, and first-year coursework was relatively light. Academic overachievers like Hermione typically spent Friday afternoons in the library, completing their weekend assignments in advance and then adding extra classes for themselves on Saturday and Sunday. In contrast, Harry and Ron often opted for a more leisurely approach, completing half of their simpler assignments on Friday afternoons and seeking Padma Patil's assistance in the library on Saturday for the more complex tasks. The remainder of Saturday and Sunday was reserved for rest and recreation. Of course, if would manage to secure the Quidditch pitch, they would also have additional practice in the evening. However, with the new Quidditch season approaching, the other 3 houses began frequently borrowing the pitch for trainings, making it increasingly difficult for Wood to secure practice time. He had complained about this several times, particularly about Marcus Flint from Slytherin, who had taken advantage of a note from Snape to claim Gryffindor's practice sessions multiple times. Today was somewhat special, as Gryffindor had scheduled a Quidditch practice match against Ravenclaw. Thus, Harry and Ron resolved to emulate Hermione and diligently complete their assignments this afternoon and evening. After a brief nap following lunch, they headed straight to the library, textbooks and bags in hand. Hermione and Padma were already in the library. Both being high achievers, they had frequently assisted Harry and Ron with their studies, and their rapport had gradually improved. Although it was far from the camaraderie shared by Harry and Ron, who were inseparable, it was a notable improvement from Hermione's previous lack of female friends. The professors assigned homework of considerable quality, typically requiring a day of focused effort to complete, or a day and a half if students were less pressed for time, considering there were no classes on Friday afternoons. This arrangement allowed students to enjoy a day of entertainment and relaxation. High achievers like Hermione and Padma could finish their work in one Friday afternoon and evening. But for Harry and Ron, it was not so straightforward. By 8:30, Hermione and Padma had completed their assignments. "Harry, I'm leaving now. Just follow this section for your writing." Padma leaned over to Harry, pointing to a passage in a hefty tome on magical history. "For the latter part about the demon Emery, you should also reference the creature Egbert. They had many disputes." "Oh, and please don't confuse Emmerich with Ulrich." Padma and her sister Parvati were considered by many boys to be the most beautiful girls in the entire year, especially as twin sisters. Even first-year boys, who had little interest in romantic matters, couldn't help but take special notice. Harry had noticed the two sisters on more than one occasion. At this moment, Padma was almost pressed against him, and he could faintly detect a delicate, floral fragrance emanating from her. Harry felt somewhat dazed. He heard Padma's words, though whether they registered in his mind was uncertain. In Chapter 42, A Different Kind of Tutoring Part 2, Padma either sensed Harry's state or simply acted on impulse. As she playfully poked his forehead with her slender fingers and giggled, "Do study well." Then, like a butterfly flitting through a garden, she departed gracefully. Meanwhile, Ron did not enjoy such favorable treatment. Here, and here. Don't just copy. You must paraphrase. Do you understand? Hermione had opened several hefty tomes, instructing Ron on how to complete his assignments. After being slightly outsmarted by Ron earlier, she clearly sought to regain her footing. Ron could only respond with a series of yes, I understand. Harry observed that his eyes were beginning to glaze over, filled with confusion. The library closed at 11:30, but Madame Pants typically left by 9:30. This meant that after 9:30, while students could work on their assignments in the library, they could not borrow books. Under Hermione and Padma's guidance, Harry and Ron had prepared the necessary text well in advance, thus losing track of time. When the library lights suddenly extinguished, they realized it was already 11 o'clock. "What the? I'm just 2 paragraphs away from finishing," Ron exclaimed, his frustration evident. "I'm just 1 line short." Harry echoed his dismay, his progress having been swifter than Ron's, thanks in part to Padma's superior tutoring attitude. "We'll catch up in the common room. We just need to finish this little bit, and then we're free for the weekend," Ron declared. Harry immediately concurred, and the two of them, laden with their books, made their way back to the common room. At the entrance, they discovered Neville, already dozing beneath the portrait of the fat lady. "Neville, what are you doing here?" Harry and Ron inquired, though they were not truly surprised. While they had not witnessed it firsthand, they were aware that Neville had often found himself stranded outside the common room. The fat lady changed the password at least once a day, and sometimes even more frequently, twice on days when it was changed after lunch and dinner. The head students would announce the new password during class, so it typically posed no issue. However, with Neville, complications arose. He had a poor memory, and once the password changed within a single day, he was likely to forget it. Unable to recall the password, he could not enter the common room and had to wait for other students from his house to return so he could join them. Today, it seemed Neville had returned later than usual, missing his fellow students. "I was helping Professor Sprout with a small academic study with a few Hufflepuff students and lost track of time," he explained, rubbing his eyes and feeling somewhat embarrassed upon recognizing Harry and Ron. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Neville's outstanding performance in herbology had even drawn the attention of Hermione and the Ravenclaw scholars. It was quite commonplace for him to partake in Professor Sprout's minor research projects. As for forgetting the password, that too was a typical occurrence for Neville. "Oh dear, is it nearly midnight?" Ron suddenly exclaimed. "Yes, indeed. What is the matter?" Harry, having spent the entire night on his homework, took a moment to comprehend. "Do you think we should go and take a look at the entrance to the trophy room?" Harry blinked, taking a moment to comprehend what Ron was saying. Neville blinked as well, yet remained oblivious to Ron's words. Chapter 43, The First Adventure of the Small Team You All Actually Came. Hermione's voice, deliberately lowered, could not mask her fury. At the entrance of the trophy room, she stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Harry, Ron, and Neville. "No, Hermione," Ron replied, his expression one of resignation, as if he were on the verge of covering his eyes. "You broke school rules by sneaking out at midnight just to catch us breaking the rules?" Hermione paused, suddenly realizing that something indeed felt amiss. After leaving the library, she had been rather unsettled. Upon reflection, she discovered that she had been worried about Harry and the others sneaking off to duel with Draco. Although Ron had adamantly claimed they were merely deceiving Draco, she could not suppress the urge to leave the dormitory in the dead of night to verify the situation. She had arrived rather early, torn between returning and her anxieties, and inadvertently spent over half an hour in contemplation. As the clock struck midnight, and Draco, as Ron had mentioned, had not shown up, nor had Harry and the others, Hermione initially thought she had been overly concerned and prepared to return. However, she was met with the sight of the 3 sneaking past her. "And this is your fault." Hermione glared at Ron, expertly shifting the blame. Ron merely shrugged, not bothering to argue, accustomed to bearing the blame without a hint of discomfort. "All right, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Let us hasten back." Neville glanced around nervously, his demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. "If we are caught by the patrolling professor, we will lose many points." "Indeed. Let us move quickly," Hermione urged, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had been the first to arrive. Harry and Ron, of course, expressed no objections and prepared to retrace their steps. However, Scarcely had they taken 2 steps when they were startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. Accompanying this was a hoarse, grating voice. "Mrs. Norris, over here. Let us investigate whether a mischievous little ghost has slipped out of bed." It was Filch. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously, conveying their understanding without the need for words. It was as if an unspoken agreement had formed among them. They almost instinctively pivoted, scurrying along the wall in a hurried yet cautious manner, until they reached the trophy room. With utmost care, they opened the door and slipped inside. "Draco, that despicable rat, has actually reported us," Ron muttered under his breath as they hurried along. Filch's earlier words had made it abundantly clear that he had received prior notification regarding the potential presence of students in this area. In such a scenario, one could easily surmise that the informant was none other than the absent Draco. Indeed, what a wretched person, Harry readily concurred. Although Neville, who had gleaned the situation during their approach, remained silent, he offered an affirmative hum in agreement. "Quiet now, and hurry," Hermione admonished in a hushed tone, interrupting Harry and the others in their critical musings. The 4 had not entered the trophy room merely to hide. Although the English language lacks a direct equivalent to the phrase catching a turtle in a jar, they understood the principle quite well. Their purpose for entering was due to the presence of 2 doors in the room, one leading in, the other leading out. As long as they remained undetected, they could easily gain a considerable distance from their pursuer. The unfolding events were progressing rather smoothly until Hermione exited through the back door, cautiously closing it behind her, while the front door remained unopened. In doing so, they had managed to put at least one long corridor between themselves and Filch. Chapter 44. A frantic escape. "You must not cause any more trouble." Hermione turned to Harry and the others, her tone earnest. "In light of your assistance with our studies, we shall heed your warning." Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances, silently arriving at the same conclusion before nodding in agreement without uttering a word. Satisfied with their response, Hermione was about to say something further when she turned around, inadvertently colliding with a suit of armor positioned against the wall. Clang, crash, clatter. Hermione stood frozen, her words lodged in her throat. "Harry, Ron, Neville, run," Harry whispered urgently before taking off. At that moment, he regretted not having returned the books to the common room beforehand, instead of carrying them. Without hesitation, Ron followed suit, while Hermione and Neville hesitated for a moment, only to realize they had fallen behind by several paces, prompting them to hurry after the others. After sprinting through several corridors, Harry found himself utterly exhausted and paused to catch his breath. Ron and Hermione, even more fatigued, had slumped against the wall, sliding down to the floor. Interestingly, Neville appeared unfazed, demonstrating surprisingly good stamina. It was, of course, a fact that he was burdened with the weight of several heavy books like Ron and Harry. "We should have already lost him," Hermione said with difficulty. This time, she refrained from voicing complaints, especially since it was her who had knocked over the suit of armor. "Where are we?" Neville asked, looking around hesitantly. They had been running blindly, disregarding whether the stairs led up or down, simply charging ahead. Now, they found themselves utterly disoriented. After all, the staircases at Hogwarts were notoriously unpredictable, making it utterly unreliable to remember where they led. Upon hearing Neville's question, the other 3 turned to Hermione. As the academic achiever, recalling the layout of the castle was one of her many skills. "This should be the 4th floor? I don't think I've ever been here," Hermione replied, glancing around hesitantly. Her expression gradually soured as she added, "This is the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Harry, Ron, and Neville were momentarily taken aback. It had been over a month since Dumbledore had mentioned that the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was a perilous forbidden zone, and during that time, no one had brought it up again. Thus, it had slipped from their minds. At this moment, Hermione's mention of it stirred only the faintest memory within them. Let us wander around a bit. Let us take a look around." In the distance, a voice floated lazily through the air, exuding an air of nonchalance. However, to Harry and his friends, it resonated with unmistakable malice. Peeves. Just when they thought they had escaped one peril, they had now stumbled into another. Harry and Ron wandered about until their eyes fell upon a flickering wooden door nearby. "Hide, hide," Ron urged in a hushed tone, reaching out to pull the handle. However, the door was locked. The voice of Peeves was drawing ever closer. "Step aside," Hermione exclaimed, yanking Ron aside. She took out her wand and whispered, "Alohomora." With a click, the lock sprang open. The 4 of them slipped inside and closed the door, pressing their ears against it. Outside, Peeves continued to hum a discordant tune as he drifted past the door and then receded, showing no intention of inspecting it. "We're safe," Harry sighed with relief. "Let's go." He prepared to open the door, only to feel someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around in confusion, he was left speechless. What in the world? Harry felt as if his scalp were on fire. He was certain his hair was standing on end at that moment. The sight before him exceeded all his capacity for comprehension. He even questioned whether he was dreaming a nightmare. They found themselves in a narrow corridor, the Forbidden Corridor. Harry now fully understood why entry was prohibited. Before them stood a colossal dog, a three-headed beast. The corridor, wide enough for a giant 10 meters tall, was occupied by this massive creature, which was sprawled on the floor. What horrified Harry was not just its immense size, but the fact that it possessed 3 heads. A Cerberus. Harry had only encountered such a creature in mythological tales. Even now, having entered the magical world, he never anticipated that he would truly come face to face with such a being. At that moment, one of the 3 heads slightly stirred, as if it had caught a whiff of something. Its bowl-sized eyes slowly opened, and it let out a tremendous yawn, thick drool dripping from its sharp teeth. Harry opened his mouth in astonishment, only to hastily cover it with his hand, fearful of uttering even the slightest sound. Even Gryffindor, renowned for its bravery, found itself trembling in fear before this monstrous creature. "Let us move. Keep quiet and proceed slowly," Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible and measured. The enormous dog before them had yet to regain full consciousness, and she was determined not to rouse it from its slumber. Harry and his companions were filled with trepidation, and they harbored no desire to voice any dissent. With an unprecedented caution, the 4 of them carefully opened the door, stepped outside, and then gently closed it behind them. Phew. Until the door clicked shut, the large dog seemed to remain only partially alert, neither lunging nor growling, which allowed Harry and his friends to exhale a collective sigh of relief. "Quickly, return. This time, follow my lead." Hermione shot a fierce glare at Harry for his reckless navigation. However, considering that it was her own actions that had prompted their frantic escape, she ultimately refrained from further comment and took the lead, focusing intently on the path ahead. Harry, Ron, and Neville were utterly devoid of the desire to speak, silently trailing behind Hermione. It was not until they returned to the Gryffindor common room that they could finally exhale. Why would such a perilous creature be housed within the very confines of their school? Even as they settled back into the common room, the mere thought of the 3-headed dog sent chills down Harry's spine. Indeed, had it not been for its slumber, Ron dared to ponder the dire consequences. Shuddering at the notion, Neville nodded vigorously, his pale face betraying his anxiety. It was guarding something beneath its feet, a trapdoor. Hermione inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing her emotions as she spoke. "You actually noticed its feet?" Ron exclaimed, astonished. "I was too preoccupied with its head. Did you all notice it had 3 heads? 3 heads. Ron attempted to continue, but Hermione interrupted him. "Please, Harry, Ron, and Neville," Hermione implored earnestly. "We absolutely must refrain from engaging in such reckless antics. We were mere moments away from being devoured by that beast. Do you comprehend? Or worse yet, facing expulsion. Now, off to bed, and for tonight, let us not undertake any further escapades." With that, Hermione clasped her hands together and retreated into the girls' dormitory. "I could have sworn she went on her own," Ron remarked skeptically, adding, "and being expelled is even worse?" Harry shrugged, remaining silent. His mind was filled with Hermione's earlier words. She was evidently guarding something. Harry could not suppress the thoughts of the small package Hagrid had retrieved from Vault 713 at Gringotts, nor could he dismiss the newspapers in Hagrid's room. However, the image of that monstrous dog quickly dispelled these musings, leading Harry to exclaim inwardly, "Hogwarts, this place is perilously dangerous." Chapter 46, Draco's Provocation Once Again. At breakfast the following day, Draco encountered Harry and his friends as though he had seen a ghost. "Well, if it isn't Draco, the cowardly, despicable informant, the mama's boy," Ron declared with a scornful demeanor upon sighting Draco. Indeed, Ron possessed a remarkable audacity, although he had nearly soiled himself in fright from the 3-headed dog the previous night. By the morning he regarded it as a thrilling adventure. While Harry shared a semblance of this sentiment, his recovery was not as swift as Ron's. He certainly did not exhibit the same eagerness to revisit the scene, let alone capture a photograph. Nonetheless, Harry was quite willing to tease Draco, relishing the sight of his face contorting in disgust. Yet, what truly preoccupied Harry's mind was the trapdoor beneath the 3-headed dog, or rather, the treasure it was guarding. He was nearly certain that what lay below was akin to the item Hagrid had procured from Gringotts. When he mentioned it to Ron, his friend concurred. However, the nature of the contents remained elusive to them. What could possibly compel dark wizards to infiltrate Gringotts? Ron speculated, but there's a dragon beneath Gringotts. A dragon? Harry's attention was piqued by this notion. Dragons are highly magical creatures, and Harry and his peers had only encountered them in their first-year textbooks, where the study of dragon blood was noted as a significant component of potion making. Harry and Ron exhibited a keen interest in the mysterious object guarded by the three-headed dog, whereas Hermione and Neville, who had shared similar experiences, displayed none whatsoever. In fact, Neville had taken to avoiding them, seemingly fearful of the dangers that proximity might bring. Hermione, on the other hand, was more forthright in her disregard. She simply ignored them. Typically, Hermione spoke with an air of superiority, occasionally choosing to dismiss Harry and the others, which they found tolerable except, of course, during homework sessions. The following week unfolded with a sense of tranquility, marked by classes, assignments, Quidditch practice, and witty banter with Draco. That was until one fateful lunchtime. The midday arrival of owls was notably less frequent than in the morning or evening, yet there were still a few. However, it was quite rare to see 6 large owls simultaneously bearing a single parcel, thus capturing the attention of everyone in the dining hall. The news of Harry acquiring a Nimbus 2000 swiftly spread among all the students at Hogwarts. Among them were those who felt envious, like Ron, and those who harbored jealousy, such as Draco. Ron, being a good friend of Harry's, was relatively unfazed. While he may have exaggerated claims about Harry's broom, he indeed had frequent opportunities to practice on it. Draco, however, could not be so easily soothed, though he possessed a broom of his own. First-year students were strictly prohibited from carrying brooms unless granted special permission by the head of the house. While Snape was generally kind to Draco, he would not issue an exception allowing him to bring a broom. The Slytherin Quidditch team was currently in a stable condition, and because of this, Draco, who had been somewhat subdued following the midnight duel incident, was once again provoked. Thus, a few days later, as lunch concluded, he confronted Harry once more. "Potter, I challenge you to a duel," Draco declared, blocking Harry's path. "Oh, and will you employ your little reporting spell again?" Harry had yet to speak, but Ron shot him a disdainful glance. Draco seemed prepared and declared proudly, "This time, we shall not choose the night. It will be during the day." "We will wait a moment," Harry interrupted. "Since it is you who proposed the duel, shouldn't I decide the time and place?" He had taken the time to familiarize himself with the customs of wizard dueling and was aware of this particular stipulation. "HM?" Draco's words caught in his throat, and it took him a moment to respond. "Where and when do you propose?" "Right here, right now." "Do you dare?" Harry exclaimed, drawing his wand and pointing it at his own throat. This was a new spell he had mastered, and his voice rang out clearly. "Fellow students, esteemed upperclassmen, I am Harry Potter, a first-year student." Harry's voice immediately attracted a multitude of gazes. Although lunchtime was nearing its end, dozens of students remained present. Harry had long since grown accustomed to the scrutiny of his peers. Recently, the attention had lessened, but during the first 2 weeks of school, wherever he went, those stares would follow. It would have been peculiar not to be used to it. With composure, he declared, "Draco Malfoy has issued a challenge, and I have accepted. He proposed the challenge. I shall determine the time and place, right now, right here. Now we shall see if he dares to proceed." As he spoke, he cast a mocking glance at Draco, whose face fluctuated between pale and flushed. "Mr. Potter, what nonsense are you speaking?" Before Draco could respond, Professor McGonagall's stern voice pierced through the air. Today, she donned a light blue robe adorned with golden stripes, rendering her less austere than usual. However, when she adopted a serious expression, all the young wizards fell into an immediate silence. Professor McGonagall stepped between Harry and Draco, casting a grave glance at the two who had shrunk back like quail, and shook her head. "Wizard dueling is perilous, even though your magical abilities are limited as first years. Without supervision, it is easy for harm to occur. Professor McGonagall, I believe there is no need for such alarm." A deep, sinister voice interjected. Severus Snape, perpetually clad in black robes, his hair appearing unwashed and glistening, and carrying a faint scent of potions, had materialized next to Draco. "Though you are still first years, you are indeed wizards. Dueling is a serious matter. We should afford some support. At most, we can merely observe from the sidelines. What do you think?" Snape expressed a modicum of respect in his tone towards Professor McGonagall, yet his gaze towards Harry and Ron was cold and contemptuous. "Severus, do you consider this a prudent idea?" Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, neither accepting nor rejecting Snape's suggestion outright. "I believe so. You see, although we are not in tumultuous times, enabling young ones to grasp the art of combat sooner may not be a detriment. After all, you are also an expert in dueling, and I believe you could offer some guidance." Snape continued to flatter McGonagall. "Since you hold that opinion, Severus," she conceded, clearly deciding to grant Snape a favor, nodding slightly and raising her hand. A house elf appeared without warning beside Professor McGonagall, addressing her with utmost respect. "What are your commands, Deputy Headmistress?" Chapter 48. The Duel. Dobby, prepare this area. A duel is to take place shortly. Restore it afterward. Professor McGonagall instructed succinctly. At your command. The house elf named Dobby bowed and then vanished. In the next moment, the 4 long tables and their accompanying benches inexplicably disappeared. In their stead arose a long, elevated platform at the center, composed of an unknown material and draped in a crimson carpet. Steps leading up to it were situated on either side. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction before turning her gaze to Snape. "Thank you for your support, Professor McGonagall." Snape bowed slightly and then turned to Harry and Draco, stating, "No assistance are necessary. It shall be one-on-one. Should a wand be relinquished, one be rendered unconscious, fall from the platform, or concede voluntarily, it shall be deemed a failure. There would typically be a risk of death. However, this is a school, and Professor McGonagall and I shall prevent such occurrences. Do either of you have any objections?" Harry and Draco were somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how circumstances had unfolded in such a manner. Harry initially intended to suppress Draco's arrogance, believing that Draco would surely hesitate to duel him. However, Draco sought to ambush Harry in a secluded place, as a fair battle was a notion foreign to wizards, especially to the Malfoy family. Yet, the intervention of Professor McGonagall and Snape transformed the situation entirely. It appeared that the duel was indeed about to take place in front of an audience. Harry and Draco stood in a state of bewilderment. Yet the other students were filled with excitement. A duel. A duel. How long has it been since such an event graced our presence? The age-old adage of enjoying a spectacle without regard for the ensuing chaos rang true, as students who had initially intended to depart after their meal, or perhaps indulge in a nap, study, play, or engage in romantic pursuits, promptly gathered around. "Hurry up, Draco, and you too, Mr. Potter. Do not waste everyone's time," Severus Snape remarked coldly. Or perhaps, "Mr. Potter, are you afraid?" Harry's temper flared instantly. He thought to himself, the old bat has secretly given Snape a nickname in Gryffindor. "Are you too embarrassed to trouble me during class, waiting for a chance after?" He scoffed inwardly. "Do you really believe Draco can triumph over me? Ha! In your dreams." With this in mind, Harry ascended the steps to the platform. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, the voices of the younger girls particularly resounding. Draco, on the other hand, was not keen on this open and transparent duel, which was far from what he desired. However, under the indifferent gaze of his housemaster, he found it impossible to decline. Gritting his teeth, Draco stepped onto the stage from the opposite side. Reflecting on his recent magical training, a surge of confidence welled up within him. Potter merely hails from a Muggle family. Having had no prior exposure to magic, he surely cannot possess any substantial magical prowess, Draco mused. Had the Slytherin classes in Charms and Transfiguration been held together with Gryffindor, Draco would have likely felt less assured. "Very well, let the contest commence." Professor McGonagall presided over the duel. First, bow. Coming from a wizarding family, Draco was well versed in the etiquette of dueling. Harry, having recently crammed for this encounter, was also quite familiar with it. The two moved to the center of the platform, facing each other, and bowed slightly with their wands held before them. They then turned, took 5 large steps away, and turned back to bow once more, thus marking the official beginning of the duel. Chapter 49. Gold and black with the second bow exchanged. Draco immediately waved his wand, unleashing a beam of red light towards Harry. "What kind of spell is this? I've never heard of it before." Harry felt a sense of bewilderment as he staggered forward. 2 spells collided in midair, neutralizing each other. However, Harry employed a rather commonplace spell, while Draco wielded a form of magic that was not recorded in any conventional spellbook. Professor McGonagall observed Draco's magic with a slight frown. Casting a glance at Snape beside her, the latter maintained an expression of indifference, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I have nothing to do with this." McGonagall pursed her lips, concealing her disdain. Internally, she mused on the absurdity of his pretense. After all, how could an esteemed professor with over a decade of teaching experience at Hogwarts be unaware of such matters? The Bat-Bogey Hex was Snape's signature spell, one he had even invented. In the years when it was still permissible to use harmless magic to discipline students, Snape had frequently employed it. However, the use of any form of magic for punishment had since been entirely prohibited, and thus it had not been witnessed in the past 2 years. Still, that did not imply that Professor McGonagall had forgotten. As Harry stood astonished by Draco's utilization of rare magic, Draco too was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Harry could wield offensive spells. Although the stunning spell was a fundamental offensive incantation, It was not part of the curriculum for first-year students. Suddenly, a flicker of unease crept into Draco's demeanor. The duel commenced in a manner that surprised both participants, prompting Harry and Draco to adopt a more cautious stance. Each held their wands aloft, glaring intently at one another, hesitant to make a reckless move. They both understood that should their magic falter, the likelihood of succumbing to the opponent's spell was exceedingly high. The narrow, elongated platform offered little room for evasion. Ideally, summoning a shield charm or a protective spell would have been prudent. However, neither Harry nor Draco possessed proficiency in defensive magic. This impasse soon elicited discontent among the younger wizards below, with students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, having no vested interest in the duel, promptly expressing their displeasure with jeers. As Harry's thoughts stirred, he narrowed his eyes slightly. In a fleeting moment, his inner sight awakened. During his more than a month at school, although he had rarely employed this ability out of fear of witnessing something overwhelmingly powerful that might cause him discomfort, he had nonetheless made considerable progress. For instance, he no longer needed to pinch the bridge of his nose to self-suggest. A mere shift in his thoughts was sufficient to activate it. This was also the first time Harry had utilized his inner sight on Draco. To his astonishment, he observed the subtle fluctuations of magical energy emanating from Draco's body. Compared to Ron and the others when they first arrived at school, Draco's magical aura had notably strengthened, akin to Ron's current state, with the diminutive figure in the center of his forehead being of similar size. However, unlike Ron, Neville, or Hermione, Draco's magical surface bore faint traces of black lines. What could this mean? Harry couldn't help but glance towards Professor McGonagall in the audience. In Harry's mind, as the headmistress, Professor McGonagall represented a formidable pillar of support. Not to mention, his most cherished possession, the Nimbus 2000 broomstick, had been a gift from her. At that moment, he momentarily forgot he was still using his inner sight. That single glance nearly overwhelmed Harry. The magical aura surrounding Professor McGonagall resembled a golden flame, radiating outwards for several meters, nearly filling the entire Great Hall. Akin to a blazing fire or a miniature sun, it was as vivid as the essence of a small golden figure. No, it wasn't merely a small golden figure. A phantom, equal in height to Professor McGonagall, hovered behind her. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who always wore glasses and had her hair neatly arranged, the golden figure behind her had flowing hair, billowing alongside her robes as if stirred by an unseen breeze. This apparition did not wear glasses, appearing significantly younger, exuding a sense of nobility akin to a celestial being. Enveloped in golden flames, with a sanctified silhouette behind her, Professor McGonagall, in Harry's eyes, resembled a deity. Yet, even more astonishing than Professor McGonagall was Severus Snape, standing beside her. The magical aura surrounding Snape, while not as vast as McGonagall's, was still substantial, approximately 4/5 of her magnitude. However, the figure behind him was equally tall and seemed even more solid than McGonagall's. Yet, unlike the luminous white tinged with gold that characterized Harry, Ron, and the others, or McGonagall's resplendent gold, Snape's aura was shrouded in darkness. It resembled a faint black mist enveloping him, and coupled with his dark attire, it imparted an impression of concealment. The phantom behind him, while not entirely black like the magical aura, bore a shadowy outline, particularly around its eyes, which were entirely black. As Harry beheld these two formidable wizards through his inner sight, a slight sting pierced his eyes, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Although it did not incapacitate him as the vision of what seemed to be Dumbledore's apparition above the castle had, it nonetheless caused a momentary lapse in his awareness. Draco, ever perceptive, swiftly noticed Harry's momentary distraction. In an instant, his arm shot up, unleashing a spell, a searing blaze of flames. Harry, caught off guard, hastily raised his left hand. With a sharp crack, the spell struck the back of his hand, causing his fair palm to erupt in red welts. Professor McGonagall immediately furrowed her brow. The searing heat was unmistakable. This was indeed a malevolent curse. Or rather, it could be classified as dark magic. Although it was of the most rudimentary kind, dark magic was still dark magic. Nevertheless, Professor McGonagall refrained from intervening to halt the duel. While Hogwarts did not teach dark magic, it had not instituted a prohibition against its use. Moreover, the two essential prerequisites for dark magic, immense power and an abundance of malice, were not evident in Draco's spellcasting. McGonagall could discern that Draco's magical force was lacking, and his malevolence was not particularly potent. Furthermore, the powerful enchantment surrounding Hogwarts significantly mitigated the effects of dark magic, rendering this particular spell less effective than even some basic charms. Harry was oblivious to Professor McGonagall's psychological transformation, nor was he aware that this spell was of the dark arts. He merely felt an excruciating pain in the back of his hand. as if it were being seared by fire. Yet, unexpectedly, this intense agony did not disrupt his thoughts. In fact, he remained remarkably composed. Almost instantaneously, Harry had reacted. The moment the sharp pain struck, he instinctively entered a state of mental occlusion. In this state, various negative effects were significantly suppressed, although the pain persisted. Its impact on his psyche was profoundly diminished. Moreover, Harry seemed to perceive that as Draco concentrated his magic, a dark thread emerged from the small golden figure atop his forehead and gradually merged into the magical aura surrounding him. What was this phenomenon? As Harry's thoughts shifted, he quickly realized that this was not the time for such musings. In the moment when Draco reveled in the success of his spell, Harry retaliated with a swift incantation, Petrificus Totalis. Chapter 51. Harry vs. Draco. Draco, caught in a moment of triumph at having hit his target, believed the outcome was already decided. He was acutely aware of the searing pain that would ensue from the curse, certain it would render him incapacitated. However, Harry almost instantaneously countered with his own magic. Draco found himself unprepared as the spell struck him squarely, rendering his body rigid and causing him to fall backward. The victory was clear. In that very instant, Professor McGonagall approached with urgency. Observing her swift movements, one could hardly believe she was an elderly lady. As she reached Harry in just a few strides, with a flick of her wand, a beam of white light enveloped the back of Harry's hand. The fiery blister, which had been expanding and covering his entire palm, abruptly ceased its growth and began to shrink gradually. "Potter, what a resilient child!" McGonagall exclaimed, genuinely impressed that Harry, despite grimacing in pain, had managed to withstand the excruciating heat. "Now, hurry to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will have you healed in no time, with no scars left behind." "Yes, Professor, I shall go at once." Harry nodded vigorously. Even though the pain was dulled by the brain closure charm, it was still overwhelmingly agonizing. He leaped off the platform and hurried towards the hospital wing, with Ron quickly following suit, along with several cheering Gryffindor students. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students appeared disheartened. Although Snape had swiftly intervened to lift Draco's petrification, the public duel had resulted in a clear victory for Gryffindor over Slytherin. Snape shot a fierce glare at Draco, who instinctively recoiled like a quail. What could Snape say at this point? It was evident that Draco's spell had struck first, giving him a significant advantage. Yet who could have predicted that an 11-year-old could endure such intense pain and still retaliate? Snape found it utterly incomprehensible, and in his bewilderment, he could hardly blame Draco. "Go back and practice diligently. Should there be a next time, you will have much to answer for." Snape could only utter this before sweeping away in his black robes, never looking back. The hospital wing. Just as Professor McGonagall had stated, Madame Pomfrey's magic caused the blister on Harry's hand to shrink rapidly, leaving only a red mark. Not only that, but Madame Pomfrey also prepared a soothing ointment to apply to Harry's hand. "Truly brave, my dear child." Madame Pomfrey praised him. "The searing curse is indeed a vile dark magic. Although it is among the least potent, and the caster's skill appears lacking, the pain it inflicts is no less severe. Yet, you managed to come here on your own." What could Harry say in response? He could only smile sheepishly, displaying his gratitude. Rest assured, while many dark magic injuries are irreversible, with prompt treatment, the effects of the searing curse need not be so dire. Madame Pomfrey continued as she applied the ointment. "Once the salve is dried and you feel a bit of warmth, you may remove it, and you shall be entirely healed, with not a single scar remaining." Harry felt a soothing coolness enveloping the back of his hand as the ointment was applied, instantly alleviating the lingering sensation of burning pain. This refreshing sensation seeped into his flesh, providing an indescribable comfort. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." Harry expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks, just take some rest," Madame Pomfrey suggested. "Would you like me to provide you with a note? You may return to your dormitory this afternoon to rest." Harry pondered for a moment and ultimately declined. He believed it would be wiser to avoid missing classes. This decision drew sharp criticism from Fred and George, who exclaimed, "You have a golden opportunity to skip class, and you fail to seize it." Ron wholeheartedly agreed with their sentiments. Chapter 52. The Soul Interpretation Method. Harry, who had recently experienced a slight decrease in fervor, found himself reignited with enthusiasm in the past few days. The cause, of course, was the duel that had transpired a few days prior. However, Harry had long since cast aside the matter of the duel. He had stumbled upon something new. The Soul Interpretation Method. This knowledge suddenly emerged in his mind while recalling the magical visages of Professor McGonagall and Snape on the night of the duel. Harry's mind was filled with knowledge numerous times, albeit mostly fragmented and practical in nature. For instance, he had encountered potion recipes and methods for arranging feng shui. Even the mind-concealing charm was merely a simplistic approach. And it was only by chance that Harry stumbled upon notes in the library that provided him with a more comprehensive understanding. A complete system of knowledge had never been presented to him before. However, the soul derivation method that emerged this time was markedly different. It predominantly consisted of pure knowledge, interspersed with minor spells. This segment on soul derivation was entirely in Chinese, and the text was quite obscure. Although Harry had a grasp of the language, it was limited to the most rudimentary and colloquial forms. The reading proved to be quite arduous, yet after several days of study, he managed to grasp the general content. According to the descriptions within the soul derivation method, entities are categorized into 4 levels: material, spiritual, mental, and magical. Yet, the vast majority of things do not simultaneously possess characteristics from all 4 levels. Ordinary stones, metals, and minerals exhibit only material properties, plants and lower animals, while based in materiality, also possess some spiritual qualities. Higher beings and humans possess the capacity for self-awareness and thought, referred to as the mental level. Most life forms halt at this point. Only a select few, endowed with extraordinary supernatural abilities, possess capabilities from the 4th level, the magical. For example, the magic of wizards. The derivation method categorized this as body-mind law, a term in Chinese that Harry found perplexing. Logically, according to the ascending levels, it should be body law, mind law. Generally, entities acquire these levels incrementally, though exceptions exist. Some malevolent spirits lack physical bodies and therefore materiality, while certain magical creatures, devoid of self-will and driven solely by slaughter, lack mental capacity. This reminded Harry of the ghosts at Hogwarts and the legendary zombies. Within this body of knowledge, Harry discovered descriptions that confirmed some of his prior hypotheses. Firstly, he validated that the light he perceived on the surface of beings during his clairvoyant state was indeed magical energy, which also reappeared in the derivation method, alongside a more detailed explanation of clairvoyant training. Secondly, he learned that the golden dot on a muggle's forehead, Neville's small golden figure, and the figures behind Professors McGonagall and Snape were all projections of the soul, or, as referred to in the derivation method, the primordial spirit. This was the tangible manifestation of the mind. Its size and density directly reflected the strength of the individual's soul. This elucidated the phenomenon. Wizards possessed a larger soul force compared to ordinary individuals, hence their transformation from a golden dot to a small figurine. Professors McGonagall and Snape, being even more formidable, possess soul projections comparable in size to their physical forms. However, if that were the case, Harry recalled the towering apparition of Dumbledore he had seen upon arriving at Hogwarts, which loomed larger than the castle itself. If that too was a soul projection, just how powerful must Dumbledore's soul force be? Chapter 53. Before Halloween, Harry recalled the moment he first arrived at Hogwarts, when he beheld the towering apparition of Dumbledore, which loomed even larger than the castle itself. If that was indeed a projection of his soul, how immense must Dumbledore's spiritual power be? Or perhaps it was not a projection of the soul at all. Harry found himself in a state of uncertainty. When discussing the concept of the soul, he recalled the 4 minor spells documented within the art of manifestation. These included the mind-shielding charm, which he had already mastered, allowing the soul to temporarily detach from the body and soar like a specter, the soul-shedding technique, enabling one to perceive and briefly influence the emotions of others through empathic connection, the most fundamental of all, the soul fortification method, which serves to enhance the strength of the soul itself. Harry could comprehend only this much. The rest remained shrouded in ambiguity. For instance, the concept of fate theory mentioned in the final brief chapter eluded his understanding. The author of the soul interpretation method seemed only partially acquainted with the notion of fate. Nevertheless, according to his assertions, everything possesses its own fate, which appears to be a more fundamental attribute than the laws of body and mind. While the body can undergo various enhancements, and although increasing vitality may be somewhat arduous, numerous methods exist to achieve this. The avenues for enhancing soul power, however, are fewer, yet not entirely absent. At least the soul interpretation method offers a means to this end. As for the demonic essence, there are no effective methods for its enhancement. However, it tends to increase naturally with age. This phenomenon accounts for the formidable magical prowess found in many long-lived magical beings. Only fate remains elusive, its alteration challenging to grasp. Such chaotic musings reflect Harry's sentiments towards these enigmatic subjects. The preceding 4 layers of properties he could still barely grasp and found them enlightening. However, the subsequent descriptions regarding fate were entirely perplexing to him. Lacking comprehension, he could not retain the information, and as time passed, the recollection of such knowledge gradually faded, which did not concern him. What mattered more to him were the concepts he had understood and the author of the soul interpretation method, Yinzo. This is not the first time Harry has encountered this name among the knowledge he has acquired. Several potions, the creators of which he has long forgotten, were authored by Yinzo. Additionally, the Feng Shui Bureau, from which Harry had once benefited the most, was also created by Yinzo. Who is this Yinzo? Does it relate to the continuous influx of knowledge he has been receiving? When Harry first entered school, he had casually inquired about it with Hermione, as she was the most reliable source for such questions. At that time, it was merely a passing curiosity, yet Hermione admitted her ignorance. Later, he recalled the name and searched among the notable contemporary wizards, but to no avail. Since it was not an urgent matter and his studies were quite demanding, he eventually ceased his inquiries. However, at this moment, his interest was rekindled. He thought to himself that he must take the opportunity to investigate further. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed since Harry arrived at Hogwarts. During these 2 months, aside from the initial 2 weeks which were somewhat relaxed, the subsequent days proved to be quite arduous. With the increasing difficulty of lessons, it became a common occurrence to write assignments until the midnight hour. Nevertheless, as the vast magical world gradually unveiled itself, revealing its wondrous facets to the young wizards, they all felt a profound sense of fulfillment, despite the exhaustion they experienced. During this period, the Dursleys had not sent any news, but Dudley had written a letter. In his correspondence, he recounted his experiences at his new school and inquired about Harry's life there. It must be said that the relationship between Harry and his aunt and uncle was purely transactional, whereas with his cousin Dudley, there was a semblance of fraternal affection. Amidst the mountain of assignments, Harry managed to carve out over half an hour to write a reply to Dudley, all the while pondering how Dudley had managed to deliver the letter to Hogwarts. Chapter 54. The Levitation Charm. Harry was perplexed as to how Dudley had managed to send the letter to Hogwarts. The correspondence had arrived via owl. But where could Dudley possibly have obtained an owl? He included this question in his letter. Halloween was fast approaching. Every year on Privet Drive, Harry would, much like Dudley, adorn his face with various monstrous designs and don a sign that proclaimed trick or treat while traversing the streets in search of sweets. Due to Harry's charming appearance, he would invariably collect the most candy. However, the quantity that ultimately found its way to his mouth was rather limited, for a significant portion was seized by the envious Dudley and his companions. It seemed that such a tradition did not exist in the wizarding world, which was quite reasonable. After all, the ghouls and vampires that children masqueraded as were indeed real entities in the wizarding realm. Witches were abundant, rendering such costumes rather pointless. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Halloween lacked its own unique charm. Hagrid had prepared a grand pumpkin well in advance. Harry was not merely suspicious. He was convinced that Hagrid had enchanted those pumpkins. Otherwise, he could not fathom how they could be larger than a carriage. What? You mentioned Cinderella's pumpkin carriage? That too was a product of magic. On Halloween Day, as Harry and the others stepped out of the common room, they were greeted by the delightful aroma wafting through the corridor. Harry recognized it well. It was the scent of roasted pumpkin. This invigorated the young witches and wizards. The first-year students were particularly excited, not solely because of the roasted pumpkin and the evening's Halloween feast, but also because Professor Flitwick had previously announced that they would learn the levitation charm on this day. Although Harry and Hermione had already mastered the charm, they were among the few. The majority of young witches and wizards, even the academically inclined from Ravenclaw, had only grasped the most basic spells, with many having merely learned a simple illumination charm. The prospect of levitating objects, a quintessential skill for any wizard, filled the young students with eager anticipation. The charms class at Hogwarts was conducted alongside Hufflepuff, and like most classes, it was organized into pairs for the lesson. Harry and Susan Burns from Gryffindor were assigned to the same group, and the little girl's face flushed with excitement, her hands trembling slightly. Harry felt a wave of concern, fearing that her nervousness might lead to a failure in their practical magical exercises. In the early stages of magical learning, wrist movements are of paramount importance. Neville and Seamus Finnegan were also paired together, both appearing quite flustered. Neville's anxiety stemmed from a simple truth. Up until now, he had never successfully cast any spell during class. Every time, he could only manage a meager success after extensive practice outside of class. Seamus, in certain respects, fared even worse than Neville. While he could consistently produce magic, the results were often disastrous. Boom. Seamus's feather, intended for practicing the levitation charm, was engulfed in a burst of flames and a resounding explosion, reducing it to blackened ash. "Professor, might we require a new one?" Neville hesitantly inquired, his mind racing with the fear that Professor Flitwick might expect him to provide Seamus with one of his own. As he too had yet to master the art of levitation, Ron and Hermione were grouped together, a situation that left Ron feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ever since the incident with the three-headed dog, Hermione had not spoken to either of them, which had directly resulted in Harry and Ron spending an additional half-hour each day on their assignments. Ron was quite dissatisfied with this turn of events, believing Hermione to be making a mountain out of a molehill, and thus he chose to ignore her. As he observed the two, their expressions contorted in frustration. It felt as though a glance in each other's direction might result in a piercing gaze. Harry sensed that an incident was imminent. Chapter 55, The Halloween Troll Visit Hogwarts offers a divination course, but it is an elective available only from the third year onwards. Harry had gleaned a bit of information about it and learned that the most crucial aspect of being a seer is innate talent. He believed he possessed such a gift. At the beginning of class, he had an inkling that an accident would befall Hermione and Ron's group, and indeed, his premonition came to fruition. Ron's wand continued to disappoint him, compounded by the fact that both his gestures and incantations were somewhat lacking. Naturally, his magic failed to manifest. Observing his desk mate's myriad mistakes, Hermione could hardly contain her urge to critique. Consequently, the already fragile dynamics of their relationship deteriorated further. "I can hardly stand that Granger. Doesn't she realize that her behavior is precisely why she has no friends?" Ron fumed to Harry as they exited the classroom, his hands gesticulating animatedly. "Did you see her? Absolutely insufferable." Harry indeed harbored a certain disdain for Hermione's perpetually superior demeanor. However, due to his commendable academic performance, she found it difficult to undermine him, thus he did not experience the same intense feelings as Ron. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was suddenly jostled by an elbow, followed by the swift passage of a figure beside them. Undoubtedly, it was Hermione. Harry seemed to catch a glimpse of Hermione's reddened eyes, tears glistening at the corners. It appeared she had overheard some disparaging remarks, and Harry felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yet what of it? Ron evidently shared a sense of discomfort, his tone tinged with unease. Nevertheless, he resolutely turned his head away, refusing to gaze in the direction Hermione had departed. She ought to have been more mindful. "I spoke no untruths." Harry wished to express something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. However, the concerns that plagued him came to fruition that afternoon. During one of the classes, Hermione was conspicuously absent. While professors generally paid little heed to attendance, occasionally overlooking a student's absence, Hermione's situation was markedly different. Since the beginning of the term, she had not missed a single lesson. Even when she had been under the weather, battling a fever, she had still attended class. Throughout that entire afternoon, Harry did not catch a glimpse of Hermione. He even ventured to the library to borrow a book, yet there was no sign of her there either. It was well known that Hermione frequented the library, even on weekends. Could she have returned to her dormitory? Harry pondered as the evening approached. And with the Halloween feast on the horizon, the students gathered in the Great Hall, but still, Harry had not seen Hermione. It was then that he inadvertently overheard Parvati and her roommate Lavender discussing that Hermione was in the girls' restroom, weeping bitterly and refusing comfort from anyone. Harry heard it. And naturally, Ron, who had been with him all along, also heard it. Harry could distinctly observe Ron's discomfort as he constantly shifted in his seat. However, upon entering the grand hall and beholding the opulent and vibrant decorations, their attention was instantly captivated. Countless spats flitted against the walls and ceiling, while even more hovered like low, swirling clouds above the banquet tables, causing the flames of the candles nestled within the pumpkin bowls to flicker and dance. The everyday meals at Hogwarts were indeed plentiful, yet in comparison to the feast, the variety and quantity were vastly different. Harry had only witnessed such an extravagant spread during the opening feast. Harry and Ron each held different kinds of food in their hands, their faces alight with joy as they indulged in their feast. In their haste to eat, they choked and were compelled to gulp down a generous amount of pumpkin juice to alleviate the discomfort. Unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore had summoned a lively fairy band, which was now performing cheerful melodies before the dais. Professor Flitwick, perhaps caught up in the festive spirit, conjured a tall stool and stood upon it, wielding his wand as a conductor's baton to lead the ensemble. Just as the atmosphere of merriment reached its zenith, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open with a resounding bang from the outside, capturing the attention of all present. And even the band ceased their playing momentarily. Everyone turned to the entrance, where Professor Quirrell dashed in, hastening toward the dais while exclaiming, "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeon!" However, mid-sentence, it appeared he tripped over his robe, falling forward and consequently fainting. A moment of silence enveloped the room before chaos erupted, particularly among the younger wizards, who let out a chorus of screams. The renowned bravery of Gryffindor was somewhat steadier. Yet many still wore expressions of concern. Harry's complexion appeared rather poor as he perused the textbook on defense against the dark arts, where he encountered the ogre. A creature classified as a level 3 magical being, the ogre possesses a relatively low level of aggression. However, it remains quite perilous for the majority of wizards. Ogres are humanoid entities towering over 5 meters in height, and those exceeding 6 meters are referred to as mountain trolls, with the largest specimens reaching an astonishing 7 meters. Earning the title of Lord. Typical ogres do not wield magic, yet a rare few mutated mountain trolls possess the ability to conjure shockwave-like spells, which is exceedingly uncommon. Regardless of the type, all ogres exhibit formidable resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Their thick skin, coupled with an innate stone-like hide, along with their astonishing brute strength, renders them one of the most troublesome entities among the mid to lower tier magical beings. It is excessive to revise 3 chapters at once in the future. It would be more appropriate to limit it to 2. Chapter 56. Why not seek the professor? Harry recalled the description in his textbook regarding how to deal with trolls, without 2 or 3 adult wizards, or the mastery of potent piercing magic. It is advisable to flee when confronted by a troll. The troll's sluggish movements render it possible for even moderately skilled wizards to ensure their own safety in such encounters. Harry's contemplation was but a fleeting moment. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a dazzling firework shot into the sky, accompanied by a resounding command that reverberated throughout the grand hall. Silence. It was the voice of Dumbledore. Strangely, merely hearing that voice, the previously panicked young wizards found tranquility. That voice seemed to possess an enchanting power. No, it truly held magical power. Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After nearly a week of studying the art of soul interpretation, he had developed a fascinating understanding of the soul, along with a unique sensitivity to the magical categories associated with it. He could perceive the faint soul vibrations woven into Dumbledore's voice, which possessed a calming effect on both soul and emotion. Could magic truly be wielded in such a manner? Harry gazed at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with admiration, a yearning for the extraordinary and magnificent powers of magic. Head boy, please escort the students from each house to the common room. Dumbledore instructed as the students quieted down. His composed demeanor further influenced the students, particularly those hailing from wizarding families. Indeed, Dumbledore was present. He was the greatest wizard of the century. Before him, even a troll was inconsequential. The head boys guided their respective houses back to the common room, with Percy displaying the utmost poise. It seemed he had rehearsed this scene countless times. At least in his imagination. How did the troll manage to enter? Shouldn't there be protective enchantments guarding the school? Harry questioned hesitantly, trailing along with the crowd. While it is conceivable that dark arts defense class could utilize a troll as a teaching aid, Ron replied with uncertainty, given Professor Quirrell's demeanor. I believe that possibility is nil. Wait, Harry suddenly halted, glancing at Ron, whose expression had turned grave. They both recalled the same thing. Hermione, they exclaimed in unison. She was still unaware of the troll's presence. Blast it, that girl always finds herself in trouble, Ron lamented, oblivious to the irony of who was truly more prone to causing chaos. Harry cast a glance at Ron that spoke volumes, and Ron, with an unspoken understanding, immediately grasped the situation. Why was Hermione unaware of the troll? Because she was not in the Great Hall. And why was she absent? Because she was weeping in the girls' restroom. What had caused her distress? Ron's words. We must go find her, Harry asserted with certainty. Indeed, let us hurry. We must not allow Percy to catch sight of us. Ron, displaying a similar resolve, wasted no time in discussion, clearly aligned with Harry's thoughts. Without further ado, they crouched low and maneuvered against the throng towards the staircase leading to the dungeons. However, before they could exit the hall, they collided with the sluggish Neville. Harry, Ron, where are you two sneaking off to? Neville inquired, eyeing their furtive demeanor, instantly suspecting they were up to something, despite his desire to remain uninvolved. He could not suppress his curiosity. Ron felt somewhat conflicted about encountering Neville. There's no time to explain, he exclaimed as they continued their hurried pace. Harry, unencumbered by hesitation, seized Neville's arm and urged, Hermione is in the girls' restroom on the lower floor. The troll is there as well. We must rescue her. What? Neville stammered, slightly taken aback, as Harry dragged him along, bewildered. Why would Hermione be in the dungeons? Harry, without pausing for further explanation, dashed towards the staircase. Just as he was about to descend, Ron suddenly exclaimed, Someone! Instinctively, the three of them swiftly concealed themselves behind a nearby statue. The corridor was dimly illuminated by flickering torches, and at that moment, the light was particularly feeble, allowing them to remain relatively unnoticed in the shadows of the statue. In fact, they successfully achieved their goal, as the hurried passerby completely overlooked them, ascending the staircase without a second glance. It was Snape. There was no need for a closer inspection. He was unmistakably clad in his customary black robes, reeking of potions. The three young wizards were certain that it was indeed him. Why would he be going upstairs? Wasn't the troll located in the basement? Neville pondered uncertainly. We can't worry about that now, Harry replied casually, pulling Neville along as he and Ron navigated around and sprinted down the stairs towards the basement. Wait, Neville called out. It wasn't until they reached the basement that Harry finally came to a halt, allowing Neville to voice the question that had been on his mind but remained unspoken due to their frantic pace. Why don't we inform the professors? Harry, Ron, indeed. Why not seek out the professor? Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Chapter 57, The Battle with the Troll. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Harry and Ron appeared rather flustered. You didn't give me the chance to speak either, Neville said with a look of grievance. Harry had more to say, but suddenly his nose twitched. Do you smell that? Without needing Harry to elaborate, Ron and Neville's expression shifted, for an indescribable stench wafted towards them from afar. Accompanying this was a thunderous sound, massive footsteps pounding against the ground, along with a deep, rumbling breath and muffled gasps. Keen-eyed Ron pointed towards the end of the corridor, where a colossal shadow was slowly advancing. It was a troll. It appeared to have emerged from the classroom. Harry's complexion darkened. That direction led to the lavatory. Ron's voice trembled slightly. There's no time to find a professor. We must hurry. In a moment of impulsiveness, Harry drew his wand and dashed forward. Without a second thought, Ron followed suit, and after a brief hesitation, Neville joined them as well. As they sprinted down the lengthy corridor, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. The troll stood over 5 meters tall, its skin covered in grotesque warts, evoking a sense of repulsion. Its hue was a sickly gray, reminiscent of stone. In stark contrast to its enormous frame, the troll's head appeared disproportionately small, exuding an air of foolishness. Yet at that moment, this lumbering behemoth was smashing a wooden door to splinters with a club, before stepping inside, accompanied by a girl's piercing scream. The girl's lavatory, Hermione, Harry shouted, sprinting towards the lavatory with Ron hot on his heels. This time, even Neville showed no hesitation and rushed forward. As Harry and his companions rushed to the battered washroom door, they found Hermione cowering in the corner, while the ogre approached with its deliberate gait. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry waved his wand and unleashed a red beam towards the creature. However, his spell, cast in haste, struck the ogre's back, which was caked with thick mud and stone debris. The impact sent a spray of grit flying, yet it caused no substantial harm. Nonetheless, it had some effect. The ogre halted, slowly turning around, its small, bean-sized eyes spinning until they settled upon Harry, who stood at the forefront, wand in hand. Hermione, run. Get away from there. Harry shouted, and with another flourish of his wand, he cast a shockwave. The powerful wave collided with the ogre, a basic offensive spell that most adult wizards could cast instantaneously. Although Harry could not conjure it in an instant, it still held considerable force. Unlike the stunning spell that sent the creature flying while rendering it unconscious, the shockwave bore a singular impact that was somewhat more potent than the stunning charm. Striking the ogre on the head, it caused the creature to stagger back 2 steps. At that moment, Hermione, suppressing her fear, began to maneuver cautiously towards the exit. However, the ogre, having taken those 2 steps back, spotted her crouched in the corner and let out a low growl, swinging its large club in her direction. Most individuals would likely freeze in such a situation, but Hermione, true to the courage of her Gryffindor house, let out a shriek yet managed to scramble away just in time to evade the blow. Hermione, Ron shouted anxiously, glancing around before picking up a shard of wood from the shattered door and hurling it at the ogre. Lacking proficiency in offensive spells, he did not consider using his wand. Ron's makeshift attack proved effective. The board struck the ogre squarely on the face. Had it hit its body? Ron's slight frame might have gone unnoticed, but the impact to the face was different. Even the thick-skinned ogre could not help but turn its gaze toward this direction. To Harry and Ron's astonishment, Neville sprang into action the moment the ogre glanced at Ron, dashing towards Hermione. In just a few strides, he reached her side, grasped her, and began to flee. While one could argue this was an act of bravery, it was undeniably reckless. The ogre's attention was once again drawn towards them. Yet, at this critical juncture, Harry cast another spell. Drawing from previous experience, he aimed directly for the ogre's face. With a resounding bang, the stunning spell hit the ogre squarely, leaving it momentarily dazed as it stumbled backward. In a flash of inspiration, Ron waved his wand, casting a levitation charm. His previously rebellious wand cooperated at this pivotal moment, successfully executing the spell. The ogre, already off balance, found its raised foot lifted by the magic, causing it to lose its equilibrium and topple backward. With a thunderous crash, it fell as if a small mountain had collapsed, shaking the ground beneath Harry and his companions, roaring in frustration. The ogre was momentarily roused from its stupor by the impact, a swelling bruise forming on the back of its head from colliding with the wall. Even with its formidable physique, the pain was palpable. The adage that wounded beasts are the most dangerous rang true in this instance. As the ogre rose again, it charged at Harry and his friends, wielding its massive club. Yet, in that instant, the four young wizards seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they simultaneously raised their wands. Lumos, Neville exclaimed, casting the illumination charm he had painstakingly mastered, the only spell he had successfully learned. His magic shimmered brilliantly, far exceeding that of his peers in intensity, momentarily blinding the advancing ogre. Instinctively, the ogre raised its hands, attempting to shield its eyes with its enormous palms, only to be met with Ron's incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The ogre found its club unexpectedly lifted from its grasp, floating in midair. The creature paused, its small head struggling to comprehend the situation, its cognitive capacity insufficient for such a rapid turn of events. Meanwhile, Harry's spell struck true. Stupefy. His most effective spell hit the ogre squarely in the face, causing it to lean back once more. Freeze, Hermione commanded, quickly regaining her composure as she cast a charm to transform the water pooling at the ogre's feet into ice. The already unsteady creature slipped on the icy surface, toppling backward once again. Ron, ever quick-witted, flicked his wand to levitate the heavy club, then released it. The club came crashing down, striking the ogre squarely on the head. Its tiny eyes rolled back, and it collapsed, lifeless. Is it dead? Ron panted, breathless from their frantic escape and the ensuing battle, feeling utterly exhausted. Hermione, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, leaning against Ron for support. Neville, who had been so brave in rescuing Hermione, now appeared equally terrified, shaking even more than she. They all stared at the ogre, lying still, save for the gentle rise and fall of its chest, its eyes flickering as if on the brink of unconsciousness. Harry was the most composed among the four, yet he still felt an uncontrollable weakness in his legs. Nevertheless, he managed to speak with clarity. He merely fainted. Let us hurry and wait for the professors. Just as Harry was about to express his concern that it would be troublesome when the professors arrived, he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps. Almost immediately, Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald green robes, appeared behind them, followed closely by Professors Flitwick and Sprout. Bringing up the rear were Professors Snape and Quirrell. The latter, upon catching sight of the giant creature sprawled on the ground, seemed to lose his footing, staggering back 2 steps before leaning against the wall to steady himself. Harry furrowed his brow slightly, for Snape's gait appeared rather peculiar. He glanced downward, observing a significant tear in the hem of Snape's robe, faintly stained with blood. Snape, noticing Harry's gaze, hastily flicked his cloak to conceal it. Before Harry could take a closer look, Professor McGonagall's furious voice had already reached his ears. Harry had never witnessed Professor McGonagall so enraged. Her hair seemed to puff slightly in her fury. This reminded Harry of a Chinese expression, anger causing hair to stand on end. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, pointing at Harry and his companions, her finger trembling with indignation. That is a fully grown troll. Even an adult wizard must exercise extreme caution in such a situation. You should be grateful to Merlin for your lives. Or perhaps it is I who ought to express my gratitude to Merlin for not finding 4 lifeless bodies before me now. The 4 of them stood there, chastened like quails, heads bowed and necks retracted, scarcely daring to utter a sound. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing her anger, and then asked, Now, can anyone tell me what exactly transpired here? Just as Harry was about to speak, Hermione stepped forward and interrupted him, exclaiming, Professor McGonagall, this is all my fault. It was the first time Hermione had deducted points from Gryffindor, and she took away 5 points. Harry, Ron, and Neville each earned 10 points for Gryffindor, resulting in a net gain of 25 points. However, nearly everyone's attention was diverted from those scores. The other students were overwhelmingly curious about how the 4 of them managed to defeat the troll. As for Harry and his companions, they were more concerned with the newfound intimacy that had developed among them following this harrowing experience. Hermione was astonished that Harry and Ron would risk their safety to rescue her, while Harry and Ron were equally surprised that Hermione would take the blame upon herself. To everyone's surprise, including Neville's, he had mustered the courage to save Hermione from beneath the troll's feet. A bond forged in peril? Harry recalled a Chinese phrase. Chapter 59, the book borrowed from Snape in the common room. Ron was recounting, for the 13th time, the tale of their fierce battle with the troll. It was indeed a tale, for the narrative had diverged significantly from the actual events. A single thrown plank had been embellished into a series of relentless wooden projectiles that distracted the troll. Neville's rush to rescue Hermione was transformed into a dramatic roll and dodge amidst the troll's swinging club. Harry's 3 ineffectual spells were exaggerated into a barrage that left the troll battered and reeling. Meanwhile, Hermione's freezing charm, which merely caused the troll to slip, was depicted as a spell that encased the creature in ice. In summary, the peril of the situation had been amplified tenfold by Ron. And each participant's contributions had been glorified tenfold as well. At least Ron, in his exaggeration, did not solely glorify himself. He included Harry and the others, maintaining a shred of integrity. Although many Gryffindor students had heard several versions of the tale and were well aware of Ron's penchant for embellishment, it did not diminish their enthusiasm as they eagerly gathered to listen. After all, regardless of Ron's embellishments, the undeniable truth remained. The 4 of them had indeed vanquished a fully grown troll. As November approached, the first half of the academic year had passed. And with the chill in the air came an invigorating excitement within the house, all due to the impending Quidditch matches. Harry had observed several practice matches. Yet due to the absence of the golden snitch in these sessions, he, as a seeker, had yet to participate. Conversely, Ron, serving as a substitute keeper, managed to join one, much to Harry's envy for several days. The Gryffindor practice matches primarily involved Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, with infrequent encounters against Slytherin. At least Harry had never witnessed such a match. Hufflepuff, in fact, never engaged in practice matches with Slytherin. The only practice partner Slytherin could secure was Ravenclaw, likely due to the latter's predominantly pureblood composition. However, this year, Ravenclaw's team consisted mostly of girls. And given Slytherin's notoriously aggressive playing style, Ravenclaw was somewhat reluctant to schedule matches against them. The increase in practice sessions and training significantly curtailed the homework time for both Harry and Ron. This made them exceedingly grateful for the improvement in their relationship with Hermione, as it was becoming quite challenging for Padma to support both of them simultaneously. 2 days prior to the match, Harry was so anxious that even meals lost their appeal. Influenced by his nerves, Ron, who was not even playing, and Hermione, who had no direct involvement, also found themselves tense. Hermione even took the initiative to visit the library to find a comprehensive tome titled The Wonderful Game of Quidditch, which detailed various rules and amusing historical anecdotes about the sport. Even Ron, a seasoned fan, was astonished to learn that there were over 700 types of fouls in Quidditch. Nonetheless, he assured Harry that even international match referees could scarcely remember such an extensive array of regulations. Harry expressed his utter inability to continue reading the book. After merely flipping through 2 pages, he accompanied Hermione to return it. Upon perusing the register, he encountered an unexpected name, Snape. The borrowed book was titled Do Muggle Diseases Affect Wizards? Harry discreetly nudged Hermione, who, upon noticing, appeared somewhat taken aback. By this time, Harry and Hermione had developed a strong bond, and Hermione understood Harry's intent, thus she lent him the book. Hermione had an extensive collection of books across various genres, and Madame Pants was entirely unconcerned. Ron, observing the hefty volume that Harry and the others had borrowed, scratched his head in puzzlement regarding Snape's choice to lend such a book. Harry and Hermione found it quite peculiar. Most diseases that pose a lethal threat to ordinary humans have little effect on wizards. This is not only due to wizards' potions that can combat most ailments, but also because their magically endowed bodies exhibit remarkable resistance to a majority of viruses and bacteria. Harry had a personal experience with this. His robust cousin Dudley fell ill at least 3 or 4 times each year, while Harry himself had only caught a cold 2 or 3 times since he could remember, and each instance resolved itself after just one night's rest. Upon arriving at Hogwarts and learning from his classmates from wizarding families, he discovered the distinct physical constitution of wizards. Not only diseases, but even certain physical injuries are difficult to inflict upon wizards. For instance, burns from fire or injuries from physical impacts are hardly a threat. Non-magical flames are nearly ineffective against wizards. Almost every adult wizard can perform the spell to freeze flames, rendering fire harmless to them, even without magic. A wizard's body possesses inherent magical protection, making it resistant to short-term burns. During the era when Muggles hunted wizards, the captured wizards were often imposters who would be burned at the stake. In truth, it was the faux wizards who suffered such fates. On the rare occasion that a genuine wizard was caught, They would feign distress, all the while toying with the muggles. It is said that one particularly bored wizard once relished in being captured and burned 47 times. However, this unfortunate soul met a grim end on the 48th occasion when he fell into the hands of a hidden dark wizard among the muggles. As for rabies, would it infect Snape? The answer is no, as he is immune to bat rabies. Regarding physical harm, a wizard's body is safeguarded by magical protection, making it not easily susceptible to injury, even if a powerful blow were to damage their body. The strength of a wizard's soul is such that it can endure what would be fatal to a muggle without dissipating, provided timely treatment is administered. They may not even bear scars, unless one's head is severed, the heart pierced, or the neck broken. It is quite challenging for an ordinary person to kill a wizard. This was why Hagrid reacted so passionately upon hearing that the Dursleys had told Harry his parents died in a car accident. Can a car crash kill a wizard? Theoretically. Yes, if at the precise moment of the accident, all wizards in the vehicle were rendered unconscious and unable to use magic to escape, and before they regained consciousness, the car exploded. The intense heat from the gasoline explosion could severely harm a wizard's body. If the wizard failed to save themselves before succumbing to the fatal injuries, then indeed, they would perish. In summary, most dangers that pose significant threat to muggles are largely harmless to wizards. The more powerful a wizard, the less susceptible they are to harm. Though Snape may be loath, Harry has witnessed his magical prowess and mental fortitude, affirming that he is indeed a formidable wizard and a master of potions. What sort of ailment could compel him to consult such a book? With such suspicions in mind, Harry and his friends opened the book, eager to uncover clues. The clues were easily found. One page bore a crease, rabies. Rabies is one of the few muggle diseases that can inflict harm on wizards, especially wounds inflicted by certain magical creatures in the wizarding world, which can be particularly perilous. Presently, there is no specific antidote for rabies in the wizarding realm, although muggles possess highly effective treatments. Hermione read aloud from the page before looking up. At that moment, Harry and Ron also raised their heads, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared thought. Three-headed dog? Harry murmured. The corridor on the 4th floor? Ron whispered back. You saw it too. Snape's leg is injured. Was it the three-headed dog that caused it? No wonder it has healed in so many days. The three-headed dog is a powerful magical creature, and the injuries it inflicts are not easily mended. Hermione tilted her head, somewhat skeptical of Harry and Ron's theory. Could it be that you were overthinking this? Why would Snape be injured by a three-headed dog? No, Hermione. You don't understand. Harry shook his head. On Halloween night, when we went to find you, we encountered Snape. He was heading upstairs. That staircase leads directly to the corridor on the 4th floor. Ever since witnessing Snape's distinctive black magic, Harry had firmly concluded that Snape could not be a good person. After all, the epitome of goodness was right beside him, shining like the sun, Professor McGonagall. Harry had the intention to disclose the matter of his clairvoyance, yet after a moment's reflection, he ultimately chose to remain silent. It was not solely his belief that this was his secret. He also harbored concerns that if he were to reveal it to Ron and Hermione, they might inadvertently glimpse what was never meant for their eyes. Harry vividly recalled the day he inadvertently glimpsed the backlash of Dumbledore's mental prowess. Had he not swiftly closed his eyes at that moment, who could say what might have transpired? This phenomenon, mere words could not adequately convey its gravity. Curiosity, after all, is said to have killed the cat. Should Hermione and Ron acquire the ability of clairvoyance and subsequently stumble into unforeseen peril, Harry would be consumed by guilt. Nonetheless, this incident had begun to sway Hermione, albeit only slightly. She remained hesitant, pondering, but why would Snape venture near the three-headed dog? As a teacher, he must be aware of the danger there. Remember, beneath that monstrous creature lies a trapdoor. Harry gazed intently at Hermione, recounting his excursion with Hagrid to retrieve something from Gringotts, as well as the discovery of the newspaper in Hagrid's abode. Everything clicked into place in Harry's mind. Snape sought to pilfer whatever lay beneath the trapdoor, guarded by the three-headed dog, a mysterious artifact brought back by Hagrid from Gringotts. I still cannot fully believe it. Although Hermione's faith was wavering, she struggled to accept the notion entirely. While Professor Snape may not be amiable and has a particular disdain for us, I cannot fathom him stealing from Dumbledore. Hermione, to be frank, you tend to view every teacher as a paragon of virtue, Ron interjected, shaking his head. Hermione, being an academic prodigy, had not felt the brunt of Snape's malice as acutely as Ron, who was an underachiever, was all too familiar with Snape's hostility. I concur with Harry's perspective. I believe Snape is capable of anything. But what is he searching for? What is that great dog guard? Indeed, what could lie beneath? Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all consumed by curiosity. What could be so valuable that it necessitated the presence of such a dangerous creature within the castle? Chapter 61. The first match. With approximately an hour remaining before Harry's inaugural Quidditch match, he felt as though his heart had leapt into his throat. The intensity of his anxiety had completely obliterated his appetite during breakfast. "Harry, you must eat something," Hermione urged. "We cannot predict how long the match will last. What if you run out of energy halfway through?" "Exactly, Harry. As a seeker, you will be the primary target of the opposing team's defense. You must maintain your strength." Parvati Patil chimed in, her sister Padma nodding in agreement beside her. Today's match was against Slytherin, and many of the Ravenclaw girls had come to cheer him on. Harry's charm with the ladies, or rather his appeal to young women, is remarkably strong. As the competition approaches, it is exclusively the girls who come to cheer for him. Fred and George, watching from the sidelines, shout in envy. However, they quickly earn the disdain of Angelina, a fellow Quidditch player. Despite knowing that Hermione and the others are undoubtedly correct, Harry finds himself unable to eat. He can only manage a small bowl of porridge mixed with milk. "Brother, you're going to be just fine," Ron assures Harry, wrapping him in a warm embrace before watching him and the other Quidditch players head towards the changing room. It was Harry's first time donning the complete Quidditch gear, particularly the protective padding. Although the helmet felt uncomfortable, Wood solemnly insisted it was essential. The rogue bludgers posed a significant threat to the players, and even with the protection of the beaters, it was a daunting task to remain vigilant. After donning the crimson protective uniform and cloak, Wood delivered a brief yet fervent pre-match pep talk, which was promptly overshadowed by the antics of the irreverent twins, George and Fred, dissipating the tension in the air. This, in turn, alleviated Harry's anxiety considerably, as Wood concluded his address with a call to commence. Harry finally managed to follow him, albeit with somewhat trembling legs, though it wasn't his first venture onto the pitch. It was indeed his inaugural experience in a stadium filled with spectators. Students from the four houses occupied their designated sections, while the faculty members were seated in their own area. As both teams took to the field, the stands erupted with fervent cheers and encouragement. Madame Hooch, acting as the referee, stood in the center of the pitch with her broom, and once both teams were in position, she proclaimed, "I hope everyone plays with style and skill." After glancing at her watch, she released the golden snitch, followed by the bludgers, then raised her hand. "Please mount your brooms." All players mounted their brooms, with Harry straddling his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with gusto, ascending into the air alongside the 14 players. Once a near top player for an international club, her prowess far surpassed that of several young wizards. Even with an older broom, she outpaced Harry on his Nimbus 2000, all while cradling a quaffle in one arm. As she tossed the quaffle high into the air, the match officially commenced. On the sidelines, Lee Jordan, armed with a megaphone, was providing commentary laced with his unabashed bias. A staunch supporter of the twins, he frequently skirted the boundaries of school rules, embodying the quintessential reckless Gryffindor. At that moment, he was shamelessly fawning over Angelina Johnson, who had secured the first ball, that such adulation often yields nothing in return. Everyone on the Gryffindor team was well aware that Angelina held no interest in Lee Jordan. This was Harry's first experience witnessing a formal Quidditch match from a higher vantage point, offering a uniquely exhilarating perspective. As he became engrossed in the game, he momentarily forgot that he was also a participant. Having only heard of Quidditch, observing it in action was an entirely different concept. One could hardly fathom the spectacle of players soaring on brooms at an average speed exceeding 60 kilometers per hour, weaving through the air with such finesse. The only earthly equivalent might be a car race. Yet, while racing is indeed faster, it lacks the human element. After watching for a while, Harry began forming judgments about the match. Excluding the two Seekers, who had yet to make an impact, it was apparent that Slytherin had the upper hand over Gryffindor. This was understandable, as among Gryffindor's 6 players, only Wood was in his 5th year. The primary trio of chasers consisted of 2 third years and 1 second year, while the Weasley twins, acting as beaters, were also merely third years. Wood claimed that this Gryffindor team boasted the highest talent level in years. But talent alone requires rigorous practice to reach its full potential. In contrast, Slytherin's players were predominantly 4th and 5th years, affording them over a year more experience than Gryffindor. Furthermore, Slytherin's brooms were generally superior, and while the gap was not vast, combined with experience and stamina, it could create a significant advantage. As the score fluctuated, Slytherin gradually found their rhythm, widening the gap. Before long, the score reached 80-50, with Gryffindor trailing by 3 goals, all while Wood performed remarkably, having blocked 3 shots. Harry immediately sensed that the situation was precarious, but then it dawned on him that he was not merely a spectator, he was a player. Moreover, he was the seeker with the utmost significance in the match. If he could seize the golden snitch before his opponent, he would instantly secure 150 points, thereby reversing the course of the game. With this thought in mind, Harry swiftly maneuvered his broom to soar higher, beginning his quest for the elusive snitch. Slytherin's seeker. Terrence Higgs, a slender young man with exceptional flying skills, noticed Harry's movement and, assuming he had spotted the snitch, promptly pursued him, which became quite irksome for Harry. Harry has yet to locate the golden snitch, and remarkably, the dynamics of the match have shifted once again. Chapter 62, Ron's Triumph. Harry had yet to locate the golden snitch, and the dynamics of the match shifted once again. Wood, while attempting to save a bludger, was struck on the head by a rogue ball sent flying by Slytherin's beater, Lucian Bolt, and collapsed unconscious midair. Fortunately, his legs remained entangled with his broom, allowing him to spiral down without injury, though it was evident he could no longer participate in the game. Madam Hooch called for a timeout to assess Wood's condition, confirming his inability to continue. Consequently, Ron was thrust into the role of keeper without any prior preparation. Harry, along with all the Gryffindor players, rallied around Ron. Yet he remained a bundle of nerves, trembling uncontrollably. Subsequently, within 5 minutes, Ron conceded 5 goals, while Gryffindor managed to score only 2, widening the gap between them and Slytherin to 60 points. The temporary captain, Angelina, was compelled to call for a timeout. On the sidelines, the 3 female chasers from Gryffindor appeared utterly fatigued. Slytherin players adeptly exploited their advantages. Being all boys and upperclassmen, their physical superiority was evident, often forcing their way through the air to crowd the female Gryffindor players. The girls, at a disadvantage in physicality, could only evade, which escalated the difficulty of their maneuvers and their range of movement. Consequently, their stamina was significantly drained. This was intolerable. They were playing dirty. Katie Bell, a second-year student just entering the starting lineup, grumbled, feeling particularly targeted due to her petite stature. Angelina glanced at Ron, whose face was pale, and refrained from reproaching him, instead offering soothing words. Being unprepared to take the field abruptly, harshness at this moment would only exacerbate Ron's anxiety. Ron, Harry contemplated, leaning closer to him and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking with unwavering conviction. What are you worried about? Just play your game. I know you can do it. Don't be nervous. There's no need to fear conceding goals. I will certainly seize the golden snitch before the opponents do. Ron lifted his gaze, the confusion and fear in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning sense of determination. I understand now, Harry, Ron replied, his tone reflecting newfound resolve. Harry raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected effectiveness of his small stratagem, the soul empathy technique. This method could alter the emotions of its target, albeit temporarily and not particularly powerfully, yet it remained remarkably subtle. During this period, Harry had been honing his soul interpretation skills, which naturally included the practice of the soul empathy technique. Initially, it was merely a playful exercise, but he never anticipated its application in this context. The interruption of time was so brief that the Slytherin players had yet to recover from their initial joy of leading the game. Fueled by excitement, they charged once more, only to be met with disarray. Amidst the resounding cheers from the Gryffindor stands, Ron repeatedly thwarted Slytherin's attacks. Remarkably, in the subsequent 5 minutes, Slytherin failed to score a single point, while Gryffindor netted 3 goals, narrowing the score gap to 30 points. High above, Harry beamed with satisfaction. It truly worked. He had long recognized Ron's extraordinary talent in Quidditch, rivaling even himself, who had been lauded as a genius by Wood and Madam Hooch. However, Ron's lack of confidence often hindered his performance. Perhaps it stemmed from having 5 older brothers, all exceptionally accomplished, leading to his chronic self-doubt that severely impacted his overall capabilities. After conceding the first goal, he panicked and fell apart. Yet, with the aid of the soul empathy technique, Harry alleviated Ron's negative emotions and instilled a measure of confidence, allowing Ron to display his true potential. Underestimating him, the Slytherin chasers squandered 7 offensive opportunities. Ron, Ron, Ron. At some point, a synchronized chant erupted from the Gryffindor crowd, as the young wizards rallied behind the seemingly transformed Ron, chanting his name with fervor. With Ron no longer needing his concern, Harry redirected his focus to his own responsibilities. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold in the corner of the field caught Harry's attention, the golden snitch. Just as he prepared to dash towards it, however, his firebolt began to tremble uncontrollably beneath him. Chapter 63. A visit to Hagrid. The entire Gryffindor house was in a state of jubilant celebration for their victory over Slytherin in the inaugural match. Among the most elated was Wood. Although he had been knocked down by a bludger, and Ron's subsequent performance outshone his own, he was still immensely pleased. Since joining the Quidditch team, Gryffindor had yet to secure a single championship title, which remained his greatest regret. As a fifth-year student, his opportunities were dwindling. Yet he believed this team had a genuine chance. "Ron, give it another go next match. If you perform this well again, I'll make you my substitute," Wood excitedly told Ron. Unlike the exuberant Wood and others, Harry and Ron were less animated, not due to a lack of happiness over their victory, but because Hermione had informed them of a troubling matter. During the match, Harry's broom had momentarily gone out of control, nearly throwing him off. However, after a few minutes, it regained stability, allowing him to seize the golden snitch and secure Gryffindor's victory. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione revealed that she had witnessed Snape casting a spell at him. "I read that when casting a dark curse, you must maintain eye contact." Snape didn't blink. "I saw it," Hermione insisted. "I was frantic and burned his robes," which thankfully interrupted the curse. "I've always said he's a villain. Do you believe me now?" Before Harry could respond, Ron grew animated. Snape continued to treat Harry as if he were invisible in class, while Ron had become his primary target. Lacking the courage to confront Snape as Harry had, Ron feared repercussions from his family. "Should we inform a professor?" Harry hesitantly suggested. "The professors probably won't easily believe us," Hermione pondered before shaking her head. "We have no evidence. In reality, we cannot definitively prove that Snape's injury was indeed caused by the three-headed dog, and his wound is already healed. We also cannot ascertain whether the page crease on the Muggle disease book regarding rabies was his doing. We only know he borrowed it. As for the spell-casting, while I witnessed it, a student's word alone would hardly stand as evidence to a professor." Admittedly, Hermione's logic was astute, far more so than that of Harry and Ron. Leaving the two momentarily speechless, the trio exchanged glances before Harry tentatively proposed, "What if we consult Hagrid?" For the past couple of months, Harry and Ron frequently visited Hagrid, occasionally assisting him in feeding his peculiar assortment of creatures. Hermione, however, joined them only after Halloween. Hagrid held a fondness for this intelligent young lady, and she, in turn, harbored no aversion towards the seemingly fierce yet endearingly simple Hagrid. Compared to the professors at the school, Hagrid, though an elder, felt more like a friend to Harry and his companions. Harry's suggestion was embraced by the other two. As the match was scheduled for Saturday, the trio, free from classes, hurriedly exited the castle and made their way to Hagrid's hut. To their surprise, Hagrid was not in the room, and Neville was unexpectedly present as well. "Harry, what an exhilarating match!" exclaimed Neville, his face lighting up with a broad smile upon seeing them. "And Ron, your performance in the latter half was simply outstanding. Even Crumb couldn't have done better." Ron's smile widened, reaching his ears. Crumb was the goalkeeper for the Chudley Cannons, one of the league's finest. It was, of course, Ron's favorite team, though he held a particular admiration for their seeker, Calvin Kegworthy. "Neville, what brings you here?" Hermione inquired, not sharing the same exuberance over compliments as Harry and Ron, but rather curious about Neville's presence. "It's Trevor." Neville pointed to a table where a large toad was resting in a ceramic pot. They all recognized it as Neville's pet, in fact, the very creature that had led to their first encounter. With a resigned expression, Neville explained, "Trevor hasn't been eating well lately. I suspect he may be ill. I'm a bit hesitant to approach Professor Kettleburn, so I thought I might seek Hagrid's assistance." Hagrid had suggested that it might be due to the cold weather, and he had gone to the forest to gather some herbs for Neville. Professor Kettleburn was the aged but amiable professor of magical creatures, although for Neville, who often stammered around authority figures, communication could be a challenge. "Toads usually hibernate in winter, right?" Harry pondered aloud, with Hermione nodding in agreement. Such basic natural knowledge was often imparted by elementary school teachers, though Harry was uncertain how it applied in the wizarding world. "Is that so?" Neville scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. He then busied himself pouring tea for Harry and the others, using the supplies Hagrid had prepared for him. Chapter 64, Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid's belongings were rather rustic, both in terms of food and utensils. However, the taste of the food was generally quite agreeable, especially the tea. The Dursleys enjoyed tea as well, and Harry had consumed his fair share since childhood, yet nothing compared to Hagrid's brew. One exception, however, was the rock cakes. During their first visit to Hagrid's in their first week at school, he had served them these treats. They were rather perplexing, as the exterior was as hard as stone, rendering Harry and Ron unable to bite into them. Hagrid later admitted he had not monitored them closely while baking, and he himself had struggled to chew them that day. "By the way, are you here to see Hagrid, or is there something else on your mind?" Neville casually asked. Harry hesitated for a moment. Considering that he and Neville had forged a bond through their shared experiences, and thus he recounted the events of the match that day. "I can't believe that happened," Neville exclaimed in shock, clearly taking Harry's words at face value. He recalled seeing Snape ascend the stairs on Halloween, and noted that Snape's leg injury had persisted for several days. The four of them speculated about what the three-headed dog might be guarding, but the clues were too scarce, leaving them all at a loss. Just then, Hagrid swung open the door and stepped inside. The weather remained quite chilly, and the four of them were clad in thick cloaks, yet Hagrid appeared unfazed, dressed in a light coat and radiating warmth. Upon seeing them, his face broke into a wide smile. I was wondering if you'd come to visit, and here you are. What a brilliant match, Harry and Ron. Especially you." "Ron, impressive indeed." Ron's smile broadened once more. "Just give me a moment. I'll prepare some medicine for Neville's toad." Hagrid cheerfully rummaged through his pocket, producing a handful of unfamiliar herbs, which he then placed into a small ceramic bowl. He retrieved a wooden pestle from a cupboard and began to grind the ingredients, occasionally adding a few beetles from a jar in the corner, continuing his diligent work until he produced a fine paste. He then poured a substance from a small bottle that resembled blood, mixing it thoroughly with the crushed herbs. "Done." Hagrid beamed, presenting the concoction to Neville. "Have Trevor drink this, and he'll be full of energy for months." Neville gazed at the bowl in Hagrid's hands, somewhat dazed. His proficiency in herbology was slightly superior to Hermione's, allowing him to recognize some of the non-toxic ingredients Hagrid had used. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to trust Hagrid. Later, Neville would regret his decision, as the invigorated Trevor continued to go missing at intervals. Once Hagrid had addressed Neville's toad, he turned his attention to Harry and the others regarding their reason for visiting. They initially recounted the day's events at the match. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Hagrid exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. "While Snape may not be the most affable character, I cannot believe he would wish harm upon Harry. Yet, I must admit," he continued hesitantly, "the relationship between you and Snape has indeed become somewhat strained. On Halloween, Harry and his friends mentioned that Snape might attempt to get past the three-headed dog, and that he had been injured. This time, Hagrid reacted even more strongly. While pouring tea for Harry and the others, he abruptly set the teapot down with a heavy thud, his face a picture of astonishment. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he exclaimed. Harry and his companions were utterly astonished. To think that the three-headed dog actually had a name, and moreover, that it was cared for by Hagrid. Hagrid expelled the four of them, yet it was evident that his ire was directed not at them, but rather at himself for having let slip a crucial detail. Although he had inadvertently revealed something, it offered little assistance to Harry and his companions in that moment. Hagrid did not disclose the nature of the object concealed within the castle, but rather alluded to its connection with a figure named Nicholas Flamel. Who was Nicholas Flamel? Harry pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face. The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet upon deeper reflection, he could not place it at all. He dismissed the notion of his ignorance as commonplace, but if even Hermione was unaware, it suggested that the name might be rather obscure. "Shall we inquire with the professors?" Neville proposed, cradling his toad Trevor, who wriggled energetically in his grasp. "No," Hermione promptly interjected, shaking her head. "The professors are likely aware of that object, and posing such a question could very well draw their attention. If Snape were to discover our inquiry, he might become more cautious, making it increasingly difficult to uncover his secrets. Our greatest advantage at present is that he remains oblivious to our vigilance." Harry and Ron expressed their agreement, and naturally, Neville had no opposing stance. The four of them had no choice but to rely on their own strength to seek out Nicholas Flamel. Rubeus Hagrid made his entrance. In Chapter 65, A Temporary Safety, Oliver would have been smiling so broadly that it seemed his mouth could not close. This was understandable, as there were 4 Quidditch matches before Christmas, and Gryffindor had 2 of them. Currently, Gryffindor had triumphed in both matches, with Harry having seized the golden snitch in all 3 games, resulting in substantial victories. Consequently, they stood at the top of the leaderboard. We could almost envision the Quidditch Cup beckoning to him. What delighted Wood further was the emergence of his successor, Ron Weasley. Having experienced the era of Charlie Weasley as captain, Wood recognized the immense talent of the 2 beaters on the team, the Weasley twins. Although Percy, his contemporary, was not particularly skilled in Quidditch, it did not deter him from believing that the Weasley children possessed a natural affinity for the sport, despite the term gene seldom being mentioned in the wizarding world. Ron further validated Wood's perspective. During the match against Hufflepuff, Wood even stood firm against the doubts expressed by Angelina and the other 3 chasers, insisting on Ron's inclusion as a starter. As a result, Ron once again captivated the audience with his outstanding performance. Even when planning for the back-to-back matches against Ravenclaw after Christmas, Wood had to argue his case to secure Ron's spot on the team, with Angelina suggesting that he could rest a bit longer, although not all 4 matches had concluded. It was already evident that Gryffindor was likely to lead in points for the first half of the term. With the current semester's matches completed and the results being exceptionally well, would relax the intensity of their training. Harry and Ron found themselves with a bit more free time and could assist Hermione in searching for information about Nicholas Flamel in the library. However, after more than a month had passed, they still had no clues. Harry even speculated that it might not be a person's name at all, but rather a place or something else entirely. Hagrid's poor grammar and frequent mistakes in expression were not uncommon. Hermione and Ron also considered this possibility, but it meant that the directions for their search multiplied, to say nothing of the countless small villages and towns across England. Confirming each name would undoubtedly be a monumental task. As December approached its midpoint, with the first snowfall arriving, the students began to look forward to Christmas. The holiday offered a lengthy break of half a month, during which students could choose to return home or remain at school. Hermione and Neville had already decided to go home for Christmas, while Ron had chosen to stay at school. As his parents were traveling to Romania to visit his brother Charlie, Harry had heard the name Charlie numerous times, but more often than not, it was not from Ron, but rather from Wood. Wood would invariably exclaim, "Oh, Harry, I thought Charlie was already an exceptional seeker among the students, but your performance surpasses his." It was said that Charlie had received an invitation for a trial with a professional club. Yet he ultimately chose to venture to Romania to study dragons at a dragon sanctuary. Harry had never encountered a dragon and was exceedingly curious about them. He recalled the first time he met Hagrid, during that memorable day when Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley for supplies. Hagrid had already expressed his desire to raise a dragon 3 times. Subsequently, almost every visit to Hagrid's would elicit the same sentiment from him. However, Hermione scoffed at the notion, stating, "Dragons are classified as 5-star dangerous creatures. The flames they breathe are imbued with magic and can easily harm wizards. Many dragons possess teeth and claws that are venomous. Even disregarding their colossal size, they are perilous beings." Harry, Ron, and Neville found Hermione's words to be quite sensible. However, Hagrid remained utterly indifferent to them. During this time, Harry and his friends visited Hagrid several times, and he was exceedingly welcoming. Nevertheless, he consistently refrained from discussing Nicholas Flamel or the secrets concealed within the castle. Throughout this period, Harry, Ron, and Hermione frequented the library almost daily to conduct their research. Although Neville was eager to assist them, his inefficiency in completing assignments was painfully apparent. With the Christmas holidays approaching, he clearly wished to avoid taking his homework home. Recently, Harry and his companions have been poring over a substantial tome dedicated to the study of the evolution of modern witchcraft. Prior to this, they had scoured through 3 other significant volumes: The Great Wizards of the 20th Century, Contemporary Renowned Sorcerers, and The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, all to no avail. However, it would not be entirely accurate to claim they found nothing. They did uncover some information regarding the 3-headed dog. This creature is classified as a 4-star magical beast. Known for its ferocity and formidable aggression, its hide is remarkably resilient, exhibiting a powerful resistance to magic. Its growl can induce a paralyzing fear over short distances. Were it not for its lack of long-range magical attack capabilities, it could easily be rated as a 5-star monstrosity. This revelation left Harry and his friends in a state of ambivalence, yet it also provided a degree of reassurance. The dilemma lies in their inability to confront the 3-headed dog. While the comfort stems from the belief that such a powerful creature would likely pose a significant challenge even for Snape. With this understanding, Harry and his companions felt less urgency. At least for now, there were no indications that Snape could bypass the formidable 3-headed guardian. Chapter 66, Christmas Eve. During this period, Harry's mastery of soul manipulation techniques has advanced significantly. His successful application of these methods during a Quidditch match against Ron has sparked a profound interest in the various effects of soul magic. However, he is somewhat vexed by the slow progress of his mental shielding technique. To date, he has only managed to construct a rudimentary mental barrier, unable to transcend beyond mere superficial consciousness. His efforts in soul empathy have merely allowed him to slightly alter others' emotions. Achieving results akin to those with Ron is currently his maximum capability. While the practice of soul manipulation strengthens his soul's potency, Harry struggles to perceive any tangible results. As for the final technique involving the detachment of the soul from the body, he has yet to even approach its threshold. Nonetheless, there have been positive developments. Since embarking on the training of mental shielding and soul manipulation, the 2 persistent nightmares that have plagued Harry since childhood have ceased to haunt him. In fact, he now rarely dreams at all. During this time, fragments of knowledge have surfaced on several occasions, primarily during potions and herbology classes, triggered by encounters with specific potions or herbs that reveal certain recipes. However, most of these recipes can be found in the aforementioned substantial tomes. Unfortunately, while these volumes document the recipes, they fail to disclose the identities of their inventors. Through Harry's observations, he noted that only recipes invented within the last century, or at most the last 200 years, are attributed to well-known creators. This leads him to conclude that the figure of Yin Zhou must belong to an earlier era. Yet, despite his efforts to research Nicholas Flamel, he has found not even the faintest trace of evidence. Youth often lacks patience. Harry and his friends have already stretched their time between studies and leisure to search for a mere name in the library for over a month, which is quite the limit. Recently, even Hermione, who is typically the most enthusiastic and eager to fill her knowledge gaps, has begun to show signs of fatigue. Harry and Ron have even begun to slack off. For instance, at this moment, they are engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Harry was, in truth, quite reluctant to engage in a game of chess with Ron. Although his skills had improved significantly, he still found himself utterly defeated when facing Ron. Only when Ron graciously allowed him a knight and a bishop could he occasionally secure a win or two. However, such victories held little meaning. Have you heard? While Harry and Ron were analyzing Harry's blunders from their last game, Dean Thomas burst in with great urgency. His dark complexion appeared flushed, perhaps from the cold or excitement. Either way, it was unmistakably red. Given that Dean was of African descent, his cheeks could easily betray his emotions, unlike some other children who might have turned a deeper shade of crimson. "What's the rush, Dean?" Ron asked, offering him a cup of hot milk to warm him. Dean expressed his gratitude and took a hearty sip before exclaiming, "Seamus has been taken to the hospital wing." "What's the big deal?" Ron rolled his eyes, and Harry showed no concern either. Seamus Finnegan, the renowned troublemaker, had a knack for explosions that drew the attention of both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Even Snape had ceased deducting points from Gryffindor for Seamus's mishaps in potions class, as he too struggled to comprehend how Seamus consistently managed to ignite those potions. The explosions varied in intensity, sometimes mild and other times quite powerful. Given that they were often magical in nature, standard healing spells and remedies yielded little effect, necessitating Seamus's frequent visits to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey claimed that her expertise in treating explosion-related injuries had markedly improved over the year, and she even planned to compile her findings into a substantial paper for academic institutions. Seamus himself found little novelty in his predicament, but this time, Professor Kettleburn was involved. Dean wasted no time in revealing the crux of the matter. Several young witches and wizards in the common room turned their attention, particularly the first and second-year students. Those in third year and above remained unfazed, for their experiences and the tales shared by their peers informed them that Professor Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures instructor, had injured himself on more than one occasion. He was the only professor they had seen frequently occupying a bed in the hospital wing. What happened? Harry and Ron exchanged surprised glances, as they were not particularly familiar with Professor Kettleburn, only knowing he was well acquainted with Hagrid and generally amiable. Christmas is approaching, and Professor Kettleburn wanted to gather some decorations. Dean elaborated. "You see, there's a nest of fire crabs by the Black Lake, and he intended to collect some of the gems from their shells." Seamus, intrigued by the fire crabs, decided to accompany him. Unfortunately, while attempting to cool down a fire crab with magic, an explosion ensued. Seamus's magic triggered the blast. This revelation resonated with Harry and Ron, who nodded in agreement, fully aware of the familiar chaos that often accompanied Seamus's magical endeavors. They also realized with a jolt that Christmas was just around the corner. Christmas. Chapter 67, Introspection. With Christmas fast approaching, most young witches and wizards had already packed their belongings, eagerly awaiting the holiday to return home. Ultimately, Harry resolved not to return home, as there was little joy to be found at the Dursleys. Each Christmas, a multitude of relatives, all from Uncle Vernon's side, would descend upon their household. They bore no fondness for Harry, nor did he for them. In truth, apart from his cousin Dudley, Harry shared no genuine affection with the entire Dursley clan. Well, perhaps Aunt Petunia felt a slight twinge of warmth, but it was hardly significant. Under such circumstances, Harry deemed it more worthwhile to remain at school, delving into the study of magic, while also keeping company with Ron. Moreover, there existed another compelling reason for Harry's reluctance to return home: the prohibition against using magic in the presence of muggles. Furthermore, underage wizards were strictly forbidden from wielding their wands outside of the confines of the Academy, Diagon Alley, and the magical village of Hogsmeade. This regulation commenced once young wizards were officially recognized in the enrollment book upon their admission to school. Thus, Harry and Hermione practiced magic at home prior to the commencement of term without any oversight, but such liberties would no longer be permitted. Many young wizards hailing from Muggle families expressed their dissatisfaction with this rule. However, the regulations set forth by the Academy and the Ministry of Magic were beyond the scope of rebellion for these young sorcerers. Harry chose to remain at the Academy, much to Ron's delight. Despite having 3 brothers also attending Hogwarts, none of them would engage and play with him. The professors seemed to relax a bit in their academic rigor with Christmas approaching, except for Snape, who had already earned the title of student adversary, and Professor Binns, who, as a ghost, was destined to be unapproachable. The other professors imparted various tips, even the usually stern Professor McGonagall. However, the volume of assignments remained unchanged, and in fact, had slightly increased, as the workload corresponded to the entire Christmas holiday. Students eager to frolic at home naturally spent the last few days laboring late into the night to complete their assignments, in hopes of avoiding the dreadful prospect of working during the break. For Harry and Ron, who planned to stay at school for the holiday, the pressure was far less intense. Completing those assignments in 2 or 3 days would prove quite challenging, yet in 12 or 13 days, it could be accomplished with ease. Thus, Harry and Ron spent these days in joyous revelry, mastering wizard's chess, gobstones, exploding snap, and various whimsical trinkets from Zonko's joke shop. Harry had become quite adept. With only 2 days until the Christmas break, that evening, Harry, Ron, and the other 3 little wizards in the dormitory stayed up late into the night. Harry had developed a habit of practicing the mind-closing charm and the soul projection technique while sleeping, not out of diligence, but because practicing these spells ensured a particularly restful slumber, free from nightmares, and left him invigorated upon waking. As he activated the mind-closing charm, the sounds of the other students' breathing and snoring faded into a distant murmur, yet they remained oddly clear. Harry felt an unparalleled tranquility within. The soul projection technique granted him a sensation of detachment from his body, as if he were enveloped in feathers, experiencing a remarkable lightness. Just as Harry was on the verge of swiftly drifting off to sleep, he suddenly perceived a bright light. No, it was not a mere flash. He distinctly felt his eyes closed. Yet, the surroundings transformed into a pure expanse of white. He was acutely aware that he lay on his bed. Yet his perspective seemed to be standing. This left Harry somewhat bewildered. He was uncertain whether he was truly perceiving, as he could vividly sense himself still lying in bed, eyes shut, even emitting soft snores. Yet simultaneously, he stood in this vast, white space. The furnishings here bore a striking resemblance to those in his small room at number 4, Privet Drive, albeit all of them had turned white. Harry raised his hand and beheld his own familiar hands, their texture and size unmistakably recognizable. Lowering his gaze, he noticed he was clad in the garments he often wore prior to his arrival at Hogwarts. However, his body appeared to be subtly translucent, enveloped in a faint golden glow. Was he dreaming? No, you are not dreaming. A voice resonated. Startled, Harry turned abruptly, only to find a man, resembling one afflicted by albinism, seated on his bed, grinning amiably at him. The man, discernibly of East Asian descent, was plump, with elongated, slanted eyes that shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. His face was adorned with a bushy beard, and his peculiar hairstyle revealed a broad forehead, his hair intricately braided into an elongated plait. He spoke in Mandarin. "Who are you?" Harry furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where is this place?" He too resorted to Mandarin. "This is your sea of consciousness," the elderly man replied with a warm smile, his voice deep yet pleasing to the ear. "Or, to put it in terms you might comprehend, this is the depths of your soul. When your soul's interpretative skills reach a certain level, you can arrive here. This is an advanced form of spiritual vision, inner vision. As for me," the elder paused, contemplating, "I'm uncertain if I can still be regarded as the person I once believed myself to be, for I am merely a fractured shard of a soul, akin to that pitiful creature." With that, he gestured toward the corners beneath the room's cabinet and table. Harry followed the old man's finger and beheld a creature curled up in the corner, resembling either a human or a monkey. It was the only object in the entire room that was not white, but rather a tragic, coarse shade of red, its skin wrinkled and weathered, small and seemingly frail. It crouched there like a beast poised to pounce, with a pair of equally blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Harry. "Harry, I too have a grandfather now." Chapter 68, Fragments of the Soul. As Harry followed the old man's finger, he beheld a creature curled up in the corner, resembling either a human or a monkey. It was the only object in the room not cloaked in white, but rather a wretched, coarse shade of red, its skin wrinkled and frail. It lay there, appearing weak, yet poised like a beast ready to pounce, its blood-red eyes glaring menacingly at Harry. What is that? A sense of discomfort washed over Harry as he gazed at the creature, instinctively yearning to distance himself from it. Like me, a fragment of a soul. Unlike me, however. My existence stemmed from a ritualistic magic, while it was birthed from a malevolent spell of slaughter. My emergence was deliberate, whereas it was an unforeseen consequence. The old man shook his head, a trace of resignation in his tone. If possible, could you elucidate this for me? Harry furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the elder's words. Well, since you've awakened here, there are certain matters I might share with you. The old man reined in his tone of resignation and nodded with a smile. My name is Zhou Yen. Zhou Yen? Harry was taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. Yin Zhou. Although he had entertained a slight suspicion, hearing the name confirmed took him by surprise. Indeed. You must have encountered some of my original knowledge. Zhou Yen nodded. I am an Eastern practitioner of Qi, having traversed oceans to escape the ravages of war. That was a long, long time ago. However, my memories are fragmented, and I cannot recall the circumstances of that time, when I was still a complete person. I attempted a fearsome ritualistic magic. To avert the backfire of that ritual, I made preparations and separated a portion of my soul through ceremonial magic. Separation of the soul? Harry was astonished. This was a concept he had never encountered before. But what was this terrifying magic? As a Gryffindor renowned for his courage, Harry felt an uncontrollable curiosity towards perilous matters. I do not remember. Zhou Yen chuckled wryly, shaking his head. What I can ascertain is that the ritualistic magic was far more dreadful and perilous than I had originally anticipated. I cannot recount the process. But the outcome was my demise. Even the backup of my soul was torn apart, leaving only this fragment behind. Had you not reached the point of soul introspection, you might never have seen me. I would have vanished first. As Zhou Yen spoke, his expression bore no trace of sorrow, even possessing an air of serenity. You seem unconcerned about your disappearance? Harry inquired, perplexed. Oh, yes, that is indeed the case. Zhou Yen nodded with a smile, gesturing towards the red creature. I am unlike that unfortunate being. I have retained my will, yet I am but a shattered fragment. My soul's structure is unstable. I can do nothing, change nothing. Though it lacks consciousness, it is a tangible, structurally intact shard. One might argue that I am no less a pitiful creature than it. The more Zhou Yen spoke in such a calm manner, the more sympathy Harry felt. Is there anything I can do for you? Oh, for me? No. There is no need. Zhou Yen dismissed the notion with a cheerful demeanor. I have lived for an extraordinarily long time, though my original memories are irreparably fragmented. I still recall the passage of countless years. In truth, even in this state, I have existed for a considerable duration. I have grown weary. To vanish completely would, in fact, be a release for me. Harry paused momentarily before speaking again. Why are you in my sea of consciousness? And why is it here? He gestured towards the small red creature. I have come here because of it. Zhou Yen replied, regarding the crimson creature with a faint smile. I am a severely fragmented soul, unable to control my own actions. Without attaching myself to the soul of a sentient being, I cannot even perceive existence. If I were to attach myself to an ordinary person's soul, I would merely fall into a slumber, as their soul's strength is insufficient to evoke any resonance within me. However, should I connect with a magical being, I can sense certain external phenomena through the fluctuations of their soul, albeit in a limited capacity. Once the soul I am bound to perishes, I shall drift once more through the void, awaiting the attraction of the next host's essence. I am occasionally drawn to powerful souls and emotional surges. For instance, that night, I was oblivious to what transpired within you. But there was an eruption of formidable magical and spiritual energy, so intense that a fragment of a powerful soul was torn away and fell into your being. The immense resentment or other emotional ripples it generated captivated me, and thus, I was drawn here alongside it. Harry instinctively scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, Zhou Yen spoke up. I know its name. Harry paid little attention, yet he heard Zhou Yen utter a name that was both familiar and foreign to him. Voldemort. Chapter 69, Zhou Yen. He is Voldemort. Harry was taken aback, yet a part of him sensed that this revelation somehow made sense. As he gazed upon the crimson monstrosity that was Voldemort's fragment of soul, an unusual emotion welled up within him, an amalgamation of fear and anger. You need not worry about it. This is your sea of consciousness, and a soulless fragment can do nothing. Zhou Yen chuckled. However, you currently lack the means to contend with it. Though merely a fragment, its intensity indicates that it must belong to a remarkably formidable sorcerer, perhaps a wizard. Remarkable? Perhaps. He is a murderous Dark Lord. Harry gritted his teeth. Through Hagrid, he had learned that his parents had been slain by Voldemort. It must have been that fateful night when Voldemort, for reasons unknown to Harry, suffered a grievous blow, leaving a fragment of his soul within Harry's sea of consciousness, which, in turn, attracted Zoyan. Indeed, it is evident. The red symbolizes rage or slaughter, and it bears a potent malice. It is stained with the blood of countless victims. Zoyan remained remarkably composed. Is there any way to vanquish him? Harry inquired, pointing at Voldemort's soul fragment. You must know, right? Ah, my knowledge is fragmented and disorganized. Yet this particular detail I do know. Zoyan nodded, then shook his head. Fragments of the soul are exceedingly difficult to destroy. Only an equally potent soul force can harm it. If you wish to obliterate it, Zoyan pondered, given your current rate of growth, it will take at least 10 years for you to possess such a degree of soul power. 10 years. Harry felt a twinge of regret. Although it was merely a fragment, the prospect of being able to harm Voldemort brought him a sense of joy. 10 years is not an eternity. Zoyan seemed to perceive Harry's emotions and smiled gently. Soul cultivation is indeed a challenging endeavor. However, he tilted his head slightly. It is not entirely impossible to expedite the process. As Harry and Zoyan engaged in conversation, an event of moderate significance was unfolding across the Atlantic in the United States. Dozens of African Americans had gathered in a somewhat cramped and dilapidated room, fervently discussing various matters. Their attire was tattered, indicating their less than favorable economic circumstances. At that moment, emotions ran high. Some were filled with anger, others with sorrow. But the predominant sentiment was one of suppressed ferocity. Their bulging eyes seemed ready to pounce at any given moment. Prominently displayed at the front of the room were 4 photographs of white police officers, each face marked with large red crosses painted across them. In one corner of the room stood an extravagant red sofa, strikingly out of place amidst the overall decay. Seated upon it was a figure markedly different from the others in the room. Though his skin was dark, his facial features bore no resemblance to those of African descent. He was devoid of hair and facial hair, his countenance adorned with a subtle smile that seemed to oscillate between mockery and amusement. Draped over his form was an unusual black robe of indeterminate material, complemented by matte black boots of an unknown fabric. From head to toe, he was enveloped in darkness. He sat with one leg crossed, gently shaking it as he observed the animated discussion taking place around the long table, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Strangely, it appeared that none of the individuals in the room acknowledged his presence. Suddenly, the man in the corner lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the walls to gaze upon the distant east. His already smiling face brightened even further. Ah, little mouse, are you willing to come out again? What kind of little lamb have you found this time? His smile was radiant, though it soon tilted to one side, momentarily dimming before bursting forth again into a more brilliant grin. Oh, what an intriguing little lamb. Little mouse, you have indeed chosen an interesting one. However, it seems this little lamb has attracted more than just your attention. Rising from his seat, the man stretched languidly. Even this considerable movement went unnoticed by those in the room, who continued their engrossed discussions. This is nearly complete. It merely requires a bit of time to ferment. Yes, just a while longer, though it should prove quite entertaining. On the other side, tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. That will surely be a most fascinating affair. The man appeared to be in high spirits, even breaking into a dance within the room, the sound of his boots echoing against the floor. Yet, the others remained oblivious to his antics. The man seemed entirely unfazed by their indifference. Casting one last glance towards the east, he smacked his lips in disappointment. What a pity, the place where the little mouse resides seems shrouded in mist. Yes, it must be that fellow. I certainly do not wish to draw his attention. Such a shame, truly. Perhaps I shall go and observe that grand spectacle instead. With that, the man vanished without warning, along with his exquisite red sofa. The room's occupants continued their discussions, utterly unaffected by the extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 70, Backlash at Hogwarts. In the Gryffindor first-year boys' dormitory, Ron turned over and awoke from his slumber. Having indulged in an excess of sweet tea before bed, he found himself roused by a pressing urge to relieve himself. He quietly expressed his gratitude for awakening before finding a restroom, recalling from past experiences that discovering a toilet in a dream typically resulted in social embarrassment the following day. Fortunately, Ron managed to wake up before locating a bathroom. After alleviating the pressure in the washroom, he confirmed to himself that he was indeed awake and truly in the restroom. Once assured, he confidently relieved himself. Feeling refreshed, Ron returned to the dormitory and cast a glance at Harry. Harry lay on his side, breathing steadily and deeply. How enviable, Ron mused. Harry always sleeps so soundly. As drowsiness washed over him once more, he flopped back onto his bed, quickly drifting off again, completely unaware of the trials his dear friend was enduring. What can be done? Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Harry's eyes brightened, and he stepped closer. The prospect of harming Voldemort and avenging his parents was undoubtedly a matter to be addressed sooner rather than later. Regarding a villain like Voldemort, Harry felt no psychological burden in contemplating his demise. It is a method to temporarily enhance spiritual strength, but even with this approach, one would still require a year or two of training. Zhou Yan said with a smile, leaning slightly forward. Do not be overly anxious, after all. He is right here and cannot flee. Harry was listening intently when he suddenly noticed a change in Zhou Yan's expression. The previously cheerful demeanor was marred by a fleeting glimpse of malevolence, sending a jolt of unease through him. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yan's extraordinarily long, braided white hair erupted, swirling menacingly as it lunged toward Harry, ensnaring him entirely in its grasp. The smile that once adorned Zhou Yan's face had vanished, replaced by a visage of ferocity and cruelty. You shall become a part of me. What are you doing? Harry exclaimed in terror, feeling the tendrils of white hair constricting around his body and limbs, rendering him immobile. It was as though the hair was tightening with each passing moment. I am merely assisting you, aiding you in becoming a greater being, an integral part of my magnificent, eternal self. Zhou Yan's face was a mask of frenzied savagery. How long I have awaited this moment, finally encountering a fool with sufficient talent. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? Ha ha ha. This time, I shall not act so recklessly as before. I will become stronger, greater, and achieve true immortality. Zhou Yan's maniacal laughter echoed as the hair-binding Harry began to constrict even further. Harry was engulfed in sheer panic. Yet soon he made a remarkable discovery. Although Zhou Yan's hair was tightly entwined around him, rendering him immobile, he felt no semblance of pain. The hair, seemingly constricting, did not impart any sensation of pressure. Zhou Yan also noted that Harry's reaction deviated from his expectations. He then realized that the hair, which was supposed to shatter Harry's soul and absorb it, had failed to inflict any harm upon Harry's essence. What was happening? Why could it not tear apart? What have you done? Zhou Yan's expression transformed into one of fury, tinged with a hint of dread. At this moment, Harry felt an extraordinary sensation. It seemed as though a protective layer enveloped his body, repelling Zhou Yan's hair. Moreover, this layer appeared to be gradually transforming Zhou Yan's hair into a part of himself. Brain lockdown technique? How could you be executing the brain lockdown technique? Zhou Yan's voice echoed in terror. How is this possible? You were supposed to be asleep. You shouldn't be capable of maintaining the brain lockdown technique unconsciously. Did you know of my existence from the very beginning? This is impossible. Brain lockdown technique? In an instant, Harry understood the truth. The brain closure technique possessed remarkable resistance against soul attacks. Although Zhou Yan's assault appeared to be merely hair, it was, in fact, a spiritual assault within the realm of the soul. Harry had grown accustomed to employing the brain closure technique even during sleep, a habit that ultimately saved him. Almost instinctively, he began to amplify the operation of the brain closure technique. He discovered that its application within the soul realm was even more seamless. No, please, don't. Zhou Yan's frantic cries echoed, and Harry sensed his fear distinctly on a spiritual level. As Harry intensified the brain closure technique, Zhou Yan's hair was assimilated more rapidly, drawing Zhou Yan himself closer. Please, no. I beg you. Despair resonated in Zhou Yan's voice this time. Yet, Harry showed no signs of relaxation, further accelerating the operation of the brain closure technique. A millennium of unparalleled cultivation was shattered amidst Zhou Yan's desperate pleas, his form fracturing into luminous white orbs, ultimately consumed by Harry. In the dormitory, Harry suddenly sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, disbelief etched across his face. To the north, in the capital of a nation boasting the most expansive lands, a man cloaked in darkness lifted his gaze toward England, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. The little mouse has been devoured by the little lamb? How intriguing. I must see for myself. Yet, the area is shrouded in mist, which is quite bothersome. Moreover, this place seems to hold greater allure. Chapter 71. Christmas on this new day. Harry felt an undeniable shift in everything. Had it not been for the noticeable enhancement in his mastery of the brain closure technique, soul interpretation, and soul empathy overnight, he might have doubted the reality of yesterday's bizarre dream. However, he confirmed that all of it was indeed real. The veracity of Zhou Yan's words eluded him. Yet one truth stood clear. He was certainly not fading away. Yet, it was evident that his capabilities were limited. He could only influence Harry with fragments of knowledge. He was but a fractured soul, able to do little. Nonetheless, he continued to impart small bits of knowledge to foster a modicum of trust in Harry. Once Harry's soul reached a certain strength, Zhou Yan sought to entice him into the sea of consciousness, attempting to consume him. In his estimation, Harry, who lacked the ability to wield soul magic, would pose no resistance, even though Harry's soul was inherently stronger than his mere fragment. However, he never anticipated that Harry would utilize the brain closure technique as a sleep aid, inadvertently transforming it into nourishment for the growth of Harry's soul. Yet, Harry felt a tinge of regret. Although he sensed his soul had indeed grown stronger, he had not acquired the high-level magical knowledge he truly craved from Zhou Yin. What he received were only disjointed and superficial memories. Most of these reminiscences were merely fragmented shards, with the longest being a nightmare he often experienced before mastering the brain closure technique, one depicting the bizarre proliferation of entities across the wilderness. From the scant and scattered memories, it seemed Zhou Yin had conducted some terrifying ritual magic, summoning dreadful entities that led to the collapse of his soul, eventually resulting in the formation of those soul fragments. However, all of this had become inconsequential. Zhou Yin had perished countless years ago. Now, the soul fragments had been devoured by him. As a wizard or sorcerer, Zhou Yin had completely vanished from the world. Thus, his identity held little significance for Harry. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" Ron inquired. Having noticed Harry's unusual demeanor during breakfast, he had spaced out several times in the brief duration. Had Harry not slept well last night? That seemed unlikely, considering he had slept soundly during the night. Ron felt a twinge of suspicion. "Nothing." Harry shook his head. He had contemplated sharing some details about Zhou Yin and the brain closure technique with Ron, but was unsure how to articulate it. Ron, however, paid little heed and continued with his breakfast. At that moment, Hermione and Neville approached, dragging their luggage. With Christmas Eve upon them, students departing for home would board the Hogwarts Express to London today. Just a quick note. Merry Christmas. Harry grinned at Hermione and Neville. There's no way around it. Hogwarts lacks telephones. Neville and Ron were puzzled by the mention of telephones, but Hermione understood, chuckling as she returned the greeting, Merry Christmas. After ensuring no one could overhear them, she lowered her voice, saying, "You all must continue your search during the holiday regarding Nicholas Flamel. If you find any clues, send me an owl." "But we've searched the library for so long already," Ron protested, having grown weary from their previous exhaustive efforts. "True. But there's still one place we haven't searched." Hermione whispered even more quietly, "The restricted section. We haven't explored that yet." With a raised eyebrow, she and Neville departed for the station. Did I just imagine that? After Hermione left, Ron looked at Harry with uncertainty. Did I hear Hermione mention the restricted section? The restricted section? Hermione's been led astray by us. Harry laughed heartily. The Hermione who always preached the rules had seemingly vanished. Although she remained diligent in her studies, she was now less resistant to rule-breaking, bringing Harry an odd sense of joy in leading a good student astray. On Christmas Day, Harry awoke later than usual for two reasons. Firstly, he had stayed up far too late the previous night, engrossed in a game of exploding snap with Ron and two second-year students, completely losing track of time. Secondly, he had not utilized the brain closure technique or soul interpretation to aid his slumber the night before. Ever since that fateful night, whenever he employed both techniques simultaneously, he found himself in the sea of consciousness, confronting the grotesque soul fragment of Voldemort. Harry was reluctant to confront him, yet he found himself at a loss on how to avoid entering the sea of consciousness. Thus, he resolved to refrain from simultaneous usage. The cerebral closure technique made significant progress after absorbing Zhou Yin's soul fragments. Harry could now construct a barrier and create a false consciousness outside it, a feat he had previously been unable to achieve. Sensing that the next stage would require considerable time, Harry opted to practice the soul interpretation method solely during his sleep. The soul interpretation method proved less effective for restful slumber than the cerebral closure technique, resulting in a restless night for Harry, who had been overly exuberant the previous day, leading to a late awakening. It wasn't until Ron called him that he rubbed his eyes and rose from bed. Chapter 72. Gifts. Merry Christmas, Harry. Ron exclaimed with excitement. Come on, get up. It's time to unwrap the presents. Presents? Harry was taken aback, astonished that he had received gifts. He had never expected that upon arriving at Hogwarts, his aunt and uncle would prepare presents for him. Such an act was entirely out of character for them. Yet, upon rising, he discovered that there were indeed wrapped gifts beneath his bed, and not just one. Merry Christmas. Harry returned Ron's greeting before eagerly inspecting his gifts. The first gift was from Hagrid, a flute. Harry hesitated momentarily, harboring a little-known secret. He was tone-deaf. Nevertheless, he accepted it graciously. The second gift was from Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother. She had knitted him a sweater. Harry felt immense joy. The true essence of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it, and this was undoubtedly a thoughtful gesture. In contrast, Ron appeared somewhat embarrassed, as the sweater was a vibrant shade of green. Nestled within the sweater was a large box of sweets. However, Harry was quite fond of it and immediately donned the garment. Please extend my gratitude to Mrs. Weasley. Or perhaps I should thank her myself. I truly adore it. Harry beamed with delight. To his surprise, Hermione and Neville had given him gifts, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed, as he had not thought to reciprocate. Fortunately, Ron had not presented him with a gift. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. What astonished Harry even more was that while the Dursleys had not given him anything, not even a letter, Dudley had actually sent him a present. But what was this? Ron looked skeptically at the thick red gloves, which were as large as Dudley's head. These are boxing gloves, Harry replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Dudley's gift was accompanied by a small card that read, "If anyone dares to bother you, use these to give them a thrashing." Harry pondered, "Cousin, why do you perceive me as an easy target for bullying?" He sensed that Dudley might have a misunderstanding about him. There was one final package that Harry had not intended to set aside. He reached out to open it. Yet, the moment his hand touched the parcel, his body jolted. A cacophony of indistinguishable noise flooded his ears, nearly causing him to topple over. He quickly withdrew his hand, and the bizarre noise vanished without a trace. "There is something wrong with this," Harry exclaimed. "What is the matter?" Ron, who had been examining his own gifts, rushed over to inspect the paper parcel on the floor. "Didn't you hear that? Just now, it made such a loud racket." Harry was astonished. "No, I didn't." Ron shook his head in confusion, completely unaware of what Harry was referring to. Could it be that only contact allowed one to hear it? Harry pondered, touching it once more, only to be met with the same jarring noise, which caused him to pull back his hand, glancing at Ron. "Did you not hear it?" "No." Ron's expression grew serious as he hurried back to his bed to retrieve his wand, then returned to the parcel and gently tapped it with the wand. Nothing happened. Ron looked at Harry in bewilderment. "It's fine. Perhaps it requires physical contact?" Harry speculated uncertainly. Ron, embodying the boldness characteristic of a Gryffindor, reached out without hesitation to touch the parcel, successfully lifting it. "What is this? It's so light. Is it really fine?" Harry asked, perplexed. As he extended his hand again to touch it, the noise surged back, causing him to collapse onto his bed. "What is happening?" Harry's expression darkened. "Does it only affect me? I don't know. Should we open it and see?" Ron asked hesitantly. Harry shook his head in silence, embarking on a journey of contemplation. What proved effective for him seemed futile for Ron. What distinguished him from Ron, he pondered. Harry suddenly looked up, a peculiar expression crossing his face, as he reached out once more towards the paper parcel held by Ron. This time, however, there was no sign of anything amiss. "Is everything all right?" Ron inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he observed Harry now grasping the parcel. "All is well," Harry replied, shaking his head, his countenance oddly strained. Moments earlier, he had instinctively activated his soul interpretation technique upon waking. This method had become second nature to him, always operating in the background. Yet, he had not anticipated that employing the soul interpretation would elicit a response from the parcel, or rather, from its contents. "Shall we take a look?" With Harry seemingly untroubled. Ron's curiosity about the contents began to pique. Harry nodded, and Ron, equally intrigued, shared his curiosity. What could possibly be inside that would elicit a reaction with the art of soul manipulation? Yet one thing was certain, it was undoubtedly an artifact associated with magic. Ding. Ding, ding. Chapter 73. The Secret of the Invisibility Cloak. The initial experience with the cloak. Harry could hardly believe that he had received an invisibility cloak. According to Ron, such an item is exceedingly rare, even among families steeped in magic. However, what perplexed him even more was why this cloak would react to the soul interpretation method. The card that accompanied the cloak did not reveal the sender's identity. Yet it hinted that this remarkable item belonged to his father. Ron was utterly envious of the cloak, and Harry generously agreed to lend it to him for a little escapade, with the strict condition that they must not inform Fred and George. Harry shuddered at the thought of the mischief those two troublemakers would unleash with an invisibility cloak. In response, Ron enthusiastically endorsed Harry's decision with 32 enthusiastic thumbs up. Harry found his first Christmas at Hogwarts to be utterly enchanting. The dining hall did not compromise on the quality of food despite the absence of many students. On the contrary, while the quantity of dishes had diminished, the variety was even more splendid than before. There were numerous drinks and puddings that were seldom available. Ron was positively beaming with delight. Percy, unusually without his usual airs, joined Ron, the twins, and Harry in playful activities. They engaged in snowball fights, sleigh rides, card games, and chess. Yet, Even the astute Percy found himself utterly defeated in a wizard's chess duel against his younger brother Ron. Ron, you might consider a future as a professional wizard's chess player. Percy complimented him, though the twins chimed in, suggesting that Percy was merely making excuses for his loss. Dinner was as lavish as lunch, and Harry felt rather stuffed. However, in comparison to Ron, he considered himself quite restrained. Ron staggered back to the common room, leaning against the walls for support, much to the amusement of Fred and George, who teased him mercilessly. Overindulgence often leads to drowsiness, a fact that was particularly evident in Ron, who, upon returning to the dormitory, promptly collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Harry, initially quite fatigued, found himself inexplicably alert upon returning to the dormitory. He recalled Hermione's words before her departure, mentioning the restricted section. They had yet to explore it, despite its ominous name. The restricted section is not entirely off-limits to students. However, in order to access it, one must obtain the signature of a professor, a privilege typically granted only to third-year students and above, and only with a compelling justification. First-year students seldom have such opportunities. Hermione had speculated that since Madame Pants would likely be on holiday for Christmas, it would be relatively easier to sneak into the library and perhaps venture into the restricted section. Yet, while Madame Pants's whereabouts during the holiday remained a mystery, the restricted section was guarded by 2 enchanted portraits. Should any mischievous student attempt to slip inside, the portraits would promptly alert the professors remaining at the castle. How did Harry come to know? This afternoon, Fred had been apprehended by Snape, resulting in a deduction of points from Gryffindor. If he were to don the invisibility cloak, could he evade detection by the portrait? This thought, once ignited, proved impossible to extinguish. After much contemplation, Harry found himself unable to resist any longer and rolled out of bed. He retrieved the cloak from the trunk beneath his bed, hesitating as he glanced at the slumbering Ron. After a moment's indecision, Harry chose not to awaken Ron. Firstly, the cloak, a precious gift from his father, was something he wished to wear alone for the first time. Secondly, considering that Ron was already deep in slumber, it seemed inappropriate to rouse him. Harry endeavored to convince himself that his reasoning stemmed primarily from the second cause. Stealthily, he slipped out of the dormitory. Exiting through the portrait hole guarded by the fat lady, he found a secluded corner to don his invisibility cloak. To the north, a city that once held the power to influence the entire world now appeared desolate. The populace, who typically held their heads high, impervious to the elements, now bowed their once proud gazes. Though confirmation remained elusive, they had already been apprised of the dreadful news, which was likely to be announced on the morrow. In stark contrast to the disheartened and sorrowful citizens on the streets, a figure clad in black walked with an exuberant demeanor. This individual seemed to glide along the pavement, as if dancing to an eerie yet aesthetically pleasing rhythm, occasionally twirling in delight. Clad only in a robe, he exhibited no signs of discomfort in the bitter cold, where temperatures plummeted below 30 degrees. Strangely, this bizarre sight went unnoticed by the passers-by, who hurriedly brushed past without a flicker of acknowledgement. Indeed, this is precisely it, the figure in black exclaimed joyfully. I despise their lack of fear, their utter disregard for reverence. Ha ha ha, he, yet it truly took a considerable effort. Nearly 50 years of my labor. Yet, I succeeded, as expected of me. As the enigmatic figure continued to utter incomprehensible phrases, his spinning dance abruptly ceased. His head slowly turned toward the southwest. Oh, is there something of mine here? He mused, his expression one of astonishment. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Alas, what a pity. There is a veil of mist surrounding it. How bothersome. In such an amusing place, why must that fellow's essence prevent me from joining the revelry? If only the great ones possessed the ability to become invisible, would they not return to the library? Chapter 74. A nocturnal stroll through the castle. Harry was unaware of the events unfolding thousands of kilometers away. He was preoccupied with discomfort from the oversized invisibility cloak. While it was referred to as a garment, it was more akin to a grand cape. This cloak appeared to have been tailored for an exceptionally tall adult. Although Harry was relatively tall among his peers, the cloak was simply too large. He estimated that even if Ron, Hermione, and Neville joined him beneath it, they would all fit comfortably. To avoid tripping over the hem of the cloak, Harry had to grasp it with his hands and walk as slowly as possible. Harry felt fortunate that the staircase had not posed any obstacles, allowing him to reach the library with ease. During the day, the library evoked little emotion, but at night, its darkened expanse took on an eerie atmosphere. Reluctantly, Harry lit a lamp. Balancing the lamp in one hand while clutching his cloak with the other made his movements increasingly cumbersome. The restricted section lay at the rear of the library, and Harry cautiously navigated the ropes separating the bookshelves, finally arriving at the forbidden area. This was his first visit. In truth, he had never witnessed any other students here. Only Madame Pants occasionally ventured in, retrieving 1 or 2 books for students bearing a professor's note. Raising the lamp, Harry strained to search the shelves. But the titles inscribed on the spines were largely incomprehensible to him, with some even lacking names altogether. With thousands of books surrounding him, it seemed implausible to sift through them one by one. Harry was in a quandary when suddenly a thought struck him. He turned around abruptly and was instantly startled. A gaunt cat with a dark, matted coat and bulbous eyes appeared at the other end of the bookshelf, Lady Loris. Harry inwardly cursed his misfortune. Indeed, the very next moment, Madame Loris let out a piercing scream. During his stroll along the Privet Drive, Harry would hear the wild cat's calls heralding spring each day. Yet, even those feline cries from that time paled in comparison to the shrill and unpleasant sounds uttered by Mrs. Dolores at present. Harry was acutely aware that Mrs. Norris was nearby, undoubtedly accompanied by Filch. He hastily seized his cloak and threw it over himself before turning on his heel and fleeing. Mrs. Norris's cry abruptly ceased, clearly baffled as to why the mischievous student before her had suddenly vanished. Though Harry desired to flee swiftly, the burden of a lantern in one hand and his robe in the other made rapid movement exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with only a single exit from the library, he found himself ultimately trapped within its confines, and to his dismay, he spotted the very person he wished to avoid, Snape. "Filch, are you certain that a student has slipped from their bed?" Snape inquired, his gaze sweeping across the library with evident displeasure. His eyes lingered near the wall where Harry stood, no more than 5 meters away, yet he failed to notice him. "Professor Snape, Madame Pomfrey has never erred, as you well know," Filch retorted, somewhat aggrieved by Snape's skepticism. "The evidence lies before us," Snape replied coldly, entirely oblivious to Harry, who was painstakingly inching past him, holding his breath, and preparing to slip out the door behind him. Just as Harry was about to cross the threshold of the library, Snape abruptly turned. Harry felt his heart nearly cease, yet Snape merely scrutinized his direction for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Clearly, he had not detected Harry's presence. As Harry hastily departed the moment Snape turned around, he dared not walk quickly for fear that Snape might hear the sound of his footsteps. However, after walking for a while, Harry lamentably realized that he had seemingly taken a wrong turn upon exiting the library. Before him stood a towering suit of armor, one he had previously encountered near the kitchen door, which was located in the basement. Yet, he had not traversed the staircase leading downward. Just as he attempted to discern his bearings, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Harry turned around to see a dark figure swiftly approaching him. It was Snape. Had he been discovered? Before Harry could react further, Snape had already rushed past him, and with a flick of his wand, a bright light illuminated the corridor. Standing at the other end was a pale-faced young man. It was Professor Quirrell. "Quirinus, what are you doing here?" Snape demanded, standing directly in front of Quirrell, his large nose nearly touching the professor's. His voice dripped with cold menace. "I remember today is my turn to patrol the castle. Severus, I just couldn't sleep," Quirrell stammered, visibly frightened, his usual stutter exacerbated by fear, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. "Quirinus, you should know that I have been keeping an eye on you." Snape's voice remained harsh. "Do not attempt to deceive me. And no, I wouldn't dare, Severus. I wouldn't." Quirrell recoiled, resembling a frightened quail. "That is for the best." Snape seemed satisfied with his intimidation, nodding approvingly. "Since you cannot sleep, accompany me on my patrol. I trust you wouldn't mind keeping me company, would you?" "Why, yes, of course." Although Quirrell appeared utterly unwilling, he clearly dared not voice a refusal. Meanwhile, Harry had cautiously slipped through a small door nearby, uncertain of where it led. The door was ajar, suggesting it was permissible to enter. Though unaware of what lay inside, Harry reassured himself that any place was safer than being near Snape. "Mirror, mirror, tell me who has the most recommendations. I shall beseech him for a few." Chapter 75, The Enchanted Mirror. Can this mirror reveal the future? Ron gazed in awe at the extraordinarily ornate mirror. Disbelief etched across his face. "What do you see?" Harry asked, remaining noncommittal. "I'm wearing the same badge that Bill once wore. It's for the head boy. I'm holding both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. I'm the captain of the Quidditch team," Ron exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he gazed into the mirror. "Try again using the method I just taught you," Harry encouraged. Ron furrowed his brow in skepticism, then slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, mind focused, soul concealed, brain closed to the outside. After a considerable pause, Ron opened his eyes again and looked at the mirror. This time, he was not filled with excitement, but rather stared at Harry in confusion. "There is nothing there? Well, it seems my hypothesis was correct. Harry nodded, satisfied. While evading Snape, he had inadvertently stumbled upon this abandoned classroom and discovered the mirror. The first time he beheld it, he was startled. His reflection stood alongside several pixelated figures. He smiled brightly, though the figures beside him appeared peculiar, despite their pixelated forms. Harry deduced from their rough shapes and colors that they were likely some of his close friends from Gryffindor. This seemed to be a layer of false consciousness he had placed beyond the barriers of his mind's concealment spell. Harry's self-imposed disguise stems from his desire to frolic joyfully with his classmates. The naive, innocent, and blissfully unaware boy believes that he possesses many secrets that elevate him beyond mere ignorance. At least, that is his conviction. However, it is evident that his faade is utterly flawed. Everyone else around him appears as mere mosaics, obscured and indistinct. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. And after some meticulous effort, he finally managed to clarify the images of his companions. Goodness, how fortunate he was not to have been spied upon. Otherwise, the humiliation would have been immense. Just the thought of someone delving into his consciousness and discovering that the carefully crafted facade he had prepared was a mere faade. While the observer doubled over in laughter, made him want to scratch at the walls in distress. However, as he turned around, a realization dawned upon him. Wait. This mirror has the ability to peer into one's innermost thoughts? Harry attempted to alter his external perceptions. Yet the reflection in the mirror remained that of himself and a few companions joyfully playing together. He soon realized that this mirror did not merely reflect his current thoughts. Rather, it unveiled the deep-seated yearnings and desires within his soul. With this realization, Harry dispelled the mental barriers he had imposed upon himself. However, what he beheld left him utterly astonished. There he was, sitting obediently in the classroom, gazing at a remarkably beautiful professor delivering a lecture, his face a portrait of disbelief. This mirror must surely be flawed. Harry pondered with great certainty. He called upon Ron, and after careful consideration, decided to impart the art of mental occlusion to him. Initially, he contemplated teaching Ron the intricacies of soul manifestation as well, but upon further reflection, he chose to withhold that knowledge for the time being. Harry harbored some concerns regarding the peculiar reactions that might arise from the combination of soul manifestation and the invisibility cloak. Once Ron achieved a basic understanding of mental occlusion, Harry guided him before the mirror. The sight that met Ron's eyes closely aligned with one of Harry's prior speculations. However, Harry had been unaware of the existence of the male student council president, which had not crossed his mind. What does this mirror signify, Harry? Ron inquired with a hint of hesitation. I am uncertain, but I surmise it is related to our innermost desires. Harry ventured his conjecture. Oh? Ron's expression transformed into one of keen interest. If that's the case, Harry, what do you see? Harry exerted considerable effort to divert Ron's attention from the exploration of his inner desires. Although Ron felt a tinge of regret, he was far more captivated by the art of mind shielding. No wonder Harry slept so soundly. This technique proved to be exceedingly effective. Ron was thoroughly intrigued by mind shielding, primarily because it marked the first time he had successfully cast a spell in one go. Harry speculated that this success was likely tied to the wand. Without any interference from it, Ron's magical talent shone brightly. In the following days, Harry frequented the enchanting mirror. Not to admire a strikingly beautiful female professor, but rather to practice his mind shielding, utilizing the mirror's extraordinary properties. Harry experimented with various deceptive thought patterns until he could outsmart the mirror. Had his skill been sufficient, Harry would have seized this opportunity to embark on constructing a second layer of defense and deceptive thoughts. Conversely, Ron remained indifferent to Harry's endeavors. Aware that the mirror did not possess the ability to reveal the future, he lost interest in it. He felt no inclination to engage in the creation of deceptive thoughts, believing he had no secrets that warranted such elaborate tactics. Thus, he chose to focus solely on fortifying his mental barriers. With just 3 days left before the Christmas holidays, a few young wizards, weary of languishing at home, had already returned to the school. However, the academy remained rather desolate compared to the bustling atmosphere of the actual term. Harry, well acquainted with the surroundings, entered the classroom, ready to continue his practice of the brain closure spell using the mirror. However, as he pushed the door open and had yet to remove his invisibility cloak, he discovered a figure seated on an old sofa in the far corner of the room, none other than Professor Dumbledore, distinguished by his long white hair and beard. Clad in a gray robe, Ron remarked, "If that's how you put it, I certainly won't feel sleepy." Chapter 76. Professor, I implore you, do not continue. Ah, you have arrived a tad later than usual today, Harry. Dumbledore's eyes, twinkling behind his spectacles, crinkled with mirth. Although Harry was shrouded in invisibility, He was certain that Dumbledore had already discerned his presence. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, somewhat sheepishly lifting his cloak. He was not surprised that Dumbledore could see through the Invisibility Cloak. Countless books and numerous individuals had informed him that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of this century, indeed, of all Europe. Thus, his extraordinary powers were hardly astonishing. "I had presumed you were drawn by the enchanting allure of the Mirror of Erised. Yet it appears my assumptions were misplaced," Dumbledore observed, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Harry. "Ah, Professor, you are already aware," Harry admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, not for sneaking into play with the mirror, but rather for the fear that Dumbledore might glimpse the unacknowledged desire hidden within his heart. "Indeed, I possess some knowledge. You see, as the headmaster, certain privileges come with the title." Dumbledore winked at Harry. Harry felt a measure of relief. At least he could ascertain that Dumbledore did not seem particularly concerned about his visit to the mirror. He then inquired, "Professor, this mirror, the Mirror of Erised, can it truly reveal a person's innermost thoughts?" "Ah, that is merely one of its many functions," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Moreover, it does not so much probe the heart as it unveils the deepest desires within one's soul. Speaking of which, Harry, I had no idea that you—" Harry was on the verge of losing his composure. "What, Professor, do you really know?" Oh, calm down, Harry." Dumbledore maintained his smile, yet at that moment, to Harry, he appeared rather lecherous. Such reactions were quite normal for a young man. "Your father behaved similarly, though his affections were directed towards your mother. Well, I must admit I was somewhat taken aback by your choice. I had presumed it would be either Pet-Il or Johnson, or at most, Miss Farley. Professor, please, spare me." Harry nearly broke into tears. He was now utterly convinced that the professor was aware of everything. Pet-Il referred, of course, to the two most beautiful Indian sisters. Harry indeed had a fondness for them. Johnson was undoubtedly the stunning seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Angelina Johnson. Harry was aware that at least 5 or 6 boys in the house admired her, the most conspicuous being Lee Jordan, the mischief maker of the Weasley twins. As for Miss Farley, she was the head girl of Slytherin, the only one in the house acknowledged by the entire school. Fair and just, she often assisted younger students from any house. And countless first-year students admired her. It's truly all right. Dumbledore seemed to find amusement in Harry's embarrassment, but realized it was time to change the subject. "Both your father and mother were exceptionally talented wizards. I had long anticipated your remarkable abilities. However, to have mastered the mind-closing spell to this extent in your first year exceeds my expectations. In my 80 years of teaching, I have encountered only 2 young wizards of such caliber." 2. Harry pondered. One must be him, right? Harry intended to say Voldemort, but recalled that people generally disliked hearing that name. Ah, yes, indeed, Voldemort. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore seemed entirely unperturbed by mentioning Voldemort's name. In his student days, he was quite the prodigious figure. "And who is the other?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore chuckled. "You might find it hard to believe. But Professor McGonagall was not as stern in her student days as she is now. She was the initiator and host of the Dueling Club, captain of the Quidditch team, head girl, and president of the student council. During her time at school, she received the most promising newcomer award in Transfiguration, achieving outstanding marks in both O, W, L, and N, E, W, T examinations, setting the highest scores in history. You cannot imagine how all the young wizards and witches were left in her shadow. At this point, Dumbledore seemed to recall something amusing, his smile growing even more radiant. "Ah, and there is another intriguing tale. Professor McGonagall caused the Sorting Hat to deliberate for a full 5 minutes, a feat that is unparalleled." Harry was taken aback, utterly astonished that his own headmaster possessed such remarkable prowess. Realizing he might have spoken too much, Dumbledore slightly tempered his smile. "In truth, I had long intended to relocate the Mirror of Erised, but upon observing your apparent interest, I decided to leave it in place for a few extra days. However, this indulgence has reached its limit. It shall be moved elsewhere by tomorrow." "What a pity," Harry sighed, shaking his head. "I was hoping to further explore Hermione's deepest desires." "Indeed, it was somewhat regrettable." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting understanding, yet he showed no inclination to alter his decision. "Well then, I shall take my leave. At my age, it is prudent to rest more. Potter, do enjoy yourself." With that, Dumbledore rose, seemingly preparing to depart. "Professor, may I pose a question?" Harry suddenly interjected. "Of course," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "In fact, you have already asked one. Let us hope this is not the extent of your inquiries." Harry suppressed the impulse to roll his eyes and continued to inquire, "What do you see when you look in the mirror?" He mused internally, "You know what I see. But I have no idea what you do. Isn't that a tad unfair?" Dumbledore tilted his head, a gesture that seemed incongruous for someone of his age. Yet it appeared entirely fitting for him. "I see myself holding a thick pair of woolen socks. You cannot fathom. Socks are perpetually insufficient. Year after year, during Christmas. Not a single pair has graced my presence, as people insist on gifting me books instead. By Merlin, at my age, reading more books will surely blind me." Harry inwardly rolled his eyes dramatically, yet outwardly responded, "All right, Professor, I shall gift you a dozen. No, 10 dozen socks next year." Dumbledore replied, "I know." And I must add Chapter 77. Neville's new perspective on leisure. Harry's initial private conversation with Professor Dumbledore was far from pleasant, as the very thought that Dumbledore was aware of certain matters left Harry feeling embarrassed enough to scratch the walls. Nonetheless, the discomfort of the discussion did not diminish Harry's fondness for Dumbledore, as one hailed as the greatest wizard of the century. The headmaster's remarkable humility made Harry believe he was indeed an extraordinary individual. Hermione and Neville returned to Hogwarts on a regular school day. This was quite typical, as Hermione's parents were ordinary folk with no alternative means of reaching Hogwarts. As for Neville, it was evident that his family was apprehensive about him utilizing other forms of transportation to school. As Harry anticipated, Hermione was intrigued by the Mirror of Erised, eager to uncover her innermost desires. However, she could not reconcile her feelings regarding Harry and Ron's nocturnal escapades within the castle, utilizing the Invisibility Cloak. Furthermore, she felt disheartened by the lack of progress in her search for Nicholas Flamel. Thankfully, Harry's lessons in the mind-closing spell alleviated some of her frustration. In the following days, the school was in disarray. The professors resumed their rigorous teaching schedules, yet the young witches and wizards struggled to readjust after the holiday, resulting in a chorus of complaints. However, the professors seemed indifferent to this discontent. The ones struggling were primarily the underachievers, as Hermione and the Ravenclaw scholars reported no impact on their performance. Hermione even possessed the energy to continue her search for news on Nicholas Flamel during breaks, yet still encountered no advancements. Until one fateful evening, Harry, Ron, I have obtained the Queen Maeve card. Neville burst into the common room, beaming with joy, clutching a wizard card from a chocolate frog. Speaking of Neville, he had undergone a remarkable transformation recently. After Christmas, Harry had imparted the mind-closing spell to both him and Hermione. Hermione grasped it swiftly, while Neville took a bit longer. However, Harry was aware of Neville's diligence, as he practiced the spell every night before bed, maintaining the mind-closing technique as he fell asleep. Thus, despite his slower pace, his consistent practice allowed him to master the spell within a mere few days, resulting in a marvelous improvement in his memory. As Harry practiced the art of mind occlusion, he noticed a remarkable enhancement in his memory. However, given that his memory was already commendable, he did not pay it much heed. Conversely, Neville, who had previously struggled with forgetfulness, exhibited a significant improvement in his memory following his own training in mind occlusion. Although his abilities still paled in comparison to Hermione's near-photographic memory, he was now on par with an average individual. Were it not for this progress, he might very well have struggled to recall which cards he possessed and which he did not. Impressive, Neville, that is an exceedingly rare card, Ron remarked with a grin. Having already amassed over 500 cards, nearly completing his collection aside from the rarest few, he spoke with authority on the rarity of the cards. Harry felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. A wizard, a card. Harry suddenly jumped up and, to the astonishment of Ron and Neville, dashed back to the dormitory. Ron and Neville hurriedly followed him, and upon reaching the room, they found Harry rummaging through a large trunk beneath his bed, searching intently, yet seemingly unable to locate what he sought. "What are you looking for, Harry?" Ron inquired, somewhat puzzled. Ron, Harry exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. "Your cards. Do you have them? The wizarding cards. Do you have them with you?" "Of course," Ron replied, confused as to why Harry wished to find the cards at this moment. Initially, during their first meeting on the train, he had invited Harry to collect them, but Harry had declined. Harry himself was collecting cards of Muggle athletes from a sport called football, although he didn't pay much attention to it. "Hurry, let me see. I want to look at Dumbledore," Harry urged eagerly. "We see Dumbledore every day. Why would we want to look at a card?" Ron muttered in bewilderment. Yet he retrieved a small box from beneath his bed. When the box was opened, it surprisingly unfolded into dozens of layers, each neatly containing 10 cards. "Cool," Neville exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration, even though it was not his first encounter with such a sight. This trunk had been crafted by Fred and George as a reward for Ron's outstanding performance in Quidditch. Ron quickly found Dumbledore's card and handed it to Harry. Turning it over, Harry indeed discovered the name he was looking for, Nicholas Flamel. No wonder we couldn't find him among modern wizards, good heavens. He is 665 years old. Ron marveled at Flamel's profile. Neville, meanwhile, was lost in thought, gazing at Hermione. She had just mentioned that she had taken the hefty tome laid out on the table back to occupy her time, an impressive volume measuring 1.5 feet in length. 1 foot wide, and containing over 1,000 pages. Neville felt he had gained a new understanding of the term leisure. I don't think I'll ever dare to use the word leisure again. I'll just stick to messing around or fooling about, he mused. Chapter 78. Ron's restraint. Are you three missing the point? Hermione remarked with exasperation towards her 3 somewhat foolish classmates. Shouldn't we be worried about Snape? Anything related to Nicholas Flamel undoubtedly pertains to the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Harry exclaimed, his mouth agape. This was something even non-magical folks were aware of. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone, was renowned for its ability to turn stone into gold. However, what the wizarding world valued more was that it could produce the elixir of life. Who wouldn't desire a stone that could turn stone into gold? Ron shrugged and said, I suddenly find myself understanding Snape. What should I do? I too wish to possess the Philosopher's Stone. Just imagine how many things I could buy with a few hundred galleons. Harry gazed at his dear friend with a twinge of sympathy. My brother. Is it merely a few hundred galleons? Is the imagination so restrained? Upon learning of the possibility of the Philosopher's Stone, a faint sense of relief washed over Harry and his companions. After all, while the Philosopher's Stone is indeed a remarkable magical artifact, it does not seem particularly perilous. Although the thought of Snape potentially using it to concoct the elixir of life, thereby dooming countless generations of young wizards to his tyranny, evokes a sense of pity. Harry found solace in the notion that he himself had already endured such trials, and perhaps the subsequent cohorts would too, allowing him a measure of comfort. Hermione, Ron, and Neville engage in animated discussions about the splendid life they could lead if they possessed the stone. Meanwhile, Harry quietly perused the hefty tome Hermione had brought along. Entitled The Renowned Wizards of Ancient European History, Harry scanned the table of contents twice, and then his eyelids fluttered lightly. This book presented biographies of individuals in chronological order, supplemented by their surnames. Near the beginning of the table of contents, he found the name Yenzo. The date was strikingly listed as the 4th century BC. The description in the book was quite brief, clearly indicating that the author had limited knowledge of this ancient wizard. Zhou Yin, a grand master of alchemy from the East, significantly advanced the fields of alchemy, potion-making, and magical circles in the European magical community. He was one of the contributors to the modern wand structure, laying the groundwork for the establishment of the contemporary magical system. He was the original thinker behind the concept of the Philosopher's Stone, though he did not manage to complete its creation during his lifetime. In his later years, Zhou Yin became obsessed with the pursuit of immortality and the summoning of demons, ultimately vanishing in a ritual whose objective remains uncertain. Whether it was immortality or demon summoning, he seemed to have perished. Alas! In stark contrast to the lengthy accounts of other figures, which spanned pages or even dozens of pages, Zhou Yin's entry was a mere 10 lines. Yet, the brevity of the content did not diminish his significance in the slightest. To label him as a founding figure of modern magic would not be an exaggeration. However, his late-life pursuits of longevity and demon summoning resonated with the information he had gleaned from the fragmented soul within his mind. The following day, Harry, Ron, and Neville spent nearly the entire day discussing, or rather fantasizing, about what they could accomplish if they possessed the Philosopher's Stone. After a night of deep contemplation, Ron finally had a grand idea. His latest thought was to purchase his favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, and equip them with the finest gear to contend for the league championship. Then he and Harry remembered that the season's matches were about to commence. Their excellent performance in the first half of the semester had led to a somewhat relaxed attitude in the second half. Even Wood, while vocally advocating for rigorous training, had noticeably reduced the practice intensity compared to the first half of the year. It is worth mentioning that since the first match, Snape had replaced Madam Hooch as the Quidditch referee. This change displeased all 3 teams, except for Slytherin. The reason was simple. Snape's conduct on the field was anything but fair. Ultimately, it was either the Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff team that managed to exert pressure, resulting in Snape stepping down from the referee position. Harry and Ron had a bit of apprehension regarding Snape's officiating during the 2 matches, especially since Snape had seemingly cast a jinx on Harry's broom during the first match. However, upon spotting Dumbledore in the stands. Ron expressed that there was nothing to worry about. No one could pull tricks in front of Dumbledore, Ron stated with unwavering confidence. It appeared that both of Ron's parents were staunch supporters of Dumbledore and influenced by their family. Ron and a few of the Weasley siblings also held Dumbledore in high esteem. In fact, Ron's assessment proved accurate. During the 2 matches that Dumbledore attended, nothing abnormal occurred. Harry successfully caught the golden snitch on 2 occasions. Dumbledore was expected to attend the upcoming match, so both Harry and Ron, along with Hermione, remained quite composed. The events unfolded as anticipated. Their opponent was Hufflepuff, whose chasers were not particularly formidable. Wood once again employed Ron, who, despite being a substitute, had garnered more popularity than Wood himself. Ron did not disappoint. He performed magnificently on the field, blocking all of Hufflepuff's attempts within the first 5 minutes. The match concluded swiftly, as Harry captured the golden snitch in just 5 minutes. After the match, Wood beamed with joy, akin to a child weighing 150 pounds. The Quidditch Cup was now just 2 victories away. Given the current circumstances, achieving this seemed as effortless as a mere yawn. 15 stone? Chapter 79. Neville's Transformation. Harry. I saw Snape today, and it seemed he was threatening Professor Quirrell. After the match, the Gryffindor common room was filled with celebration. The twins had somehow procured a large quantity of Honeyduke's chocolate frogs on a day when visiting Hogsmeade was prohibited. Excitement filled the air as everyone loudly expressed their exhilaration, causing Ron's whispered conversation with Harry, aside from Neville and Hermione, to go unnoticed. Unlike Harry, Ron's broom belonged to the Academy, so he had to return it after the match. He considered simply flying over, but while in a corner of the castle, he witnessed Snape pinning Professor Quirrell against the wall, nearly pressing his face to it. Fortunately, Ron and Harry were still quite young. Otherwise, they might not have perceived it as a mere threat. Harry also recalled that during the Christmas season, on the day he first discovered the Mirror of Erised, Snape appeared to be threatening Professor Quirrell. It seemed that Snape held a significant disdain for Professor Quirrell. He had followed Quirrell on more than one occasion, and it often ended with Quirrell retreating to a corner like a frightened quail after Snape had spoken. Neville also contributed to this matter. Previously, Neville had often found himself lost in the castle, inadvertently witnessing many things he ought not to have seen, such as the time he claimed to have seen Percy sitting rather closely with a girl. This piqued the interest of Ron and the twins, though unfortunately, Neville could not recall the girl's appearance. No, Ron shook his head, addressing Neville. I didn't dare to approach, but I overheard them mentioning a 3-headed dog. A 3-headed dog? At this revelation, Harry and the others sensed that the matter was far more serious than they had anticipated. Let us discuss this elsewhere. The 4 friends sought out an unoccupied classroom, and Harry meticulously searched to ensure that Peeves or any other ghosts were not present before they settled down together once more. Did Snape mention a 3-headed dog? Hermione inquired nervously. Is it possible they are researching how to get past it? After having mastered the spell of mental occlusion, Neville's mind had become increasingly sharp. He pondered their words and suggested, we believe the treasure hidden beneath the trapdoor is the Philosopher's Stone. If that is indeed the case, it is an incredibly valuable artifact. I surmise that there must be more than just a 3-headed dog as a safeguard. Surely, there are many other defenses and magical protections in place. The others nodded, acknowledging Ron's theory. Therefore, could it be that Snape already knows how to get past the 3-headed dog? Yet, because Professor Quirrell has also set up a defense against dark magic, perhaps Snape wishes to learn how to circumvent it from him? Of course, there are also the arrangements of other professors, Ron speculated. This indeed seemed plausible. Harry's expression darkened. So, we must hope that Professor Quirrell can withstand Snape's pressure. Otherwise, Snape may very well acquire the Philosopher's Stone. A sudden wave of panic washed over him. How could Professor Quirrell possibly withstand Snape? Ron covered his face, exclaiming, I saw Professor Quirrell nearly in tears today. Harry and his friends held little confidence in Professor Quirrell, to the extent that Ron would clench his fists and cheer him on every time they encountered him. Each time, Professor Quirrell appeared utterly bewildered, evidently oblivious to Ron's intentions. Surprisingly, Quirrell's resilience exceeded their expectations. Over the following weeks, although his complexion grew increasingly pale and his demeanor waned, he did not crumble under the pressure. Moreover, Snape's continued disdainful attitude toward him suggested that he had not yet triumphed over Quirrell. It was rumored that Quirrell had been sorted into Ravenclaw, but Ron asserted that he was equally deserving of Gryffindor. Neville concurred with this sentiment. Recently, Neville had shown considerable improvement, yet due to his continued struggles with spellcasting in class, most professors remained unaware of his progress. Nevertheless, he had become notably more cheerful and expressed deep gratitude towards Harry. Harry also learned a secret. Both of Neville's parents were Aurors, the law enforcement officers of the wizarding world. During Voldemort's reign, they had been fervent opponents, drawing the ire of Voldemort and his followers. One fateful night, when Neville was merely an infant, several Death Eaters invaded his home and subjected his parents to horrific torture before his very eyes. The brutality of the magic left them incapacitated, and they now lay in a wizarding hospital in London. This traumatic event profoundly affected Neville's psyche, leading him to suffer from nightmares for an extended period, even after arriving at Hogwarts. This made it challenging for him to concentrate and diminished his memory, giving the impression of ineptitude. However, since he had mastered the art of the mind-blanking spell, those nightmares had ceased, allowing him to focus once more. "Your parents are remarkable people," Harry exclaimed sincerely upon learning all this. He empathized with Neville, not only because he too had grown up without parental affection, despite his aunt and uncle treating him decently later, but also because the absence of parents made a significant difference. Harry had also endured a phase plagued by nightmares, but after practicing the mind-blanking spell, they had ceased entirely. Consequently, Harry and Neville's bond deepened, even subtly surpassing that with Hermione. This was not due to any issues between Harry and Hermione, but rather Hermione's recurring tendency to become overly studious. Chapter 80. Hagrid's little antics. With 2.5 months remaining until the final exams and the curriculum far from complete, Hermione had already begun devising a revision plan. It was utterly terrifying. Even more alarming was that Hermione intended to drag Harry, Ron, and Neville into her frenzied study sessions. Previously, Harry had relished the prospect of the lengthy Easter holiday, but when the professors announced the assignments, he was astounded. He and Ron calculated that they would need to dedicate at least 90% of their holiday to complete the workload. Of course, if they helped each other. The time required might decrease slightly, but the volume of assignments was still staggering. No wonder Fred and his friends never returned home during the Easter break. Ron gazed at the assignment list, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. "We must make the most of our time. Only 10 weeks until the exams, just 10 weeks. For Nicholas Flamel, that is but a blink of an eye." Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction with Harry and the others' lax attitude. However, Neville timidly interjected, "Well, we are not over 600 years old. Good luck to us. I shall begin revising." But his latter words were swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Hermione, compelling him to obediently start memorizing the exam material. In the days that followed, the quartet spent nearly all their time in the library. However, one day, they encountered an unexpected figure within its confines. "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Ron exclaimed incredulously, staring at the towering figure who nearly matched the height of the bookshelves. Harry, Hermione, and Neville lifted their heads to confirm that it truly was Hagrid, and their expressions mirrored Ron's disbelief. Clad in a shaggy coat, Hagrid seemed out of place in the library's serene environment. He appeared somewhat awkward, as if he instinctively wanted to retreat upon being called. Yet given his size, it was nearly impossible for him to conceal himself unless he blended in with a herd of elephants. The curiosity of Harry and his friends heightened, as they noticed Hagrid attempting to hide something behind his back. "I'm just, browsing," he muttered, clearly aware that he couldn't escape their scrutiny. His gaze darted around, and his voice lacked its usual confidence. Their initial curiosity deepened. "You're not still searching for information on Nicholas Flamel, are you?" Hagrid seemed to wish to change the subject, albeit poorly. "Hey, we've known who he is for centuries," Ron boasted. "Not only do we know who he is, but we also know what your dog is guarding. It's the Philosopher's Stone." "Shoo!" Hagrid exclaimed, visibly alarmed, stepping forward to cover Ron's mouth. Although Ron had not spoken loudly, Hagrid's reaction attracted the attention of a few nearby individuals. However, since nearly everyone was aware of Harry and Hagrid's close relationship, they merely glanced over before returning to their own affairs. "Hagrid, if you don't let go, you might suffocate Ron," Harry said earnestly, glancing between Ron and Hagrid. Hagrid's large hand covered Ron's entire face, making it impossible for Ron to escape his grasp. "Oh, sorry," Hagrid exclaimed, quickly releasing him. Ron collapsed onto the table, gasping for air. Hagrid scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before whispering as quietly as possible, "Don't let anyone overhear. What do you want to know?" "To be honest, we do have a few questions for you," Harry replied seriously, "about the protections surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Is there anything besides Fluffy?" "Shoo." Hagrid again signaled for silence, but this time he refrained from covering their mouths. Once he was certain no one was listening, he sighed in resignation and lowered his voice. "Listen, come find me later. But remember, I haven't promised to tell you anything. We can't discuss this here. My mouth is truly a liability. This is not information students should know." They do think I informed you, which would be quite troublesome. All right, see you later. Harry and the others, except Hermione, grinned simultaneously. The prospect of escaping Hermione's intense study sessions was already a delightful relief. To further learn about the Philosopher's Stone was nothing short of splendid. Chapter 81. Fiery Gazes. Hagrid had acquired a dragon. Had Harry not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. He was no longer the naive outsider to the magical world he had been upon his arrival at Hogwarts. He now possessed a foundational yet clearer understanding of the wizarding realm. Once, he found Hagrid's desire to raise a dragon to be an intriguing notion. However, he now understood that Hagrid's ambition to rear a dragon was undeniably a terrifying idea. When Hagrid, after more than a week of anticipation, actually hatched a dragon egg before the four of them on a gloomy evening, Harry felt that the situation had spiraled into utter chaos. If Harry deemed Hagrid's acquisition of a hatchling dragon as dire, Hermione perceived it as a calamity. Hagrid, I wonder if you are aware that private ownership of dragons has been illegal for over 300 years. Hermione's expression had turned profoundly grave, especially when the hatchling sneezed, igniting sparks that burned a considerable hole in Hagrid's coat. Although Hermione was a top student, she was not so well-versed in legal statutes at such a young age. The information regarding the illegality of dragon ownership had come from Ron, whose brother Charlie worked at a dragon sanctuary. However, despite having seen dragons more than once at his brother's workplace, Ron harbored no fondness for such perilous creatures. Previously, Neville had shown a slight interest in the little dragon, but that curiosity evaporated after the creature exhaled a puff of fire. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid remarked, nonchalantly brushing off the sparks from his clothing while affectionately stroking the dragon's head. The hatchling playfully nipped at his finger, but it was far too small, and its sharp teeth failed to pierce Hagrid's skin. This led Hagrid to believe that the hatchling was merely engaging in a playful manner, exclaiming joyfully, Merlin's beard, look, it recognizes its mother. Hagrid, I must inform you. Ron's expression was a mixture of concern and disbelief. Given how much you've studied, you should know that this is a Norwegian ridgeback, right? Its flames, while not exceptionally powerful, are indeed toxic. Harry and Neville possessed a rather limited understanding of dragons, whereas Hermione had devoted the past few days to a thorough study of the subject. Following Ron's remark, she exclaimed, Indeed, Hagrid. The Norwegian ridgeback can grow to 3 times its current size in just a week. It doesn't require a month. Your room would scarcely accommodate it. Well, I might conceal it in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid mused, glancing out towards the woods. Suddenly, he leapt up, rushing to the window, his agile movements surprising given his imposing stature. What is happening? Hermione sensed an ominous turn of events. There is someone, a student. Hagrid's face turned pale. Harry reacted swiftly, stepping forward to the door, where he spotted a boy sprinting toward the castle, Draco Malfoy. Draco, covered in grass and dirt, sat on the ground with a face full of indignation. Hagrid and the 4 of them surrounded him. Just moments ago, as Harry watched Draco dash toward the castle, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He could not allow Draco to escape so easily. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, his wand already in grasp. It is worth mentioning a small device on Harry's wrist, a wristband crafted from the hide of a specially bred creature, the spiky warthog. It featured a mechanism that allowed the wand, which was initially secured to it, to spring into his hand with a simple twist of his wrist. Additionally, the end of the wand was attached to the wristband by an elastic cord. This ingenious contraption had arisen from Harry's thoughts during a flying lesson, when he had been unable to draw his wand in time to save Neville. Although Harry struggled to perfect the design for a long while, it was not until after Christmas, when he casually mentioned it to Fred and George, that the idea materialized. The twins found it quite impressive, and even Ron and Hermione eyed it with envy. Ultimately, Harry covered the material costs, and soon each of the familiar little wizards had one of their own. Thus, with remarkable swiftness, Harry drew his wand and charged toward Draco, causing him to tumble unceremoniously. You sneak attacked me from behind, you scarhead, Draco exclaimed, glaring at the group of 4 surrounding him. You were the one who peeped first. If you want to see, then come inside. Ron chuckled mischievously. He and Draco had engaged in countless skirmishes in private. In a one-on-one match, Ron was confident he could reduce Draco to tears, calling for his mother. However, Draco always had his lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, nearby, leaving Ron with little opportunity to showcase his skills. Now, seeing Draco bound by Harry's magic, Ron felt a surge of excitement. What's just a dragon? Draco intended to mock, but as he turned to glance at the little dragon, his eyes widened, and he momentarily forgot his words. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, suddenly sensing something amiss. Why did Draco's gaze towards the little dragon burn with even more intensity than Hagrid's? Although I harbor no fondness for Malfoy, I must admit that the actor's charm during the first and second years is truly striking. Chapter 82. Draco, I trust you. Not a chance. What Harry and his companions were entirely unaware of was that Draco was also a fervent enthusiast of dragons, rivaling even Hagrid's passion. Before arriving at Hogwarts, he had repeatedly beseeched his parents, tearfully expressing his desire to raise a dragon. However, his usually compliant parents resolutely denied his pleas in this regard. The Malfoy family, after all, held quite a prominent position in the wizarding world. Almost everyone was aware that Lucius had once been a devoted follower of Voldemort, and a rather staunch one at that. Although he claimed to have been subjected to the imperious curse after Voldemort's downfall and had evaded punishment through various means, many continued to keep a watchful eye on him. Lucius consistently maintained good relations with the Ministry of Magic, which undoubtedly played a role in his ability to navigate such circumstances. In this context, he could not brazenly engage in illegal activities, such as raising dragons. Such an endeavor was far too conspicuous compared to lesser misdeeds. The more unattainable it was, the more fervently Draco desired it, despite his usual ease in achieving his wishes. The prospect of raising a dragon remained elusive, intensifying his yearning. As he grew older, Draco gradually came to understand the formidable challenges inherent in dragon keeping. Yet, could a child employ absolute rationality in analyzing such matters? Clearly not. Harry could not, Hermione could not, and Draco certainly could not. Just moments ago, when he glimpsed the dragon egg outside, Draco's heart raced. When the dragon hatched, his breath quickened. Had Hagrid not discovered him, he would have undoubtedly continued to steal glances. In that fleeting moment, he even contemplated the possibility of smuggling the little dragon back to his dormitory for personal care. Although he immediately dismissed this idea as utterly impractical, it persisted in his mind like a cunning goblin, incessantly burrowing its way into his thoughts. Then, he was caught. Subsequently, he found himself in a dilapidated little hut, a place he typically avoided, yet there he was, face to face with the small dragon. Draco felt as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. Hey. Ron's teasing voice shattered Draco's daze. Draco was certain he loathed Weasley immensely, especially this one. Malfoy, how do you suppose I should deal with you? Ron's expression was anything but benevolent. You wouldn't dare. Draco stammered, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. The phrase I am the fish on the chopping block may not exist in English, yet similar sentiments are certainly prevalent. Draco could fully comprehend this feeling, instinctively resorting to his most commonly employed threat. If you harm me, my father will not let you off easily. You really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning your parents. Ron retorted mockingly. But if I were to toss you into the Forbidden Forest to feed the werewolves, how would your father know it was me? As long as no one sees, I could lock you away here, wait until nightfall, when no one is around, and then toss you into the forest foolproof. Ron maliciously intimidated Draco. Truth be told, he was unsure whether there were indeed werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, but Fred and George had certainly claimed there were. Moreover, on nights of the full moon, chilling howls could occasionally be heard emanating from the forest. Why you? Draco stammered, his already pale face turning even whiter with fright. He truly feared Ron might throw him into the Forbidden Forest. He believed that the ferocious Gryffindors could indeed carry out such an act. After all, lions are fierce. And Draco had always understood it this way. Draco, if you wish to avoid being fed to the werewolves, you must swear not to disclose what you witnessed today. Harry noted with surprise that Draco appeared genuinely intimidated, and he quickly added fuel to the fire. I, Draco Malfoy, would never yield to you, even if it meant being fed to werewolves. Draco glared defiantly, just as the door of the little hut swung open, revealing a massive black dog, as large as a bear, sauntering in. Draco caught sight of it and jumped in fright. How does the oath go? Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Hagrid, Fong? As an exceptional student, Hermione possesses a slight understanding of magical oaths, though not in great detail. Coming from a magical family, Ron also has a rudimentary comprehension of magical oaths, yet lacks extensive knowledge. Harry speculated that Zhou Yin must be quite proficient in this matter, after all. He had dedicated countless years to the study of summoning demons and the like. The essence of such summoning magic lies in the contract. However, Harry had not acquired much knowledge from Zhou Yin, leaving him utterly perplexed. As for Neville, no one held any expectations for him, and he truly lacked the ability. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Hagrid had mastered it. And remarkably so. Draco, with a look of disbelief, witnessed an intricate magical symbol materialize before him, gradually entering his mouth. Soon thereafter, he felt a slight tingling in his tongue, and he realized that the contract had been established. How could this clumsy oaf possess such exquisite magic? Draco pondered in confusion. He was not alone. Harry and the others were equally baffled. Don't look at me like that. I've been studying at Hogwarts for 3 years. Hagrid seemed to be clarifying. I have perused the textbooks for third-year charms class, and there is certainly no such refined oath magic. Hermione regarded Hagrid with skepticism. Oh, Hermione. You are rather unappealing at this moment, Hagrid responded, somewhat exasperated. Well, to be honest, I have always conducted research in this area, primarily intending to apply it to magical creatures. Certain oaths and contract magic enable me to establish a mental connection with these magical beings, allowing me to discern their thoughts. Malfoy, do not misinterpret this. The oath given to you is indeed meant for wizards. Draco retorted, I don't believe a word of it. He lamented. I am truly foolish. I never imagined that the bumbling Hagrid could wield contract magic. Chapter 83, The Plan to Send Off the Little Dragon. Harry had initially harbored concerns that Draco might breach his vow. After all, if the magic of contracts could be established, it could also be undone. Not to mention, Draco had Severus Snape in his corner. Although Harry harbored a deep disdain for Snape, he had never doubted the man's formidable prowess. Back then, whether by intention or accident, Harry had caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall and Snape through his magical vision. That fleeting glance nearly incapacitated him. Yet he beheld the fiery auras surrounding McGonagall and Snape, one black and one gold, along with the colossal soul projections looming behind them. From his studies on soul manifestation and the insights gleaned from Zoyen, Harry had learned that the small golden figures on their foreheads and the immense shadows behind the professors represented the projections of their souls, with size indicating the strength of their essence. Although Snape's magical power was somewhat inferior to that of McGonagall, his soul's intensity astonishingly surpassed hers. Snape rarely employed magic in class, while McGonagall had dazzled students with her exquisite transfiguration. Every young wizard was acutely aware of the intricacies of such magic. Given this context, Harry found it entirely plausible that Snape could dissolve Hagrid's contractual magic. However, it soon became evident that Harry's apprehensions were utterly unfounded. From that evening onward, Draco consistently dismissed his 2 lackeys, frequently bringing an assortment of peculiar foods and drinks to Hagrid's cottage. He even went so far as to claim he sought Hagrid's confirmation of his contract, ostensibly to prove that the Malfoy family was unerringly honorable. As for the true reason, well, you all saw it that day, right? Draco was utterly transfixed by that little dragon. Ron exclaimed in exasperation, he is not even bothering us anymore. Can you believe it? I feel a bit out of sorts. It's been a week since Malfoy last troubled me. As Ron spoke, he peppered his remarks with several unsavory words, prompting Hermione to shoot him a fierce glare, which she then directed at Harry. Why glare at Harry? Naturally, it was because Ron had picked up his foul language from him. Dudley could be considered a minor tyrant of the schoolyard, and while Harry never participated in the bullying, he had certainly absorbed his share of profanities. Initially, when they had all been less familiar with each other, Harry had managed to restrain himself, but as their camaraderie deepened, he found himself slipping in the occasional expletive. Swearing and gambling are the easiest vices to learn, and it seems this holds true even in the magical realm. However, Harry, Ron, this cannot continue, Neville inquired cautiously. Nobby is nearly a meter long. I believe in just another week or 2, we won't be able to hide him any longer. Neville's words resonated deeply with Hermione. Indeed, I concur, we must have a word with Hagrid. Harry resolved. Hagrid and Draco were both reluctant to part with the little dragon, especially Hagrid. Yet, when Harry suggested that this could pose a problem for Dumbledore, Hagrid reluctantly acquiesced. Clearly, in Hagrid's mind, Dumbledore held a higher priority. Draco was equally unwilling, particularly upon hearing that the dragon might be sent to the Dragon Sanctuary where Ron's brother worked. Yet, within this small circle, Draco possessed the least authority, ultimately resigning himself to cherish every fleeting moment. By this juncture, Draco could no longer conceal his affection for the dragon. This attitude, in turn, endeared him to Hagrid. Draco had always aspired to raise a dragon, and the illustrious Malfoy family had, centuries ago, actually done so. Their ancestral archives contain valuable insights on dragon husbandry, surpassing even the current market literature. Thus, during this week-plus period, he had indeed provided Hagrid with considerable assistance. However, when Hagrid attempted to engage Draco in discussions about other magical creatures, Draco exhibited a distinct lack of interest. Indeed, our dear Draco only had eyes for dragons, showing no enthusiasm for any other fantastical beasts. While they had resolved to send the fire dragon away, the logistics of the process posed a challenge. Transporting an unregistered fire dragon was a grave offense, and the most prudent course of action would be to use apparition while the little dragon was still small enough. Once it grew larger and its magical resistance increased, apparition would become unfeasible. Yet another dilemma arose. Apparition was prohibited within the confines of Hogwarts. This necessitated finding a way to transport the fire dragon beyond the boundaries of Hogwarts. This was indeed a troublesome conundrum for ordinary folk. Long-distance communication necessitated the use of telephones, albeit international calls could be rather inconvenient. Wizards, seemingly devoid of telephones, nevertheless possessed their own means of instantaneous communication. Harry, anticipating the internet video call. Chapter 84. The plan to send off the little dragon. On a previously agreed evening, within Hagrid's cozy hut, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid gathered by the fireplace in the cozy little hut. As the clock struck 8, the flames in the hearth suddenly surged, and a plump figure materialized amidst the fire. Although the figure was somewhat indistinct, it bore a striking resemblance to Ron. Wow! Both Harry and Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, having never witnessed such magic before. Hello, Hagrid. It's been ages. The jovial figure greeted warmly. Hi, Charlie, it truly has been a while. Hagrid replied with a smile. It was evident that this rotund figure was none other than Ron's elder brother, Charlie Weasley. Let me guess, the one with glasses must be Harry. Ron mentioned you in his letter, praising your exceptional skills as a seeker. Best of luck in securing the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor, Charlie said cheerfully, engaging with Harry. Unlike Percy, he exuded an easygoing demeanor, and while more serious than Fred and George, he possessed a brotherly charm. And this young lady must be Hermione. I didn't need Ron to tell me that. My younger peers have spoken of you more than once, the illustrious top student of Gryffindor. Hermione beamed with delight at the compliment. Ah, you must be Neville, then. Ron mentioned you as his good friend. However, Neville seemed at a loss for words, unable to think of anything particularly remarkable to say. He didn't mind, though, and greeted Charlie with a cheerful smile. Well, now that we've exchanged pleasantries, let us discuss Norbert, Hagrid said, his impatience for small talk evident. Charlie, I do worry, can you truly take care of Norbert? He is still so young. Hagrid, you must have faith and expertise, Charlie replied with a grin. While we all know of your fondness for dragons, you remain somewhat of an amateur when it comes to their care compared to us. Hagrid, rather than disagreeing, acknowledged the challenges ahead. What about Hogsmeade? Hagrid suggested, proposing that Norbert be transported there, where Charlie or one of his friends could take over before sending him to Romania. Harry was aware that Hogsmeade, a purely wizarding village adjacent to Hogwarts, permitted students in their third year and above to visit on designated weekends, provided they secured parental consent. However, Harry and his companions were not permitted to go at present, as they would be intercepted by patrolling faculty members along the way. Indeed, there were no restrictions on apparition there, but it was only allowed at night due to the excessive number of people during the day. Charlie nodded in agreement, but Hagrid, we must act swiftly. From my vantage point, I can see that Norwegian Ridgeback. In no more than a week, it will become exceedingly challenging. We cannot go to Hogsmeade. First-year students are not allowed, Ron interjected. And you cannot go either, Hagrid. You are far too conspicuous. Hermione added. Perhaps we could enlist someone's assistance? For instance, Fred and George? Harry ventured cautiously. No. Charlie quickly objected, shaking his head with a wry smile. Though they are both my brothers, I would prefer to keep them out of this. While they would not intentionally betray us, they are utterly incapable of keeping their mouths shut. Harry glanced at Ron, who nodded emphatically, affirming that his brother was indeed correct. Harry recalled how it had initially intended to employ him as a secret weapon, only for Fred and George to inadvertently reveal the entire plan to the school almost immediately. He too nodded in agreement. We need to devise a different approach, Hagrid remarked, displaying a mix of frustration and hope. Deep down, it was evident that he still wished to keep the baby dragon. There is another option, albeit a complex one. Charlie reflected for a moment before continuing. My friend cannot enter the grounds of Hogwarts. You may be unaware, but the castle is protected by a formidable magical barrier. Wizards whose names are not inscribed in the list of permitted entrants cannot enter directly from the outside. Hermione, Ron, and Neville appeared astonished, genuinely unaware of this fact. Harry, however, recalled the immense dome he had seen when he and Hagrid arrived at the castle by boat. Thus, we must coordinate our efforts. Charlie elaborated. We will set a time. Harry, you and Ron. I've heard from Ron that you both excel at flying. You two will ascend to the astronomy tower and then soar into the sky on your broomsticks, carrying the dragon. My friend will catch it in midair. The protective magic is one way. While nothing can enter from the outside, you can pass the dragon out from within, allowing my friend to receive it and take it away. An aerial relay? Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of such a thrilling challenge. Ron and Neville bore similar expressions, though Neville appeared somewhat disheartened, as he was not particularly skilled at flying. In fact, after the first flying lesson, he had refused to rise more than 2 meters off the ground. Is it truly feasible? Hermione inquired, sounding somewhat skeptical. Absolutely, I can manage it, Ron exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, there is another matter, Charlie interjected. We must execute this plan at night. Harry, Ron, can you both bring the dragon to the astronomy tower? I'm uncertain if you've ever sneaked out of bed at night, while it's generally frowned upon for Gryffindors to wander the castle after dark. You are only first years, after all. Not a problem, I possess an invisibility cloak. Harry responded, it should sufficiently conceal both Ron and me, along with the dragon. However, we must first hide the broomsticks in the astronomy tower. Adding 2 more broomsticks would be quite challenging, feeling secure among those he trusted. Harry chose not to conceal the existence of the invisibility cloak. Oh, right. James's invisibility cloak. How could I have overlooked that? Hagrid laughed heartily. He used to roam the castle in it quite frequently. Chapter 85. Atop the astronomy tower, Harry and his companions did not disclose to Draco their plan to send the baby dragon away. Although Draco had refrained from provoking them during this period, it was merely a lack of provocation and did not reach a level where trust could be established. The agreed-upon time for their endeavor was Sunday evening. Naturally, the sooner the better. As evening approached, the previously excited Harry and Ron began to feel a twinge of anxiety. During dinner, Harry found the food tasteless, yet with Hermione and Neville's encouragement, he reluctantly managed to consume a bit more in preparation for the night's undertaking. At 11 o'clock, Hogwarts enforced its curfew. At this hour, unless one was emerging from the library, being caught by patrolling professors would result in a deduction of points. There were, of course, exceptions. If Snape were to catch someone, even if they had just left the library, points would still be penalized. Thus, most young wizards returned to the common room before the hour struck. In the common room, there were no time restrictions. One could choose to work on assignments or engage in other activities throughout the night. However, after 9 o'clock, there were few young wizards wandering through the castle. After all, the castle lacked electric lighting, and while the torches on the walls served as a source of illumination, they were actually sustained by magic. As 9 o'clock approached, the flames would diminish significantly, plunging the corridors into utter darkness. Even the bravest of Gryffindors would hesitate to wander about in such gloom. Harry and Ron had previously stowed their brooms on the astronomy tower, and then returned to their dormitory to await the appointed hour. When the clock struck 11, they stealthily rose from their beds. Listening intently, they confirmed that Seamus and Dean were already fast asleep, their breathing deep and steady. However, from a nearby bed, Neville suddenly sprang up, his eyes wide with excitement. His demeanor was clear. He wanted to join. After a moment's consideration, Harry saw no issue with this and glanced back at Ron, who readily agreed. Yet, upon entering the common room, they were taken aback to discover Hermione present as well. Hermione? You're still awake? Ron exclaimed incredulously. You can't possibly have stayed here all this time? Won't your roommates suspect something? I often study late into the night, Hermione shrugged, and by the time I return, they are all asleep. They should be used to it by now. With a serious expression, she continued, I need to keep an eye on you two to prevent any trouble. I see you also wish to catch one last glimpse of the dragon, Ron remarked skeptically. Don't think I don't know, despite your concerns about the fire-breathing creatures. You were undeniably fascinated by them. Hermione's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, clearly caught off guard by Ron's observation. Although Hagrid was reluctant to part with the creature, he had prepared for this moment well in advance. He had constructed a sturdy crate, reinforced with a layer of animal hide that Harry and the others were not privy to. This layer was remarkably resilient and fireproof, ensuring that the little dragon inside would remain unharmed, even amidst any commotion. The crate was also stocked with provisions, though Harry and his friends deemed them unnecessary. Once beyond the confines of Hogwarts, whether by apparition or other means, wizards could traverse great distances in no time. Hagrid, a robust and hairy giant, appeared quite sorrowful, and the sight was rather disheartening. The four of them quickly grabbed the crate and made their way out of the castle. The hour was late, and the castle was devoid of any signs of life. Nevertheless, they cautiously cloaked themselves with the invisibility cloak. An awkward predicament soon arose. The four of them were already a tight fit under the cloak, and with the addition of the crate, it became increasingly cramped. It was worth noting that the little dragon had already grown to over 1 meter in length. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, just as Harry was contemplating the cloak's insufficient size, it unexpectedly expanded slightly. Harry found the situation amusing, contemplating how much larger it could become. To his astonishment, it truly grew bigger. Hermione and the others also marveled at the phenomenon, yet it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for investigation. The four donned their enlarged cloaks and stealthily made their way into the castle. The astronomy tower was not a separate edifice, but rather an exceptionally tall spire of the castle complex. Even with four of them, hauling their trunk up a single flight of stairs left them utterly exhausted. However, Hermione promptly slapped her forehead in realization. With a flick of her wand, she uttered the spell Wingardium Leviosa, and the task became significantly easier. Harry and Ron felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, having completely forgotten their identities as wizards, foolishly engaging in the labor of common porters. Soon, they ascended to the 8th floor, arriving at the entrance of the astronomy tower. This was the location of their astronomy classes, and thus, they were quite familiar with it. Just as they were about to proceed, they heard footsteps approaching, accompanied by the discordant melody of a tuneless song. It was Filch. Ron whispered in a tone only audible to the four of them, "Let us not pay him any mind. The designated time is nearly upon us." Harry glanced at his watch. He had brought a timepiece today. Although all electronic devices were rendered inoperative within Hogwarts, a purely mechanical watch still functioned. The four of them hastily ascended the astronomy tower, and before long, they spotted four figures soaring through the sky. Halting just a dozen meters from the pinnacle of the tower, clearly unable to descend any further, Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, retrieving the concealed broomstick. They tightened the rope on the trunk and mounted the broom, soaring into the sky. During the flight, Harry activated his clairvoyance, accurately discerning the extent of the castle's protective barrier. Although Charlie mentioned that young wizards whose names were inscribed in the entry book would remain unaffected by the defensive magic, Harry couldn't help but cast a glance at Charlie's four companions. Indeed, their magical aura enveloped them to the approximate distance of half a meter, a stark contrast to Ron, whose magical presence barely extended 10 centimeters, and significantly stronger than that of Hermione. However, they paled in comparison to Professors McGonagall and Snape. Even Hagrid's magical prowess seemed to surpass theirs by a considerable margin. Yet, the golden figures adorning their foreheads stood over a foot tall, nearly akin to Hagrid. It appeared that Hagrid possessed a greater magical strength than the average wizard, though he did not exhibit any advantage in terms of soul intensity. With the prospect of passing off the proverbial hot potato known as Norbert, Harry felt elated, allowing his thoughts to wander. Charlie's friends, evidently well versed in their task, moved with remarkable agility. Without engaging in pleasantries, they took hold of the ropes atop the crate, lifted their brooms, and smoothly departed from Hogwarts' confines, waving farewell to Harry and the others as they soared into the distance. Harry and Ron exhaled deeply as they gradually descended from the air. At last, it was over. Harry sighed with genuine relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloping his entire being. Indeed, my heart was in my throat. Fearing that a professor or Filch might appear at any moment, Neville expressed his immense gratitude. "All right, let us hasten back." Hermione chimed in, her face radiating ease and joy, though she still urged the others to return swiftly. "I will first return the broom to the broom shed. Could you please wait for me here for a moment?" Ron suggested, slightly anxious that one might decide to inspect the broom shed for the number of brooms in the morning. "Wear the invisibility cloak, and be cautious not to be seen on your way. We shall wait for you below." Harry handed over the invisibility cloak. "Very well." Ron donned the cloak and, in an instant, a portion of a broom's tail was suspended in midair before it soared towards another tower. As Harry and his companions descended the astronomy tower, their faces bore expressions of light-hearted joy. However, that joy soon became frozen upon encountering Professor McGonagall, who stood at the corner of the tower's exit. Clad in her purple robes, her demeanor cold and unyielding. Yet, there was an added nuance to her gaze, an undercurrent of suppressed anger. Beside her lingered Filch, wearing a sinister smile, and Draco, who appeared exceedingly smug. "Mr. Malfoy informed me of your presence here, and I scarcely believed it until now." Professor McGonagall's voice was icily sharp, each word like shards of frost. Hermione and Neville instinctively lowered their heads, particularly Hermione, whose body trembled slightly. "Miss Granger, you have greatly disappointed me." McGonagall directed her gaze at Hermione, her tone laden with disappointment. "I had hoped that the events of last Halloween would have awakened your better judgment." At this, Hermione's trembling intensified, her eyes reddening like those of a frightened rabbit, threatening to spill tears at any moment. In a fleeting moment, Harry's mind raced through a myriad of deceitful scenarios, yet he found none sufficiently plausible to articulate. He could only glare fiercely at Malfoy, who was evidently unaware of the source from which he had gleaned their intentions, most likely Hagrid, before relaying this information to Filch and Professor McGonagall, who was patrolling that very night. Now, Harry fervently hoped that when Ron returned, He would be cloaked in invisibility, lest he too be captured, regardless of your reasons for wandering the castle at this hour. I have no desire to know. Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply. 50 points from each of you four. What? Harry and his companions exclaimed in unison. Though they had anticipated a deduction of points, the severity of 50 points each surpassed their direst expectations. I believe this will serve as a lesson for you. Professor McGonagall's tone reverted to its customary indifference. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. I may have misunderstood. Draco approached with a dubious expression. Did you just say for individuals? Indeed, Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's gaze shifted to Draco, her demeanor calm and impassive. Regardless of the reasons, you two were found in a forbidden area during curfew. Therefore, you shall face the same consequences. She paused momentarily. In addition to the point deductions, you will also serve detention. It is imperative that you learn from this experience. Harry gazed at Malfoy's tearful expression and inexplicably felt a slight lift in his spirits. Moreover, there was a fortunate turn of events. Ron had evidently returned cloaked in invisibility and had noticed the situation here, quietly slipping away without further tarnishing Gryffindor's already meager score. Draco? Chapter 87. Ron on the move. I'm sorry, Harry, Hermione, Neville. I saw Professor McGonagall and worried that if I showed myself, I would incur even more deductions. Ron confessed, feeling quite ashamed as he apologized to Harry and the others. He felt remorseful for not sharing in his friend's tribulations. Don't be ridiculous. I was genuinely concerned. Fearing you would come out. Harry understood Ron's perspective but firmly believed he had made the right choice. The weight of responsibility, even for someone like Harry, who often regarded house points with indifference, was palpable. Ron, not showing yourself this time was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions you've ever made. Hermione asserted with conviction. She cared far more about the points than Harry did and felt her heart bleed at the thought of 50 points. It was a sum she could scarcely accumulate in a week, yet she had seen it all taken away in an instant, threefold, no less. Inwardly, Hermione vowed to temper her curiosity in the future. Had it not been for her desire to see the baby dragon one last time and to join the fray, she could have spared Gryffindor a deduction of at least 50 points. After this incident spread, Harry and Hermione, once well-liked among the Gryffindors, found themselves shunned, while Neville, who had always been somewhat overlooked, remained largely ignored. Initially, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort, but soon reconciled himself to it. Realizing that the previous enthusiasm directed toward him had been excessive, the only regret lingered in the fact that his Quidditch teammates were also reluctant to engage with him. They would only speak when absolutely necessary, rarely uttering his name. Even the mischievous twins, known for their pranks, seemed notably affected by the sudden loss of 150 points. Hermione fared slightly better as exams approached. Her study schedule was already tightly packed, and she poured all her thoughts into her studies, leaving little room for emotional turmoil. After all, she had never had many friends to begin with. Harry resolved to learn from Hermione. With less than 2 weeks remaining until the examinations and only one final Quidditch match left, the semester would soon conclude. And with the arrival of the new term, it seemed likely that everyone would forget these events. In the following 2 days, Harry and his friends quietly studied in a secluded corner. Padma, initially indifferent, being a Ravenclaw, began to distance herself from Harry and the others, influenced by her sister. Fortunately, Harry's grades were satisfactory, and with Hermione's assistance, their revision progressed smoothly. Harry initially believed that he could smoothly navigate through to the end of the semester. However, his decision to avoid trouble did not prevent trouble from seeking him out. On the third night following the astronomy tower incident, Harry returned from the library. He had struggled to memorize a passage for class, so he urged Hermione and the others to return without him, vowing to master it before joining them. The hour was late, and the corridors were nearly deserted. Harry emerged from the library, navigating through several corridors and descending 2 flights of stairs. This route was unfamiliar to him, but today the staircase seemed mischievous, compelling him to take a slightly longer path. Suddenly, he heard faint sobbing emanating from a nearby classroom. His curiosity piqued. He took a few steps closer. No, I can't do this anymore, please. The voice was fraught with trepidation, a familiar one, Professor Quirrell. So, Snape had succeeded? Had he learned from Professor Quirrell how to lift his enchantment? In the common room, Harry relayed what he had heard to Hermione. And Ron immediately formed a judgment. And what about the dog? Hermione shook her head. Last time, Snape couldn't even get past the 3-headed dog. Most spells are ineffective against it. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from them. Although they were alone in the common room, Hermione lowered her voice further, ensuring no one paid attention to their conversation. However, Ron saw things differently. Clearly, he was plotting something again. Yet, his scheme was interrupted by Hermione. "We should inform Dumbledore." "We could always do that, right?" Hermione said earnestly, "Please, let us not cause any more trouble. I really do not want to be expelled." Neville nodded vigorously in agreement. "But we have no proof," Ron exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "I don't think Quirrell would dare confront Snape." He looked nearly ready to cry. Dumbledore wouldn't he believe us, especially after Ron almost mentioned the 100 points lost for breaking school rules but held back. Comparatively, Snape, as a professor, would be more credible. Unless, Ron's eyes brightened, unless we find evidence. What if we investigate? Stop. Harry felt a twinge of temptation, but Hermione remained resolute. We've already pried enough. We know far too much that we shouldn't. Now, let us focus on preparing for our exams. The discussion ends here. Harry pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. Ron shrugged, expressing that without Harry's support, he felt incapable of achieving anything. Ron, brashness is my essence. Hermione, then go ahead. Ron, my essence is more attuned to you. Moi. Chapter 88. Punishment. The following day, during breakfast, a note appeared precisely on the table where Harry, Hermione, and Neville were seated. The content was identical. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Please find Mr. Filch in the foyer. The note was signed by Professor McGonagall. It had been 4 days since the incident at the astronomy tower, and Harry had nearly forgotten about his impending detention. However, it was evident that this matter could not simply be overlooked. The culprit was none other than Filch. Neville felt a surge of anxiety among the faculty, apart from Snape. Filch was the one he dreaded the most. The reason was straightforward. Neville frequently lost his way, wandering aimlessly through the castle, inevitably leading to encounters with Filch. Filch was notoriously unsympathetic, and every time he caught Neville, he would intimidate him, claiming he had violated some school rule and would be expelled. Of course, Neville could hardly recall any specific rules, leaving him bewildered by Filch's threats. Though Neville had grown more resilient over the months, the trepidation he felt towards Filch lingered. As the clock neared 11, Harry, Neville, and Hermione bid farewell to an awkwardly flustered Ron and made their way to the castle hall. Filch awaited them there. Accompanied by Draco and Professor Mortimer Campbell, another instructor in Transfiguration, a young lady reputed to be a student of Professor McGonagall, currently teaching 2nd and 4th year students. Katie Bell, the chaser of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was among those learning under her guidance. Harry suddenly remembered that Draco was also to be confined. Yet he was uncertain as to why Professor Camille was present. The nature of your punishment has changed. Although Professor Camille is a student of Professor McGonagall and reportedly an admirer of hers, she bears none of the serious demeanor that characterizes McGonagall. Instead, she wore a faint smile and addressed Hermione, saying, "Miss Granger, come with me. I have some tasks for you. As for Potter, Longbottom, and Mr. Malfoy, you 3 will follow Filch." Naturally, Hermione dared not defy the professor. She cast a glance at Harry and the others before accompanying Professor Camille. "Very well, you 3. Follow me," Filch declared, carrying a lantern as he led them out of the castle. What a pity, if you ask me. The punishments for breaking school rules have become far too lenient. I truly miss the old methods of punishment, where you would be bound with chains and suspended from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office. Perhaps they will come in handy one day. Harry and Neville paid no heed to Filch, their gazes fixed with fierce intensity upon Draco, who remained utterly indifferent to their presence. The quartet traversed the shadowy hunting grounds, leaving Harry perplexed about Filch's intended destination. However, observing Filch's brisk strides and cheerful demeanor, it was clear that the punishment would not be a mere triviality. In the distance, the dense canopies of trees began to emerge, revealing the formidable expanse of the Forbidden Forest. Harry could already see the glimmering light from Hagrid's small hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As he pondered what Hagrid might be up to, a gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. "Filch, is that you? You're late. I am about to set off." Harry and Neville exchanged glances, each recognizing the joy etched on the other's face. If they were to engage in any labor alongside Hagrid, it wouldn't be a terrible affair. "What? Do you think you can linger here all night?" Filch seemed to notice their expressions, sneering coldly. "Think again. Foolish boys, you're headed to the Forbidden Forest." He turned to Hagrid, taunting, "What difference does it make whether you die a little earlier or a little later? The Forbidden Forest?" Harry and Neville barely had time to react when Draco exclaimed, "We can't go into the Forbidden Forest. That's strictly prohibited, especially at night. There are countless dark creatures within. My father told me that." Just then, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the air, prompting Draco to blurt out, "There are werewolves in there." Upon mentioning werewolves, Draco shot a glare at Harry, recalling how they had once threatened to toss him into the forest to feed the beasts. Werewolves? Ah, yes. but that is not entirely accurate. Filch relished in Draco's panicked expression, seemingly deriving immense pleasure from it. There are far more than just werewolves lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Shouldn't you have considered that before courting trouble? At that moment, Hagrid gradually approached, his towering figure emerging from the shadows. Clad in a fur coat, he bore a massive hunting bout taller than most adults, with a quiver brimming with arrows slung across his back. Beside him trotted a dog of formidable size, reminiscent of a black bear, exuding an air of fierce strength. I've been waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour. You ought to hurry. Hagrid frowned at Filch, then turned to Harry, Neville, and Draco, his expression softening considerably. How are you all doing? Filch was visibly displeased with Hagrid's demeanor, yet Hagrid paid him no mind. He waved him away and prepared to lead the three into the Forbidden Forest. Freed from Filch's presence, Harry and Neville began to voice their grievances against Draco. A few personal touches were to be added for the Forbidden Forest, for without some excitement, it would be less engaging than merely reading the original text. Chapter 89, The Forbidden Forest. Draco, you have betrayed your vow. Harry glared furiously at Draco. Nonsense. Draco replied haughtily, the noble Malfoy family never breaks promises or oaths. You still dare to argue? Harry retorted angrily, was it not you who led Professor McGonagall and Filch to the astronomy tower to capture us? That was indeed me. Draco shrugged, but don't get it twisted. My oath was to never reveal your dragon-raising activities to anyone, and I have upheld that. What I told Filch was that someone would be wandering about the castle tonight. At this point, Draco recalled how Filch had not spoken a word in his defense when he was caught by Professor McGonagall, and he stomped his foot in frustration. Harry and Neville were momentarily taken aback. Draco's words seemed to hold some merit, yet an unsettling sense of discord lingered. All right, enough of the past. Hagrid gestured for Harry and the others to refrain from dwelling on the matter, casting a glance at Draco. Indeed, Draco had not violated any oath. That night, as I stood here gazing at the astronomy tower, the moment Norbert departed from Hogwarts, that vow was inherently concluded. It was a natural cessation, neither revoked nor breached midway. With Hagrid affirming this, Harry and Neville could only roll their eyes. After all, they couldn't very well resort to physically confronting Draco, could they? Harry recalled the boxing gloves his cousin Dudley had gifted him. Perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. Suddenly, Draco felt a chill run down his spine and murmured, It's a bit cold in the woods. I should have worn my cloak. Listen here. I'll tell you, in the Forbidden Forest. Draco clutched Yaya tightly. His pallor evident, if my father knew I was here doing this. Your father can do nothing, Harry retorted with a smirk. Draco opened his mouth to counter, but found himself at a loss. Deep down, he acknowledged the limitations of his father's influence. While Lucius Malfoy could boast in front of Fudge at the Ministry, facing Dumbledore at Hogwarts was an entirely different matter. Harry had heard from Hagrid that there were indeed creatures in the Forbidden Forest that hunted unicorns. Unicorns were immensely powerful magical beings. A fact Harry had gleaned from his textbooks, classified as a 4-star magical creature. 4 stars indicated a considerable danger level, one that even the most skilled wizards would struggle to confront alone. However, unicorns were an exception. It was not merely that formidable wizards found them difficult to handle, but rather that even a coalition of skilled wizards would face significant challenges. Unicorns possess a remarkably low inclination to attack, rarely initiating aggression against other beings, were it otherwise. They would undoubtedly rank as 5-star creatures, perhaps rivaling even dragons in their formidable nature. Yet, at this moment, something in the Forbidden Forest was capable of inflicting harm upon them. According to Hagrid, a unicorn had already perished a few days prior, and now another lay injured. To expedite the search for the wounded unicorn, the 4 divided into 2 teams. Hagrid took Neville under his wing, while Harry and Draco accompanied Hagrid's large dog, Yaya. Draco felt reassured by Yaya's imposing stature, yet Harry knew otherwise. Although Draco had visited Hagrid frequently in recent days, his focus had solely been on the dragon, leaving him oblivious to other matters. Thus, he remained unaware that the fearsome-looking Yaya was, in fact, quite the timid creature. Harry and Draco engaged in a spirited exchange of banter as they followed the scattered silver droplets of blood along the forest floor, searching for clues within the Forbidden Forest. Draco, initially reluctant to work diligently, was persuaded by Harry that the sooner they uncovered a lead, the sooner they could depart from the depths of the forest. Realizing the wisdom in this reasoning, Draco began to search with greater attentiveness. Just how expansive is the Forbidden Forest? Harry was unaware. During his astronomy class, he had gazed out from the astronomy tower. Yet, even from that vantage point, the Forbidden Forest appeared to stretch infinitely. It was only after perusing a segment of Hogwarts history that Harry discovered this forest was the very embodiment of the dark woods found in British mythology. Thus, It seemed only fitting to regard it as vast. Harry and his companions had been walking for over half an hour. Yet they remained at the outermost fringes of the forest. Even so, there was no trace of a path amidst the dense undergrowth. Above them, the thick canopy obscured the sky entirely, plunging the woods into an inky darkness, with the small lantern in hand illuminating only a limited area. Abundant spider webs cluttered the space between the trees and shrubs, compelling them to proceed with caution and slowness. However, it soon became evident to Harry and his friends that they were indeed on the right track. Bloodstains began to appear more frequently on the ground and the trees. They soon came upon a tree that bore clear evidence of a violent splatter, indicating that the injured unicorn had brushed against it in its distress. Harry and Draco parted a thick tangle of undergrowth, uncovering a small clearing, a sight rarely seen amidst the dense forest. In this serene glade lay a creature of purest white, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Harry and Draco ventured a little closer, finally discerning that it was a creature resembling a large stallion. Indeed, a unicorn. However, at this moment, the unicorn lay lifeless. The sound of drums echoed as the featureless figure was about to make its entrance, prompting the audience to applaud. Chapter 90. The Dark Figure and the Silver Centaur. Harry had never witnessed such a beautiful yet tragic scene. Its elongated legs seemed to maintain the posture from its fall, unnaturally extended. Its mane lay upon the dark ground strewn with fallen leaves, a stark and blinding white. Harry and his companions were eager to advance but suddenly halted in their tracks. They observed the bushes at the edge of the clearing parting, and a shadow emerged from within. Indeed, it glided forth, though cloaked in a black shroud. Its movement bore no resemblance to that of any human. It slithered along the ground, akin to a serpent, until it reached the corpse of the unicorn. Bending down to bite at the wound on its side, a sound of sucking ensued. It was drawing the blood of the unicorn. "Mother!" Draco screamed, turning to flee. Yet before he could take a step, he felt an immense force pulling him backward, causing him to stumble. Yaya, with a swiftness far surpassing his own, reacted instinctively. Draco lost his balance and fell directly into the thicket. The commotion evidently caught the attention of the shadowy figure, which slowly raised its head, fixing its gaze upon Harry and the fallen Draco, who, weakened, could not rise. The silvery blood of the unicorn dripped onto his chest. It stood upright and, with a swift motion, floated towards Harry and his companions. Harry, undoubtedly a true Gryffindor as indicated by the sorting hat, exhibited the courage of a young lion, almost instinctively preparing to draw his wand. However, at the very instant that the object hurtled towards him, a searing pain pierced through his forehead. The scar felt as if it were being scorched by fire, as though a sharp blade had penetrated his skin. The intense agony sent him reeling, causing him to collapse to the ground. No, it was not merely the scar. Though he had fallen, he did not lose consciousness. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that the pain did not originate from his physical being, but rather from his very soul. Almost instinctively, Harry began to powerfully engage in a mental shielding technique. And indeed, the sharp pain diminished significantly, yet he still found himself unable to rise. At that moment, the urgent sound of hooves echoed from behind him. Following this, Harry caught a glimpse of a colossal figure leaping over him. Harry inhaled deeply, mustering the strength to lift his head, only to witness a pitch-black blade of light sweeping overhead. Instinctively, he turned around, yet the blade had vanished without a trace. However, upon glancing back, he noticed a gaping wound carved into a massive tree that could be embraced by two individuals. How formidable is this magic? Harry marveled in astonishment. At that moment, a fierce shout erupted before him, compelling Harry to pivot his gaze. Before him stood a towering silver centaur, its front hooves raised high before crashing down with great force. With a resounding thud, a powerful gust of wind swept past Harry, tousling his hair wildly. In front of the centaur, the shadowy figure appeared to be struck back by the immense force, as dense underbrush was violently torn apart behind it. Uncertain of its injuries, the shadowy figure twisted mid-air after being propelled and then vanished into the thicket in an instant. The centaur turned and approached Harry and Draco, inquiring with concern. "Are you unharmed?" It extended its hand, helping both Harry and Draco rise from the ground. Harry scrutinized the centaur before him. Previously, before parting ways with Hagrid, they had encountered two other centaurs, Bane and Ronan, who spoke in a rather sarcastic manner. The centaur before him appeared somewhat different. He was platinum in color, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. In the darkness of the forbidden forest, he seemed to radiate light. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Harry said, glancing towards the shadowy thicket from which he had just emerged, hesitatingly inquiring, what was that creature? The centaur did not respond directly but gazed intently at Harry. His eyes resembled sapphires, so bright they were almost intimidating. After appraising Harry, his gaze lingered upon the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. It is you, the child of the Potter family. You ought not to be here at this hour. My name is Firenze. It would be prudent for us to seek Hagrid without delay. All right, then, Harry replied, retrieving the firework Hagrid had given him. He said to use this to notify him if we found the unicorn. Indeed, in the Forbidden Forest. Even we would find it arduous to locate another, Firenze nodded. Harry ignited the firework. As it soared into the sky, the sound of hooves echoed nearby. A dozen centaurs leapt from the underbrush, led by Ronan and Bane, whom Harry had previously encountered. The centaurs were adorned with longbows and quivers of arrows. Firenze, what has transpired here? Bane inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Firenze. You have witnessed it. Firenze gestured towards the unicorn behind him. You should have seen the omens foretold by the stars. Bane's tone was frigid. Now, return with me. We cannot leave them here, Bane. This boy is the child of the Potters. Firenze countered. We must not violate the centaur's oath, Firenze. You possess great gifts, but you must not misuse them. Bane's gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, his tone softening slightly. I understand. I will refrain from speaking what should not be spoken, Bane. Firenze's tone too became gentler. Very well. Bane nodded. I shall return to the tribe and await your arrival. Remember the words you just spoke. Do not utter what should not be said. Thank you, Bane. Firenze expressed a hint of gratitude in his voice. Harry and Draco appeared utterly bewildered. We ought to enhance the centaurs. They seem rather lacking, Draco remarked. Chapter 91. Dismal predictions. Why was Bane so incensed? Harry pondered as he watched Bane and his companions fade into the distance. Perplexed by the sudden shift from Bane's previously amicable demeanor and Hagrid's presence to his fierce attitude towards Firenze. This pertains to the secrets of the centaurs. I cannot divulge this information, Firenze replied, shaking his head. Then what was that earlier? The creature you drove away. Furthermore, did you just employ magic? I had no idea centaurs were capable of such sorcery. Before Harry could interject, Draco spoke up. Although he had stumbled and was momentarily paralyzed by fear, he had witnessed the confrontation between the centaur and the beast. Centaurs indeed cannot wield magic. I am an exception, Firenze reiterated, shaking his head once more. As for that creature, do you know what unicorn blood can accomplish? Harry shook his head, indicating his ignorance. He had only utilized powdered horn and hair during potions class. Some advanced dark potions might employ these ingredients, though they are seldom encountered. Draco, on the other hand, possessed some knowledge about them. Harry was not surprised, as Draco had consistently excelled in potions, earning Professor Snape's favor. To concoct potions using unicorn blood? That would indeed be malevolent. Firenze shook his head, stating, Unicorn blood has the power to prolong life. Even in the throes of death, as long as one consumes unicorn blood, one can linger on for a considerable duration. Harry furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Draco's eyes darted about, as if a revelation had struck him. I advise you not to indulge in reckless speculation, Firenze remarked, having discerned the thoughts of Harry and Draco. With a disdainful snort, he continued, to slay a unicorn is an abominable act. To extinguish the life of such a pure and innocent creature invites the wrath of the divine. The moment your lips touch its blood, your life shall be cursed, a curse bestowed by the gods, one that cannot be banished throughout your existence, rendering you neither truly alive nor entirely dead. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Harry's mind, as if he grasped something elusive, yet could not seize it at that moment. Who was the fool reckless enough to engage in such perilous endeavors? Draco, however, was the first to voice the thought, if one is to be cursed for eternity, would it not be better to embrace death? As a scion of a prestigious magical family well-versed in the dark arts, Draco understood the terrifying nature of curses. Many could render a life more wretched than death itself. Indeed, unless that individual required the blood of a unicorn to sustain their life, granting them time to consume another elixir. Firenze's striking azure eyes bore into Harry, his tone almost dreamlike, an essence that could restore life entirely, perhaps even grant immortality. Potter, can you fathom what that might be? Or can you discern who it is that seeks such a thing? Who could that be? Scarhead, do you possess some knowledge? Draco regarded Harry with a look of deep suspicion. Harry has already realized that within the castle lies the Philosopher's Stone, capable of producing the elixir of life. The individual in need of this extraordinary substance is likely not the one they previously suspected, Severus Snape. Harry perceives no signs of imminent demise in Snape. Who, then, is on the brink of death? Harry looked at Firenze with a hint of suspicion. However, Firenze's gaze was once again directed towards Harry's forehead. Harry suddenly shivered. And in that instant, enlightenment struck him. Voldemort. It was none other than Voldemort. Harry gazed at Firenze with an expression of disbelief. The latter raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "What are you two playing at?" Draco inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Harry, are you all right?" At that moment, Hagrid's anxious voice echoed from a distance. "Hagrid's here. You're safe now, Potter?" Firenze chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the previous topic. "Snape may be aiding Voldemort in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. He intends to use it to resurrect Voldemort." The following day, Harry recounted his encounter in the Forbidden Forest to Ron and Hermione, sharing the conclusions he had drawn from Firenze's guidance. "Harry, could you please refrain from uttering that name?" Ron shivered at the mention of Voldemort. Despite having no memories from the dark times of his reign, he could sense the terror associated with Voldemort from his parents' demeanor. Yet Harry did not possess that sensation. The centaur could foresee the future through the stars. He, meaning Firenze, must have perceived it. Snape has stolen the Philosopher's Stone, after all. He is a master of potions, is he not? He could concoct the elixir that would bring Voldemort back to life, and then Voldemort would come to slay me. Just as he originally intended. Harry's emotions were somewhat tumultuous, and I am left to wait, powerless to take any action. Harry's words instilled a sense of trepidation in the other three. Hermione, having grown up in an ordinary family, was somewhat less affected, as she had also not endured the oppressive reign of Voldemort. "Harry, everyone refers to him as that person," she noted, observing the grim expressions of Ron and Neville. She opted for a gentler phrasing. "That individual has always feared Professor Dumbledore. With Professor Dumbledore here, he cannot harm you. Moreover, the centaur's interpretations may not be entirely accurate. I have read about the art of astrology, and while it does not err, it often remains vague. Perhaps the centaur misinterpreted it. One can only hope." The mere mention of Dumbledore's name, alongside the recollection of that colossal golden projection resembling a deity, provided Harry with a modicum of reassurance. In the subsequent days, Harry remained in a state of anxious anticipation, perpetually feeling that Voldemort could burst through any door or window at any moment. Yet, to his surprise, nothing transpired over several days. As they occasionally passed the corridor on the 4th floor, the three-headed dog, Fluffy, continued to emit deep, resonant breaths and snores, suggesting that his fears were unfounded. This realization allowed Harry to ease his tension somewhat. However, the impending examinations soon rekindled his anxiety. In the final days leading up to the tests, his emotions were erratic, and his revision was notably ineffective. He had initially believed he would surely perform poorly. Yet, when the exams finally arrived, Harry discovered they were not as daunting as he had anticipated. Except for potions and history of magic, he found the other subjects rather manageable. Particularly during the practical exams, even with Snape constantly circling around, his performance remained unaffected. With each exam completed, Harry's confidence grew. By the time he finished the last one, he felt assured that he could pass them all. Harry felt a bit inflated, yet upon witnessing Ron's demeanor, he found himself rather restrained. Is this all there is? After completing the final examination, Ron strutted out of the castle, exuding an air of triumph as if he had yet to exert any effort before the exams concluded. Until, oh dear, it seems there was a capitalization error with a name in the history of magic, and I might not secure a perfect score, Hermione remarked, her disappointment palpable as she reflected on the exam content. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione, the embodiment of ambition and rivalry. Hermione, with her relentless pursuit of perfection, spoke without regard for her companion's feelings, leaving Harry and Ron acutely aware of their own shortcomings. If there was anything troubling Harry these past few days, it was the persistent pain emanating from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Even the mental shield he employed offered only temporary relief. Once lifted, the pain would return with a vengeance. At that moment, Harry was well aware that he could not maintain such a mental barrier indefinitely. His skills had yet to reach that level. With examinations now concluded, only the final Quidditch match of the semester remained. Given the current standings, Gryffindor's chances of claiming the House Cup seemed bleak. However, the Quidditch Cup still held promise for competition. The earlier incident involving 150 points had gradually faded from memory, restoring a sense of harmony within the team. With 2 days remaining until the match, Harry and Ron lay sprawled on the grass of the castle's grounds after an exhausting afternoon of practice, utterly unwilling to move. The heat was oppressive. Although the castle offered some shade, the stillness of the air created a stifling atmosphere. In contrast, the grassy banks by the lake provided a far more pleasant refuge. Harry remained troubled by the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, while Ron had grown less anxious, reassured by the absence of immediate danger. Relax, Harry. Hermione makes a valid point. With Dumbledore around, nothing will happen to the stone, Ron said, twirling a blade of grass. At least it seems like Snape has no way to get through Fluffy, right? Last time, he was even bitten. The only ones who know how to get past Fluffy are Hagrid and Dumbledore, and I refuse to believe that Hagrid would betray Dumbledore. Of course, Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. He wouldn't even tell us. Suddenly, Harry halted, as if struck by a realization. He sat up abruptly, his expression grim. What's wrong? Hermione, who had been engrossed in her studies for the upcoming term, looked up, her disapproval evident. Ron said he found her behavior excessive, he added. Only to be promptly smacked by Hermione. Hagrid indeed would not betray Dumbledore, but he is not particularly adept at keeping his mouth shut. Harry's eyes sparkled with intensity. Yet his complexion darkened. Have you forgotten how he learned the name Nicholas Flamel? Isn't it rather coincidental that Hagrid has longed for a dragon since the very first day we met him, and now, during this time, he has actually acquired one? Ron, Neville, and Hermione instantly grasped Harry's implication, their faces paling. The four of them hurried to find Hagrid. Sure enough, Hagrid had revealed the matter of Fluffy to an unknown wizard who had lost a dragon egg to him. This was utterly disastrous. What was worse? Dumbledore had gone to the Ministry of Magic at this very moment, leaving the castle unprotected. Professor McGonagall was entirely skeptical of Harry's claim regarding Snape's intentions toward the stone. This is bad, Harry exclaimed upon exiting McGonagall's office, his brow throbbing painfully. Rubius Hagrid, I have a tight-lipped disposition. I would never divulge that Fluffy falls asleep to music. Chapter 93, The Brave Quartet. Harry, are you certain you can produce authentic music? Ron hesitantly questioned, peeking around the corner of the fourth-floor corridor, clutching a flute. Hagrid said it must be music, not mere noise, right? Although Ron had appeared quite enthusiastic about stopping Snape. The prospect of facing the three-headed dog again made him somewhat anxious. Not only was Ron apprehensive, but Harry also felt his hands tremble while holding the flute. However, Harry reassured Ron, it's all right. I play the flute quite well. You heard me before, didn't you? Yet, Harry realized his voice quivered slightly. He had no musical talent, and in fact, was somewhat tone-deaf. However, he had dabbled with the flute in his childhood and could manage one tune adequately. The main reason for his confidence was that the other three had zero knowledge of any musical instruments. I know, Harry, you can play the flute just fine. But will you still be able to when facing the three-headed dog? Ron remained concerned. Ron, if you're scared, you can turn back now. Hermione, though frightened herself, found Ron's demeanor somewhat annoying. After all, fear tends to become more pronounced the more it is expressed. I'm not scared, Ron stubbornly insisted, gritting his teeth. The quartet arrived at the door, only to find it ajar. Inside, soothing music and loud snores filled the air. They opened the door to discover a harp playing by itself while Fluffy lay sprawled, sound asleep. Snape has already been here, Harry quickly deduced. And it must not have been long ago. We need to hurry. With the prospect of not facing Fluffy, Ron's courage returned instantly. He lifted the trapdoor and jumped down first. Hearing Ron's voice from below, Harry and the others quickly followed. They had to act swiftly, for if the harp stopped playing, they would find themselves in a dire situation. The trapdoor led them into an unexpectedly deep hole. Harry felt they were falling from a height far exceeding 4 stories. Yet, considering they were in a magical realm, it was hardly surprising. After all, Harry had witnessed professors effortlessly transform a classroom, initially only spacious enough for students to sit in a circle, into a venue suitable for a full football match. What is this place? Harry looked up, seeing only a tiny speck of light above. Ron's voice cut through the darkness. I can't see a thing. Although Harry could hear their voices, he could not discern their locations. Is that a plant? Neville asked. Who placed it here? Is it meant to slow our descent? Why is it even here? Oh no, Hermione exclaimed, and almost simultaneously, they felt the countless tendrils of the plant silently ensnaring them, gradually tightening their grip. It's the devil's snare, Neville shouted. Everyone, don't move. Relax. If you relax, it will loosen. It is the devil's snare, Hermione quickly realized. The two immediately ceased all movement and conversation. However, their silence only heightened the anxiety of Ron and Harry, who could not see the situation. Neville, Hermione, how are you? The more they struggled, the tighter the devil's snare coiled around them. Don't move. Hermione's voice came from below. Relax. Relax. Harry, Ron, don't panic. Just relax, and it will let you go, Neville urged. Harry gritted his teeth, striving to trust Hermione and Neville as he endeavored to relax his body and regulate his breathing. Indeed, he sensed that the vines which had previously constricted him had loosened ever so slightly, instilling a greater sense of calm within him, allowing his muscles to ease as well. The devil's snare became increasingly relaxed, and in that moment, Harry felt himself descend. Thud. He landed on the ground, fortunate that the fall was not from a great height. sparing him from any pain. Harry surveyed his surroundings. They stood within a cavern illuminated by torches that blazed brightly upon the walls. Hermione and Neville flanked him, both anxiously gazing upward, for Ron had yet to descend. Harry, are you all right? Speak to us. Ron's voice resonated with urgency. From below, Harry could faintly see him. The devil's snare tightened around Ron as he struggled. Light and fire. The devil's snare fears bright light and flames. Neville reminded them, recognizing that Ron was clearly unable to relax. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Hermione exclaimed as she smacked her forehead, raising her wand toward the encroaching plant. Incendio. The flames and brilliant light caused the devil's snare, which had spread overhead like a vast net, to contract instantly. Ron lost his support and plummeted downwards. Harry cast a levitation charm to prevent Ron from landing unceremoniously. Though the fall was not high and would not have been too painful, it would have been rather embarrassing. As Ron landed smoothly, he smacked his lips and grinned. Well, I'm not at all nervous. Thank goodness Hermione and Neville paid attention in herbology. Harry regarded his friend with mild disdain. Primarily Neville. When I'm anxious, I can't think of anything, Hermione admitted, a bit sheepish. Though she could outshine Neville in exams, in this moment, she found herself eclipsed by him, prompting a fresh reflection on her mastery of knowledge. Quickly, let us go. Snape is already far ahead of us. Flattered by Hermione's praise, Neville pointed toward the tunnel extending into the distance. The group nodded in agreement and jogged down the cavern. The tunnel sloped gently downward, and aside from the sound of their footsteps, a distant sound of water could be heard. Where exactly are we? The castle's dungeons? Ron inquired curiously. It might also be a magically isolated space. Harry suggested another possibility. Silence. Listen. It seems there is something alive. Hermione interrupted their fruitless conversation. Chapter 94. An unexpected encounter. This is practically tailor-made for us. After passing through a wooden door, Harry and Ron exchanged high fives, mounted on their brooms. They effortlessly grasped the keys in midair. Harry felt invigorated. In truth, you could have accomplished this alone. Being Hogwarts' youngest seeker, it's hardly a challenge. You too, Ron. As Hogwarts' youngest keeper, capturing a key is a breeze. The mutual flattery between Harry and Ron elicited eye rolls from Hermione. Subsequently, Ron executed a brilliant chess move. Though Neville was unfamiliar with chess, Hermione and Harry had honed their skills. They discerned that Ron's proficiency could be considered commendable under normal circumstances. Neither Ron nor even Harry would have a significant advantage. However, Ron faced a dilemma. At that moment, Harry, Hermione, and Neville occupied the chessboard. He not only had to win but also ensure that none of the three players would be harmed, meaning their respective pieces could not be captured. It is worth noting that Wizard's chess is notoriously brutal. To achieve this, Harry and Hermione would be of no help, yet Ron could. As the reigning chess champion of Gryffindor, no one dared challenge him without giving him an advantage. Ron showcased remarkable skill, but still felt constrained in his efforts to protect three pieces. Ultimately, he was forced to sacrifice his knight to secure a decisive blow for Harry. However, Ron's Quidditch training proved invaluable. His agility was unmatched. As the opposing queen swung her sword towards his stone steed, Ron instinctively leaped away, fleeing the chessboard without a backward glance. His actions were validated, as the game remained unaffected. Yet, misfortune still struck. When Ron jumped from the board, he failed to notice the chaos below. The edges of the chessboard were strewn with shattered pieces, while the spot where Ron landed was not littered with large fragments. It was peppered with smaller shards. Consequently, Ron twisted his ankle. Observing Ron drenched in sweat, Harry realized he could not continue, as none of them possessed healing magic. I'll stay here and watch over Ron, Neville declared. My magic is often unreliable, and I may not be of help later. Harry and Hermione hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, and the two continued onward. In the subsequent chamber lay a colossal troll. This creature dwarfed the one they had encountered during Halloween. However, at that moment, it bore a massive gaping wound on its head, having been vanquished by someone else. Following this, they encountered a challenge evidently set by Snape, involving potions that incorporated elements of logical reasoning. This was an area where Harry did not excel, although he had encountered such games in elementary school. He had never particularly enjoyed them. Fortunately, Hermione once again showcased her academic prowess. Regrettably, there was only one potion that allowed them to advance, while the other would send them back. Ultimately, Hermione chose to grant Harry the opportunity to move forward, opting to return in search of additional support. Her reasoning was straightforward. In terms of magical prowess, she believed Harry was slightly more adept. Moreover, the earlier incident with the Devil's Snare had led her to feel that she had not performed optimally in a crisis. Harry drank the potion and traversed through the black flames, arriving at the next chamber. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a sharp pain in his forehead scar. To his astonishment, he discovered that a figure awaited him inside, not Severus Snape, nor Voldemort, but rather Professor Quirrell. Staring at the youthful visage before him, Harry was taken aback. This countenance exhibited none of the usual timorousness and restraint. Instead, it radiated arrogance, mockery, and an unsettling chill. "Potter, what a surprise," Quirrell remarked, gently shaking his head. His demeanor exuding calm confidence, entirely devoid of his habitual timidity. With a mere snap of his fingers, several ropes materialized out of thin air, binding Harry securely. "Though I have noticed your little antics, I pondered whether you might perceive my presence. Yet, your actual arrival here is indeed unexpected. Professor, why are you here?" Harry, still somewhat incredulous while bound, found his inquiries faltering as he noticed the intensifying mockery etched upon Quirrell's face. "Ah, Snape. Indeed, he certainly appears to be the villain." Quirrell chuckled derisively. "Just as you have dubbed him, old bat? What a true representation. He flits about like a great bat. He believes he can interfere with my affairs. However, his actions have no bearing on me, and in fact, they serve my purposes well. After all, with him around, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" Quirrell concluded with a mimicry of his customary stutter, unable to contain a fit of unrestrained laughter. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. When events deviate significantly from expectations, it is only natural for one to feel overwhelmed. Yet, during that Quidditch match, he still found it hard to accept the reality, only to be met with Quirrell's maniacal laughter. It was Quirrell who had cursed himself on the field, while Snape was surprisingly the one attempting to lift that curse. Snape had taken on the role of referee to prevent anyone else from employing dark curses. And to think, Snape was a classmate of his father. From Quirrell, Harry had gleaned far too much information. Everything was starkly different from what he had initially believed. However, as he sorted through the revelations, Harry's racing heart gradually began to calm. He beheld the mirror at the end of the room, the Mirror of Erised. So, this was the challenge set by Dumbledore? Professor Quirrell clearly had not yet acquired the Philosopher's Stone, as he was now pacing around the mirror, lamenting, "I clearly saw the stone and even had it. But where is it? How can I possess it? Master, I require your wisdom. What must I do?" Quirrell suddenly uttered peculiar words. "Use that boy." A colder, rasping voice echoed. This startled Harry, for it seemed to emanate from Quirrell's very being, even though Quirrell's lips did not move at that moment. Remarkably obedient, Quirrell snapped his fingers, causing the ropes that had ensnared Harry to disperse. The instant the ropes fell to the ground, Harry swiftly raised his hand. His wand now in grasp, Petrificus Totalis. Chapter 95, Before the Mirror Petrificus Totalis. Compared to his earlier duel with Malfoy, Harry had made significant strides in his spellcasting at that moment. His magic was released with both speed and precision. However, Professor Quirrell's reflexes were astonishingly quick. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the spell and casually pointed his wand, declaring, "Expelliarmus." Harry felt as though an immense force was tugging at the wand in his hand, rendering it impossible to maintain his grip. The wand slipped from his grasp, and he was struck by a powerful force, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Harry felt a searing pain in his chest and abdomen, yet he managed to rise, shaking his hand to retrieve his wand once more. The elastic cord connecting the wand to his wrist proved invaluable at that moment. Such a clever little device. Quirrell regarded Harry coldly. However, against such overwhelming power, these trinkets are of no use. "Hey," Harry scoffed, waving his wand again. "Sleep." The incantation for the sleeping spell was swifter than the petrification curse. "Humph," Professor Quirrell sneered, flicking his wand to utter an incantation Harry had never heard before. In that instant, a dark, magical blade shot forth. The blade shattered the crimson light of Harry's spell midair and, with relentless force, struck Harry's right shoulder. The razor-sharp black blade severed his arm at the shoulder. Harry let out a cry and collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, only to awaken almost immediately. As his eyes fluttered open, he barely discerned Quirrell standing before him, mocking him. "I told you," in the face of absolute power. "This is futile." With a flick of his wand, the blood gushing from Harry's severed arm ceased instantly. "I still need you to help me and my master obtain the Philosopher's Stone. I cannot allow you to perish so easily," Quirrell continued, flicking his wand again, causing Harry to levitate gently towards the edge of the mirror. "Tell me, what do you see?" At this moment, Harry found himself utterly powerless to resist, forced to submit to the whims of fate. He gazed into the enchanted mirror, his mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate the predicament before him. The wand rested in his right hand, which lay on the ground, an unforeseen circumstance he had never anticipated. Before him, the mirror revealed no image, only the pallid reflection of himself. Mental occlusion. From the moment he entered, the pain in his forehead had compelled Harry to invoke the mental occlusion spell. And now the searing agony in his shoulder necessitated that he amplify its power to the utmost. He was determined not to allow the excruciating pain to impede his thoughts. "What do you see?" Quirrell demanded sharply. I see nothing." Harry gritted his teeth in response. This was the truth. He could only maintain the barrier of his thoughts and was unable to fabricate false ideas. Eris's mirror could not penetrate his mind. Mental occlusion. The voice he had heard earlier echoed once more. It was indeed the mental occlusion. Quirrell cast a surprised glance at Harry. Incredible, only after a year. No wonder. On the day you enrolled, I attempted to pry into your thoughts. I even went so far as to find a strand of your hair on the train. Yet I still failed. I had assumed it was due to the protective barrier. It appears now that it is also connected to your mental occlusion. Harry was taken aback, recalling that on the very night of his enrollment, he had unexpectedly acquired knowledge of the mind-sealing technique. At the time, he had dismissed it, but upon reflection, he realized that his past acquisitions of knowledge were often triggered by certain stimuli. However, the mind-sealing technique was activated just before sleep, which was quite different from his previous experiences. It now occurred to him that perhaps it had been triggered by someone's prying gaze, awakening the fragmented soul of Zhou Yin that lay deep within his essence. "Seal the mind," Qi Luo commanded fiercely. At that moment, Harry felt an indescribable pain surging through him. Torture curse. Harry immediately recognized the nature of this magic. It was a form of dark sorcery that could simultaneously afflict both body and soul, rendering its victim unable to live or die. Moreover, it possessed an advanced variant known as the Cruciatus Curse. This curse is one of the 3 unforgivable spells in the British wizarding world. The use of any of these upon a person would result in imprisonment in the wizarding prison of Azkaban. Harry was aware of the Cruciatus Curse. Yet this was his first experience of its torment in a visceral manner, contrary to his expectations. Although the physical agony was excruciating to the point that he struggled to maintain his mental barriers, his soul appeared to remain untouched. This contradicted the descriptions he had encountered in books that suggested it could affect the very essence of one's being. As Quirrell intensified the effects of the curse once more, the overwhelming physical pain shattered the defenses of his mind. It was then that he witnessed the images within the Mirror of Erised gradually shift. Ah, splendid, this time. It was not the enchanting professor. Observing his reflection, he allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he retrieved a multifaceted red gemstone from his pocket, only to return it once again to his trousers. A flicker of realization coursed through him, and he sensed a slight weight in his pants. The touch of something extra nestled within his pocket. "What do you see?" Quirrell demanded, his voice laced with urgency. Harry, in a fit of imagination, projected all the sights that Ron had once witnessed onto himself. "Get away," Quirrell exclaimed, casting Harry aside, who immediately fell to the ground once more. Quirrell returned to the enchanted mirror, attempting to discern something within its depths. Harry lay on the ground, his gaze fixated on the severed arm and the wand nearby. However, deprived of the mental shielding, the tormenting curse and the pain from his shattered shoulder rendered him incapable of concentrating on what to do next. "He is lying." The voice that had previously emerged echoed again. "Voldemort. Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful person in the world?" "Mirror. Asking me that puts me in an awkward position. It cannot possibly be someone without a nose." Chapter 96. The First Encounter with Voldemort. The grotesque visage of Quirrell appeared, intensifying the pain in Harry's forehead more than ever before. He could even sense that within the ocean of his consciousness, the sinister and hideous fragment of a soul, curled beneath the table, was in a state of agitation, roaring incessantly. Without the need for introduction, Harry recognized the owner of that face, Voldemort. A mere glance from Voldemort made Harry feel as if all his thoughts were laid bare. Legilimency. Although the method of practicing legilimency was not documented in the accounts of soul manipulation, the sensations experienced post-legilimency had been described. Memories flickered in his mind, from recent to distant, as if the other was perusing his recollections. However, it was but a fleeting moment. And the memory of the Philosopher's Stone entering his pocket flashed by. Then, that sensation vanished. In his pocket, Voldemort's voice rang out again, still laced with malice but seemingly diminished in strength. "Master, your power has yet to be restored. Such expenditure is perilous." Quirrell exclaimed. "Silence. Quickly retrieve the Philosopher's Stone." "It is in his pocket." Voldemort barked once more. Yes, master," Quirrell replied hurriedly, leaping to Harry's side. intent on searching his pocket. At this moment, Harry found himself nearly immobilized, only able to weakly extend his remaining left hand in a desperate attempt to intervene. A dreadful cry pierced the air. It was Quirrell. A hiss of pain escaped Harry's lips. In the fleeting moment their skin made contact, Harry felt a profound agitation within the fragments of his soul, intensifying the agony in his forehead. Yet, Quirrell appeared more utterly undone, shrieking in torment as he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Harry observed as his fingers swelled with crimson blisters. These blood blisters grew larger and then burst, causing Quirrell's entire hand to rot away. With a sudden surge of determination, he concentrated all his mental energy, reigniting the barriers of his mind to suppress the agony that threatened to hinder his movements. Although Quirrell, prompted by Voldemort, contemplated the use of magic, his right hand, already decaying from contact with Harry, could not grasp his wand. The excruciating pain rendered him sluggish in his actions. Seizing this opportunity, Harry propelled himself forward, colliding with Quirrell, who was already seated on the ground and was knocked down. With his left hand, Harry pressed forcefully against Quirrell's face. As before, the moment their skin made contact, Quirrell's face began to disintegrate. Quirrell let out a wretched scream, while waves of pain surged through Harry's forehead. Yet, he refused to relent, pressing down on Quirrell with all his strength until the pain overwhelmed his mental defenses once more. This time, the agony escalated exponentially. Triggering his body's automatic protective mechanisms, Harry's vision darkened as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In those final moments before losing consciousness, he could still hear Quirrell's anguished cries and Voldemort's furious roar. Just before he fell into oblivion, a flicker of fire appeared, though Harry could not discern if it was mere illusion. Within the chamber, a flash of flame erupted as a magnificent bird wreathed in fire soared through the black blaze, followed by a thunderous explosion of flames. A figure clad in a purple wizard's robe, adorned with a pointed hat and a flowing white beard, emerged into the room. Dumbledore. Quirrell's body continued to collapse, becoming nearly unrecognizable. A wisp, resembling smoke, began to emanate from him, coalescing into a grotesque visage, Voldemort's face. Dumbledore. Your little cub has been well trained. Voldemort sneered at Dumbledore, his tone laced with malice. Tom, there is no need for such petty theatrics. I must admit, your current state indeed presents a challenge. Dumbledore replied, a light-hearted smile gracing his lips, unfazed by Voldemort's demeanor. As for Harry, I believe you are correct. He is quite a remarkable child, possessing great talent, but more importantly, a kind heart. Hey, Dumbledore, do you sense it? He has embarked on the same path as you and me. If the events of the past were to repeat, how would you respond? Voldemort chuckled ominously. Is it due to your weakness? Now you can only play such trifles? Dumbledore remained utterly unconcerned. This is unlike you. The former you was far more skilled. However, considering it is merely a shadow, I shouldn't hold it to such high standards. Almost as soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the massive visage before him dissipated without a hint of forewarning. Dumbledore, throughout the encounter, had not even made a motion to draw his wand. He simply shook his head. If you wish to flee, then flee. Engaging in such trivial antics, Tom, it seems your state of mind has been severely compromised. With that, he gently pointed a finger. And without the need for a wand, a gentle surge of magic lifted both Harry and the severed hand. In the place where Quirrell once stood, only a robe and a heap of blackened ashes remained. Fear not, Harry will not become a mere pawn, nor will he transform into Edward Elric. Harry beheld a beautiful woman with flowing red hair standing before him. Her enchanting green eyes, familiar and reminiscent of dreams once dreamt, captivated him. Beside her stood a dark-haired man, bespectacled, whose visage struck Harry with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Both individuals smiled tenderly at him, their gentle expressions igniting a warm, comforting sensation that blossomed from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, a blinding flash of green light pierced the scene, shattering the comforting image before him. With a start, Harry jolted awake, discovering himself reclined in a pristine room, the infirmary at Hogwarts. Good afternoon, Harry. A delightful voice chimed in his ear. He turned his head to find Professor Dumbledore, with his white beard and eyebrows, gazing at him with a warm smile. For a moment, Harry was bewildered, gradually recollecting the events that had transpired. Instinctively, he glanced at his right hand. His right shoulder appeared smooth and unblemished, and his right hand was delicate and supple. He raised his right hand, finding it unchanged. Even the memory of the wound's location bore no trace whatsoever. Was it possible that he was merely dreaming? Harry wore a look of skepticism. Could it be that he had become overly exuberant after the examination, and then let loose at the banquet? Harry had heard stories about the older children of his Uncle Vernon's relatives, who indulged in alcohol and drugs, often losing consciousness, some even waking with sore backsides. Fortunately, he himself had escaped such experiences. "Ah, do not doubt it, Potter. You are neither dreaming nor hallucinating," Dumbledore exclaimed with a joyful tone, "though your arm is somewhat troublesome. The spell that severed it is indeed formidable magic, yet it is not of the dark arts. While it is nearly indestructible, it bears no other negative magical effects. For mere loss of a limb, it poses no challenge for Dobby. In fact, I could even conjure a new hand for you, though I surmise you would prefer your original." Dobby is the name by which some professors in the academy refer to Madame Pomfrey. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Harry's eyes, and he almost immediately sat up. "Professor, the Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, do not be anxious, do not be anxious," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, his voice imbued with a kind of enchantment that seemed to soothe the soul. However, having conducted some research on soul magic, Harry understood that this was indeed potent magic. Dumbledore's voice carried a charm that calmed his tumultuous emotions. "Ah, surprisingly perceptive." Dumbledore seemed to notice the shift in Harry's expression and chuckled softly. "Just a little trick to help you relax. Otherwise, Pomfrey would have me thrown out. You know she absolutely forbids any loud commotion in the infirmary, lest it disturbs the patients." Harry blinked, and Dumbledore's demeanor reassured him that perhaps all was well. Yet, the professor, Quirrell, and that other individual lingered in his thoughts, while his emotions had stabilized somewhat under Dumbledore's comforting presence. Recollections of previous events still stirred waves of anxiety within him. "Are you referring to Voldemort? You may as well utter his name," Dumbledore remarked lightly, entirely unperturbed, unlike others who feared to speak it. Harry understood this. After all, it was said that Voldemort held Dumbledore in the utmost dread. "Professor, what transpired? I mean, after I lost consciousness?" Harry inquired. Dumbledore scrutinized Harry for a moment before gently smiling. "It seems that if I do not share the details with you, your rest will remain elusive, will it not?" Harry nodded repeatedly. Dumbledore gently inclined his head, saying, "Now, please share what weighs most heavily on your mind." "The Philosopher's Stone has not been stolen. You have successfully safeguarded it." "Well, regarding that, although I fervently wished for this matter to remain confidential, it seems that someone has disseminated the information. You see, surrounding you are the gifts from your admirers who learned of this event." Dumbledore extended his long finger and gestured toward the bedside table beside Harry. Harry tilted his head and beheld the array of food and comfort items above him, along with a multitude of open chocolate frocks. He did not need to inquire. It was evident that Ron had assisted him in unwrapping them. "So, Professor, have you secured the Philosopher's Stone?" At this moment, Harry's thoughts were occupied with anything but the trivialities of food and games. "Professor Quirrell is dead." Dumbledore spoke of death with an unflinching tone, and as for Voldemort, in that state, he was incapable of any action. In truth, had he not fled swiftly, the very barriers of the school would have posed a significant challenge for him. I believe it will be an extended period before he can undertake any further endeavors. Regarding the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing, "I have destroyed the stone." Upon hearing of Quirrell's demise, Harry felt a twinge of surprise, yet it was somewhat anticipated. After all, he had observed Quirrell's face unraveling in his final moments. As for Voldemort, Harry harbored little else in his thoughts, primarily due to their limited acquaintance. However, the destruction of the stone left him somewhat astonished. "Destroyed? Then, you know more about Nicholas Flamel than I had anticipated." Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly cheerful. "Although I suspected you had gleaned much from your encounter in that cave, it appears you have comprehended the entirety of the situation, have you not?" Harry thought to himself. "Goodness, how can you not discern the gravity of the situation? This is a moment meant for praise." Yet again, we find ourselves in a chapter lacking in naming prowess. Chapter 98, A Conversation with Dumbledore, Part 2. Dumbledore cast a glance at Harry, chuckling softly. Although Harry perceived no signs of mental intrusion, Dumbledore nonetheless discerned his thoughts with remarkable clarity. "I have discussed this matter with Nick, and he concurs with my approach." Noting that Harry seemed poised to articulate further, Dumbledore continued, "Indeed, Nick will perish. Although he has already prepared a considerable amount of potions to manage various affairs, the truth remains, he will inevitably meet his end." Harry struggled to suppress his astonishment. Dumbledore smiled gently, saying, "For most, death may evoke fear. However, for Nick and Perpetual, it can indeed be a form of liberation. Furthermore, for someone as great and wise as Nick, death might represent yet another grand adventure. You see, while the Philosopher's Stone is extraordinary, possessing it grants one access to wealth and life with ease. Although these are the most coveted desires of humanity, when one possesses too much, it can become a burden. As for eternal life, let us set that aside. I would gladly welcome the burden of wealth. Bring it on. I am young and can bear it. Harry mused to himself. This time, Dumbledore was unable to discern his thoughts. Professor, will Voldemort return? Harry pondered and posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. This is a topic I had hoped to delay discussing with you. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, contemplating before he spoke. Yet your maturity has surpassed my expectations. So I believe I can share a few insights with you. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded repeatedly. Dumbledore slightly shifted his body, carefully choosing his words. When Voldemort sought to take your life, he encountered a formidable ancient magic. It was a powerful protective enchantment. Voldemort's dark magic clashed with this ancient spell, resulting in a backlash. Thus, he became the wretched being you see now, neither truly alive nor dead. You inquire whether he will return. I believe he will, though not at this moment. What, pray tell, is this magic? It is an ancient protective spell known as blood protection. Dumbledore shook his head. It is a profound and venerable magic, bestowed by a loved one who sacrifices their life. Drawing upon the strength of love to forge the shield, this enchantment intertwines with your skin, blood, and soul, repelling harm from dark entities and shielding you from the malevolent gaze of dark magic. At this juncture, Dumbledore hesitated once more. The potency of this magic intensifies with the fervor of emotion. Your mother's love was so profound that when Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort's essence, nearly touched your skin, he was instantly reduced to ashes. Harry suddenly recalled the woman with red hair he often saw in his dreams and the bespectacled man from his recent dream. He realized that the man seemed familiar because his features bore a striking resemblance to his own. The woman's eyes appeared recognizable because they were nearly identical to his. Were they, perhaps, his father and mother? The thought of his mother, of whom he had no memories, and the protection she had left him, caused tears to well up in Harry's eyes. Dumbledore seemed captivated by the scenery outside, allowing Harry to take a moment to wipe away his tears. Professor, about the invisibility cloak. Ah, yes, that was a gift I gave you. It originally belonged to your father. I borrowed it for a bit of study. Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head. Your father often used it as well, though he primarily employed it to sneak into the kitchen for a midnight snack. Afterward, Harry posed several inquiries to Dumbledore, who provided responses that were satisfactory to him. It was astonishing to discover that his father was, in fact, an archenemy of Snape, much like his own rivalry with Draco. Furthermore, the animosity that Snape harbored for him stemmed from the fact that his father had once saved Snape's life. Harry's disdain and aversion towards Snape intensified further. Dumbledore had more to discuss, yet at that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered and ushered him away. Indeed, the stern Madame Pomfrey, with her serious demeanor, rendered even the headmaster devoid of authority in her presence. Harry had once again spent the night in bed, and upon awakening the following day, he felt completely rejuvenated. Madame Pomfrey, may I attend the feast? After Dumbledore's departure the previous evening, Ron and Hagrid had come to visit him, and Harry was now aware that the term had come to a close. Regrettably, he had missed the final match. Gryffindor had suffered a crushing defeat, losing the Quidditch House Cup. With the loss of 150 points from the Quidditch Cup, they would also find themselves at the bottom of the House Cup standings. However, this time, even would bore no ill will. In comparison to confronting the mysterious figure, a mere Quidditch match seemed trivial, although it was destined for Slytherin to claim the House Cup. Harry still hoped to conclude the term on a positive note with his friends. Since Dumbledore had given his consent, it was settled. Madame Pomfrey, somewhat skeptical, replied, "Well, there are still a few chapters left. The first volume is nearing its end." The primary focus of the first volume was to outline the storyline, laying down foreshadowing while establishing the world as framework. The subsequent chapters will introduce some personal interpretations. Once the second volume begins, the plot will undergo significant alterations. Chapter 99, The Return Journey. Gryffindor ultimately secured the annual House Cup, a result that astonished nearly everyone, yet considering the deeds of Harry Potter and his friends, it was deemed somewhat expected. Naturally, the students of Slytherin were exceptions to this sentiment. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione were brimming with excitement, for they had collectively contributed a remarkable 200 points to Gryffindor, particularly Neville, who had not managed to add such a significant number of points throughout the entire semester. When Dumbledore announced an additional 50 points for their future herbologists, tears of joy streamed down Neville's face. As the green banners and decorations of the Great Hall transformed into the emblematic red of Gryffindor, the jubilant cheers nearly lifted the roof. Even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs found delight in seeing Slytherin's downfall. Indeed, Professor Snape was quite adept at cultivating unpopularity. Had it not been for the posting of the exam results on the notice board, Harry might have nearly forgotten about the impending final examinations. However, Upon the release of the results, both he and Ron were pleasantly surprised, as their scores exceeded their expectations. Naturally, they found themselves trailing significantly behind Hermione, who only failed to secure the top spot in 2 subjects. Her history of magic placed second, with a Ravenclaw boy taking first, while in herbology, Neville astonishingly claimed the top position. Harry overheard Hufflepuff students mention that Professor Sprout had awarded Neville extra points for his performance under the trapdoor. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Neville was the first to deem this entirely reasonable. Otherwise, he would never have considered the possibility of outshining Hermione. On the eve of their departure from school, Harry had intended to pack his belongings, but Fred and George insisted that it was entirely unnecessary. The packing would be handled automatically that evening, though not truly automatic, as the house elves would assist the young wizards in tidying up. Hogwarts boasted over 100 house elves, more than sufficient to cater to the needs of over 200 young wizards. The departure notices were distributed to every student, cautioning them against the use of magic during the holidays. Harry was well aware of this rule, which was why he had ultimately chosen not to return home for Christmas. However, during the summer break, students were not permitted to remain at the school, and Harry found himself somewhat yearning for his cousin Dudley. How vexing. In the common room, Fred, or perhaps it was George, gazed at the departure notice with a look of dismay, exclaiming, "I've been hoping, truly, for quite some time, that they would forget to send this to me." Alas, they never seemed to forget. Harry shot Fred, or possibly George, a glance, choosing not to comment on his lament. "Neville, do come visit me during the summer," he said. "Though my house isn't particularly large, you may have to squeeze in a bit. On the train to London." Ron chimed in, "Hermione can come too. You can share a room with Ginny." "That sounds splendid, though it might have to wait until late August." Hermione and Neville expressed keen interest, and Harry readily agreed, adding, "But why late August?" Ron asked, somewhat taken aback. "Well, it's a bit complicated. I need to stay at my aunt's house for a month and a half," Harry replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. From Dumbledore. Harry learned that although many of Voldemort's former followers, known as Death Eaters, had been imprisoned in Azkaban, a small number had managed to escape. The Aurors were in relentless pursuit, but it remained a challenge for a wizard to elude capture. Those staunch loyalists of Voldemort held the deepest animosity towards Harry. Harry is safeguarded by the bloodline protection bestowed by his mother, which renders him impervious to the threats posed by Death Eaters. However, disenchantment requires a crucial condition. He must reside under the same roof as his blood relatives for over 1,000 hours each year, roughly equivalent to 42 days. With the summer holiday already well underway, Ron and Neville, upon hearing this rather intricate requirement, promptly decided to forego any further contemplation. Hermione, though somewhat intrigued, was disinclined to delve too deeply into the private matters of others, thus refraining from probing further. "Not to worry. When mid-August arrives, you can come to my house," Ron exclaimed cheerfully. "During this time, we must keep in touch." The notion of maintaining contact piqued Hermione's interest. Yes, we must stay connected throughout the holiday. In a wizardly manner. Throughout the entire year, she had received very few letters or packages by owl, and she felt a pang of envy towards her peers who were inundated with correspondence. "I am rather keen to try the Muggle way of communication, Harry." "What do you call that again?" "The telephone?" Ron expressed a greater curiosity for ordinary means of interaction. "A telephone. But you must go to a phone booth or some other location. It's not as simple as just purchasing a phone." Harry attempted to elucidate the workings of a telephone. However, upon reflection, he realized he was equally uninformed and chose to let the matter rest. As the prefect strolled through the compartment, Percy approached to remind everyone to don their Muggle attire, as they were soon to arrive at King's Cross Station. One could imagine Ron at home, fervently pressing the buttons of an unplugged telephone, bewildered by the silence that ensued. Chapter 100, To Accept or Not to Accept the Galleons. The disembarkation process took quite some time, as the young wizards exited the platform in small clusters. Despite the robust Confundus charm cast near the platform entrance, which rendered it easy for Muggles to overlook, if 100 individuals were to suddenly emerge, it would still attract considerable attention. Harry and his companions were in no hurry, so they decided to wait until the very end to emerge. Outside the station, there were not many people waiting, and Harry quickly spotted Uncle Vernon along with Dudley. Dudley had grown taller, yet he had also become heavier. At that moment, he was standing atop the roof of Uncle Vernon's oversized SUV, peering in their direction. Upon seeing Harry, he immediately began waving frantically, exclaiming, "Harry, cousin Harry." Harry was destined for trouble. Indeed, almost instantly, the crowd of hundreds turned their gaze towards Dudley, and then followed his line of sight to Harry. It seemed that Harry remained quite captivating in the wizarding world. However, thankfully, those present today were merely the parents of Hogwarts students. The young wizards had spent an entire academic year alongside Harry, and the air of mystery had long since dissipated. Fortunately, he was spared the experiences of being gawked at or standing in line for handshakes that he had undergone on several previous occasions. "That's your cousin," Ron exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Dudley. "You look nothing alike. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought he was Crabbe and Goyle's cousin." Neville and Hermione nodded in agreement. Harry had no retort. Mom, that's Harry. It's Harry." Although most of the relatives maintained their composure at Harry's presence, there were exceptions. A plump lady stood nearby, and a pretty little girl with striking red hair was bouncing on her toes, pointing in their direction, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, it required no introduction. With that distinctive mane of fiery red hair, Harry recognized this must be Ginny Weasley, the sister Ron had often mentioned, who was quite enamored with him. As for the plump woman, she undoubtedly was Mrs. Weasley. Harry greeted Mrs. Weasley warmly, expressing his gratitude for her Christmas gift, and also exchanged pleasantries with Hermione's well-dressed parents, a refined couple. Finally, everyone collectively greeted Neville's grandmother, the esteemed Augusta Longbottom. Although the other three parties were keen to engage in conversation, the time was indeed getting late. They shared contact information before bidding a fond farewell. As Harry settled into his uncle's car, his excitement had yet to wane. Dudley was even more animated. "Harry, cousin, were those all your classmates? Are they wizards too? They seem just like us," he exclaimed. "And how was your time at that school this year? Any interesting stories?" Interesting stories, Harry mused. There were far too many. If he were to pen a novel about the past year, even with extreme brevity, it would easily exceed 100,000 words. And if he were to embellish and exaggerate a bit, he thought he could regale his cousin with some tall tales from the holiday. He shared a few anecdotes, and Dudley was so thrilled that he nearly leaped in the car, only to be restrained by Uncle Vernon's admonition. After the car had been driving for a while, Vernon could no longer contain himself. "Harry, it seems that while you were away, our luck at home wasn't particularly favorable." "Indeed, cousin," Dudley responded, finally catching on. "I only just realized that if I had known I passed my exams thanks to your help, it would have been more humiliating than failing outright." Harry chuckled in disbelief. It is entirely normal to experience bad luck. To maintain the simple feng shui arrangement at home, one must meticulously organize dozens of items, both large and small, to achieve the desired effect. Having been away from home for nearly a year, it is certain that Aunt Petunia has disordered those decorations. If she had moved many items, it would have outright disrupted the arrangement. However, if only one or two were shifted and inadvertently placed in inappropriate locations, it would not only fail to attract good fortune but could indeed invite misfortune. Uncle Vernon need not worry. Luck will surely improve, Harry cheerfully reassured him. Upon hearing this, Vernon's eyes narrowed into slits of joy. Of course, given his plump visage, the distinction between wide-open and squinted eyes was negligible. That is good news. Recently, there is a significant contract at stake. If I secure it, I might become the head of several counties. Uncle Vernon exclaimed with delight. By the way, Uncle, your company manufactures drill bits, correct? Not just drill bits. Well, we do have drill bits among our products. We manufacture complete drilling equipment. Uncle Vernon, in high spirits, answered Harry's inquiry without hesitation, adding, however, I'm in the sales department, so I'm not too familiar with the production side. Harry's eyes flickered as he spoke. Uncle, could you inquire whether your company has any equipment that is about to be discarded? I would like to purchase some. There must be, Vernon replied, somewhat suspicious and defensive. We are currently updating our equipment, but what do you need that for? The equipment we discard is subject to regulations. Certain countries and organizations are prohibited from purchasing it. I assure you, my dealings do not concern your regulations. I intend to sell it to the magical realm. Harry beamed with a grin. Uncle, could you check if your company accepts gold coins? Is it feasible for a middleman to operate across both the Muggle and magical worlds? Chapter 101. Harry's money-making scheme. Money holds significant importance, a truth that Harry had comprehended thoroughly in the ordinary world, further affirmed in the magical realm. Although his father left him a considerable inheritance, every time he saw Ron clad in worn garments, it triggered his sense of urgency. Thus, not long after starting school, Harry began contemplating ways to earn some money. Of course, Harry was not adept at making money, whether in the wizarding world or the Muggle realm. He lacked the requisite skills. However, when his thoughts traversed the intersection of both worlds, a spark of inspiration ignited. Initially, Harry envisioned that the most lucrative business would be selling potions to Muggle hospitals. Potions, which were commonplace in the wizarding realm, would be utterly astonishing to the non-magical world. Take, for instance, a potion capable of regrowing severed limbs. Hospitals would be clamoring to pay for it. Unfortunately, after some time spent contemplating this plan, Harry abandoned it due to its numerous challenges. First and foremost, as a first-year student, despite being a decent student with respectable potion grades, the potions that could regenerate limbs or cure various terminal illnesses were of a high caliber that Harry could not master. Moreover, even if he could concoct such potions, the magical world's regulations forbade their distribution into the non-magical realm. Even if, hypothetically, Harry could find someone to create the potions and sell them discreetly without detection, what would come next? In the present day, the Muggle world no longer conducted transactions with genuine gold and silver. The magical realm certainly does not accept pounds. Although Gringotts offered exchange services, it was essentially a special privilege for students of Muggle descent at Hogwarts, with limited exchange quotas. It is evident that ordinary currency holds little value for wizards. After much contemplation, he conceived a rather embryonic idea to utilize Muggle technology to manufacture items for the magical realm, then sell them back to the magical community. While magical currency may be of no use in the Muggle world, gold is universally acknowledged. The back-and-forth transactions, however, posed some complications. The scope of items that could be produced using Muggle technology, even with magical enhancements, was limited. Harry envisioned employing mechanical equipment, transformed by magic, to enhance the inefficiencies that plague the wizarding world. Harry's first thought was, of course, potions. The reason was quite simple. Observing Snape's arrogance when he brewed potions was particularly irksome. Harry fervently wished to streamline the potion-making process, envisioning a scenario where it could be mass-produced, ultimately rendering Snape unemployed. However, he was acutely aware that such aspirations remained mere fantasies. He lacked even the fundamental knowledge of how to brew high-level potions, let alone the capability to utilize modified machinery for large-scale production. Harry is currently researching 5 types of potions that could potentially be mass-produced. Among these, 4 are the most fundamental elixirs: the common antidote, the blood-replenishing potion, the bruise remedy, and the burn salve. The 5th is a mid-level potion, the dreamless sleep draught. The 4 basic potions can be regarded as the most frequently employed remedies in the magical realm, for the opportunities to encounter various bizarre phenomena are exceedingly high. The ability to dispel negative conditions requires exceptional control over one's magical powers, a skill that many adult wizards struggle to master. In such instances, these fundamental potions prove invaluable. Harry has inquired about market prices, and they undoubtedly represent exorbitant profits. As for the dreamless sleep draught, while it is classified as a mid-level potion, its complexity is not particularly challenging. It merely requires somewhat rare ingredients. Harry perceives its effects as rather ordinary. If it could be sold to ordinary people as a sleeping aid, it would be splendid. However, its price is not modest. And even if one were to covertly sell a few bottles, it seems unlikely to recoup the costs. In addition to potions, Harry has another plan: novelty products. This idea was inspired by the twins. Although they are only in the 3rd grade, they excel in both potions and transfiguration. By the 2nd grade, they were already capable of creating many fascinating little gadgets. Harry had utilized some items, and some had been used on him as well. Those trinkets sold remarkably well at school. In fact, a few products were acquired at a premium by Zoko's joke shop, which purchased their formulas. This success allowed the twins to fund their exploration of a multitude of innovative creations. However, the twins were merely 2 individuals, and their friend Lee Jordan lagged significantly behind in skill. He was merely a companion in their endeavors. In reality, the research and production were solely the twins' responsibility. Their efficiency was, to put it mildly, quite touching. Consequently, although the elder's reputation was tarnished as he became regarded as a rival by Flitch, they truly did not earn substantial profits. Otherwise, they would have long since assisted their mother with household expenses. In Harry's estimation, since the twins were capable of both developing and manufacturing these items, they must possess an intrinsic understanding of the underlying principles. Therefore, enlisting their assistance to modify some machinery for mechanical production could enhance efficiency, provided that it was successful. Moreover, wizards tend to be prone to errors, resulting in defective products or even accidents. In contrast, as long as the machinery is properly configured, the likelihood of mistakes is significantly reduced compared to that of an average person. However, this endeavor would depend on the nature of the equipment available at Uncle's place and the feasibility of magical modifications. As for the twins, Harry was certain that they would eagerly participate in anything that piqued their interest. The prospect of modifying Muggle items to create magical artifacts would undoubtedly draw them in. And he imagined that even his father would join in the excitement, crying out to be involved. Chapter 102. The Unseeable God. Harry was not particularly anxious, as this was merely a concept, and his financial situation was relatively stable. However, Uncle Vernon was quite invested in the idea. The prospect of earning a profit from the company's obsolete equipment could certainly elevate his standing among the higher-ups. Thus, on the third day after Harry returned home, Uncle Vernon had already compiled the information on the equipment slated for replacement. It must be acknowledged that while Uncle Vernon's ascent to the position of county manager was indeed bolstered by Harry's fortuitous feng shui, his own professional capabilities were undeniably exceptional. In the initial days back home, Harry undertook a reorganization of the feng shui layout, this time rather ostentatiously before Aunt Petunia. Although Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon genuinely despised magic and all associated matters, they chose to remain silent upon experiencing the tangible benefits. In contrast, Dudley had been excessively energetic during this period. He persistently engaged Harry in discussions about Hogwarts School. Initially, Harry shared some legitimate information, but soon realized that Dudley could not discern between fact and fiction. Consequently, Harry began to exaggerate. "Cousin, you wouldn't believe it. The wings of that fire dragon spanned an impressive 20 meters. Its head was larger than my entire body. It could swallow a cow in one bite. I was terrified. Its enormous eyes were less than a meter away from me, and I could smell its foul breath." As Harry animatedly gestured, Dudley listened with trepidation. His small fist clenched tightly, appearing exceedingly anxious. Harry's fanciful narration was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the door, revealing Uncle Vernon's rotund figure. "Harry, I've nearly completed the documentation. When shall you invite your friend's parents to take a look?" Harry certainly could not admit that he intended to purchase those items. Were he to do so, Uncle Vernon would likely dismiss it as mere jest. Thus, Harry invoked the name of a friend's father, and that friend, of course, was the pair of twins. Although the twins themselves were but children, this posed no obstacle for wizards. Whether it be aging potion or polyjuice potion, neither presented a significant challenge for them. It would be a simple matter to deceive Uncle Vernon. "Thank you, Uncle. I'll take it. I shall show it to my friend's father later." "Yes, in a wizard's manner," Harry said with a cheery smile. Upon hearing the phrase "in a wizard's manner," Uncle Vernon visibly furrowed his brow, yet he uttered not a word. He placed a hefty stack of manuscripts upon the table before departing. Harry cast a glance at his cousin, realizing that now was not the time to peruse the materials, and resumed his idle chatter. In the afternoon, after waking from his nap, Harry ventured outside. He intended to visit the community supermarket to procure a few trinkets and, perhaps, to ascertain whether any wizards resided nearby. Ever since discovering that the site could reveal magical energy, Harry had been contemplating whether he could find other wizards in the vicinity upon his return. He believed it probable, given his unique identity, that both Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic would inevitably assign individuals to keep watch over him. However, after purchasing a few small items and meandering through the neighborhood, Harry realized he had been overly optimistic. He circled around Privet Drive twice, yet encountered not a single person with magical aura. Just as he was about to deactivate the site and head home, a faint voice whispered in his ear, "Little one, do refrain from looking around too much. If you truly see something you ought not to, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear." Harry suddenly turned around and found a man with dark skin standing behind him. While it is true that there are individuals of African descent in Britain, and indeed more than one at Hogwarts, such as Lee Jordan, a close friend of the twins, this man's features did not exhibit the typical characteristics associated with his heritage. Furthermore, his skin appeared excessively dark, resembling someone who had been coated in ink. Not only his skin, but his clothing, boots, and gloves were all black as well. Apart from the whites of his eyes and his teeth, there was not a hint of any other color on him. Harry felt a profound shock within him. He was certain that when he glanced around moments ago, this peculiar individual was nowhere to be found. Though the surroundings were not crowded, there were indeed people coming and going. Strangely, none of them seemed to pay any attention to such an odd figure. It was as if the people around him were completely oblivious to his presence. Who are you?" Harry asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Ready to draw his wand at any moment? Although magic was prohibited outside the academy, he knew he could still appeal for assistance in the face of danger. "My name is one you cannot yet comprehend." The man in black regarded Harry with a smile that bore a mix of intrigue and mockery. "I have come to witness what sort of lamb would dare to toy with the pretender of the black goat, and even snatch away my little trinket." "Ah, indeed. You are quite the amusing little creature. I have already warned you not to gaze around recklessly." Before the man could finish his sentence, Harry collapsed onto the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The voice of the man seemed to echo from the heavens or the depths below, hauntingly clear. "Lamb, allow me to impart a lesson free of charge. Do not gaze upon the divine." Chapter 103. The Divine? Harry, are you all right?" A somewhat familiar voice pulled Harry back to reality. As he groggily opened his eyes, he found himself staring into the face of an elderly woman with deep-set wrinkles and silvery hair. He recognized her. She was Mrs. Fig, who lived a couple of streets away. This peculiar old woman had little interaction with the neighbors. Yet the children were all too aware of her presence due to her 3 remarkably intelligent cats. Dudley had once considered getting a cat simply because he had seen her clever felines. Mrs. Fig. Harry blinked, feeling somewhat dazed. It took him a moment to realize he was lying in the middle of the street, surrounded by a small crowd of onlookers. What happened?" he asked hesitantly, his mind a jumble of confusion. "I was about to ask you the same. I saw you suddenly collapse, convulsing all over." Mrs. Fig regarded him curiously. "Can you get up?" "I can't move you." "I can try." Harry attempted to rise. Although his body felt exceedingly weak, he managed to push himself up. As he did, the bystanders lost interest and began to disperse, leaving only Mrs. Fig by his side. "Harry, did you see anything just now?" Mrs. Fig suddenly lowered her voice. "For a brief moment, everything around you became hazy. I could see you, but when I turned my head, it was as if I forgot your location. I suspect someone cast a Confundish charm around you." "Confundish charm?" Harry was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Mrs. Fig. "I thought you would be more astute." James and Lily were both such intelligent individuals. Mrs. Fig shot him a disdainful glance. "It was Dumbledore who instructed me to reside nearby, to ensure that no trouble would befall you." A sense of realization washed over Harry. He had been pondering the presence of Dumbledore and officials from the Ministry of Magic, only to discover it was the familiar Mrs. Fig all along. In retrospect, could her cats be magical creatures? No wonder they appeared so clever. "What are you thinking about?" Mrs. Fig asked, somewhat irritated. She could tell Harry was lost in thought. "What did you see just now?" I can't remember. Let me think. Harry rubbed his temples, carefully recollecting the events. He had intended to venture out for some shopping and glanced at the items in his convenience bag, which contained a few things he seldom used. Yes, those were the items he intended to purchase. Then, it seemed he had hoped to find a wizard nearby, but had found none. And then what happened? Suddenly, Harry discovered that his subsequent memories had become exceedingly vague. There seemed to be a shadowy figure, yet he could not recall a single detail. Then came the moment when Mrs. Fig had just awakened him. He remained uncertain. That fragment of memory was blurred, as if there was indeed a dark silhouette. But it was shrouded in obscurity, leaving him unsure whether it was merely a figment of his imagination following his fainting spell. Harry felt a sense of bewilderment. That shadowy figure appeared to hold significance, yet he could not grasp any further information. "Should I contact Dumbledore?" Mrs. Fig raised an eyebrow, suggesting that given your sudden fainting, he might have some thoughts on the matter. "No, perhaps that won't be necessary," Harry replied awkwardly. "I feel physically fine, so there's no need to trouble Dumbledore." "If that is your wish, then so be it." Mrs. Fig, leaning on her cane, stood up. "I shall take my leave now. My persona does not quite suit being overly familiar with a child, so I want to assist you back." With that, she walked away unsteadily, not looking back. Persona? Harry felt confused and somewhat helpless. After a while, he picked up the bag and trudged homeward. He had not fully articulated his thoughts. Although that dark figure was lost to his memory, a particular phrase remained indelibly etched in his mind. "Do not gaze upon the divine. Do not gaze upon the divine." As Harry reminisced about this, a chill ran down his spine. He had previously used his magical sight to glimpse Professor McGonagall and Snape. A powerful surge that momentarily disoriented him, nearly leading to his defeat at the hands of Malfoy. He had also inadvertently witnessed a soul projection that resembled Dumbledore. An experience so blinding it felt as if his eyes were about to fail him. Yet, at least he had managed to remain conscious. This time, however, although he could not recall what he had seen, the outcome was that he had been utterly incapacitated. Could it be that the figure he encountered was even more formidable than Dumbledore? Dumbledore was already the most powerful wizard in Britain, if not all of Europe. Was it possible that he had encountered a deity? But did gods truly exist? Chapter 104, The Left Hand of Chaos and Catastrophe. Wizards do not believe in gods. At least, the current wizards of Britain do not. Even though many wizards profess a belief in Merlin, most regard him merely as a powerful sorcerer rather than a divine being. Historical accounts indicate that ancient wizards once worshipped deities, but they eventually realized that belief in gods did not affect their ability to harness magical power, leading to a decline in such faith. Presently, the only widely recognized culture that retains a belief in deities is Egypt. Egypt still harbors a wealth of ancient magic, much of which is rooted in legendary gods. Nevertheless, even in Egypt, modern magical systems have become more prevalent. For instance, Ron's elder brother Bill works as a curse breaker at Gringotts in Egypt. Perhaps it was a particularly powerful wizard who simply enjoyed boasting? Or could it be that this individual employed some form of magic to daze him and alter his memories? Indeed, there is a possibility. Harry seemed to recall reading in a certain book that some spells could modify one's memories. Harry's doubts were dispelled upon returning home. Once home, he feigned illness to retreat to his room, where he employed the techniques of soul interpretation and mental closure. Isolating himself from the external world and delving into the depths of his soul, he yearned to glimpse the form of the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Earlier that day, while standing before the Mirror of Erised, he had felt the restless stirring of that fragment, even without entering his mental sea. However, it soon subsided. Now, as Harry once again ventured into the depths of his consciousness, he was astonished to discover that the fragment of soul had transformed into a small creature, cowering in a corner, trembling. Previously, the red creature, though also concealed beneath a table, appeared more as if it were confined there. Whenever Harry's consciousness entered, it would always bare its fangs and emit silent roars. Yet this time, it seemed to be terrified by something dreadful, burying its head and shrinking as much as it could. According to the earlier insights regarding soul fragments, this small creature possessed no will, only a modicum of instinct. This raised the unsettling question: had someone instilled such fear in a mere instinctual being? "Ah, you truly know how to play," a voice suddenly echoed. Harry was taken aback and abruptly turned around. There, seated on a white bed, was a dark figure with his legs crossed, gazing at Harry with a mocking expression. A haze of vague memories flooded back to him, and he suddenly realized that this was the person he had encountered on the street. The recollection halted at the moment just before he attempted to observe the figure with his spiritual vision. So, did he truly collapse simply because he wished to pry into this person's essence? Yet, how had this individual entered his sea of consciousness? It seemed that his thoughts were instantaneously deciphered by the enigmatic figure before him. The dark figure chuckled softly, stating, "While I would prefer that certain individuals not be able to traverse freely into any realm, it would indeed be laughable if I could not penetrate the depths of a soul that has already been touched, even if it is but a little lamb. What is it that you desire?" An uncontrollable dread surged within Harry. The presence before him, whether a person or something else entirely, was overwhelmingly uncanny. In truth, the figure had not done anything to provoke such fear, yet it was a fear that Harry found impossible to manage. "What do you want? What is there to do? Do you truly believe I would engage in anything with a mere lamb such as yourself? What significance does a trivial planet like Earth hold for me?" The dark figure scoffed. "I merely find it amusing to observe when the whim strikes me. Once my interest wanes, I shall depart. However, since you have brought it up, perhaps I shall indulge in a bit of action after all." Before Harry could comprehend the situation, he observed the shadowy figure extend a similarly dark finger towards his brow. He attempted to evade the gesture, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. Despite being in the realm of souls, Harry distinctly sensed the sensation of a finger pressing against his forehead. It felt as though a chilling digit had genuinely made contact with his skin, and then an excruciating pain surged throughout his entire being. Harry barely had time to utter a cry before he was forcibly expelled from the realm of souls. Landing sprawled upon his bed, his entire being convulsed in agony, yet not a sound escaped his lips. After a considerable while, the excruciating pain vanished as abruptly as it had arrived. Trembling slightly, Harry became aware that his garments were drenched in sweat. A voice, indistinct and elusive, echoed in his ears. "How intriguing it is that my devotee has such a long-lasting lineage. As a reward for your ancestors' piety, I shall bestow upon you this trinket. The left hand of chaos and catastrophe is indeed a rarity, even among my followers." Harry surveyed Zisho, yet he could no longer find the figure cloaked in black. The left hand of chaos and calamity? What could that possibly signify? Harry raised his left hand, perceiving nothing particularly unusual. Upon comparing it with his right hand, he still found no discernible differences. After a moment of contemplation, Harry activated his spiritual vision. An extraordinary scene unfolded before him. On the surface of his right hand, a faint white luminescence, approximately an inch in thickness, was evident. This was a manifestation of magical energy. However, his left hand revealed a stark contrast. It appeared as though it were adorned with a black silk glove. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was comprised of countless strands of black light forming intricate patterns. Though Harry could not recognize them, he had an unsettling intuition that they represented an unknown language or arcane script. The entirety of his left palm was enveloped in these black, magical threads, with sporadic fuzz extending towards his wrist. What was this? Harry questioned in bewilderment, yet no answer came forth. The enigmatic figure had seemingly vanished from this realm. In the subsequent 2 weeks, Harry remained in a state of mental disarray. He found himself both yearning for the return of the dark figure and simultaneously gripped by trepidation. Thus far, the shadowy presence had not inflicted any genuine harm upon him. Fainting in the street hardly constituted a true danger, did it? Nevertheless, an instinctive fear lingered within him. Since that fateful day, the dark figure had vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, never to return. Even the memory of its visage had faded, leaving only a nebulous shadow in his mind. The only tangible alteration was the transformation of his left hand. Yet, this change seemed perceptible only in a state of spiritual vision. In every other regard, Harry had yet to notice any difference. His left hand had not become more sensitive, nor had it gained strength. Striking a wall still elicited pain, though. One may wonder how Harry came to know this. Harry surmised that it would likely be at Hogwarts, a realm of magic, where one could truly discern the changes at hand. After all, at present, the transformation seemed intrinsically linked to the realm of sorcery. While there had been little progress in his research endeavors, other aspects were flourishing with promising developments. During this period, the collaborative project with George and Fred was advancing remarkably well. Upon receiving the schematics and concepts that Harry had sent, they exclaimed in admiration at his ingenuity. Their correspondence flowed at an almost daily pace, exchanging ideas with fervor. Compared to Harry, their perspectives were far more expansive, brimming with innovative ideas regarding potions and prank products alike. However, 2 pressing issues remained. Firstly, the matter of financing the acquisition of the necessary equipment lingered. Although Uncle Vernon's company essentially treated such machinery as scrap metal, the costs were still substantial. Harry lacked the requisite funds, while Fred and George had no financial means typical of ordinary individuals. Secondly, there was the challenge of ensuring the mechanical devices would operate effectively. According to Fred and George, it was particularly difficult to transform these machines into ones capable of producing potions or prank items. After all, what posed a formidable challenge to Muggles was a relatively straightforward task for wizards. Yet, maintaining the continuous operation of these devices was beyond the current capabilities of Fred and George. They refrained from seeking assistance from their parents, as altering Muggle items into magical artifacts was deemed illegal within the wizarding community, although it was often a case of no harm, no foul. As long as Muggles were not directly affected, an awkward predicament arose. Mr. Weasley was precisely the official responsible for overseeing such matters. Harry had been unaware of this matter previously. He only knew that Ron's father was an employee at the Ministry of Magic. Upon discovering the truth, he felt a slight headache. The concept of a perpetual motion machine is non-existent in the realm of ordinary mortals, and it holds no place in the wizarding world either. Even magical artifacts require a continual supply of magical energy for prolonged use. In terms of magical knowledge classification, this falls under the domain of alchemy. However, it is regrettable that Hogwarts does not offer a course on alchemy. The twins had delved into some alchemical studies in their quest to invent prank products. Yet they had not yet mastered the art to the extent that they could sustain a large apparatus in operation. Aside from these significant challenges, there is a relatively minor issue, the venue. Nonetheless, this concern is not substantial, as the Potter family possesses an ancestral home and several villas, though uninhabited for a decade. Restoration is a trivial matter for wizards. Even dispelling charms are not overly troublesome for the twins. A week later, the financial dilemma was first addressed. Through the twins, Harry exchanged some of the galleons left to him by his father for pounds, compared to converting pounds to galleons. The latter exchange was evidently more favored by the goblins of Gringotts. This preference is reflected in the fact that exchanging pounds for galleons incurs a fee, while the reverse does not. Harry exchanged 3,000 galleons, equivalent to 15,000 pounds. This sum, while insufficient to purchase a new industrial production machine, was more than ample for acquiring discarded equipment intended for scrap metal. Thanks to Uncle Vernon's negotiations, he ultimately acquired 8 machines for just 12,000 pounds, a considerable reduction from the initial asking price. Through Hagrid, Harry also learned of several properties belonging to his parents, among which the most suitable was a residence located in Godric's Hollow. It was a modest detached house, now reduced to a mere ruin, destroyed on the fateful day 11 years prior when Harry's parents were murdered. Since then, it had remained abandoned. due to Harry's need to reside with Aunt Petunia. No repairs had been undertaken. However, the Ministry of Magic had placed a magical barrier around the property, accessible only to those of the Potter bloodline, meaning Harry would have to visit to utilize it. This would not pose a problem, as by late August, after spending 42 days at home, he would be able to attend to it. With previous issues largely resolved, the remaining challenge lay in the operation of the equipment. Harry initially believed that this issue would persist for quite some time. However, to his surprise, the twins devised a solution in just a few days, albeit requiring some experimentation. Harry felt a sense of admiration for their skills and, without further contemplation, dispatched the nearly obsolete equipment he had purchased to the address provided by the twins. The logistics in the UK are rather remarkable. A simple oversight could result in a week's delay for mail within the same county. Consequently, in the following 2 days, the twins only replied with a single letter, which Harry did not regard with much concern. However, after a week had passed without any correspondence from them, and his own letters seemingly vanished into oblivion, Harry began to feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he reasoned that the twins might be engrossed in their modifications of the equipment, too preoccupied to respond to him. Thus he set aside his discontent and focused on his assignments. Harry, the grand scheme to make money starts from a young age. Chapter 106, The Wizarding Postal System. The workload at Hogwarts is indeed considerable, particularly in the subjects of charms and transfiguration, where a substantial amount of theoretical assignments must be completed. Although history of magic also entails a fair share of tasks, those assignments predominantly require students to express their opinions and perspectives on events from the textbook, making them relatively easy to manage. Charms and transfiguration, however, are entirely different. They are intertwined with a significant amount of magical text and the comprehension of magical structures. And without meticulous study, one simply cannot grasp the concepts. Dudley, out of curiosity, once perused Harry's textbooks and remarked that they were nothing but gibberish. It was then that Harry realized that wizarding books are indeed protected by anti-muggle spells. This certainly elucidates their exorbitant prices. Harry conducted a small experiment, allowing Dudley to attempt some magic with his own wand. Naturally, all efforts ended in failure. As time passed, a week slipped by, and Harry began to sense something amiss. More than 2 weeks had elapsed, yet not only had the twins failed to write, but not a single letter had arrived from his classmates at Hogwarts. It was worth noting that during the first 2 weeks of the holidays, he had received letters almost daily from his friends. In his eagerness to respond, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of using his wand to control his quill. However, in the subsequent 2 weeks, not one letter arrived. Even if the twins sought to sabotage his devices by withholding their correspondence, why had none of his other classmates reached out? Was something amiss? At that moment, Harry felt a surge of frustration. Living in a mundane household, cut off from the magical world, proved to be quite troublesome. To make matters worse, he found himself unable to leave Privet Drive. Finally, on a morning in the 3rd week, as the holiday had already passed the halfway mark, Dudley was venting his frustrations about Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic's foolish regulations alongside Harry. Why is it that we cannot use magic at home? It's utterly nonsensical. If we don't practice, won't our skills diminish? Dudley ranted, your so-called Ministry of Magic is even more foolish than the British Parliament. Harry found Dudley's words resonated deeply with his own sentiments. Harry's resentment towards the inability to wield magic is readily comprehensible. However, why does Dudley react with such intensity? The answer is simple, because Harry cannot perform it. When Harry first received his acceptance letter and, after purchasing his textbooks, awaited the commencement of the school year, he endeavored to practice several spells at home. Dudley, having experienced the marvel of magic, felt an exhilarating joy, particularly when Harry levitated him into the air, akin to swimming. It is worth noting that Dudley's considerable girth may have hindered his ability to learn swimming. Even a flotation device had to be of an oversized nature to accommodate him. Having never savored the delight of swimming, Dudley feels an enduring sense of regret. Harry rectified this regret. Have you ever tried swimming in the air? Dudley longed to utter this phrase while listening to his classmates and friends discussing swimming. Naturally, his parents forbade him from mentioning anything magical in public. Yet, despite the absence of boastful joy, secretly relishing in his own delight was not without its own charm. However, the Ministry of Magic mandated that wizards under the age of 17 were prohibited from using magic at home. Thus, Dudley's joy faded away. As the two of them were venting their frustrations about the Ministry of Magic's absurdities, the telephone rang. Dudley relished answering the phone, so Harry chose to remain still. Observing his hefty cousin nimbly dart across the room to pick it up, hello, this is the Dursley residence. Oh, is Potter there? Cousin, it's for you. For me? Harry wondered who could be calling him so early in the morning. He sauntered over and answered the phone. "Hello, this is Potter." "Harry, you haven't replied to our letters for 3 whole weeks," came a somewhat familiar voice from the other end, although the voice was only slightly recognizable. The tone was unmistakably familiar. It was Hermione Granger. However, Hermione's words left Harry bewildered. How could that be? "I wrote to you last week. Hedwig delivered it. I haven't received any letters from you. I've sent you more than 5 letters," Hermione exclaimed. "I thought it was inconvenient for you. But after contacting Ron and the others today, I discovered that you haven't replied to anyone." "Wait, are you saying that many of you wrote to me, but none received my replies?" Harry said incredulously. "But I haven't received a single letter here. Instead, I've sent several out." Harry insisted he had written numerous letters but had not received any in return. Hermione seemed to be conversing with someone beside her, then addressed Harry again. "Ron and Neville are at my house now. If you haven't received our letters, and we haven't received yours, then perhaps there's an issue with your postal system. Do wizards even call it a postal system? In any case, it seems there's a problem. A malfunction in the mail delivery system?" This was something Harry had not considered before. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed to be a plausible explanation. This concludes the first volume. The next chapter will commence with the events of the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 107. Dobby. For 3 consecutive weeks, Harry had not received a single letter from his classmates, which caused him to feel that something was amiss. He believed that he maintained good relationships with his peers, leaving no reason for all his friends to cease correspondence. It was not until Hermione called him that Harry discovered the unsettling truth. He was unable to receive letters from others, and his own messages had not reached their intended recipients. It was undoubtedly, as Hermione suggested, someone was intercepting his correspondence. But who could possibly have the motive and capability to do such a thing? In a moment of confusion, Harry found himself at a loss. To suggest that it was Voldemort's minions behind this was difficult for him to believe. Voldemort had been vanquished a decade ago, even if there were still loyal followers. It was improbable that they would engage in such foolish actions. Not only would it be easy to expose themselves, but the effort would also be utterly futile. After all, what was the interception of a few letters? Harry was confident that there was nothing within the correspondence between him and his friends that would warrant Voldemort's attention. Nevertheless, the matter of intercepted letters warranted some concern. Harry reached out to Hermione via telephone, requesting her assistance in communicating with the Ministry of Magic to investigate the communication system on his end. On the very afternoon that Harry had asked Hermione to liaise with the Ministry, while he and Dudley were engrossed in a video game, a crimson letter flew through the open window, twisting into a shape resembling a face within the room. The envelope, now transformed, spoke in a voice that was somewhat sharp yet not unpleasant. "Good day, dear Mr. Harry Potter. We have received a notification regarding a malfunction investigation from Miss Hermione Granger, and we are now providing you with the preliminary results. We have examined the communication network in your community and found no anomalies. However, it has come to our attention that several letters sent to and from you have inexplicably vanished en route. We are conducting a further investigation into this matter, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused you. We will endeavor to identify and rectify the issues promptly and in accordance with relevant regulations. You will be compensated. Once the matter is resolved, we shall provide you with further feedback. Yours sincerely, Cranus Buckler, Communications Management Bureau, Department of Transportation, Ministry of Magic." Dudley remarked, "Your Ministry of Magic is still a notch above the British Parliament. We've had a few streetlights out in our community for 2 months, and no one has come to fix them." He continued, "It's not much better, is it? After all that talk, they still can't resolve the issue. It's essentially an announcement saying they can't fix it for now, so we should just wait." Harry, however, merely scoffed, appearing somewhat disdainful of the entire situation. Harry may have been influenced by Ron and his twin brothers, leading to his rather mundane impression of the Ministry of Magic, despite the fact that Ron's father is an employee there. Recently, Harry learned that Ron's father is the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Muggle Artifacts. Yet as an enforcer of the law, he is obsessively fascinated by various Muggle items. Such instances of law enforcement flouting the very regulations they uphold are exceedingly common within the Ministry, so much so that it necessitates the use of exceedingly thrice. Dudley expressed a grunt of confusion. He had no idea what the Ministry was truly like, but he assumed that many governmental bodies are somewhat alike in their inefficiency, and thus chose not to elaborate. Harry, too, remained in the dark about the Ministry's true nature, relying solely on the impressions conveyed by his classmates. However, this time he anticipated a new understanding based on the Ministry's operational efficiency. Yet, as days turned into a week, and then another, the ministry remained frustratingly silent, leaving Harry uncertain whether this was their standard pace or if they were simply unable to identify the problem. Regardless, both scenarios contributed to his negative perception of the ministry's capabilities. As the 6th week of summer vacation rolled around, Harry found himself on the brink of residing at number 4, Privet Drive for a full 1,000 hours. Per their prior agreement, he was set to stay with Ron's family. Mrs. Weasley sent a rather formal invitation through conventional mail. However, the letter bore a comical error. Mrs. Weasley evidently misjudged the postage required, adorning the envelope with a hodgepodge of stamps of varying denominations. Consequently, when the postman delivered the letter, he did not simply slide it through the door as usual but rather knocked, intrigued by the peculiar mail. From the postman's expression, it was clear he was curious about the kind of foolishness that would result in such an absurd postage situation. Under the weight of that patronizing gaze, Harry felt a pang of sorrow. The Dursleys reacted with indifference to Harry's departure, particularly after Harry cautioned them not to disturb certain items in the house. They seemed unconcerned about his presence or absence. Uncle Vernon was slightly more amiable, as Harry had helped him dispose of outdated equipment, which bolstered his reputation at work and allowed him to ascend to the position of regional manager for several counties. Gratitude was among Uncle Vernon's commendable traits, and Petunia, on the other hand, appeared far more apathetic, especially when Harry mentioned that his friend's family consisted entirely of wizards, prompting her to emit a soft huff. It seemed that Aunt Petunia harbored an even greater disdain for wizards than Uncle Vernon did, Harry mused. Of course, Dudley was the most reluctant to see Harry go. Over the holiday, he had heard numerous tales of Harry's adventures, most of which were fanciful fabrications. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of loss for his cousin, who had grown up alongside him and transformed into something extraordinary. Yet, upon Harry's promise to bring back some amusing yet harmless magical trinkets, Dudley quickly shed his reluctance and even expressed eagerness for Harry to depart. On Saturday evening, Harry busied himself packing his belongings, school robes, a change of clothes, his broomstick, and various other odds and ends, resulting in a rather chaotic yet substantial suitcase. Hedwig was of no concern. She could fly independently, having become well acquainted with the route through several letters exchanged with Ron early in the holiday. However, as Harry organized his things, he bizarrely noticed that his meticulously packed items kept inexplicably returning to their original places. The assignments he had laid out on the table seemed to reappear as if untouched. Who was doing this? After a couple of instances, Harry could dismiss it as mere forgetfulness, but upon repeated occurrences, he quickly realized something was amiss. Someone, or something, was tampering with his belongings. No one responded. It appeared Harry was alone in the room. Not coming out? Harry furrowed his brow and quietly activated his magical sight. Although he was hesitant to use it due to previous encounters with dark entities, he felt he had no other recourse under the circumstances. Moreover, he surmised that the mischief maker was likely not a formidable presence. After activating his magical sight, a fleeting glance revealed a vague figure nestled in the corner of the room, a creature with an oversized head and a diminutive body, large ears, and striking green eyes. It was, astonishingly, a house elf. Come out. Harry flicked his wrist, his wand pointing toward the corner where the elf lurked. However, the house elf seemed to know that Harry was unable to cast spells and thus remained hidden. Harry felt a sense of conflict. On one hand, he was unable to wield magic, and on the other, he lacked the skills to dispel invisibility or illusions. Just as uncertainty enveloped him, a sudden thought illuminated his mind. Following this flicker of inspiration, he raised his left hand, fingers splayed, palm directed towards the location of the house elf. Through his mystical vision, Harry observed that the dark magical runes encircling his hand trembled like waves for an instant before bursting open. A grand circle comprised of myriad black rune-like beams materialized before him. With a gentle thrust of his left hand, the black circle shimmered. A soft yet palpable sound echoed, as if something on the surface of the elf's body had shattered. In an instant, the previously ethereal figure of the elf became solid. How can this be? The elf gazed at its own manifested hands in astonishment, then turned to Harry, disbelief etched across its face. Both the elf and Harry scrutinized one another. Harry had encountered house elves working at the Leaky Cauldron and had seen many at Hogwarts, yet the one before him was undeniably the most disheveled he had ever seen. It appeared to be clad in a tattered pillowcase, with several holes around its arms and legs, looking as worn as a rag. Moreover, it bore numerous wounds, both fresh and old, scattered across nearly all its exposed skin. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Harry inquired, his brow furrowed. Why, yes, esteemed Harry Potter, sir. The house elf bowed deeply, its elongated nose brushing against the carpet, quivering as it spoke. It is an immense honor to meet you. I am the humble house elf, Dobby. Dobby? Harry hesitated, sensing no malice from the creature's appearance. Answer my question, Dobby. Why have you appeared in my room? Why, yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby's voice trembled even more fervently. Dobby wishes to prevent Harry Potter from going to Hogwarts. Prevent me from going to Hogwarts? Harry's heart raced. So, you intercepted my letters? Harry Potter, sir, is more astute and clever than Dobby had imagined. No wonder you were able to defeat that terrible man. Dobby's voice, in that moment, held a hint of joy, yet he refrained from answering Harry's inquiry. Are you referring to Voldemort? Since his conversation with Dumbledore, Harry had resumed directly naming Voldemort. No. Dobby seemed horrified, hastily covering its ears with its hands. Please, do not utter that dreadful name. Harry Potter, sir, is great and capable of stopping that man. You are the only hope of the wizarding world, and Dobby must protect you, Harry Potter, sir. Harry frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. If it weren't for the impression that this little house elf harbored no malice, a skill he had developed after months of practicing soul empathy, which allowed him to perceive the emotions around him, he might have reacted differently. Yet, despite the absence of ill intent, it seemed the little elf's mind was somewhat muddled. Speaking in a disjointed manner, with an impatient tone, he demanded, What exactly do you want? Who sent you here? No one sent Dobby. Dobby came of his own accord. Dobby cannot let his master know. Dobby is a bad little elf. At this, tears welled up in Dobby's large eyes. Dobby must punish himself for hiding this from his master. As he spoke, he began to bang his head against the wall, quickly causing his forehead to swell and redden. Stop it, Harry exclaimed, halting Dobby's self-inflicted punishment. At that moment, a voice from next door called out, Cousin, what's going on? Nothing, just a minor issue. Don't pay it any mind. Harry responded loudly. Dudley grunted in acknowledgement and fell silent. Following Harry's command, Dobby ceased his actions. Dobby, from now on, answer my questions properly. Harry fixed his intense gaze upon Dobby. He had encountered house elves before, albeit rarely, and had a general understanding of how to communicate with such beings. With his penetrating stare, he quietly activated his soul empathy. This spell could sway the emotions of others, and if all went well, it would compel Dobby to answer his inquiries truthfully. Now, tell me, did you intercept my letters? Yes, it was Dobby. Dobby only wanted. Harry waved his hand to interrupt Dobby, asking, Next question. Do you wish to prevent me from returning to school? It was Dobby's desire. Harry once again interrupted. Why must you prevent me from going to Hogwarts? Because this year Hogwarts will be exceedingly perilous. At this juncture, Dobby felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall, yet Harry restrained him once more. Lastly, who is your master? You mentioned having a master earlier. Dobby could not divulge. Dobby could not reveal. Dobby became increasingly frantic, exclaiming, Dobby must leave. With that, he snapped his fingers, and his form vanished from the room. Harry attempted to extend his left hand, yet this time the dark magical mark remained unresponsive. The previous sensation of benevolent anticipation did not resurface. Moreover, a sweep of his magical vision revealed that Dobby's presence had vanished entirely. How peculiar! Harry mused softly to himself, pondering the oddity of the situation. As the new volume commenced, there would be no division. 2 chapters would be presented each day. Chapter 108, Arrival at the Burrow. Initially, Mrs. Weasley had envisioned that either she or Mr. Weasley would personally come to Privet Drive to fetch Harry. At the very least, Percy should have been dispatched for the task. However, Harry felt it unnecessary and firmly declined, expressing his preference to take the night bus directly. In fact, that is precisely what he did. On the morning of the second Tuesday of the 5th week of communications blackout during the 7th week of vacation, Harry prepared to set off. He had deliberately stayed an extra day on Privet Drive, rising early while the dawn had yet to break and the neighborhood still slumbered. He stepped onto the street and raised his wand. In less than 2 breaths, accompanied by a piercing screech, the night bus arrived before Harry. Welcome aboard the night bus, the emergency transport for stranded witches and wizards. Simply extend your wand hand, board the bus, and we shall convey you to your desired destination. A conductor, clad in a purple uniform, leaped from the bus and addressed Harry with a boisterous greeting. Harry raised an eyebrow. The ticket collector this time was not the same as the one he encountered during his journey last year, but it hardly mattered. With a cheerful demeanor, he requested assistance in loading his luggage onto the train. Stan Shunpike, understanding that the underage Harry was unable to use magic, gently tapped his wand, and the luggage ascended to the overhead rack. What is your name? Stan inquired casually as he boarded the train. My name is Dudley, Harry replied with a grin. Borrowing his cousin's name. Although he had been part of the magical world for a year, he surmised that curiosity about him had likely diminished significantly. Yet, better safe than sorry. Harry was not keen on shaking hands with too many people. "I am bound for the Burrow, Mr. Weasley's residence." "Oh, the Burrow. I am aware." "It is quite a journey," Stan murmured, "and not a place one frequents often. Let me think. 8 sickles and 9 nuts." Harry raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Ron's home was even closer than London. He retrieved 9 sickles to hand to Stan, and once seated, Stan returned with a handful of coins. Having previously experienced the night bus, Harry was well acquainted with the peculiarities of the journey. He leaned back against the seat, gripping the armrest firmly, much like his prior encounter. The surroundings blurred into a haze due to the rapid speed, and gazing out for too long induced a sense of dizziness. Thus, Harry chose to avert his gaze from the window and instead pulled out a small booklet from his pocket. This was a compilation of fundamental spells that Harry had transcribed. The correct pronunciation of syllables and intonations was paramount during the initial stages of spellcasting. Harry believed there was no such thing as excessive revision. The consequences of mispronouncing a spell have been vividly illustrated by Seamus blasting Finnegan on countless occasions. Unlike typical vehicles, the night bus, while astonishingly swift, maintained an unexpected steadiness. Seated within, one could hardly perceive any jostling, allowing Harry to immerse himself in his reading without the threat of nausea. Before long, he was completely engrossed. Harry initially believed that Stan Shunpike was exaggerating when he mentioned the distance. He assumed it would take at least 20 to 30 minutes. However, in reality, they arrived in less than 15 minutes, the vehicle halting in a vast field. They were 5 kilometers outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, at a humble abode. Stan Shunpike announced their arrival loudly, pulling Harry's attention away from his book. Harry leaned out to look, first noticing a stone wall adorned with creeping vines, beyond which stood a building at least 20 meters tall. The structure leaned at an odd angle, leading Harry to suspect it was likely constructed with magic. Otherwise, its precarious shape would have surely collapsed long ago. From this vantage point, he could see 4 or 5 chimneys protruding from the building. At the entrance, there was a slanted sign that read the Burrow. Scattered at the threshold were several tattered boots and a rusty cauldron. Harry observed a few plump brown hens pecking about in the yard. With Stan's assistance, Harry disembarked and retrieved his luggage from the rack. Just as he stepped outside, a piercing scream pierced the air, likely that of a girl. However, following the sound, he could only see an open window. Before Harry could ponder further, a portly woman burst through the door of the building, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing him. In an instant, she traversed the distance and enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. "Harry, it's wonderful to see you. How was your holiday?" "Good day, Mrs. Weasley." Feeling the warmth of Mrs. Weasley's greeting, Harry returned her smile and embraced her politely. "You are as radiant as ever. What a polite child," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed joyfully, with a gentle flick of her hand, without even using her wand, causing Harry's luggage to levitate. "Do come in. You've arrived much earlier than I expected. Breakfast isn't ready yet. That lazy Ron has tea even woken up. Hermione will be over tomorrow. She truly is an intelligent and considerate girl. Neville visited a few days ago, but unfortunately he has already gone back." Mrs. Weasley guided Harry into the yard and the marvelous building. Upon entering, Harry couldn't help but let his gaze wander. This was his first visit to a wizarding home, and it was quite a novelty. In stark contrast to the orderly and meticulously arranged environment of the Dursleys, where Aunt Petunia's slight obsession with cleanliness ensured everything was spotless, the Weasley home was different. While still reasonably clean, the items were not arranged with such precision. The small sitting room had books scattered about, cushions strewn here and there, and a large tabby cat snoozing on a knitted blanket. Adjacent to the cozy dining area was the kitchen, with a table that appeared to be the cleanest spot in the room, surrounded by several chairs. What captivated Harry most was the large clock adorning the sitting room wall. It featured 9 hands, each inscribed with the name of a Weasley family member, instead of numbers. The clock displayed a series of locations or statuses where each family member might be found, including home, school, work, on the road, missing, at the hospital, in prison, and in mortal peril. Between the dining area and kitchen hung a smaller clock with a single hand, its face inscribed with phrases like "boil water, feed the chickens, and you're going to be late." Below it sat a small fireplace, upon which rested several books. Harry glanced at them in astonishment, discovering they were all about magically managing household chores, like enchanting cheese, magically toasting bread, conjuring a feast, and effortlessly removing stains. This was indeed the epitome of a wizarding household. Soon, Harry was further astonished to hear an old radio playing the melodious voice of a witch, a talent that rivaled that of top charting stars. "Darling, Take a moment to rest. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Oh, and I'll wake up Ron and the others," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. Then flicked her wand gently, producing 4 water balloons that hung momentarily in the air before shooting off. Moments later, 3 startled cries echoed through the house. "Mom, what are you doing?" came the synchronized voices of 2 familiar figures, followed by a more distressed scream that Harry recognized all too well. Mrs. Weasley maintained her gentle smile. "Children, Harry has arrived. You'd better get up." In that instant, Harry understood from whom the twins inherited their penchant for mischief. Before long, Ron came bounding down the stairs. Upon seeing Harry, he immediately enveloped him in a hearty embrace. "Harry, it's been ages. How was your holiday?" "Not too bad. But it was really annoying not being able to use magic," Harry replied, equally glad to see Ron. Shortly thereafter, the twins descended the stairs, exchanging mischievous glances with Harry. "Hey, Harry, it's a shame we didn't receive any letters from you. We've made significant progress. We're almost there. We must show you soon." They spoke in tandem, exhibiting a seamless rapport that left Harry both amused and bewildered. After a while, Percy also appeared from upstairs. Unlike the casually dressed twins and Ron, Percy wore a crisp shirt and had neatly combed hair, presenting a rather formal appearance. However, upon spotting Harry, he broke into a bright smile. "Harry, it's wonderful to see you looking so lively. Good morning, Prefect Percy." Harry was well aware of what titles would please Percy. Indeed, Percy's smile widened at the address, and he affectionately patted Harry on the shoulder. While Mrs. Weasley busied herself in the kitchen, Percy immersed himself in a book. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and the twins huddled together in a corner of the sitting room, murmuring quietly about the equipment Harry had sent over. The twins produced their modified blueprints, which appeared to Harry as incomprehensible scrawls. Ron, who had some prior knowledge of the matter, chimed in occasionally, but they kept their voices low, not wishing to alert Mrs. Weasley. It was a rare moment when the twins managed to restrain their chatter, as Percy and Mrs. Weasley remained blissfully unaware. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione engaged in their discussion, an unsettling sensation crept over them, as though someone were observing them. Raising his head and following the instinctive feeling, Harry immediately spotted a small red head that swiftly retreated. Could there be others present? He wondered aloud, casting a hesitant glance towards the staircase. "It's Ginny," Ron promptly replied, his confidence unwavering. "I hope she doesn't startle you later." Harry was taken aback, bewildered by the notion that a mere young girl could instill such fear within him. "Harry, can a little girl truly intimidate me?" Incredible! Chapter 109, The Mechanism of the Television. Harry comprehended Ron's admonition not to be frightened. Ginny's demeanor genuinely rendered him somewhat uneasy. It was not due to any outrageous behavior on her part, but rather because she had been covertly observing him since breakfast. Whenever he happened to glance in her direction, she would promptly avert her gaze. It is noteworthy that among the 4 Weasley brothers known to Harry, despite their shared characteristics of red hair and freckles, they bore no resemblance to one another. Ron, being relatively tall for his peers, possessed a somewhat slender build yet sported a cherubic face. The twins, robust in stature, paradoxically lacked any noticeable flesh on their faces. Their height barely surpassed that of their younger brother Ron, and Harry suspected that this year Ron would indeed surpass them both. As for Percy, he truly lived up to the twins' jest that he was the only son of the family with any standing. Tall and well-proportioned, with refined features, he exuded an air of sophistication, particularly when adorned with his gold-rimmed spectacles, making him quite the handsome young man. As he matured, the freckles on his face had notably diminished. Harry was aware that several young ladies at the academy harbored feelings for Percy. However, it appeared that Percy himself was oblivious to such affections. At least, the famously well-informed twins had yet to detect any such signs. When it came to Ginny, the first girl he officially met, the atmosphere felt entirely different. With her bright, sparkling eyes, a petite and charming nose, and a delicate little mouth, she was an astonishingly beautiful young girl. Harry surmised that she had a considerable chance of becoming the most popular girl among the new students at Hogwarts this year. If only she would lift her head a bit more, it would be even better. After breakfast, Mrs. Weasley instructed Ron and his siblings to tidy up the yard from the presence of house elves. Initially, she intended for Harry to take a rest. However, Harry felt no fatigue. In fact, he was quite fascinated by the house elves. In British folklore, house elves are depicted as diminutive old men. Yet, upon encountering a real house elf, Harry's illusions were shattered. The creature was so unsightly that Harry had no desire to gaze at it for long. Nonetheless, the game of tossing house elves proved to be quite amusing for Harry. He had played baseball with Dudley and other friends before, and his arm strength was decent enough to hurl a house elf a considerable distance. Moreover, house elves were rather dim-witted creatures. It was said that instead of scurrying away upon being thrown, they would often run over to take a look. Harry was filled with skepticism, pondering whether they were truly relishing the experience of being tossed aside. For he observed that the goblin, flung far and landing heavily upon the ground, soon staggered to its feet, appearing unscathed. This game persisted throughout the morning, and even for Harry, who was no stranger to physical exertion. A twinge of soreness settled in his shoulders. Ron and the others felt similarly, though the twins fared slightly better, as their roles as beaters on the Quidditch team had afforded them ample arm and shoulder training. Before lunch, Harry stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Mrs. Weasley was, in fact, a fervent admirer. Such occurrences were not uncommon among wizards and muggles alike, though predominantly among the youth. It was rare to find someone of Mrs. Weasley's age in such a position. It is worth noting that her eldest son, Bill, had already reached the age of 21. The object of Mrs. Weasley's admiration was a wizard by the name of Gilderoy Lockhart. In the living room, Harry observed several of his books, each adorned with a cover featuring his likeness, some full-length, others half-length. It must be admitted, he was indeed a rather striking gentleman. With his golden, tousled curls and bright blue eyes, he exuded a captivating charm. Most notably, he was always accompanied by a radiant smile that showcased his gleaming white teeth. Mrs. Weasley praised Lockhart as an extraordinary wizard, and out of curiosity, Harry seized a moment of leisure to peruse one of his books. He was soon captivated by the thrilling narrative. If Mr. Lockhart truly possessed the wit, bravery, and adeptness in magic as described within his writings, he could indeed be considered a remarkable wizard. However, unlike Mrs. Weasley and Ginny, Ron and a few others were not particularly enamored with Lockhart. I suspect his books are mere exaggerations. If he were such a formidable wizard, he would have been renowned long ago, rather than achieving fame only in the last couple of years due to his novels, Ron remarked, and Harry found his reasoning quite compelling. After lunch, Mrs. Weasley inquired about the intercepted letters addressed to Harry. He recounted the tale of Dobby, the house elf. A house elf? Mrs. Weasley expressed a tinge of nostalgia upon hearing this. My mother always desired a house elf to assist with household chores. Ron whispered to Harry, unfortunately, house elves only reside in grand manors and castles. Before Harry could voice his opinion, Mrs. Weasley had already reacted, furrowing her brow and stating that households served by house elves must belong to long-established magical families. Harry, think about whether you have any enemies at school, particularly those from pure-blood families. Percy interjected. Malfoy. Harry immediately thought of Draco. In his first year, if there was anyone who had caused him considerable distress, it was Severus Snape. However, when considering the characteristic of pure-blood lineage, Draco Malfoy was the first name that sprang to mind. The Malfoy family indeed resided in a grand estate. Yet this did not definitively imply that the house elf belonged to them. Mrs. Weasley refrained from drawing any conclusions, stating, but based on your description, that house elf seems to harbor no ill intentions. House elves possess formidable magic, to the extent that they were once trained as magical assassins, although this practice was later prohibited. As the matter of Dobby remained unresolved, Mrs. Weasley suggested waiting for her husband to return for further discussion, as he, working at the Ministry of Magic, would likely have more information. However, Mr. Weasley did not come home that evening. According to Ron, he had not been home for 2 or 3 days, as his department appeared to be quite busy. That night, Harry slept in Ron's room. Although he was on the floor, Mrs. Weasley had made it exceedingly comfortable, thus not contributing to his insomnia. His sleeplessness stemmed entirely from the excitement of staying at a friend's house, which was a novel experience for him. After chatting with Ron for a while, Harry suddenly realized something. In discussing Dobby with Mrs. Weasley, he had forgotten to mention the black mark on his left hand that had nullified the invisibility charm. Such a significant detail had slipped his mind. Just as he was about to share this with Ron, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, swiftly leading him into slumber. For the next 2 days, Harry resided in the Weasley family's humble abode, with Mr. Weasley still absent. On the following day, Hermione arrived at the burrow, taking up residence in Ginny's room. It was evident that Hermione was no stranger to the place. She and Ginny appeared to share a close bond, spending their days hand in hand, occasionally leaning in to whisper secrets to one another, followed by peals of laughter that left Harry and Ron utterly bewildered. However, Hermione's arrival brought one unwelcome development. She immediately insisted on checking Harry and Ron's homework. Harry had been quite diligent with his assignments and had completed a significant portion of them. With over 2 weeks until school commenced, he was confident he could finish the remainder within a week. Yet, this progress elicited Hermione's discontent. "You haven't finished your homework?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, practically shouting at them. "The reading list for the new books has already been distributed. We should have started our preparations by now. But you two haven't even completed your assignments." Harry, Ron. Harry had previously not received any correspondence from Hogwarts, as it was evident that those letters had been intercepted by Dobby. However, on the very day he arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, the letters were delivered. Clearly, Dobby either could not or dared not intercept the letters addressed to a residence inhabited by adult wizards. The letter from Hogwarts detailed the textbooks and various essentials for the new academic year. Harry glanced over it and found nothing particularly remarkable. Most were merely upgraded versions of the textbooks from his first year. However, it was unusual to see 7 books by Gilderoy Lockhart mentioned therein. Harry and his companions were convinced that the new defense against the dark arts professor must also be an admirer of Lockhart. Ron firmly believed that the newly arrived instructor should be a witch. It is important to note that students who received their letters early had likely been reviewing for several days, while we had not even begun. "And the two of you had yet to complete your assignments," Hermione exclaimed, hands on her hips, continuing her tirade. Mrs. Weasley looked on in astonishment as Hermione managed to compel her mischievous younger son to diligently focus on his homework, rather than expressing any dissatisfaction. She took the opportunity during lunch to prepare Hermione's favorite vanilla pudding. The message was clear: "Dear, be even more forceful. My Ron can withstand it." Consequently, Harry found himself compelled to finish the assignments, originally planned to be completed over a week, in just one afternoon and an evening. As for Ron, he had even more work left, necessitating an additional morning to catch up. On the morning of the 3rd day after Harry moved into the burrow, he finally encountered the master of the house, Mr. Arthur Weasley. Like his children, Mr. Weasley sported a mane of fiery red hair. He was of modest height, somewhat slender, and slightly balding, with a visage that bore the marks of fatigue. Nevertheless, his pronounced features suggested that he must have been quite a handsome wizard in his youth. When Mrs. Weasley informed him of Harry and Hermione's visit, Harry was astonished to see Mr. Weasley suddenly enlivened. "Harry, Hermione, you simply must tell me. How does that television work?" Mr. Weasley gazed at them with eager anticipation. "I truly wish to acquire one. You cannot fathom how inconvenient it is to watch Quidditch Match replays through a crystal ball. The image is so small and easily distorted. You see, after all, a crystal ball is a spherical object." Harry, Hermione. Clearly, even the academically gifted Hermione finds the workings of a television somewhat beyond her realm of knowledge. "I truly do not know this, and I suspect Hermione does not either." Chapter 110, Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. Harry's inaugural experience with Floo powder was anything but pleasant. The fireplace was laden with soot, and Harry, oblivious to it, was soon overwhelmed, causing his speech to falter. Consequently, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. After lying on the ground for a moment to overcome the dizziness, he rose to his feet. The fireplace behind him appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Shrouded in dust, the room he occupied was spacious yet dimly lit, filled with an array of peculiar objects. With a mere glance, Harry discerned that more than half of these items would be strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. Broken remnants resembling a grotesque fusion of human and beast, blood-stained playing cards, motionless glass eyes, menacing masks, and various skeletal specimens adorned the space. Peering through a window, Harry caught sight of a dark, narrow alley outside. Harry was certain that this was definitely not Diagon Alley. If I were to use Floo powder again, I would be in quite a predicament. Unlike ordinary individuals, wizards' vows are easily fulfilled. Their words carry a certain spiritual weight, invoking the unseen laws of the universe with ease. I must leave this place swiftly and seek out Ron and the others. With this thought, Harry rubbed his shoulder, which had been bruised from his tumble out of the fireplace, and made his way towards the door. However, before he could approach, he caught sight of a figure that did not please him at all. With his platinum blonde hair and a fair, delicate face, he possessed undeniably handsome features. Yet his haughty demeanor and disdainful expression immediately inspired annoyance. Draco Malfoy. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Draco's. The man was impeccably dressed and held a black cane in his hand. Without needing further introduction, Harry recognized him as Draco's father. He had heard Ron mention the current head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy. Harry was determined to avoid any encounter with Draco and his father under any circumstances, especially in his current disheveled state and disorientation. As he glanced around, he spotted a large black cabinet and quickly concealed himself within it, peering through the cracks to observe the situation outside. To his astonishment, the Malfoys had come to this seemingly dubious establishment to sell items. The proprietor, Mr. Borgin, who exuded an air of malevolence, appeared to agree after a bout of haggling. From their conversation, it became evident that Lucius Malfoy was peddling items that would certainly attract the Ministry's ire. Neither party seemed particularly reputable. What piqued Harry's curiosity was the moment when Draco's father, after presenting Mr. Borgin with some items, hesitated and retrieved a black-bound notebook back into the folds of his robe. Once the Malfoys departed, Harry seized the opportunity to slip away discreetly, apprehensive that Mr. Borgin might discover their transaction and resort to silencing him. As he exited, he caught sight of an opal necklace nearby, which sparked a sudden realization. A sign next to the necklace warned, "Caution, do not touch. Cursed." Having claimed the lives of 19 muggles, it was sinister, too sinister. This was undoubtedly a shop of dark magical artifacts. Contemplating this, Harry hastily left the shop. However, upon stepping onto the street, he realized that the establishment he had just visited was far from unique. Each window along the street displayed items that instantly suggested they were contraband. A wooden street sign informed him that he was in Nocturne Alley. Harry furrowed his brow. He had heard of this place from the twins. It is a clandestine gathering spot for wizards existing in the gray area between the mundane and the dark arts. Here, one can procure a plethora of items that are rather elusive in Diagon Alley, some of which flirt with the boundaries of legality. However, even the twins would not dare to venture here alone. They typically enlist the assistance of a trusted intermediary to make their purchases. This is rather troubling, indeed. Although Harry had heard of this place, he was utterly unaware of its exact location. Consequently, he found himself equally uncertain about how to depart from it. As he ambled along the street, embroiled in confusion and disorientation, he endeavored to locate an exit. A young wizard, lost in thought, walking through the shadowy alleyway, soon attracted the attention of several individuals. "Dear one, are you lost?" A sharp voice pierced the air near Harry's ear. Startled, he whirled around to find an old witch with a face lined with wrinkles grinning at him. The grotesqueness of her smile sent a shiver down his spine, making his legs feel weak. "Need assistance?" A gaunt wizard, clad in a black hooded cloak and possessing an unnaturally pale complexion, emerged from the shadows of the wall. "Why not come to my shop for a chat?" "No, thank you. I'm fine on my own. I'm waiting for a friend," Harry stammered, his words slightly tangled. However, his right hand had already discreetly prepared his wand, ready to spring into action should anyone dare to approach him. As for the prohibition against using magic among young wizards, it was a concern he could hardly afford at that moment. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Just as a few decidedly peculiar witches and wizards were about to draw nearer, a gruff voice resonated through the air. Almost immediately, a towering figure appeared at Harry's side, blocking the dim sunlight that had struggled to shine through the overcast sky. Harry felt a sudden sense of relief. The voice and physique were all too familiar. He turned around instantly, revealing a radiant smile. "Hagrid." Hagrid nodded at Harry, then cast a fierce glance at the group of male and female wizards who had originally intended to approach. "You lot better back off. It won't do you any good to be remembered," Hagrid growled. The wizards and witches clearly held Hagrid in great apprehension, promptly retreating into the shadows. Despite Hagrid's imposing demeanor, he was reluctant to let Harry linger in that place and firmly pulled him away. He appeared quite familiar with the area, walking without hesitation while grumbling, "Harry, how could you be here? If someone sees you, it would spell trouble. They'd think you're up to no good. This is a haven for unsavory wizards. I got lost. I didn't explain clearly when using the flu powder," Harry replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Ah, that makes sense, for powder can indeed lead to such confusion." Hagrid acknowledged Harry's reasoning. Suddenly, Harry remembered something. "Hagrid, how did you come to this place?" "Well," Hagrid began as he guided Harry into a narrow alley. "I'm searching for a potion to repel the ravenous chomping cabbage. They're about to ruin the school's harvest. Professor Sprout informed me that there's a remedy, but it isn't available anywhere else. By the way, Harry, has the Ministry uncovered who intercepted your letters?" Harry briefly recounted the matter concerning Dobby. "House elves, Harry, you must exercise caution," Hagrid remarked, his thick brows furrowing momentarily. "In the past, wizards have trained house elves to become assassins. Although such practices are now prohibited, one can never be certain if some still engage in them." "Indeed, Mrs. Weasley mentioned the same." Harry nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. As they traversed the alley, the somber street transformed dramatically. They had arrived at Diagon Alley. Harry spotted the distinctive white marble edifice of Gringotts, where Ron and Hermione were scanning the surroundings, evidently searching for him. "Harry." Hermione was the first to notice him, waving her hand in greeting. Harry and Hagrid made their way toward them. "Hi, Hagrid. Long time no see." Ron and Hermione exchanged pleasantries with Hagrid. As Ron spoke, he rummaged through his pocket and produced what appeared to be a pocket watch. Adjusting it while explaining to Harry, "Dad and Percy went off to look for you, while Mum stayed home, worried sick that you might get lost." Just then, Harry saw Mr. Weasley, Percy, and the twins emerging from a few shops, glancing in their direction before hastening over. "Harry, it's wonderful to see you safe." Mr. Weasley was the first to approach, his face radiating relief as he surveyed Harry, who was covered in dust. Although Hagrid had attempted to brush him off earlier, the result was less than satisfactory. "We can't let Molly see you like this," Mr. Weasley remarked, drawing his wand and giving it a gentle flick. "Scourgify." Instantly, the dust vanished, leaving Harry feeling as if he had just stepped out of a refreshing shower, a testament to Mr. Weasley's deft magical control. "Where have you been, Harry?" Ron inquired with curiosity. "Nightmare Alley," Hagrid replied in his deep, rumbling voice. "Cool," one of the twins exclaimed. "What was it like? Was it exciting?" The other twins seamlessly followed, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley rushed over from a distance. Upon seeing Harry, her previously anxious expression softened considerably. Quickly approaching, she enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. Harry felt grateful that Mr. Weasley had taken the time to clean him up. Harry had long sensed that wizards, in comparison to ordinary individuals, seemed to retain a certain childlike innocence or naivete. This feeling had first arisen during his time at school, where Muggle-born wizards often exhibited a psychological maturity that surpassed that of their pure-blood counterparts. At this moment, he felt further validated in his belief that wizards are indeed more naive than ordinary people. This was clearly illustrated when Mr. Weasley, a man in his 40s, engaged in a brawl with Lucius Malfoy at Flourish and Blots. Draco, eager to involve himself, displayed a rather foolish inclination. It is worth noting that the Weasley family boasted 4 children, had it not been for Hagrid fortuitously returning to separate the two. Harry suspected the commotion would have eclipsed the excitement of the book signing event happening nearby. Indeed, at Flourish and Blots, a book signing was underway. During this event, Harry's conviction regarding the naivete of wizards was only solidified further, as a group of evidently older witches lined up in excitement to purchase books, resembling ignorant young maidens from the Muggle world. The star of the signing was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry initially harbored a modicum of curiosity about Lockhart, for in his writings, he indeed appeared to be an extraordinary wizard. However, when confronted with the reality of the man, aside from his handsome visage reminiscent of his bookish illustrations, there were numerous aspects open to scrutiny. Particularly irksome was Lockhart's insistence on dragging Harry into a photo op. While Harry did not possess an aversion to photography per se, he certainly loathed the idea of sharing the frame with an overly self-absorbed gentleman. Chapter 111. A new academic year. It was evident that the wizarding world paid little heed to this arrangement. To illustrate, the Weasley family made 4 trips through the door from their humble abode to the London station, each time forgetting some essential item. Consequently, their plan to arrive by 10 o'clock, thus allowing for some leeway, culminated in a last-minute scramble that saw them arriving at the station a mere 5 minutes before 11. Just as they finally stepped onto the platform. This lack of punctuality was quite disconcerting for Harry, who preferred to be early and well-prepared. As a result, he found himself unbothered by the wonder of a vehicle capable of accommodating 9 individuals, 2 owls, a rat, and numerous trunks. "Hurry, hurry," urged Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, pulling Ginny along as they swiftly traversed the magical barrier of platform 9 3/4. Percy and the others hurried in as well, while Harry and Ron lagged behind at the rear. "Come on, we're going to miss it," Ron exclaimed, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. And then he and Harry pushed their carts towards the platform. Alas, with a resounding thud, both boys and their carts toppled over, scattering their belongings across the ground. Harry and Ron returned to their dormitory, their faces etched with exhaustion, feeling that this academic season had been utterly dreadful. Unable to access the platform, they were left to devise their own means of transportation. In hindsight, both regretted not waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to emerge and seek their assistance. After all, they were adult wizards. Even if the platform was obstructed, they could have easily disapparated. Yet, in that moment, such thoughts eluded them, and in a fit of impulsiveness, Ron took to the skies in the enchanted car towards Hogwarts. The Weasley's old vehicle had decent capabilities, but alas, Ron's driving skills were woefully inadequate. It was uncertain what went awry, but ultimately, the car plummeted, crashing into a massive willow tree adjacent to the castle. The tree retaliated with ferocity. During their first year, Harry and his friends had observed the tree, witnessing a hapless bird collide with it and subsequently explode upon impact. The girls would scream in fright, while the boys found it amusing, with some even daring to throw objects at the tree to see it shatter. Harry and Ron initially found the situation amusing. However, their mirth dissipated entirely when the car collided with an obstacle. It was indeed a stroke of luck that they survived. After being ejected from the vehicle, Harry remarked on their fortunate escape. Meanwhile, Ron gazed at the car, which had vanished into the forbidden forest, with a countenance filled with despair and indignation, lamenting, "I am uncertain whether I shall live to see tomorrow." Subsequently, they were dismayed to learn that, having forgotten to activate the invisibility feature at the outset, several muggles had witnessed their car soaring through the sky. This incident had even made its way into that day's edition of the Daily Prophet. At that moment, Harry gazed at Snape, regarding the two of them with a look of utter incredulity, rendered speechless for the first time. Harry and Ron were utterly convinced that had they been students of Slytherin, they would undoubtedly have faced expulsion. When Professor McGonagall inquired why they had not utilized their owl, they found themselves at a loss for words, convinced that expulsion was imminent. Fortunately, Dumbledore appeared at a timely moment, allowing Professor McGonagall the discretion to determine their punishment. Although it was indeed a punishment, both Ron and Harry were elated to hear they would not be expelled. It was somewhat disappointing, however, that they had missed the sorting ceremony and the subsequent feast. While Harry felt merely disheartened, Ron was engulfed in a state of despair. His wand had shattered during the car crash. Given the circumstances, he was too afraid to approach his mother for a new wand. In truth, he dreaded imagining his parents' reaction upon learning about the incident. "Mother will surely kill me," Ron lamented, his face a mask of anguish. Harry felt sympathy for him and was relieved at the same time. He understood all too well that a letter sent to the Dursleys would elicit no response. Why could we not pass through that barrier? Harry pondered the question as he lay in the dormitory. "I don't know, but it must have been powerful magic. Many wizards have passed through there." Ron appeared far more spirited than when they had exited the office. Upon their return to the common room, they were met with admiration from a group of Gryffindor lions, led by the twins, who were enthusiastic about their escapade. The twins particularly lamented why they hadn't been called to join in the drive to school. "This was simply too cool. I feel we missed the most exciting event of our 7 years at Hogwarts," they exclaimed. This gradually lifted Ron's spirits, and he animatedly recounted how they had flown the car through the air to evade flocks of birds and how they had crashed into the Whomping Willow, skillfully dodging it, all while disregarding the scars on his hands and his broken wand. The Gryffindor students were evidently reveling in the spectacle, nearly organizing a feast to celebrate. However, not everyone was pleased. For instance, Hermione and Percy expressed their dissatisfaction. Yet, their seriousness was a minority in the easily excitable Gryffindor house. As Harry lay in bed, gazing thoughtfully at the canopy, he mused aloud, "Do you think it might have something to do with the house elf that intercepted my letters?" "What makes you think that?" Ron, who had leaped from his own bed to join Harry's, asked eagerly. He had evidently recovered from his earlier gloom and was now brimming with curiosity about strange occurrences. "I haven't discovered anything specific, just a feeling of connection." Harry shook his head. "That house elf obstructing my letters aimed to prevent me from coming to Hogwarts. And if the platform was blocked, it could also be to stop me? That makes a lot of sense." Ron nodded in agreement. "Let's discuss it with Hermione and Neville tomorrow." Harry glanced at Neville, who was already asleep in the adjacent bed. "I hope Hermione won't be sulking tomorrow." Ron nodded and then yawned widely. After driving for so long, it was impossible not to feel tired. However, the earlier excitement had kept him wide awake. And now that the adrenaline had waned, he felt the drowsiness creeping in. He lay back on his bed and soon began to snore. Harry lay in bed, feeling quite perplexed. Once again, he found himself unable to broach the subject of the dark figure in his left hand. During his time at the Weasley household, he had attempted to mention it several times, but either was sidetracked by other matters or simply forgot. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Harry had resolved to discuss this matter with Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall at the earliest opportunity. Yet today, as circumstances proved unsuitable, and he found himself unable to recall the matter at all. To forget once could be mere coincidence. To forget twice could also be coincidence. But after so many instances, could it still be mere chance? It seemed improbable. Such occurrences were hardly coincidental. Harry silently shook his head, concluding that there must be a singular possibility. Some unseen force was preventing him from divulging anything related to the dark figure. Such phenomena within the wizarding world were difficult to articulate. Just as wizards could easily fulfill their oaths, many occurrences that seemed coincidental among wizards often bore deeper significance. Reflecting upon that dark figure, although its visage had become entirely indistinct, a sense of dread still lingered. It appeared that this matter was not to be spoken of. To forcefully reveal it could potentially invite dire consequences. As Harry pondered, drowsiness gradually enveloped him, and he soon succumbed to slumber. On the first day of school, Harry learned two significant facts. Firstly, there exists a type of letter in the wizarding world known as a howler, which captures the sender's voice. It is typically employed during moments of extreme emotion. The contents of such letters are often filled with shouts and roars, hence the name howler. Secondly, to his astonishment, Gilderoy Lockhart had become the new professor for the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Harry had suspected a connection to Lockhart when he noticed several of the flamboyant author's books on the list of required texts. However, at that time, everyone, including Harry, assumed that the new professor was likely a fan of Lockhart, possibly a witch enamored by his charm. Little did they expect it to be Lockhart himself. Yet, the arrival of the man himself to teach while mandating all students to purchase his books seemed rather like a marketing ploy, a thought that crossed Harry's mind. Influenced by Uncle Vernon's various promotional schemes. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel that this professor might be excessively narcissistic, leaving him curious about his actual capabilities. If the opportunity arose, would it be wise to employ the sight spell to glean further insight? Harry found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He was quite intrigued yet simultaneously apprehensive. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, his attempts at clairvoyance had yielded rather unfriendly consequences. He had nearly been overwhelmed by the formidable soul of Dumbledore, and the powerful auras of Professors McGonagall and Snape had almost left him disoriented. Not to mention the occasions that had caused him to faint, rendering him unable to recall the shadowy figures he encountered. Because of these experiences, apart from perilous situations akin to his previous encounter with Dobby, Harry was reluctant to employ his clairvoyant abilities. For similar reasons, he entrusted the techniques of mental occlusion and soul interpretation to Ron, Hermione, and Neville, yet refrained from mentioning clairvoyance. However, Harry was somewhat perplexed. Both Ron and Hermione, along with Neville, had made considerable progress in their practice of mental occlusion. Hermione had already achieved a moderate level of success, claiming she could construct a barrier and a false consciousness. Unfortunately, the Mirror of Erised, which Dumbledore had presumably relocated, was unavailable to verify her accomplishments. Conversely, their endeavors in soul interpretation were fraught with difficulties. Their souls were entirely incapable of entering the unique resonance that Harry experienced. According to the records on soul interpretation, one could not master the arts of soul empathy and astral projection without first mastering soul interpretation, which is why Harry chose not to elaborate further. Harry wished to peer into Lockhart's essence through his unique insight, initially believing that the opportunity would arise during the defense against the dark arts class. However, the moment came sooner than he anticipated. My Lockhart will indeed be somewhat different. Chapter 112. The first day of the new academic year, Ron had lost the exuberance he felt the previous night. A letter filled with scathing remarks had thoroughly deflated his spirit, leaving him as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Moreover, with classes about to commence, he found himself entangled in concerns regarding his wand. It had broken in two, and he was left pondering whether his wand, still possessing a fragment of unicorn hair, could still be functional. Harry harbored doubts, yet Ron ingeniously wrapped it with magical tape and continued to use it. When the timetable was distributed, Harry and his companions discovered that their first lesson was herbology, shared with Hufflepuff. This year, Professor Sprout continued to lead the class. She was a plump, spirited witch who always exuded vitality. Both Harry and Ron held her in high regard, for as the head of Hufflepuff, she was remarkably fair, awarding and deducting points solely based on student performance. She was, in fact, the only professor who had previously awarded Neville points. However, the usually sunny disposition of Professor Sprout was marred today by an expression of displeasure. "Good day, students," came a vibrant voice, as the flamboyantly dressed Lockhart greeted the students with a beaming smile. "I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to heal a willow tree. Of course, I do not wish to imply that I am more adept at herbology than your professor. I merely encountered this magnificent plant several times during my extensive travels." Professor Sprout, showing no reaction to Lockhart's remarks, replied in a rather indifferent tone, "Today, we shall proceed to the third greenhouse." Harry felt a surge of excitement, for they had previously only ventured into the first greenhouse. According to the upperclassmen, the flora within the third greenhouse was considerably more perilous. However, for Gryffindor, greater danger often translates to heightened intrigue. Evidently, many young wizards shared Harry's sentiments, as even the typically diligent and modest Hufflepuff students appeared quite exhilarated. Under the adoring gazes of the young witches, Lockhart radiated his dazzling smile and even cast a flirtatious glance at Harry, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The dread of being coerced into photographs at flourish and blots resurfaced in his mind. Observing Lockhart's intent to approach him, Harry hastily made his way to Professor Sprout's side and randomly posed a couple of questions. Lockhart, upon noticing Harry's retreat to Professor Sprout, shook his head in disappointment and sauntered away with a flamboyant stride amidst the adoring looks of the young witches. Harry discovered that Lockhart had already departed, and he let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon realized that he had forgotten to use his magical sight to peer into Lockhart's affairs. Well, this time it seemed a genuine oversight. After all, Professor Sprout's melancholic expression and the allure of the third greenhouse were rather captivating. Moreover, he had initially intended to employ it again during defense against the dark arts class. Not dwelling too much on the matter, Harry followed a group of young wizards into the greenhouse. Harry had already previewed the lesson and was aware that the first topic in herbology was mandrake. After surveying the greenhouse's arrangement, he confirmed his expectations. On a small table within the greenhouse lay 20 pairs of earmuffs. While there are various magical plants that require earmuffs, the only one accessible to the younger students was mandrake. After each young witch and wizard collected a pair of earmuffs, Professor Sprout began. Today, we shall discuss the mandrake, and your task will be to repot it. Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake? Hermione was the first to raise her hand, which did not surprise Harry in the least. Neville pondered for a moment before raising his hand as well, which astonished Harry somewhat. After a holiday, Neville had changed significantly. While his interactions with classmates weren't as carefree as the Weasley twins or as confident as Harry and Hermione, he had certainly improved from his previous shyness. If it weren't for their shared experiences from the prior year, it would have been hard to believe that this was the same Longbottom who had once been too timid to speak up. Miss Granger. Professor Sprout smiled encouragingly at Neville but called on Hermione, who had raised her hand first. The mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a potent restorative agent, Hermione explained. Her familiarity with the textbook evident to Harry and the others. Her recitation was precise, if not a touch exaggerated. But she certainly covered all the key points. It is used to restore those who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state. Excellent. 10 points for Gryffindor. Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction, her smile returning as she turned to Neville. Can anyone add to that? Encouraged by Professor Sprout's gaze, Neville raised his hand once more. After receiving her approval, he spoke. The mandrake's restorative properties are particularly effective against petrification, with the only known exception being the gaze of the basilisk. Additionally, it is believed to have a calming effect during pregnancy. Placing mandrake soaked in a potion under a pregnant woman's bed can soothe her condition. The juice from mature mandrake leaves also possesses strong hypnotic effects, making it a key ingredient in many sleeping potions. Wonderful. Much of that falls under N.E.W.T. Material. Mr. Longbottom has truly exceeded expectations. Professor Sprout beamed even brighter. Another 10 points for Gryffindor. I've heard of the calming effect, but I had forgotten to mention it. Beside Harry, Hermione pouted slightly, feeling a bit discontent. Neville offered an apologetic smile, which made Hermione feel somewhat embarrassed. And she stuck out her tongue. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Even Ron, who had been rather glum, found himself smiling a little. As Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom pointed out, the mandrake is a vital component in many antidotes, yet it is also quite perilous. Does anyone know why? Professor Sprout posed another question. This time, a Hufflepuff student seemed well prepared, responding even faster than Hermione. Hearing the cry of the mandrake can be fatal. This student, Wayne Hopkins, was a half-blood wizard, with a wizard mother and a muggle father. He excelled academically, particularly in herbology and potions, showcasing remarkable talent. Absolutely correct. 10 points for Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout was pleased with her students' enthusiasm and awarded them points before continuing. However, our mandrakes are still quite young. She indicated for all the young witches and wizards to don their earmuffs and did the same herself. Once she confirmed that everyone was ready, Professor Sprout picked up a pot of mandrake and, with determination, yanked at the leaves. As Harry perused the textbook, he had already encountered an image of the mandrake. Yet upon witnessing it in reality, he couldn't help but exclaim how truly unsightly it appeared, like a grotesque child. The foliage beneath it resembled its hair. Being uprooted from the soil, it looked quite discontent, its mouth agape in a wail. The efficacy of the ear protection was evident. Harry and his companions could only discern a faint whisper of sound. The cries of an adult mandrake could indeed be lethal, posing a significant threat even to wizards. However, our mandrake was but a mere infant. and Professor Sprout's voice seamlessly penetrated the ears of every young wizard. The wails of a mandrake of this age would not prove fatal, though they could induce a slumber lasting several hours. Of course, should a dozen or more juvenile mandrakes wail simultaneously, the danger could escalate to a perilous level. Most young wizards had not prepared for this unpleasant experience, thus they found it all rather novel in class. Each one gazed at the grotesque mandrakes with palpable excitement. After Professor Sprout showcased the mandrake, she placed it into a new, larger pot and covered it with soil. Indicating for everyone to remove their ear protection, she continued, shortly. Everyone would form groups of 4 to assist the mandrakes in their repotting. It was imperative to wear ear protection and also to don gloves made of dragon hide or the skin of a horned beast, as mandrakes are known to grasp and bite. Following this, Professor Sprout allowed the students to form their own groups, stipulating that each group must consist of 2 Gryffindors and 2 Hufflepuffs. Harry and Ron were accompanied by a Hufflepuff boy and girl. The boy, whom Harry was somewhat familiar with, was named Justin Finch Fletchley. Like Hermione, he hailed from a humble background, though his academic performance did not quite match hers. The girl was named Megan Jones, a strikingly beautiful young lady. She possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, and her slightly full lips harmoniously complemented her elegantly shaped nose. Her elongated eyes exuded a unique charm. Every time Harry locked gazes with her, he felt an undeniable urge to swallow hard. Ron, did you drive here yesterday? I've heard so many people talk about it, but the details seem to differ. Overall, it sounds incredibly cool. Justin, having a good rapport with Harry, eagerly inquired about the details of Ron's thrilling drive. Had it been last night, Ron would have gladly regaled him with tales. However, after being reprimanded by a howler that morning, he felt somewhat disheartened and merely managed a faint smile. Megan and Harry had not interacted much before, yet it was evident that she held a keen interest in him. Her captivating eyes frequently darted towards him, accompanied by a subtle smile that seemed intentional yet playful. At the tender age of 12, children often harbor a nascent curiosity towards the opposite sex, and Harry was no exception. Under the gaze of such a lovely girl, his heart raced uncontrollably. Harry soon found himself unable to indulge in daydreams, for he discovered that repotting the mandrakes proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Observing Professor Sprout's effortless demeanor, Harry and his companions were in a state of disarray. The initial task of uprooting the plants was arduous, requiring immense effort. Yet they remained stubbornly lodged in the soil. Consequently, they resorted to gently loosening the earth around them. After considerable toil, they finally extracted the mandrakes, only to be met with their frenzied writhing and biting. Had Harry not been wearing dragon hide gloves, he would surely have suffered injuries. However, this was merely the beginning. The process of repotting necessitated transferring the mandrakes from their old pots to new ones, despite their evident reluctance to leave the soil. The mandrakes were equally uncooperative about entering their new containers. As Harry and his peers attempted to place the mandrakes into their new pots and cover them with soil, the plants flailed their root-like limbs, scattering dirt to the 4 winds. Before long, nearly all the students were covered in mud. The word nearly is used because there was one exception. Can you guess who emerged unscathed? Chapter 113. Still the first day of the new term, Neville showcased his skills. He was grouped with Hermione and 2 other Hufflepuff girls. Naturally, the boys took on the laborious tasks of uprooting and planting, while Hermione and her companions assisted. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The mandrakes in Neville's hands behaved remarkably well. They were far less unruly when being uprooted and exhibited greater compliance when being replanted. While it was impossible for them not to struggle at all, they were decidedly more docile compared to those of the others. Hermione attempted the task herself, only to be met with a face full of dirt, prompting her to call upon Neville once more, who executed the task with ease. After keenly observing for some time, Hermione could discern no difference in technique and thus sought Neville's counsel. I'm not entirely sure. It's just a feeling, Neville confessed without reservation. When uprooting, I hold them lower down, as close to the base as possible, and they tend to be a bit more compliant. If they resist, a gentle shake usually calms them. Hermione, somewhat skeptical, decided to try it herself and found that it indeed worked better. How did you come to know this? I haven't encountered it in any books, she exclaimed in disbelief, puzzled by Neville's knack for this particular technique. I didn't read it anywhere. I used to keep rabbits at home. When I lifted them by the ears, I would pull a little downward, Neville admitted, slightly embarrassed. Hermione and the other 2 Hufflepuff girls found themselves weary and drained as the Gryffindor students trudged to Transfiguration class, where Professor McGonagall was already waiting. She had just completed a lesson with the new first years and was seated at her desk, perusing a hefty tome. The first-year students were already aware of Professor McGonagall's stern nature, thus avoiding casual conversation, each dutifully finding their seats. She waited until the clock struck the designated hour before rising, scanning the room, and noting that 20 young wizards had arrived. She commenced the lesson. Last year, we spent an entire academic year transforming inanimate objects. Professor McGonagall's crisp voice resonated. Although her volume was soft, every student in the room heard her clearly. Regrettably, despite a full year of instruction, only 5 students from this year have truly managed to transform a stone into a soft sofa: Miss Granger, Miss Padma Patil, Mr. Potter, Mr. Goldstein, and Mr. Shabini. The 5 mentioned by Professor McGonagall were the top students in Transfiguration. Naturally, Harry and Hermione were among them. The emphasis on Padma Patil was due to the presence of 2 Patils in the class, while the Gryffindor Padma had not achieved an excellent standard. Goldstein referred to Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw, who excelled in all subjects. Shabini was a student from Slytherin, Blaise Shabini, an African boy who had little interaction with Harry and his friends but was known to frequently clash with Draco. He was also the top student in Slytherin, surpassing the second best, Daphne Greengrass. Except for Shabini, the other 4 were present in the classroom. Although they tried to suppress their pride, it was evident on their faces. While those not mentioned lowered their heads in embarrassment, Professor McGonagall noted the students' reactions, sighed, and continued. At the beginning of each academic year, I remind you that Transfiguration is the most perilous and challenging course you will encounter at Hogwarts. It is imperative that you dedicate 120% of your effort and diligence. Otherwise, the O, W, L, S in your 5th year and the N, E, W, T, S in your 7th year will pose significant obstacles. Harry was aware that O, W, L, S and N, E, W, T, S corresponded to the ordinary wizarding level and the nastily exhausting wizarding test, respectively. The former serves as a graduation standard and a fundamental requirement for numerous occupations, while the latter acts as a stepping stone for securing prestigious positions within the Ministry of Magic or significant magical enterprises such as Gringotts. However, to ponder such matters in the 2nd year seemed rather premature. Professor McGonagall did not linger on the topic. Instead, she retrieved an open birdcage from behind the lectern. Inside perched a resplendent toucan. This term, your primary focus will be transfiguring living beings into inanimate objects, while ensuring that they can be restored without causing harm to their original forms, she announced. With a gentle flick of her wand, she transformed the vibrant bird into an exquisite golden chalice, adorned with a multitude of sparkling gems and standing over a foot tall. Last year, when a student witnessed Professor McGonagall transmute a crystal goblet into a similarly magnificent golden chalice, there were whispers of "Isn't that alchemy?" At that time, she had clarified that transfiguration merely alters the form of an object temporarily, rather than permanently changing its essence. Alchemy, on the other hand, can transmute ores or other metals into gold permanently. Transfiguration is inherently reversible, whereas alchemy is unidirectional and irreversible. Since this had been previously explained, no one ventured to utter foolish remarks about alchemy this time. Nonetheless, Professor McGonagall's masterful display of transfiguration left the young witches and wizards in awe. During their 1st year, she had performed even more spectacular feats, transforming her lectern into a wild boar, which then dashed around the room before rolling over and morphing into a leopard. After letting out a mighty roar, the leopard leaped into the air, becoming a magnificent bird. The avian form spiraled gracefully before erupting into flames, ultimately landing and reverting back into a desk. At that moment, the jaws of all the young wizards had dropped to the floor, requiring them to retrieve and reattach them to express their admiration. Today's demonstration, while impressive, paled in comparison to that inaugural day. Nevertheless, the young wizards had come to understand the intricacies of transfiguration, and their applause rang even louder than the previous year. Once the demonstration concluded, Professor McGonagall commenced the lesson, initiating with a substantial segment of theoretical material for the students to transcribe and memorize. Subsequently, each student was handed a beetle. Today's task was to transform the beetle into a button. However, it was evident that most students had squandered their summer revisiting last year's lessons, as their efforts were dismal. With the exception of Hermione, no one succeeded in completing the task during class. In fact, even Hermione's button quivered when pricked by a needle. Harry could only transform the beetle into a button-shaped creature, yet this achievement placed him among the top students in class. Neville's performance in other subjects gradually improved, but he still struggled in transfiguration and charms. However, before the class concluded, he managed to alter the shape of the beetle slightly, which was a significant improvement over his previous year's performance. The most unfortunate among them was undoubtedly Ron, although he had patched his wand with magical tape. Which appeared somewhat acceptable at first glance, it frequently emitted sparks and crackled ominously. When attempting to perform the transfiguration spell, it released foul-smelling smoke. Mr. Weasley, if I were you, I would certainly consider acquiring a new wand. With this one, I fear you may not pass your end-of-year exams. Professor McGonagall remarked calmly while observing Ron's performance. Typically, such a display would elicit a strong response from the professor, but in this instance, it was different, especially if someone had caused 2 beetles to explode consecutively. Without a doubt, the culprit was none other than Seamus Blast Finnegan. At last, the class came to an end, and both Harry and Ron felt a sense of relief. Ron was disheartened by his unreliable wand, while Harry was troubled by the noxious odor it produced. On their way to lunch, Ron lamented incessantly about his wand. If he had any alternatives, he would have certainly discarded it. I think Professor McGonagall is right. Ron, you should really consider replacing your wand, Harry suggested. And then receive another howler? Ron rolled his eyes, shoving the wand into his bag, imitating his mother's tone. You want a new wand? Your wand broke. That's entirely your own fault. Harry felt that Ron was quite similar. During lunch, Harry and Ron sat next to Hermione, who they had not attended class with that morning. Hermione was simultaneously eating and reading, and remarkably, it was not a textbook, but rather Gilderoy Lockhart's Voyages with Vampires. Hermione, what class do we have this afternoon? Harry casually inquired after taking a large gulp of chilled pumpkin juice. Defense against the dark arts. Haven't you both received the timetable? Hermione replied, still engrossed in her book, shoving food into her mouth while simultaneously nodding towards the schedule resting on another book beside her. Upon learning about the course, Harry lost all interest in the class schedule. However, Ron, seated a bit closer, seemed to have noticed something. Oh, Ron picked up Hermione's schedule, where all the defense against the dark arts classes were heartily circled in red ink. Enraged, Hermione ignored both Ron and Harry until the class commenced. Yet the two were largely unconcerned. This minor incident would likely only ruffle Hermione's feathers for a single class period. Conversely, the appearance of Colin Creevey left Harry feeling utterly mortified. The lad was brandishing an antiquated camera, intent on capturing a photograph of himself right at the entrance of Gilderoy Lockhart's classroom. The mere thought of Lockhart catching sight of the spectacle sent Harry fleeing in panic. After a while, the bell rang, and in strolled the impeccably dressed, beaming Lockhart, swaying slightly as he entered the classroom. Harry swiftly activated his magical sight, bracing himself for the dazzling display, as the book suggested Lockhart was indeed quite formidable. Yet, as his vision sharpened, Harry was taken aback by the sight of Lockhart at the podium, grinning with 8 prominent front teeth, leaving him utterly astonished. The title eludes me. There have been some matters to attend to these past few days, so it seems this chapter will suffice for now. Chapter 114, Lockhart's Embarrassment. Harry had encountered the magical prowess and soul projections of 3 adult wizards, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Hagrid. He had yet to observe the abilities of the other professors at the academy, and the figure before him, Lockhart, was the 4th. The intensity of Lockhart's magic was roughly what Harry had anticipated, radiating like a blazing flame for several meters. It appeared to be slightly inferior to that of Professor McGonagall, yet marginally stronger than Snape's. However, the hue was strikingly different. McGonagall's magical aura shone like brilliant sunlight, resplendent in golden hues, while Snape's was a deep black, akin to dark smoke. Harry had consistently harbored suspicions regarding Snape, a sentiment not unconnected to his previous observations of Snape's magical aura. In stark contrast, Lockhart's aura was neither golden nor black, but rather a peculiar shade of grayish-white, exuding an air of strangeness. Even more bizarre were the numerous crimson threads woven within the magical layer, connecting directly to Lockhart and pulsating as if they were breathing, fluctuating in thickness. Not only was Lockhart's magic unlike anything Harry had previously witnessed, but his soul also exhibited peculiarities. It too was grayish-white and matched his height, yet unlike McGonagall and Snape, who hovered serenely behind them, Lockhart's soul swayed as if caught in a breeze, shifting up and down, sometimes drawing nearer, sometimes receding. Lockhart certainly presented an extraordinary enigma. Additionally, Harry discerned another anomaly. When he had previously glimpsed McGonagall and Snape, his eyes had been nearly blinded by the intensity, leaving him nearly toppling over. However, now, observing Lockhart, whose magical and soul intensity appeared comparable to that of McGonagall and the others, he felt no such discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement of his own soul strength? Harry's soul strength has undoubtedly intensified, a fact he is well aware of. Not to mention that over the past year, he has diligently practiced both soul manifestation techniques and cerebral shielding, the previous counterattack, which allowed him to absorb Zoe Yan's soul fragments, has already more than doubled his soul strength. It is a pity, however, that he has yet to perceive his own soul projection. Having glanced at Lockhart, Harry also took the opportunity to survey his classmates in the classroom. Previously, during his first year aboard the Hogwarts Express, Harry had encountered numerous young wizards, yet he had not seen them since. Now, he observed them once more. Not to mention the distance, but beside him, Ron and Hermione had both changed significantly. What had once been a mere thin layer of magic, scarcely the width of a finger, had now expanded to nearly the size of a palm, increasing severalfold. Furthermore, their soul projections had grown from the size of a pea to that of a thumb. Each person's magical aura varied in thickness, and their soul projections differed in size. But the disparities were not vast. Curiously, Neville seemed particularly robust, both in terms of magic and soul projection. This surprised Harry, who had anticipated that Hermione would excel after a year of study. However, although Hermione's soul projection was slightly stronger than the others, her magical prowess ranked only above average in the class they shared with Ravenclaw. "Hermione, what are you pondering?" Ron inquired quietly, nudging Harry as he observed Lockhart and their classmates through his magical sight. They were seated in the back row, rendering their conversation less conspicuous. "Nothing much," Harry replied, closing his magical sight. "I'm just worried about Quirrell." This was indeed a source of concern for him. "Pray that Quirrell doesn't encounter Ginny," Ron said with a hint of mischief, "or they might just form a Harry Potter fan club." Harry's complexion suddenly appeared even more pallid. He abruptly sensed the likelihood of this being quite substantial. Ginny held him in such high esteem that it bordered on fervor. He had already discerned this during his few days at the Burrow, yet he paid it little mind. At Hogwarts, there were countless young ladies who admired him, and Harry had grown accustomed to this attention over the past year. Moreover, Ginny was undeniably a charming young girl. It was difficult to feel anything but pleased when such a delightful person held admiration for him. However, the intensity of someone like Lockhart was a tad overwhelming for Harry. While they exchanged trivialities below, Lockhart was on the platform, engrossed in his self-introduction. Harry felt more like a thespian than a wizard, as if every gesture he made was poised for a photograph. However, it must be said that Lockhart's appearance was truly striking, evident from the enraptured expression on the face of the young witch below. Although Harry was reluctant to admit it, he felt a tinge of displeasure at that moment. The young girls had never regarded him in such a manner. Nevertheless, he endeavored to suppress such thoughts, resolutely determined not to become like Lockhart. While Lockhart performed on stage, Harry and Ron discreetly observed the expressions of the other boys in the class. It soon became evident that many of them were exchanging glances, sharing a silent understanding that, albeit vague, was nonetheless comprehensible among themselves. Indeed, the unspoken camaraderie among the boys often required no words. At that instant, nearly all the young lads in the class harbored a distinct lack of admiration for Lockhart. Frankly, were it not for Lockhart's magical prowess and soul projection, which rivaled Snape's, Harry would have seriously doubted whether he was a legitimate wizard at all. Just as Harry was lost in his musings, Lockhart abruptly shifted gears and distributed a test paper. Professor Lockhart's inaugural class devolved into a farce. At least within the male cohort, it became a source of amusement. Having spent the better part of the lesson on an exam that seemed utterly pointless to Harry had thoroughly dampened their spirits. Following this, dozens of Cornish pixies were unleashed, leading to utter chaos. Although these pixies lacked wings, they could fly with astonishing speed. Standing less than a foot tall, they possessed remarkable strength, easily lifting a person with just two of them. Caught off guard, the students erupted into pandemonium, and the classroom became a scene of disarray. When Lockhart brandished his wand in an attempt to restore order, a pixie snatched it right out of his hand. It was taken. Harry was utterly astonished. A professor allowed a Cornish pixie to snatch away his wand during class. What a spectacle. It is worth noting that the pixies are classified as having a mere 2-star danger level in the magical creatures compendium, easily manageable by an average adult wielding a stick. In the end, Lockhart lost his wand and fled in disarray. Just then, the bell rang, prompting the students to surge out of the classroom in a frenzy. However, Harry, Ron, and Neville, who were seated at the back, did not escape, nor did Hermione, who had been diligently trying to capture the mischievous pixie from the front. Thus, only the four of them remained in the classroom. Lockhart shouted, "You four, help me catch the pixies," before making his hasty exit, leaving behind 3 exasperated faces and 1 astonished Hermione. Harry was eager to leave immediately. However, Professor Lockhart had issued his orders, and they were compelled to comply. Utilizing freezing spells, binding charms, petrification incantations, and inflation spells, Harry and Hermione began to subdue the diminutive creatures, subsequently placing them back into the large cage from whence they came. Ron, hesitant to use his temperamental wand, resorted to striking them with a book. Neville alternated between his wand and the book, embodying a dual mastery of both magic and physical prowess, a term Harry had once heard that might aptly describe his approach. Fortunately, there were no other classes following this ordeal. Otherwise, the four of them would have undoubtedly been delayed. They spent nearly half an hour capturing all the little creatures. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue due to the considerable drain on his magical energy. Although Hermione's magical capabilities were not on par with Harry's, she appeared even more exhausted. Ron and Neville, on the other hand, fared relatively well. One had refrained from using magic, while the other balanced both magic and physical effort, leaving them merely with slight shoulder aches. To be frank, I believe Lockhart is utterly incompetent, Ron declared with conviction, observing the small creatures they had returned to the cage, now covered with a black cloth. Impossible. Hermione firmly shook her head. Despite the visible fatigue etched on her face, she endeavored to defend Lockhart, stating, "He must simply wish to provide us with some practical experience." Yes, practical experience. Such opportunities are rare within the confines of the academy. As her voice grew louder, it was uncertain whether she aimed to persuade Harry and Ron or herself. Practical experience? Ron scoffed. Did you not see his disheveled state? His wand was even taken from him. That was an accident. Even the most remarkable wizards can encounter unforeseen events. Hermione stubbornly countered. Have you not read his books? Consider the extraordinary feats he has accomplished. Those are merely his claims. We have not witnessed any of it. In fact, no one has, Neville cautiously interjected. However, Hermione shot him a fierce glare, causing him to retract his statement. Very well, it was evident that Hermione, as the sole female in this small group, held a distinctly elevated status. Harry raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he departed the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom alongside the other three. Upon returning to the common room, he immediately spotted the starry-eyed Privet, originally intending to read for a while in the common room. He swiftly turned and retreated to the dormitory. He had resolved that, whenever possible, he would avoid sharing the same space as Privet. Although it was indeed regrettable to forego the admiration of Ginny and a few other girls, he felt it was a necessary sacrifice. Indeed, Ginny had been present in the common room moments ago, gazing at him with the adoration typically reserved for idols, alongside another girl. As Harry entered the dormitory, he could clearly see a hint of disappointment and frustration on Ginny's face. Once in the dormitory, he began to ponder the events of the day. Lockhart possessed formidable magical abilities and a strong soul projection, albeit with a somewhat peculiar demeanor. However, his performance was utterly dismal. Harry found it hard to believe he could truly be that inept. Yet, if he were not, how could his display be so lackluster? Was it a ruse to conceal his true power? But even if one wished to hide their strength, there seemed to be no need to do so to such an extent. It was almost a form of self-sabotage. Did he harbor some unspeakable secret, resorting to such foolish antics as a guise? What could his motives possibly be? Suddenly sitting upright in bed, Harry's expression darkened with realization. The Dual Mastery of Magic and Martial Arts, Neville Longbottom. Chapter 115. Investigating Lockhart. Harry contemplated the possibility that Lockhart might also be an accomplice of Voldemort, perhaps with the intention of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Although Dumbledore assured him that the stone had been destroyed, Harry remained uncertain, as he had not witnessed its destruction himself. Moreover, this matter seemed to have been kept under wraps, which was quite reasonable, considering that the existence of the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts had never been publicly disclosed. Was it conceivable that the Voldemort who had fled in the past had somehow latched onto Lockhart? Or could it be that Lockhart himself was a minion of Voldemort, arriving at Hogwarts with the ulterior motive of seeking the stone? Even if he were not directly affiliated with Voldemort, it remained plausible that he was drawn to the stone's allure. It was no wonder that Harry entertained such thoughts, for Lockhart's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous Professor Quirrell. In class, he was prone to grandiose boasts. Yet when the moment arrived to demonstrate his true abilities, he utterly faltered. Ironically, Harry, who possessed the ability to sense magical power, discerned that Lockhart indeed wielded considerable magical prowess. The parallels were undeniable. But how should this situation be addressed? Harry found himself unable to confide in Ron and Hermione, as he was reluctant to bring up the matter of his newfound ability to see beyond the ordinary. Initially, his hesitation stemmed from a concern that Ron and Hermione might misuse this power, resulting in dire consequences. However, as time passed, he became increasingly aware that revealing he had possessed such an extraordinary gift all along, without sharing it with them, would render him an outsider among his closest friends. Of course, he could feign ignorance, pretending to have only recently acquired the skill. Yet, this would require a suitable opportunity. Lost in his thoughts, Harry began to feel restless. At that moment, he was alone in the dormitory. He pulled out his large suitcase from beneath the bed, unfastened it, and reached into the very depths to retrieve a sizable cloak, his father's invisibility cloak. Since that fateful adventure at the end of the previous school year, Harry had not used the cloak, having buried it deep within the confines of his suitcase. The absence of opportunity had been the main reason, but today, Harry sensed it was time to don it once more. Harry originally intended to don the invisibility cloak as he had done before. Yet upon his left hand's contact with the cloak, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sensation. Although he had not activated his magical sight, he could perceive the black magical runes that enveloped his hand swirling and coalescing upon the cloak's surface. To his astonishment, the cloak gradually began to be absorbed into his left hand. In mere moments, it had vanished completely. WTF? Harry could not help but exclaim in frustration. I had an entire invisibility cloak, and now it's just gone? Before he could voice further complaints, a thought materialized unbidden in his mind. Almost immediately, he felt an exceedingly subtle current coursing through his entire being, as though something was enveloping him entirely. When he raised his hand again, he found that he had vanished from sight. Had he become invisible? Hallie entered the washroom and gazed into the mirror. Indeed, it reflected nothingness. The invisibility cloak intriguingly responded to the power bestowed upon his left hand by the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. This form of invisibility was far more convenient than the previous cloak. Not to mention, it certainly did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Harry pondered thoughtfully. He vaguely recalled that the dark figure had mentioned the devotees of the Black Goat and the acquisition of his trinket. Could it be that the invisibility cloak was the trinket to which he referred? Perhaps it resonated with the powers bestowed upon him, as it originated from him. Harry felt it was a possibility, though there was no way to verify it. The figure clad in black was not present at the moment, and Harry hoped he would not return. Moreover, should he reappear, his previous demeanor did not suggest he would be inclined to provide satisfactory answers. Casting these thoughts aside, Harry departed from the washroom, exited his dormitory, and entered the common room. At that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind. It was fortunate that this invisibility seemed to be of an external nature rather than a transparency of the body itself. Otherwise, he would have to disrobe entirely. He recalled certain fantastical or comedic, or perhaps bizarrely unhealthy narratives in which individuals, unable to conceal their garments while invisible, opted to be unclothed, only to unexpectedly reveal themselves at inopportune moments. Harry envisioned such a scenario occurring to himself, and it would undoubtedly result in the most mortifying social demise imaginable. He feared he would never be able to face anyone again. Lost in his thoughts, Harry traversed the common room, unnoticed by anyone. The effects of his invisibility were remarkably effective. Harry was on his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, eager to observe whether Gilderoy Lockhart was exhibiting any peculiar behavior. Along the way, he encountered several young wizards, including Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. Remarkably, none of them seemed to notice Harry's presence. Harry arrived at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, just in time to see two unfamiliar girls exiting the room, their faces alight with excitement. In their hands, they clutched a book titled Magical Me, adorned with the shimmering signature of Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry didn't need to inquire to discern what they were up to. He had encountered numerous witches like them previously at the Leaky Cauldron. The two witches had not closed the door, allowing Harry an unobstructed view of the scene within. Lockhart appeared to be in high spirits, humming a tune unfamiliar to Harry as he leaned over a large table, engrossed in writing something. The room before him was utterly transformed from what he remembered. Harry had visited this space twice during Professor Quirrell's tenure as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. At that time, the room was immaculate, adorned only with a few specimens of magical creatures in the corners. Yet, it was permeated by the pungent aroma of garlic and other substances, intended to mask the foul stench resulting from Voldemort's parasitic presence within him. A burden that weighed heavily on his body as it housed two souls. Now, however, the room resembled a themed inn or a personal exhibition, or perhaps something entirely different. The walls were festooned with photographs and posters of various sizes, all featuring Lockhart, who, without exception, was displaying his 8 gleaming teeth in a radiant smile. Lockhart was busily scribbling at the grand table, and even from Harry's vantage point, it was evident that his expression was one of unbridled delight, his eyebrows dancing with enthusiasm. Harry felt a twinge of curiosity about what he was writing and cautiously slipped into the office. However, as soon as he stepped inside, Lockhart abruptly turned his head and gazed in his direction. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? Yet Lockhart beamed a broad smile and exclaimed, "Aha! I should have opened the door wider. This way, more people can see what I am doing, and more can appreciate how beloved and magnificent I truly am." With that, he leapt up and, with a gait reminiscent of a dance, approached the door, fully swinging it open, oblivious to Harry, who had quietly sidled away. He returned to the grand desk, once again engrossed in his writing. Harry quietly approached and discovered, to his surprise, that Lockhart was engaged in writing letters to his admirers. The table was strewn with a multitude of correspondence, and a mere glance revealed that they were all missives from Lockhart's devoted fans, numbering at least in the hundreds. Some had already been opened, while others remained sealed. Judging by the colors of the stationery and the handwriting, Harry deduced, even without reading the contents, that the majority were from witches. Lockhart was diligently responding to each open letter, though his replies were often little more than a sentence or two, rather than letters. They resembled brief notes. Nevertheless, he was indeed engaging in correspondence. Moreover, Harry noted that Lockhart's fanbase extended beyond the borders of England. Although he could neither speak nor write in those languages, Harry recognized several letters were penned in German and French. There were also some scripts he could not identify. Yet Lockhart read them with ease and replied in kind. His handwriting was exquisite, a beautiful flourish. After completing each letter, he would admire his work for a moment, showering himself with compliments, which struck Harry as excessively narcissistic. Though uncertain of Lockhart's magical prowess and acutely aware of his vanity, Harry contemplated that Lockhart was, indeed, an erudite wizard. In the realm of magic, there are no spells to augment one's knowledge. Even wizards must acquire wisdom through diligent study. Thus, it appeared that Lockhart possessed considerable expertise in linguistics. Harry stealthily wandered around the office, failing to uncover anything particularly noteworthy. Of course, one could hardly consider Gilderoy Lockhart's photograph to be an eyesore. Thus, he meandered, pausing occasionally to glance at Lockhart's replies, yet he discerned nothing that struck him as deliberate. Perhaps he was merely overthinking, Harry mused, when suddenly Lockhart broke the silence. Ah, this Lady Judith, she seems to have once been my junior? She is aware that my former aspiration was to concoct the Philosopher's Stone, Lockhart murmured as he picked up a letter. From the outset, Lockhart had been prone to such rambling. Harry, who had initially paid little heed, perked up at the mention of the Philosopher's Stone. Lockhart continued his soliloquy, regrettably. I have heard that the esteemed Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone is no longer in existence. He himself is preparing to depart this world. Otherwise, if I were to possess a Philosopher's Stone, I would surely achieve greater feats. What a pity, what a pity. Lockhart lamented while shaking his head, then turned his attention to composing a reply. Harry had no intention of prying into others' correspondence, yet he found himself unable to resist casting a glance. Lockhart's reply remained succinct. I am delighted to receive your letter. I have not abandoned my pursuit of alchemy. In the near future, I believe I shall be able to create my very own Philosopher's Stone. After reading it, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction, then adorned the message with his flamboyant signature. What a blowhard! Harry silently scoffed. For centuries, only Nicholas Flamel had succeeded in creating a Philosopher's Stone. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Since the door was ajar, Harry easily discerned two older girls standing at the threshold. They each clutched a book authored by Lockhart and gazed at him with eager anticipation. One of them, her voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, Professor Lockhart, may we obtain your autograph? Naturally, Lockhart responded with his signature beaming smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Who could possibly refuse two lovely ladies passionate about magic and learning? Harry had quietly departed, yet he still caught the words, curling his lip in disdain. Given Lockhart's tendency to embellish every correspondence with an ostentatious array of titles, Harry harbored no doubt that he would eagerly affix his signature to anything for anyone. A melancholic tune played softly for himself. Chapter 116, The News upon exiting Lockhart's office. Harry realized that dinner time was swiftly approaching. He had lingered in Lockhart's classroom far longer than he had anticipated. Missing dinner would mean facing hunger, for Hogwarts offered no pizza delivery. Seeking refuge in the restroom on the 3rd floor, a sudden jolt coursed through him. A fleeting sensation that quickly vanished as he emerged from his invisibility. It was certainly impractical to dine in the Great Hall while remaining concealed. With time pressing, Harry hastened down the stairs. However, the staircases of Hogwarts were particularly vexatious. The more urgent his pace, the more elusive the path downward became. After a considerable detour, he found himself ensnared in the 2nd-floor corridor, unable to proceed. It was exceedingly frustrating. Harry wandered through the corridor, lamenting his inability to locate another staircase. Although Hogwarts Castle is vast, Harry had resided and studied here for nearly a year, and under normal circumstances, one would not expect to lose their way. However, the paths within Hogwarts are ever-changing, and it is no wonder he struggles with navigation. As he reached the center of the corridor, He noticed a girl's lavatory that had previously escaped his attention. This lavatory's door was markedly different from the others, showing considerable signs of age and neglect, as if it had not been repaired in ages. Such a state of disrepair is not uncommon. Hogwarts is replete with many vacant classrooms and chambers, most of which exhibit a similarly dilapidated appearance, much like the room where Harry discovered the Mirror of Erised last year. Yet, encountering a lavatory in such a condition was a first for him, especially considering that lavatories, particularly for girls, have always seemed insufficient in number. Harry was lost in thought when he noticed Ginny approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. She was carrying a small bag, barely capable of holding 1 or 2 books, and her expression was somewhat dazed, as if she were lost. "Hello, Ginny." Harry greeted her warmly, deliberately trying to appear nonchalant. He certainly did not want Ginny to associate any negative connotations with his presence at the entrance of the girls' restroom. However, it seemed that Ginny had only just noticed him. She shivered slightly, and her gaze instantly sharpened. Upon seeing Harry, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson. Harry, how are you? Aside from being terribly hungry, I'm doing quite well," Harry replied with a light-hearted smile, attempting to ease Ginny's tension. "Oh, I'm hungry too. I can't seem to find my way to the Great Hall," Ginny admitted, looking quite embarrassed. At this moment, Harry could hardly say, "What a coincidence, I am also lost," for that would shatter his image before the young lady. Therefore, he feigned calmness and remarked, "This is quite normal. The staircases and corridors of Hogwarts are ever-changing, and even upperclassmen frequently find themselves disoriented." This statement served as a pretext. Should he later find himself lost, he would have an explanation ready. Ginny, perhaps unaware of Harry's subtle ploy, emitted a sound akin to a mosquito's hum in response. "Let us walk together." Harry smiled and nodded, then took the lead. Ginny quickened her pace slightly, dutifully trailing behind him. On this occasion, the staircases and corridors were particularly accommodating, allowing Harry and Ginny to locate the Great Hall with ease. Just in time for the final call for dinner. Upon seeing them enter, Ron rushed forward. Observing the duo together, he wore a peculiar expression. "What are you two doing together?" For a moment, Harry was at a loss for words. I got lost in the castle and just happened to run into Harry, who kindly guided me here," Ginny promptly interjected. "Oh, getting lost at Hogwarts is quite common. I often struggle to find my classrooms as well," Ron stated with conviction. "Now, let us hurry and eat. Time is running short." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Harry, laden with significance. Harry earnestly attempted to clarify, "I assure you, I have done nothing with your sister." After dinner, Ginny dashed away, hardly lingering beside Harry and her brother. "Ron, I truly just encountered Ginny in the corridor," Harry stated with utmost seriousness. However, Ron appeared perplexed. "Did you not say otherwise before?" "Harry, what on earth was that expression supposed to mean?" At that moment, Ron leaned in closer and whispered, "You must have snuck out using the invisibility cloak, right? I was in the common room the entire time, yet I never saw you leave. But when I went to the dormitory to look for you, you were nowhere to be found." Harry pondered for a moment and decided it was prudent to confide in Ron, lowering his voice as he spoke. "I suspect Lockhart is concealing his true abilities, possibly for some ulterior motive." With that, Harry recounted his theory, omitting the detail about his use of clairvoyance to observe Lockhart, instead suggesting that the extensive detail in his writings indicated he must be a powerful wizard. Ron immediately found merit in Harry's assertion and inquired about any findings. When Harry admitted to having discovered nothing, Ron shrugged in dismay, remarking, "It seems Lockhart is indeed a fraud." "Not necessarily. Perhaps he harbors other intentions that remain unknown to us," Harry reflected, recalling Lockhart as formidable yet enigmatic gray aura, shaking his head. Ron remained noncommittal. Clearly having never witnessed Lockhart exhibit the abilities described in his books, he steadfastly regarded Lockhart as a mere charlatan. The first day's assignments were minimal, and Harry and his companions hastily completed them. Under Hermione's influence, they had grown accustomed to doing a bit of preliminary study. Only Ron seemed disheartened, preoccupied with his wand. The thought of relying on it throughout the semester weighed heavily on him. As the other students engaged in light-hearted banter after the long holiday, eager to catch up, Harry too relished the time spent chatting with his friends. Having been largely disconnected from the magical world while at home, he had missed out on numerous happenings. Even after arriving at the Weasley household, for instance, the disintegration of the Northern superpower had abruptly eliminated its pervasive influence across Eurasia. Although this pressure was not overtly felt within the magical community, it certainly existed. To illustrate, the Wizarding Federation had originally intended to incorporate a certain wizarding school from that now-defunct superpower into their alliance. With the dissolution of that alliance, Several wizarding factions, already strained by various issues, had swiftly disbanded. Although the school remained operational, its enrollment had decreased significantly, rendering the prospect of joining the Alliance a distant dream. As for another red superpower, while it possessed individuals akin to their own wizards, it operated within a different system, maintaining minimal interaction with the Western wizarding community. Harry listened with great interest, captivated by revelations previously unknown to him, particularly regarding Eastern wizards, or rather, practitioners of the mystical arts. It is worth noting that Hogwarts also boasts individuals of Eastern descent, including those of Chinese heritage. For instance, in Harry's year, there is a girl named Sulian Ravenclaw. Additionally, while searching for Katie Bell, Harry fortuitously encountered a strikingly beautiful girl clad in Ravenclaw's robes. Harry held a profound admiration for girls with ebony tresses, perhaps due to the resemblance to his own dark locks. However, in Europe, black-haired individuals were already a rarity, and exquisite beauty even more so. Of course, Harry's intrigue with the East was not solely motivated by his interest in the fairer sex. It was primarily influenced by the lingering fragments of Zoyan's soul that resided within him. Ever since he absorbed these fragments, the sporadic influx of chaotic knowledge had ceased, leaving Harry with a sense of wistfulness. At that moment, a girl from his year suddenly interjected. "I have heard that the American Magical Congress is visiting Europe with a few students from Ilvermorny for an exchange program." Harry lifted his gaze towards the girl who spoke. Her name was Faye Dibble, the daughter of an employee at the Ministry of Magic, working in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. She was quite familiar with Ron, as it was said that her father had previously been a subordinate of Ron's father. In the common room, where 3 or 4 dozen students were engaged in conversation, Dibble's topic captured the attention of the majority. The key phrase was the American Wizarding Congress. Upon hearing Dibble's words, more than half the students erupted in excited and astonished exclamations, while a smaller portion, including Harry, wore expressions of bewilderment. "What is Ilvermorny?" Harry shyly inquired of Ron, who appeared quite exhilarated, clearly aware of what Dibble was referring to. "It's the American Magical School, where many remarkable wizards come from," Ron eagerly explained. Meanwhile, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who had been whispering to one another, suddenly grew animated. One of the twins exclaimed loudly, "Really? When will the students from Ilvermorny arrive?" The entire common room fell silent, as everyone was intrigued by the question. The thought of exchange programs with other schools, even those from different countries, was undeniably fascinating. Harry was filled with anticipation upon learning that Ilvermorny was a magical academy, eager to witness the young wizards from other schools. Regrettably, Dibble shrugged helplessly. Although they had come to Britain, they were not prepared to visit Hogwarts, only intending to go to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. "Why?" the twins exclaimed loudly, and nearly every student aware of the situation voiced their discontent. Harry was familiar with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, 2 European institutions, one situated in France, the other in Northern Europe, though its exact location eluded him. Thus, like everyone else, he could not fathom why the American exchange students would not come to Hogwarts. "Well, there was no official explanation," Dibble added. "Amidst the scornful expressions of the crowd, however, I have heard that they seem to disdain our lack of instruction in the dark arts." The common room fell silent once more. It was true that Hogwarts did not teach dark magic, focusing instead on defense against the dark arts. And not everyone in the school was pleased with that. The Slytherins, particularly Malfoy, had voiced their grievances multiple times, insisting that he should have attended Durmstrang, where dark magic was taught. This left the twins somewhat speechless. If the exchange students were indeed seeking to learn dark magic, Hogwarts was hardly a suitable institution. Chapter 117. Conflict on the pitch. The news of the American Magical Congress and Ilvermorny's exchange program in Europe briefly captivated Hogwarts. But once it was confirmed that they would not be visiting, the excitement quickly waned, and soon it was scarcely mentioned. Life at the academy resumed its usual rhythm. Over the course of the week, Harry experienced both highs and lows. On the brighter side, he had skillfully mastered a new use for the Invisibility Cloak. When he did not wish to venture alone, he could detach the cloak from his left arm, allowing Ron, Hermione, and occasionally Neville to join him in their nocturnal escapades. When needed, he could revert to a more portable mode for convenience. On the downside, there were Gilderoy Lockhart and Colin Creevey. Lockhart incessantly sought Harry's company, regaling him with tales of his own exploits and demanding photographs together. Meanwhile, Colin would coincidentally leap from previously unnoticed corners, camera in hand, ready to capture the moment. Harry even suspected that Colin might possess an invisibility cloak of his own. However, compared to Ron, Harry felt rather fortunate. Throughout the week, Ron's wand malfunctioned in nearly every class requiring its use. He had begun poring over books on wand making in the library. Uncertain whether he aimed to repair his wand further or construct a new one, Harry doubted that he would excel at either task. The professors, seemingly indifferent to the start of the new term, imposed a demanding academic workload right from the outset, leaving the young wizards grumbling. Finally, the weekend arrived, bringing with it a sense of relief. On Saturday morning, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville intended to visit Hagrid, who had been attempting to breed a new magical creature, albeit with little success. They planned to observe the spectacle and perhaps offer some ill-conceived suggestions, though they were not entirely self-aware of this intention. However, Harry and Ron ultimately could not proceed, as they were intercepted by Oliver Wood early on, last year, due to his own shortcomings. Gryffindor had missed out on the Quidditch Cup, leaving Harry with a sense of guilt. Nevertheless, the initiation of training on the very first weekend of the term filled him with resentment. He was not alone in his discontent. All Quidditch team members, including Angelina Johnson and the twins, shared his sentiments. Only Oliver appeared invigorated, his enthusiasm palpable. However, upon encountering the entire Slytherin Quidditch team on the pitch, his demeanor soured. Malfoy had become Slytherin's new seeker, a fact that irked Harry immensely. What vexed him further was that every Slytherin held a brand new Nimbus 2001 broomstick, the latest model from the previous month. Oliver had reserved the pitch in advance, thus rightfully expecting it for the morning. Yet, Snape's favoritism was not a new phenomenon. He had requested the use of the pitch under the pretense of training Malfoy, although Gryffindor had been reluctantly roused early for practice. They were even less inclined to yield the pitch to Slytherin. The two teams soon found themselves at an impasse, the atmosphere tense. The Slytherin side had older players graduate and a new addition in Malfoy, maintaining their numbers at 7. Gryffindor, despite lacking new recruits, included Ron as a substitute, bringing their total to 8. Yet, while Slytherin had 7 players, 6 were tall boys, with only Malfoy being of similar stature to Harry. In contrast, Gryffindor had 3 girls, which inevitably weakened their presence. Although the 3 girls were all fierce in demeanor, they were undeniably charming, lacking the intimidation factor. Hermione and Neville, who had been studying off to the side, quickly noticed the situation and hurried over. "What is going on? Why aren't you practicing?" Hermione inquired, surprised, before noticing Malfoy and frowning slightly in confusion. "What are you doing here?" Draco cast a dismissive glance at Hermione but remained silent. Instead, Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, spoke up with pride. "Because Draco is our new seeker," Flint declared, clearly pleased. "As for why they are not practicing, it is evident that they were so taken aback by the brooms Mr. Malfoy has gifted us that they were rendered speechless." He then proceeded to stroke the shiny broom in his possession. "That's a Nimbus 2001. Neville exclaimed upon noticing the brooms in the hands of the Slytherin players, his astonishment palpable. Though Neville did not play Quidditch and had no desire to, he shared the enthusiasm of most in the wizarding world, relishing the matches and cheering for his favorite team. Consequently, he paid close attention to Quidditch equipment, especially the essential broomsticks. "Quite impressive, isn't it, Longbottom?" Malfoy taunted, casting a condescending glance at Neville before looking down upon the Gryffindor brooms. Except for Harry's Nimbus 2000, the others were outdated models. Angelina and the other 2 girls were using the previous year's Clean Sweep 7, while the twins were on even older Clean Sweep 6s. The disparity was stark. The Nimbus 2000 was already considered old-fashioned, and Malfoy sneered dismissively, "Might as well use those for sweeping the floor." At least the members of Gryffindor were selected based on skill, not merely by purchasing their way onto the team. Hermione, known for her sharp tongue, did not miss the opportunity to elevate Gryffindor's standing with a single remark. Draco's expression darkened as he shot a venomous glare at Hermione. "No one asked you, you filthy little mudblood." Instantly, the expressions of nearly everyone present shifted. Hermione's face turned pale, and Angelina's sun-kissed complexion drained to a ghostly white. Elias Spinnet gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "How dare you?" Meanwhile, on the Slytherin side, Flint stepped forward, attempting to shield Malfoy, but his movement was belated. Harry swiftly abandoned his broom, stepping forward to deliver a right hook to Malfoy's nose. Last year, Dudley joined the boxing and wrestling clubs at school, significantly enhancing his technique, which he then imparted to his close cousin during the holidays. Harry, intrigued by this, practiced diligently over the break, and now he put those skills to use. Before Draco could react, Harry's punch landed, causing him to see stars as he staggered backward, instinctively clutching his nose, where he felt the warmth of blood trickling onto his hand. Flint rushed over, only to find Draco sprawled on the ground, and he was immediately consumed by rage. throwing a punch at Harry. However, Harry, with a keen peripheral awareness, ducked low, seized Flint's wrist, and with a powerful grunt, executed a shoulder throw that sent Flint crashing heavily to the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not only was Flint bewildered, but so was everyone else. It is noteworthy that Harry, at 13, stood just over 5 feet tall, considered average for his grade. In contrast, Flint, a 7th-year student at 17, towered nearly 6 feet tall. The disparity in their physiques was immense. As Flint prepared to strike Harry, Oliver had already leapt into action, but before he could reach them, he was astonished to see Flint being taken down, now lying on the ground groaning. A sudden clicking sound erupted. Colin Creevey had appeared out of nowhere, fervently snapping photographs with his camera. Many young girls at the sidelines watched with wide-eyed admiration. Although students in 2nd year and above had begun to acclimate to the fact that Harry was their classmate, this year's newcomers still idolized him just as before. Hence, while the upperclassmen might be indifferent, Harry's fanbase among the first years undoubtedly surpassed that of Lockhart. Following today's events, this admiration would likely only grow. While others were struck dumb by Harry's performance, he himself was undeterred. After flooring Flint, he stepped toward the stunned Draco, delivering another punch that struck Draco squarely in the abdomen. Draco immediately bent over like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground. Harry did not relent, delivering a kick while shouting, "You think you can just grow up like that? I'll take you down." Draco, cradling himself, whimpered, seemingly on the verge of tears. "Potter, stop," cried Terence Higgs, Slytherin's former seeker, who had been replaced by Draco and was still uncertain of his position. He drew his wand from his robes, casting a spell. Clearly hesitant to approach with mere fists, given the precedent set by Draco and Flint, Harry was kicking with fervor, momentarily caught off guard, unable to conjure a spell for defense in time. Just then, a thought flickered through his mind, and he raised his left hand. With a silent flash, magic struck Harry's hand and simply vanished. Higgs was momentarily stunned. Could it be that his spell had failed? From behind, a treacherous ambush unfolded. "Look here." Ron, who had initially rushed out alongside Harry, found himself slower in his movements. In the blink of an eye, Draco Malfoy was already sporting a bruised visage. Another blink, and Flint lay sprawled on the ground, followed by Harry delivering a powerful kick to Draco. He paused, intending to turn and comfort Hermione. At that very moment, Higgs unleashed a spell at Harry, igniting fury within him once more. However, rather than launching a surprise attack, he shouted a warning before brandishing his wand, unleashing a beam of blue-purple light. If one does not take the opportunity to bully the young master, the school year feels incomplete. Chapter 118, Murmurs in Such Circumstances. You ought to seek Madame Pomfrey or Professor Flitwick, as they are adept at counter curses. Even Professor McGonagall could assist. It truly is inappropriate to consult me. Hagrid watched as a large slug emerged from the wooden bucket he held, his brow furrowed in dismay, as he periodically opened his mouth to expel the creature. Harry decisively bested Flint and Draco, while Higgs launched a magical ambush, only to have his spell intercepted by Harry's left hand. Seizing the moment, Ron attempted to cast a spell, resulting in a beam of blue-purple light emanating from the rear end of his wand, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Ron's expression instantly darkened, and he subsequently expelled a slug from his mouth. A hush fell over the crowd, and Creature instinctively raised his camera to capture the moment, only to be stopped by the quick reflexes of the twins. Upon seeing the scene, Harry, momentarily disregarding his previous torment of Draco, cast a fierce glance at the bewildered Higgs and threatened, "So it's Terence Higgs, is it? I'll remember you, lad. Just wait." With that, he, alongside Neville, helped Ron to his feet, eager to make their swift exit. "Where are we going?" Neville inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. "To find Hagrid, I suppose?" Hermione replied, equally flustered, momentarily dismissing Draco's insults. As Ron expelled yet another slug from his mouth, they all recalled Hagrid's remarkable affinity for creatures. Harry found the situation quite fitting, particularly since it was in close proximity to Hagrid's hut. He and Neville hastily led Ron towards the hut, with Hermione quickly following suit, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a pair of somewhat bewildered Quidditch players from two houses. However, 3 individuals were not caught in this daze. Malfoy knelt on the ground, sobbing, while Flint lay flat, groaning softly, and the threatened Terence observed the two with a hint of panic, unbeknownst to anyone on the pitch. Atop the castle's highest structure, the astronomy tower, a stunning woman with brown curls and blue eyes watched with amusement. Beside her stood an easel, and in her hands were a paintbrush and palette, indicating that she had been painting when her attention was drawn to the commotion below. Her gaze followed Harry as he departed, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth, James's son is quite intriguing. I can only imagine how much you wish to witness this. Yet, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Was that spell a failure? How could it have had no effect whatsoever? Meanwhile, Hagrid, evidently out of his depth in this situation, observed for a moment before hesitantly asking, Harry, according to your understanding, the magic should have rebounded upon itself. Ron, which spell did you use? As Ron attempted to respond, a slug unexpectedly emerged from his mouth, causing his words to become garbled, leaving Hagrid looking utterly perplexed. Transformed into a slug, Harry helplessly interjected. Ron had been practicing this spell during the holidays, intending to find an opportunity to employ it once the school year commenced. This particular spell could transform the target into a large slug, or what one might call a slime. Unlike standard transfiguration, which involves a broader range of transformations, this spell is limited to specific changes and lasts for a brief duration of only a few seconds, making it considerably simpler than the transfiguration taught in class. Ron had practiced diligently over the holidays and had become quite adept at it. However, it was evident that he had overlooked the state of his wand. How many has he expelled? Hagrid inquired hesitantly. 7. Neville replied, having been keeping count. Well, did Ron have a substantial breakfast this morning? More than 7, perhaps. 8? Hagrid continued his questioning. Harry pondered, how about the salted fish balls? For breakfast today, Ron consumed over 20, didn't he? That must be it. Hagrid nodded affirmatively. Ron's magic rebounded upon himself, but due to the wand's irregularity, the effects were altered, resulting in the salted fish balls in his stomach transforming into slugs. If I'm not mistaken, he should expel them all soon. Hagrid's assessment proved accurate as Ron expelled 31 slugs, more than Harry had anticipated, restoring his normal state. A collective sigh of relief escaped Harry and his companions. By the time Ron had vomited the 29th slug, they were already contemplating taking him to Madame Pomfrey. However, Ron staunchly refused. He evidently preferred this situation to the prospect of returning to the castle, where everyone would witness his transformation into a slug devourer. At that moment, Harry's mind wandered to another matter. What had Gilderoy Lockhart come for? He recalled seeing Lockhart emerge from Hagrid's hut earlier. Yet, Harry had no desire to be seen by Lockhart, so he concealed himself behind an exceptionally large pumpkin. He rushed over, eager to discuss magical creatures. But he couldn't even distinguish between a chimera and a manticore. Hagrid scoffed. Once Ron finished expelling the slugs, he regained his spirits. Glancing at the oversized pumpkins outside, he casually inquired, Hagrid, did you cast a spell on those pumpkins? Or perhaps use some potion? I have never seen pumpkins this large. Harry had long harbored similar thoughts. After listening to Ron, he cast a glance at the small red umbrella beside Hagrid. He was certain that Hagrid's wand was concealed within it. Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts, and at that time, his wand had been broken. Though Harry was unaware of the reason for his expulsion and had never mustered the courage to inquire. Aha, I have indeed acquired a little trick, Hagrid proudly declared, instinctively patting the small red umbrella. Is it the enlargement charm? Hermione, having recovered from Malfoy's harsh words, remarked. In truth, she hadn't yet had the chance to feel disheartened or angry, for Harry had acted too swiftly. Upon seeing the pumpkin, she found it amusing. I must admit, Hagrid, it looks splendid and quite successful. My sister said the same. Hagrid beamed with delight and pointed at Ron. Your sister visited yesterday. Then he glanced at Harry. A mischievous glint appearing on his rugged face, she claimed she came just to look around, but I suspect she was hoping to encounter someone here. If anyone were to seek Harry's autograph, Ginny would undoubtedly be the most eager. Ron, Hermione, and Neville shared a knowing smile. However, Harry, feeling embarrassed, hastily waved his hands. Oh, don't say such things. I sound like Gilderoy Lockhart. I dare say Lockhart is utterly useless, Ron exclaimed candidly. Aside from the fact that his signature is rather elegant, I've seen no evidence of his abilities. At least he didn't manage to hit himself while casting a spell. Hermione, not yet ready to concede, immediately retorted. Ron rolled his eyes at her response, but the slug in the corner of the room rendered him incapable of countering her claim. The repercussions of speeding to school at the beginning of term were far more daunting than Harry had anticipated. Ron was merely tasked with tidying the various trophies in the prize display room, of course, without the use of magic. To Harry, such punishment seemed quite conventional. He recalled a time in primary school when he and Dudley had been mischievous, resulting in being made to clean the entire gymnasium of all its sports equipment. But Harry's situation was dire. He had been sentenced to assist Lockhart in responding to fan letters. Being in Lockhart's company was undoubtedly one of the two things Harry dreaded most this term, the other being his association with Colin Creevey. Harry was not particularly adept at writing, His performance in this aspect during elementary school was rather dismal. This inadequacy manifested itself in the various essays he was required to compose at Hogwarts. Were it not for Hermione and Padma's support, it is likely that none of his papers would have passed muster. Nevertheless, Lockhart was more than willing to guide him meticulously, which forced Harry to confront his own shortcomings, causing him to silently weep within. What pained Harry the most was Lockhart's incessant prattling from the sidelines. He had known that Lockhart enjoyed rambling, engaging in self-talk and self-aggrandizement while writing letters, having previously witnessed it firsthand during an earlier visit. However, sitting beside him now, assisting him in replying, and having to endure his incessant chatter plunged Harry into profound distress. Harry was furiously penning yet another letter, when suddenly, a voice distinct from Lockhart's incessant prattle pierced the air. "Come here. Let me tear you apart. Let me kill you." The voice was deep and hoarse, evoking a chilling sense of dread, difficult to fathom how such a tone could emerge from a living being. Harry felt a wave of icy malice and bloodlust wash over him, sending shivers down his spine. "What?" Harry exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet. "Haha. I knew you would react this way." Lockhart chuckled heartily, reveling in his delight. "For 6 consecutive months, my book has topped the bestseller list across Europe, bridging both the wizarding and muggle worlds. An unparalleled, unprecedented achievement. I couldn't care less about your book." Harry was nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. But this was not the time for jesting. He quickly exclaimed, "Did you not hear it? That sound?" Gilderoy Lockhart, with a perplexed expression, glanced around and replied, "Harry, what are you talking about? Did you not hear it?" Harry asked, somewhat incredulous, recalling the deep yet unmistakably audible sound from moments ago. Harry ceased to speak, for Gilderoy Lockhart appeared utterly bewildered. Although aware of Lockhart's remarkable acting prowess, Harry found it hard to believe he could be so convincingly perplexed. "What are you talking about?" Lockhart exclaimed, glancing at the clock on the wall with exaggerated flair. "Merlin, has it truly grown so late?" The clock's hour hand had already surpassed 11. And Lockhart beamed at Harry. "We have spent nearly 4 hours here. How swiftly time flies, does it not? No wonder, Harry, you must be exhausted. After all, you are but an immature young wizard, lacking the stamina that I possess. It is only natural." With that, he patted Harry on the shoulder. "Go on, return and rest. This shall suffice for today." Harry nodded with some skepticism, bid farewell to the professor, and departed from Lockhart's office. Throughout the encounter, he remained attentive. Yet the voice did not resurface. Could it truly have been a mere figment of his imagination? Harry found himself uncertain. Run the Slug Clubber. Chapter 119, Luna. Harry stepped out of Lockhart's office, casting a dubious glance around him. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, with only a few diminutive flames, barely the size of a thumb, flickering on the wall, offering a meager glimmer of light. Although Harry was no stranger to traversing the shadowy halls of Hogwarts during the late hours, having often made his way from the library to the common room, tonight he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The dark corridor, with its faint glimmers of light on either side, seemed particularly haunting. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anxiety, Harry proceeded toward the common room. However, he soon found himself momentarily disoriented, only to look up and realize he had wandered into an unfamiliar corridor. It wasn't entirely strange, after all. There were few places in the castle that Harry had not explored. Perhaps it was merely the enveloping darkness that obscured his sense of direction. As for how he ended up here, given the castle's perplexing corridors and staircases, such occurrences were commonplace. Shaking his head, Harry resolved to locate the main building first, followed by the staircase entrance, which was typically easier to navigate. As he walked, he noticed a figure approaching him, a small girl with tousled golden brown hair. Her features were striking, particularly her enchanting gray eyes. It was the first time Harry had encountered such beautiful gray eyes. Usually, gray-eyed girls exuded a certain allure. Yet this girl's eyes were slightly bulging, as if she were astonished by something. Coupled with her somewhat dazed yet ethereal expression, she emanated a peculiar charm, reminiscent of a fresh morning after a rain, filled with the earthy fragrance of newly awakened nature. Harry did not recognize the girl, of course. There were many girls in the school he was unfamiliar with. However, given her unfamiliarity, he surmised that she must be a first-year student. "Harry? Good evening." The girl also spotted Harry, waved her hand in greeting, her tone remarkably calm. "Harry, what is going on? Do we know each other? Why do you greet me as if we are well acquainted? And good evening? It's nearly midnight, you know. Just a moment, and it will be 12 o'clock. The girl, however, seemed utterly oblivious to his peculiar expression, leisurely approaching him before walking past. Realizing the situation, Harry called out, "At this hour, You should be heading back to the dormitory. If a patrolling professor sees you, points will be deducted. I know, the girl replied, stopping to look up at Harry. She was about 5 feet tall, requiring Harry to slightly tilt his head downwards. I'm just trying to find my way back. Her tone was so matter-of-fact that Harry momentarily struggled to respond. Yet, he noticed that although she had paused, her feet were still in motion. Looking down, he was startled to discover she was barefoot. Not only was she without shoes, but she also lacked socks. The girl had bare little feet, clad only in a white nightgown that revealed a portion of her soft, fair calves. Why are you not wearing shoes? Harry asked in astonishment. Did you forget to put them on when you left? The girl's response was tinged with uncertainty. Harry suddenly felt that the girl might be a bit peculiar. As an island nation, Britain experiences a rather humid climate. The grounds of Hogwarts Castle are composed of stone, which undoubtedly becomes somewhat damp by nightfall, consequently resulting in a certain chill. Luna, with her bare feet, moved her delicate, pale little toes from time to time, clearly struggling to acclimate to the cold, damp surface. Harry hesitated for a moment, shedding his coat onto the ground, and then with a flick of his wand declared, Transfigure. The first-year transfiguration spell involved changing inanimate objects into other inanimate forms, a skill Harry had not mastered perfectly, yet he had achieved a commendable proficiency. He successfully transformed the coat into a pair of slippers. Put them on. The floor is rather chilly. Harry gestured towards the slippers. Thank you. Your transfiguration is remarkable. The young girl beamed with a radiant smile, slipping them on without hesitation and nodding earnestly. They fit perfectly. Which house are you in? Harry inquired, only to shake his head shortly thereafter. Regardless of the house, all common rooms are in the same building, not that direction. I am from Ravenclaw. The girl nodded. I cannot find my way back. Harry thought to himself. I figured it out, and pointed ahead, saying, the Ravenclaw common room is over there. You should accompany me. I shall lead you there. Harry initially intended to direct the young girl, but upon considering the peculiarities of the castle's corridors and staircases, he opted to accompany her instead, as their paths were nearly aligned. Very well. The girl nodded, then stood there, her expression conveying a sense of, you lead the way, and I shall follow. Harry found himself at a loss for words once again due to the antics of the young girl. Shaking his head, he walked ahead and casually inquired, you must be a first-year student, correct? Indeed. The girl replied, quickening her pace to walk beside him, albeit a step behind. Her response was delivered with unwavering certainty. Do you know me? Harry asked, seeking to fill the silence that felt somewhat awkward for a boy and girl, both still in their youth. Traversing the dimly lit corridor without conversation. Harry Potter, the girl exclaimed, her tone imbued with a sense of certainty, as if it were obvious. Who wouldn't know you? Harry pondered, uncertain whether the other was mocking him. Before he could contemplate further, the girl remarked, at this moment, should I introduce myself to appear more normal? Well, it's not absolutely necessary, but it would make it easier for future references, right? Harry concluded that this young lady might indeed be a bit peculiar. Oh, I understand. The girl nodded earnestly. I am Lovegood, Luna Lovegood. You may call me Lovegood or Luna, whichever you prefer. Hello, Luna, Harry replied, restraining himself, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. Luna, why are you wandering the corridors alone at such a late hour, dressed so lightly? Early September at Hogwarts wasn't particularly cold. Yet the castle could be rather chilly, especially without shoes. I found myself in the corridor when I awoke. Luna replied nonchalantly. This happens to me often. I may intend to sleep, yet awaken to discover I am not in my bed. Alas, I used to always wear shoes to bed, but they vanished before I slept. Shoes can simply disappear? Harry was somewhat perplexed. However, he deduced that the girl likely suffered from sleepwalking. In a place like Hogwarts, sleepwalking could indeed be troublesome, he mused. Have you encountered anything that made you exceedingly uncomfortable? Harry was still lost in thought when Luna suddenly inquired. Excuse me? What did you say? Harry was momentarily taken aback. There are horrendous nargles in your head. Luna spoke with unwavering certainty about something Harry could not comprehend. They invade minds like Raxperts, causing chaos. However, Raxperts choose their targets indiscriminately, while nargles specifically seek out those recently overcome by fear or terror. Though he grasped little of it, Harry offered a vague acknowledgement. That sounds rather formidable. There truly are malevolent entities within the castle. Luna continued, as if the floodgates had opened. Before I encountered you, I sensed something frightening. But it passed swiftly. It felt as if it were intent on murder. Harry suddenly felt a jolt of uncertainty and asked, what do you mean by something frightening? I don't know. I just sensed something truly terrifying. I was huddled in the corner, too scared to look up. Luna tilted her head. My father always said that Hogwarts is home to many dreadful things. I thought he was just trying to get me to sleep earlier. But I never imagined it was true. Harry cautiously probed further. When did this happen? Well, it was just a few minutes before I encountered you. Luna pondered for a moment. I had just woken up and found myself in the corridor. I was still a bit dazed, and then suddenly I felt that thing. A few minutes prior, Harry calculated inwardly. He had emerged from Gilderoy Lockhart's presence not long ago, perhaps less than 10 minutes. If the sound he had heard passed by him and then reached Luna, the timing would align perfectly. So, it wasn't merely an illusion? He had indeed heard something? Harry's expression darkened. What's wrong? Luna inquired, noticing Harry's slowed pace, her tone laced with curiosity. Aren't you afraid? Harry struggled to comprehend Luna's calm demeanor. Of course. I'm afraid, but what good does that do? Luna looked at Harry with a hint of bewilderment. There are countless terrifying things in the magical world. The deadly horror looming above the mountains, the lurking creatures in the dark depths of the sea, the soul-freezing frost fire on the icy plains, the silent howls echoing from the hills, and much more. These are formidable forces that wizards cannot hope to resist. In comparison, any minor creature within Hogwarts pales in significance. Harry found himself once again in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the string of terms that Luna had just uttered. Why do you look so bewildered? Luna inquired, her gaze fixed on Harry, brimming with confusion. What on earth are you talking about? I've never heard of any of it, Harry admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if it revealed a certain ignorance on his part. You don't know? Luna exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. What about the King of Dreams slumbering in the deep sea and the Lord of the Cosmic Ocean? Harry remained utterly perplexed. Surely, you must have heard of the Key of the Door of the Nameless Mist and the Black Goat of the Forest, Luna exclaimed with a look of disdain. Harry initially intended to shake his head, but suddenly he paused, pondering the mention of the Black Goat. He recalled the dark figure who had spoken of the one who mocked the Black Goat's adherents. My favorite little Luna, yet I have been unable to summon her. And now I am merely at level 9, which brings me discontent. Chapter 120, Inquiry. The Forest Black Goat? I believe I have heard of this, Harry ventured to inquire. It is peculiar that you are unaware of the sovereign of the deep space star sea, yet you are familiar with the Forest's Black Goat. Luna murmured softly before continuing. What I speak of are the legends of the wizarding world, tales of formidable entities that elude our comprehension. Many malevolent and potent spells and rituals are said to originate from these mighty beings. Among them, the Forest's Black Goat stands as the most enigmatic and supreme. It represents the culmination of darkness and the wellspring of life. The genesis of all existence springs forth from it. Nearly all magic and rituals concerning life are intertwined with its essence. After a moment's reflection, Luna added, My father asserts that during the Middle Ages, numerous wizards and alchemists sought immortality, and their supplications for power were directed towards the Forest's Black Goat. Harry squinted slightly, as if a realization had dawned upon him. Harry stumbled upon a passage in the library regarding Zhou Yin, which stated that he indeed sought immortality and the summoning of demons in his later years. Could it be that the Black Goat's devotees, spoken of by the dark figures, are in fact associated with Zhou Yin? This notion seems plausible. But who then? Is that enigmatic dark figure? Luna, I wish to inquire about something, Harry ventured cautiously. Go ahead. Luna nodded encouragingly. Among those terrifying entities you mentioned, is there a dark figure? Harry asked, treading carefully. A dark figure? Luna tilted her head in thought, then shook it gently. I don't believe so. The manifestations of those entities are beyond imagination and difficult to articulate. My father has said that merely catching a glimpse of some of these beings could bring misfortune and drive one to madness. Many powerful wizards throughout history have inexplicably lost their sanity, likely due to having gazed upon such entities. Harry had more to say, but he soon found himself standing before the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Unlike the Gryffindor common room, which was guarded by the fat lady, the entrance to Ravenclaw was adorned with a majestic bronze eagle, wings outstretched as if ready to soar. Whatever it was, even when placed in the frigid confines of an ice cellar, it radiated warmth. The eagle opened its beak and spoke in human language. Harry had long been aware that to gain entry into the Ravenclaw common room, one must answer the riddle posed by the bronze eagle, which varied each time. However, this was the first occasion he had encountered it in person. He began to ponder the answer to the riddle. The ice cellar is warm. Could it be fire? But if the ice cellar is sealed, wouldn't the fire be extinguished? He mused. What, then, could it be? Harry was still pondering. But Luna had already provided the answer. It was pepper. Luna said earnestly. Correct. The bronze eagle slowly rotated, revealing the entrance behind it. Thank you for today, Harry. Luna, who was already climbing towards the opening, took off her slippers and handed them to Harry. Here, this is for you. Thank you. Once Harry accepted them, she once again disappeared into the hole. Harry held his transformed coat, now resembling a pair of slippers, with a hint of confusion. Pondering the reason behind the presence of Pepper, as he made his way to the Gryffindor common room, his mind wandered, but he could not arrive at a conclusion. Upon reaching the entrance, just as he was about to utter the password, he caught sight of a weary Ron, struggling to make his way forward. Ron, you're back. Are you all right? Harry inquired, though he instantly realized the futility of his question. Ron bore an expression of utter exhaustion, each step appearing to be a monumental task, decidedly not embodying the notion of being well. Not at all, Harry. You have no idea how many hexes and metals that room contains. Ron replied weakly. Let us hurry inside. All I want now is to sleep. Harry nodded, uttering the password and entering alongside Ron. Upon returning to their dormitory, Ron, without even washing his face, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Harry understood perfectly, after all. While he had spent the evening listening to Lockhart's incessant self-aggrandizement, Ron had genuinely toiled throughout the night. After freshening up, although Harry felt fatigued, he found himself unable to drift off to sleep. Luna's words from earlier had, in essence, opened a new door for him. The following morning, when Harry awoke, Ron was still lost in slumber, clearly worn out from the previous day's exertions. Harry did not awaken him, but instead made his way to the library. As anticipated, Hermione and Padma were already present. Harry hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached Padma. A girl beside Padma regarded the two with an amusing expression. Padma appeared somewhat taken aback. Although the first week had been intense in terms of study, the professors had shown a modicum of leniency during the initial weekend, assigning relatively few tasks. Padma presumed that Harry was not seeking her assistance with homework. What, then, could be his purpose? Girls often mature earlier than boys. As certain thoughts crossed her mind, Padma felt her cheeks blush slightly. Fortunately, being of Asian descent, her skin was not as pale as that of Europeans, rendering the flush less conspicuous. Good morning, Padma. Good morning, Dupin. Harry greeted the two young ladies. Oh dear, Lisa Dupin chuckled softly. So that's Padma. Once she arrives here, it's all Dupin, isn't it? Upon hearing her friend's remark, Padma's face reddened further, and she couldn't resist playfully hitting her. However, the oblivious Harry failed to grasp the implication and, looking somewhat perplexed, replied, it's just that we also have a Pettigrew in our house. Harry received two disdainful glances. Padma, I wish to inquire about something. Although he was perplexed as to why he had received such looks, Harry remained focused on his objective. Lowering his voice, he asked, Have you heard of the forest black goat? The forest black goat? Padma Patil hesitated, pondering briefly before responding with uncertainty. I believe I have a vague recollection. It pertains to an entity associated with the origins of life. I think I encountered that name in my old notes at home, mentioned in some very ancient incantations. And what about the deadly fear of the mountains? Also, the sovereign of the deep star sea? Harry racked his brain, recalling that Luna had only briefly mentioned these names the previous day, and they were rather convoluted. After much contemplation, he could only remember these two. I am familiar with the first one. The deadly fear of the mountains. Padma hesitated, her expression darkening slightly. Is a terrifying entity from the oldest legends of our Asian magical community. It is said to dwell atop the highest peaks, and is revered as a deity by the Chichio people. The Chichio people? Harry felt as though he were an utter fool, completely bewildered. Oh, it is the name of a race from our region, Padma elucidated. Legend has it that the offspring of the deadly fear of the mountains and ordinary humans are born with innate magical traits. They are known to abduct common folk, either to drain their life force or to compel them to reproduce for their own kind. In earlier years, Indian wizards primarily hunted them down. Harry was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn of such matters. Noticing Harry's expression, Padma smiled gently. Harry, having grown up in a Muggle family, it is only natural that you are unaware of these things. Allow me to illustrate with a simple analogy. The Chichio people are quite similar in nature to the werewolves and vampires found in Europe. However, while vampires and werewolves still exist here, they have retreated into the shadows, occasionally re-emerging. The Chichio people, on the other hand, have not been seen for decades, having been eradicated by the wizards of India and the sorcerers of China. I learned of them from my grandfather, who mentioned that he once hunted a Chichio in his youth. Even in my grandfather's time, Chichio were already a rare sight. Upon hearing Padma's explanation, Harry quickly grasped the concept. The vampire culture was indeed a fervent topic in Europe, particularly in England. During his time in the ordinary world, he had often seen older students donning vampire costumes for various year-end festivities, and on Halloween, the streets were teeming with vampire enthusiasts. What about the Lord of the Deep Space Star C? Harry pondered. I have not heard of that, Padma replied, shaking her head, indicating her lack of knowledge on the subject. I have, Duping chimed in with a grin. So, Potter, would you care to consult me? Though Harry was somewhat puzzled by the playful nature of Lisa Duping's smile, he sincerely inquired, Duping, could you share your insights with me? Oh, Harry, you really are quite dull. Duping sighed, shaking his head in mild exasperation, yet he continued, I have read about it in some ancient texts, which describe the Lord of the Deep Space, Star C, as an ancient and indescribable great being. Those who worship it can acquire extraordinary magical power through prayer. However, it seems that those who receive its gifts ultimately encounter misfortune. According to the texts, only the most deranged would seek its power. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that it is an immensely powerful entity. Harry nodded, affirming that what Luna had mentioned yesterday was not mere fabrication by her or her father. It appeared that heirs from esteemed magical families, such as Padma and Lupin, also possessed some knowledge of these entities. However, it was evident that neither Padma nor Luna truly comprehended them. Their understanding was superficial at best. Thus, what manner of being was that dark figure? Harry hesitated for a moment before once again inquiring, is there, among these entities, one that is a person of color? A person of color? Dupin replied, shaking his head in skepticism, I don't think so. These are all abstract, ineffable existences. According to the texts, merely catching a glimpse would drive an ordinary person to madness. Well, Dupin and the others are equally in the dark. Harry feigned a carefree smile and nodded, casually dismissing Duping and Padma's inquiries with a vague excuse. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and entered the library section. He sought to find literature on immortality, for the only connection he currently possessed to that enigmatic figure was Zhou Yin, a devotee of the Black Mountain Goat, who had spent his later years in pursuit of eternal life. Regrettably, the library offered no books on immortality, at least, none in the general section. Harry's gaze fell upon the restricted section of the library. It seemed that he would once again need to employ the invisibility cloak, he mused. Yet, he remained unaware of whether his pursuit of information regarding the enigmatic figure in black was indeed the right course of action. How's the pairing of Harry and Padma? In Chapter 121, The Thief's Notes, after the encounter from the previous night, Harry felt somewhat reluctant to wander through the castle in the dead of night again. Thus, after finishing his dinner, he donned his invisibility cloak with his left hand and stealthily made his way back to the library. By 7 or 8 o'clock, the library was bustling with patrons, even on a Sunday, predominantly Ravenclaws. Harry cautiously passed by the portrait of the fat lady, ensuring that she had not detected him, before slipping into the book area behind her. Between the restricted section and the ordinary section, a portrait stood guard, should any student attempt to cross over without permission. It would bellow, drawing the attention of the fat lady. Harry had tried this in his first year and knew that the portrait could not see him while cloaked, allowing him to enter the restricted section with ease. The restricted section is divided into lower and upper tiers. The lower tier books can be borrowed by 6th-year students after completing their O, W, L, S, while younger students may do so with a professor's signature. However, access to the upper tier requires the headmaster's approval. Typically, only faculty and professors frequent the upper restricted section, as its contents are often beyond the grasp of ordinary wizards, let alone students. Regardless of the tier, students are not permitted to enter. They must request titles from the fat lady, who would retrieve them. Harry had traversed the lower restricted section wearing his invisibility cloak more than once, becoming quite familiar with it. Yet, even with this familiarity, he could not recall the titles housed within, especially since he had always visited at night, navigating with a lantern, which proved cumbersome. After searching for quite some time, he found no volumes that could be associated with immortality. Harry did not hesitate to step into the exclusive section of forbidden books. Here, many titles appeared decidedly inappropriate at first glance, but even more were obscured, their covers bearing indistinct inscriptions. After a prolonged search, he still found no volume pertaining to immortality. Instead, he came across 2 tomes related to demons. Harry glanced at the pages and quickly retreated. They were filled with intricate magical circles that made his head ache just from a brief look, accompanied by an array of bizarre rituals requiring unusual preparations. He felt that, before graduation, he would not be able to comprehend even the simplest of them. Although Zhou Yin, in his later years, studied demon summoning alongside his quest for immortality, Harry found the sight of those magical diagrams so daunting that he preferred to abandon the search altogether. As he was about to leave the library, Harry unexpectedly spotted a book of moderate thickness. The cover bore a slightly deteriorated title, yet he could still discern part of it. Animagus. Animagus? Harry's eyes sparkled with interest. During his first year, he had attempted to locate Nicholas Flamel in the renowned wizard directory, but to no avail. However, he did find Professor McGonagall's name within the same book. At the time, he had not paid much attention. But after his encounter with Dumbledore in the Mirror of Erised classroom, where Dumbledore praised Professor McGonagall, his curiosity had led him to revisit her entry. What he discovered astounded him. Professor McGonagall's record was extraordinarily detailed, chronicling her journey from her arrival at Hogwarts, through her tenure as an assistant in Transfiguration, to her eventual promotion to professor, head of the Transfiguration department, and ultimately, her ascension to deputy headmistress. In her student days, Professor McGonagall could be likened to a remarkably enhanced version of Hermione. Not only did she excel academically, surpassing her peers, but she also held the highest scores ever recorded in O, W, L, and N, E, W, T examinations. What particularly piqued Harry's interest was that Professor McGonagall was also an adept Quidditch player during her youth. Her accomplishments in Transfiguration were nothing short of astonishing. She was a practitioner of the advanced subtype of Transfiguration known as Animagus. An Animagus is a wizard or witch capable of transforming into a specific animal, distinct from ordinary Transfiguration, which requires continuous magical energy to maintain the transformation. In contrast, once an Animagus has successfully transformed for the first time, no further magical energy is needed, and at advanced levels of mastery, it can even be performed without a wand. Professor McGonagall was indeed an Animagus, and a highly skilled one at that. Harry had witnessed her transform into a tabby cat in class without any visible effort, then leap from a high podium and return to her human form upon landing. As a result, Harry, who had always adored cats, found himself hesitant to approach them at Hogwarts, where numerous felines roamed the castle and its vicinity, many abandoned by former students after graduation, as recounted by older students. Becoming an Animagus is an exceedingly challenging and intricate form of magic, as evidenced by the fact that only 7 animagi have been registered by the Ministry of Magic this century. Among them, Professor McGonagall stood out as the youngest, having completed her Animagus training while still a student, leaving the ministry officials utterly astonished. Harry had long harbored a curiosity about animagi, which, in a sense, represented an advanced form of Transfiguration. With his mediocre performance in Transfiguration, Harry felt he was still far from mastering it, to the point where he hesitated to consult Professor McGonagall. To his surprise, he encountered a relevant book here. Pulling it from the shelf, Harry beheld its title. Unlike the faded text on the spine, the lettering on the front remained quite clear. The Essence of Transfiguration, Animagi. Harry, filled with curiosity, opened the book, only to have a slender notebook tumble out before he could even glimpse its contents. Puzzled, he picked it up. It was a small black notebook, devoid of any title on its cover. As he flipped it open, the title page revealed the words "The Robber's Journal" inscribed in an ethereal script. A robber? Harry was momentarily taken aback by the name. He had never encountered such a designation before. He had only heard of the Death Eaters, who were formerly Voldemort's followers. Were the Marauders a similar faction? Harry turned to the first page and raised an eyebrow slightly, for it was a set of notes on Transfiguration. As he leafed through the subsequent pages, he discovered that they were all filled with detailed and rich notes on the subject. The pages contained a plethora of tips regarding Transfiguration, ranging from the most fundamental technique of transforming inanimate objects to the intermediate skills of transmuting living beings into inanimate forms, and even the advanced practice of changing inanimate objects into living ones. There were even descriptions pertaining to the ultimate mastery of Transfiguration, imbuing lifeless matter with life itself. However, it was evident that while the author of these notes possessed considerable skill, they had not quite reached the level of the renowned authors of comprehensive texts. The section on transforming living beings into other living forms was rife with numerous tips and personal interpretations from various authors. Yet, when it came to the transformation of inanimate objects into living ones, the insights were notably scarce. Although Harry, at his current level, could not discern the author's true proficiency, he found that many of the tips in the foundational section on transforming inanimate objects resonated with his own experiences while studying Transfiguration. It was quite fascinating. Harry found it quite intriguing and turned 2 more pages. Then he came upon a page that contained only a single line of text. Unlike the previous notes, which were meticulously written. This line was large and rather scrawled. What on earth is the mind of the wizard who invented Animagus? Animagus? Harry's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This thief was also interested in Animagus? Well, that seemed reasonable, as these notes had all been discovered within this very book. Harry opened a nearby tome on transfiguration, specifically focusing on the intricacies of Animagus transformation. The initial pages provided a brief introduction and essential precautions regarding this complex art. As he turned through several pages, he stumbled upon the preparatory work requisite for becoming an Animagus. Merely glancing at the content caused him to break into a sweat, echoing the sentiments of the author of the thief's notes. What manner of chaotic thoughts resided in the minds of the first witches and wizards to achieve Animagus status? From that point onward in the thief's notes, the text delved into the study and exploration of Animagus transformation. It became evident to Harry that the notes were not penned by a single individual. The varying handwriting suggested the contributions of at least 2, if not 3, authors. Interspersed among the discussions of Animagus were a few spells, not particularly advanced or dark, yet they were higher-level incantations within the realm of conventional magic. Particularly valuable were the insights and learning tips from the authors of the thief's notes, akin to the earlier sections on transfiguration. One spell, in particular, caught Harry's attention: the lightning storm. This was the longest incantation he had ever encountered. He had not seen it in any spellbook previously, though it might be reserved for advanced charms classes beyond the 6th year. Nevertheless, the descriptions provided by the thieves indicated that while it was not overly difficult to learn, mastering it completely posed a significant challenge. Most spells in the notes were succinctly described, often occupying no more than a page, with a few lines interspersed to enhance understanding of Animagus studies. In stark contrast, the lightning storm was set apart, spanning 3 full pages. It elaborated on the meaning of each glyph within the incantation and the intricate balance of magical forces required for its execution, accompanied by a wealth of cautionary advice regarding its application. After a brief perusal, Harry garnered a preliminary understanding of this spell, which left him utterly astounded. This enchantment is capable of conjuring a thundercloud over a small area, with coverage extending to several thousand square meters. Within this cloud, up to 99 bolts of lightning may be contained, striking down with formidable force. While the potency of these lightning strikes pales in comparison to that of genuine lightning, they are nonetheless impressive. Harry had perused the advanced textbook for charms. Among the O.W.L. examinations and charms that students must undertake in their 5th year, there exists a bonus spell known as the weather charm. Achieving excellence in this segment requires the ability to simultaneously conjure 3 forms of weather: wind, rain, and snow. Furthermore, should one successfully summon lightning, additional points are awarded. While the singular lightning bolt from a thunderstorm spell is somewhat inferior to the lightning conjured by the weather charm, the potency becomes equivalent when 2 or 3 bolts target the same entity. Should 10 bolts converge upon a single individual, the force becomes truly formidable. If, however, 99 bolts were to strike the same person, even the most powerful dark wizard would find it insurmountable. The challenge lies not in summoning a storm cloud infused with 99 bolts of lightning, but rather in mastering the control of those bolts. Concentrating all lightning upon one target is nearly an impossible feat. To make matters worse, mismanaged lightning may strike indiscriminately. Indeed, a poorly controlled thunderstorm can devolve into a chaotic onslaught. According to the notes penned by the author of the Robbers' Chronicles, they have trained to the extent that within the storm cloud's domain, if their targets do not exceed 5, they can ensure no collateral damage. They can also direct 17 bolts of lightning toward a single target. Their attempts revealed that even the most advanced defensive barriers would shatter after enduring 13 strikes. Ah, thunderstorm, Harry murmured, filled with yearning. The Half-Blood Prince has yet to arrive, yet the robbers have already made their entrance. Aha. Chapter 122. Ominous murmurs. Harry returned the essence of transfiguration, the Animagus, to the bookshelf, while tucking the Book of the Marauder's notes into his cloak as he made his way back to the common room. Along the way, he encountered Snape, who was patrolling the castle and deducting points from a first-year Gryffindor. Harry longed to deliver a kick to Snape from behind. Throughout the semester, Snape and he had maintained a mutual disdain, each ignoring the other. In class, although Snape never uttered Harry's name, his sarcastic remarks were plentiful, which had long since irritated Harry. If it weren't for the fact that potions was a compulsory subject, he might have given up entirely. I shall not choose potions in my 6th year, Harry had declared as much the previous year. After much internal struggle, he ultimately relinquished the tempting notion of kicking the old bat from behind. After all, he was uncertain whether Snape might retaliate with a spell, while invisibility could conceal him. It did not guarantee he would remain unharmed. In a deserted lavatory outside the common room, Harry removed his invisibility cloak and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was nestled in a corner on the sofa, engrossed in one of Lockhart's books. Harry found this perplexing, for Hermione had nearly memorized the contents of the book. He could not fathom why she felt compelled to read it again. Meanwhile, Ron was seated beside Neville, reviewing their coursework and occasionally posing questions. Hermione answered with utmost seriousness. At such moments, she was at her most endearing. Never did she exhibit impatience when responding to others' inquiries, which was a principal reason for her haughty demeanor and the continued willingness of others to engage with her. Harry approached, greeted by Ron and Neville, while Hermione merely nodded, her attention predominantly fixed on her book. "Everyone, I have something to discuss," Harry whispered. The moment Ron perceived Harry's demeanor, his interest was instantly piqued, for it suggested the existence of clandestine matters. Gryffindors thrived on such intrigue. Although Neville was slightly more composed than Ron, he too set aside his textbook. And even Hermione diverted a fraction of her focus from her studies. "Last night, I helped Gilderoy Lockhart respond to his correspondence," Harry recounted. "I initially thought my task was laborious, but in comparison to Harry, I suppose I had it relatively easy," Ron remarked, only to receive a fierce glare from Hermione, which he, oblivious to, dismissed. But that's not the crux of the matter. Harry proceeded to share with Ron and the others the peculiar sounds he had encountered, along with Luna's cryptic remarks as he recalled them. "The forest black goat?" Ron queried, his expression one of skepticism. "The sovereign of the deep star sea?" Neville echoed, equally dubious. "The deadly dread above the mountains?" Hermione too wore a look of incredulity. "I have never encountered such phrases in any book, but if Padma and her friends have seen them, perhaps there is truth in their assertion that only ancient magical families possess such legacies." She mused with a hint of regret, casting a disapproving glance at Ron and Neville, both of whom hailed from esteemed magical lineages. Ron, noticing Hermione's pointed gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Our family possesses numerous ancient texts as well, though they reside in the ancestral home," he sheepishly admitted. "I have never been particularly good at remembering things, hence my reluctance to read." Neville, too, exhibited a measure of bashfulness. Harry and Hermione were sympathetic to Neville's predicament, well aware of his previous struggles with memory. Despite having practiced memory-enhancing spells for nearly a year, Neville's recollection remained barely on par with the average individual. Coupled with his frequent difficulties in executing spells, he was compelled to devote a significant amount of his free time to practice, leaving him little opportunity to delve into other literature. However, Ron's mention of the ancestral home piqued Harry and Hermione's curiosity. Ancestral home. Hermione seized upon the term of interest. "Indeed, the Weasley family possesses a venerable estate," Ron asserted confidently. "We, too, are an ancient family, complete with our own manor." "But then why?" Harry began. "If you have a manor, do you reside in the burrow?" Though the burrow felt warm and inviting to Harry, it could not possibly rival a grand estate. "Ah, it all comes down to financial constraints," Ron sighed, raising his hands in resignation. "Maintaining a manor requires substantial funds. Just the costs associated with the muggle-repelling charms and privacy enchantments are considerable. You are well aware of our family's situation. This predicament has persisted since my grandfather's time. By the time my father was quite young, we could no longer sustain the expenses of the manor and had to seal it away, along with many precious tomes that remained confined within its walls." Harry and Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the Weasley family's financial situation was a pressing concern. This was evident from Ron's perpetually worn clothing and even Percy's secondhand textbooks. It was no wonder. Harry had previously read that the Weasley family was one of the 28 pureblood families, a lineage steeped in the traditions of the magical world. He had thought that Ron's family was merely a less fortunate branch, still connected to the main trunk, but having fallen into disrepair. I digress. Harry redirected the conversation. "What do you think about the voice I heard?" "In my opinion, it's likely that you are merely experiencing an illusion," Hermione interjected. "That Luna you mentioned, I know her. She already has a nickname just a week into school. Crazy Luna. The Ravenclaw students say she is a bit eccentric. However, I truly heard it quite clearly," Harry protested. "Frankly, Harry, you should hope that it is indeed an illusion." Neville, rare in his contribution, spoke with great seriousness. "Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices that others cannot is not a good sign. There is a specific term for this in our magical community. It is called murmuring and ominous murmuring." Ron added, his expression now grave. The demeanor of Ron and Neville left Hermione and Harry perplexed. Harry, Hermione, you both hail from non-magical families, so your elders may not have informed you, Ron stated earnestly. In the magical realm, hearing voices that are inaudible to others, known as murmuring, is a foreboding omen. It is a matter of great concern. Never respond. And certainly do not investigate. Ignore it as much as possible, for these murmurs often serve as temptations from dreadful demons or other malevolent entities. Many wizards who have descended into madness later discovered that they had heard murmurs in their lifetime. Neville nodded in agreement. I recall my grandmother saying that I had an uncle who once heard murmurs. After a time, he suddenly grew immensely powerful, almost as formidable as Dumbledore, but soon thereafter, he went mad and perished. When my grandfather and uncle were sorting through his belongings, they found in his notes that he had indeed heard murmurs and began to explore them. Harry felt somewhat anxious due to the unsettling revelation. Hermione, however, expressed her confusion, questioning why the book she had perused made no mention of such matters. It was explained that the murmurs might be linked to demons or other formidable malevolent entities, some of which were deities revered by certain cults. Consequently, the magical community approached these subjects with considerable trepidation. Ron elaborated, stating that it was not solely wizards who were affected. Many muggles, too, might unwittingly hear such whispers and subsequently descend into madness, transforming into monstrous beings. A crucial responsibility of all magical ministries or similar institutions worldwide is to eradicate these aberrations and mitigate the repercussions they cause. Harry suddenly thought of werewolves, vampires, and the goblins that Padma had mentioned earlier that day. Hermione, somewhat persuaded by this explanation, nodded slightly and turned to Harry, noticing that his complexion appeared rather pallid. She gently reassured him, Harry, it is likely that you were simply exhausted at that time. Furthermore, your rather unique perspective on Professor Lockhart may have contributed to your unease. Experiencing hallucinations under such circumstances is quite normal. Indeed, Harry, Ron chimed in, along with Neville, who had also noticed Harry's distress. Ron hurried to comfort him, saying, it must be a mere figment of your imagination. There is no need to worry. Even if you truly heard something, it is of little consequence. As long as you do not respond or investigate further, such apparitions will often refrain from reappearing. Neville added his own words of solace. Harry nodded silently, a troubling thought creeping into his mind. According to Padma, the lethal fear that looms over the mountains is an evil deity worshipped by the goblins. This entity bears similarities to the Black Goat of the Woods and the Lord of the Deep Star Sea. Might the dark figure he encountered also belong to such a category? Although neither Luna, Padma, nor Lisa Dupin had heard of the dark figure, it is possible that this being simply lacks renown. Some wizards and ordinary individuals who have heard whispers have descended into madness. Is there a connection between this madness and the exploration of these mysterious entities? Or could the murmurs that those wizards and ordinary people heard originate from these terrifying beings? Thus, having already encountered the dark figure, does that imply a link to an evil deity or a similar entity? In truth, he did indeed meet the dark figure during the summer, and upon arriving at Hogwarts, he began hearing whispers again. Could this merely be a coincidence? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Harry found himself unable to quell his rising panic. He certainly did not wish to become like the wizards Ron spoke of, driven mad by the influence of an evil god. Should he confide in Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore? Harry hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to forsake his intentions for the time being. He was deeply troubled by the thought that if he confided in Professor McGonagall, he might be perceived as a wizard already under the influence of the dark god and subsequently confined. Harry considered this a genuine possibility, particularly since Professor McGonagall had already expressed her dissatisfaction with them due to the incident involving the flying car. Harry shook his head inwardly, wishing that all of this was merely the product of his imagination. He hoped never to hear that hoarse, low murmur again. Harry's hopes seemed to have come to fruition. For an entire month, he heard no more whispers and encountered no peculiar occurrences. Instead, during this time, he and Ron clandestinely delved into the study of the Bandit's notes, which significantly enhanced their magical prowess. This tranquility persisted until early October, when a piece of news became the talk of Gryffindor. In early October, an amusing anecdote captivated the entire Gryffindor house, revolving around nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor. It was certainly not another instance of Nick's failed application to the Headless Horseman Club. He had been applying year after year. And apart from the first years who lacked older siblings to dissuade them, most students paid little heed. What truly piqued their interest was Nick's surprising announcement that he intended to host a gathering, inviting all his friends to celebrate his 500th birthday. This revelation was utterly outrageous. Harry and his companions were utterly baffled by the notion that anyone would wish to commemorate the anniversary of their own demise, even if they were a ghost. It is worth mentioning that Harry had once harbored a modicum of curiosity about it, as did Hermione. However, Ron's succinct remark extinguished their fleeting interest. "You must consider what the food would be like at a ghost's banquet," Ron remarked with an expression of indifference. Instantly, Harry and Hermione experienced a moment of clarity and resolutely decided that attending the school's Halloween party would be far more enjoyable. The Halloween festivities were indeed captivating, especially with the news that Dumbledore had invited a tap-dancing troupe of skeletons from Switzerland. In the magical realm, there exist 3 premier non-human dance troupes. The most sought after, of course, are the enchanting elven dancers. All who have witnessed their performance proclaim it to be a breathtaking spectacle, one that one must see at least once in a lifetime to cherish forever. However, elves are exceedingly rare, residing deep within expansive forests and seldom interacting with humans, including wizards. Throughout the annals of magical history, their appearances have been scant, yet each occasion has left a lasting impression. Currently, very few in the magical community possess the means to invite elven dancers. Dumbledore is among those few, but having connections does not guarantee success in securing an invitation. Slightly less esteemed than the elven dancers are the Vila. Vila are a type of humanoid magical creature from Eastern Europe, equally breathtaking in their beauty. They are not significantly inferior to elves. However, their magical prowess pales in comparison. Many ancient European wizarding families have kept Vila, thus diminishing their rarity compared to elves. Moreover, elves possess a unique culture, and their dances never fail to astonish wizards, a quality that Vila lack. In third place are the skeleton dance troupes. While numerous skeleton dance groups exist within the magical community, only a few are considered top tier. Dumbledore's recent invitation to the Clattering Troupe marks it as one of the finest skeleton tap dancing ensembles in the industry. Thus, the choice was easily made. When nearly headless Nick extended an invitation to Harry and his friends for his death day party, they politely declined. Although Nick expressed regret, it was not particularly intense, for he had been dead for 5 centuries and had an abundance of ghostly friends around the world. During this period, Harry and Ron were not faring particularly well, primarily due to 2 factors: increasingly challenging coursework and the mounting pressure from Wood. Previously, Harry had physically confronted Draco and Marcus Flint, even threatening Terence Higgs. It was said that Draco wrote to his father, Lucius Malfoy, that very evening. The latter promptly sent a letter of protest to Hogwarts the following day. However, Professor McGonagall intercepted Lucius's protest after thoroughly investigating the matter. Consequently, Harry and his companions were unaware of the situation until several weeks later. Their admiration for their house head, McGonagall, soared. Though Professor McGonagall could withstand Lucius's protest, she could not alter the oppressive atmosphere that Slytherin's overall upgrade in equipment had cast over the Gryffindor Quidditch team. While it is true that students typically do not harness the full capabilities of flying broomsticks, theoretically, the differences between the Nimbus 2000 and the 2001 models are minimal and can be bridged with skill. However, theory and reality diverge. In truth, the Nimbus 2001 boasts a superior initial speed and acceleration. Unless one can maintain high-speed motion with the broomstick, the disparity between the models can be equalized, given that young wizards can generally manage similar maximum speeds. However, maintaining high-speed motion is a fundamental skill for professional Quidditch players, and even for substitutes in a third-tier club. It is not excessively challenging. Among school students, only a select few could possibly achieve such proficiency. Regrettably, Gryffindor currently lacks such players. Even if there were, the only broomstick capable of compensating for this gap would be Harry's Firebolt. Angelina and Aaliyah's Comet 260 could barely manage it. Unfortunately, the other broomsticks fell short of even that capability. In this regard, Wood felt powerless. They had observed Slytherin's training, and the Nimbus 2001 performed even more impressively than they had anticipated, leaving the entire team disheartened. "All I can do is guard the goal as best as I can," Wood lamented. "However, if they are moving at the speed of a Nimbus 2001, I cannot guarantee anything. Harry, we must rely on you," Aaliyah said, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Your broomstick is on par with theirs, and we believe your skills surpass Malfoy's. If you can catch the golden snitch quickly, victory will be ours." Harry nodded, but Angelina beside him expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Elia, do not add pressure to Harry. Yet, are there any other alternatives?" Elia shrugged, leaving Angelina at a loss for words. The entire Gryffindor team could only increase their training amidst this oppressive atmosphere. However, the efficacy of such efforts was uncertain. In Wood's words, "I have never wished for a match to be postponed as fervently as I do now." Conversely, some held a different view from Wood's. "I believe the sooner the match begins, the sooner we confront Slytherin, which would be advantageous for us," Ron asserted. Whenever Quidditch was mentioned, he seemed more knowledgeable than Hermione. "They need time to adapt to the new brooms. As we train to improve, they too are acclimating to their new brooms." Ron's point was indeed valid, which only served to intensify the atmosphere within the team. Compared to Ron, Harry possessed one advantage. He was spared from the caustic insults of Snape. However, Harry was uncertain whether this was truly a blessing, as, like the previous semester, Snape still refrained from grading his potions assignments. With less than a week until the Halloween feast, Harry, after an unusually early completion of his homework, decided to spend some time with Hagrid. Hagrid had already prepared numerous gigantic pumpkins for Halloween, which he intended to decorate throughout the castle. Completing these tasks brought him immense joy, and conversing with Hagrid provided Harry with a much-needed respite from the pressures he had been facing. "By the way, Hagrid, what about your Fluffy?" Harry recalled the three-headed dog. Recently, he and Ron had made a point to stroll down that fourth-floor corridor. The door remained, yet the trapdoor had vanished. When they knocked, the ground surprisingly had become solid. Such a phenomenon would be difficult to comprehend in the ordinary world. But in the magical realm, it was merely an oddity. However, Harry and his friends were curious about what had become of Hagrid's three-headed dog now that the stone pit was gone. "Oh, I put him in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid said, his face lighting up whenever he spoke of his creatures. "Fluffy loves the Forbidden Forest. It allows him to run about happily. I'm planning to find him a companion. However, three-headed dogs are exceedingly rare, and it's quite challenging to find another canine of such a large stature. It's quite a dilemma to find a mate for a three-headed dog." Harry felt a surge of annoyance. Yet he couldn't help but think that this was typical of Hagrid. What creatures resided in the Forbidden Forest? Curiosity gnawed at Harry as he inquired whether the presence of the werewolf would pose a threat to the other creatures. The forest was teeming with life, and while he had never ventured deep within, he was aware of the myriad beings that inhabited its outskirts: acromantulas, puffskeins, nifflers, thestrals, erumpents, and more. Near the water's edge lurked fire crabs and grindylows, while the Black Lake concealed a water-dwelling monster resembling a horse. Hagrid rattled off a plethora of these creatures, many of which were unknown to Harry. When it came to the werewolf's potential danger, Hagrid hesitated, although the creature possessed formidable strength and a terrifying roar. Its speed was not particularly swift, making it unlikely to catch most magical beings. Furthermore, the forest did house some ordinary animals, which the werewolf would likely prefer to hunt. "And I often provide them with food," he added. "Hagrid, have you ever considered a question that Ron and I have debated numerous times? The training of magical creatures?" "Training? Why?" Hagrid questioned, skepticism etched across his face. "Magical creatures prefer their freedom, don't they?" "That may be true, but Hagrid, we have reasons," Harry countered. "You know that he has not perished, right?" "Oh yes, I'm aware." Hagrid shuddered involuntarily at the mere thought. He had lived through Voldemort's reign of terror, and the fear was palpable. But what happens when he returns, seeking his old followers? Have you contemplated that? Professor Dumbledore will stop him. Hagrid's response was predictable. Indeed, Dumbledore can thwart him. Yet, Hagrid, Dumbledore alone cannot safeguard Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, or any other place. Voldemort does not announce his attacks in advance. Harry urged. If Dumbledore were absent, who could stand against him? Perhaps no one. Hagrid lamented, shaking his head. Even exceptional wizards like Professors McGonagall and Flitwick would seem powerless before him. He is terrifying. Moreover, as far as I know, he commands a legion of followers, Harry added. Yes, those damned Death Eaters. Hagrid's tone shifted from fear to anger and disdain. Exactly, the Death Eaters. Harry nodded, then posed the true question. What if, hypothetically, there were a well-trained army of magical creatures at our disposal? What would that entail? Hagrid's eyes sparkled with interest. Chapter 124. The gaze of Madame Malkin. The weather in England was notoriously unpredictable, with rain or snow arriving without any warning. One could not claim that overcast skies served as an indication, for at least 80 out of 100 days were shrouded in clouds. Similarly, it was an undeniable fact that 50 to 60 days out of 100 would witness rainfall. However, for Harry, this was not a concern. He had possessed the ability to forecast the weather to a certain extent since childhood. His cousin Dudley would often inquire about the weather before heading out each day. Thus, Harry's timing for visiting Hagrid was impeccable. By the time the rain began to fall, it ceased just as he prepared to return. When Harry first arrived at Hogwarts, He assumed that many young wizards possessed such abilities. However, after conversing with Ron and others, he learned that such talents are relatively rare even among wizards. This led Harry to question whether he might have a gift for divination. He had already resolved to select divination as an elective in his third year. Although Professor Sybil Trelawney appeared somewhat eccentric, Harry had read that many renowned historical seers shared similar peculiarities. Perhaps this is the price one must pay for possessing the gift of foresight, Hermione remarked during their discussion on the topic. Yet today, Harry found himself doubting his divinatory abilities. While he accurately predicted the timing of the rain and cleverly avoided getting drenched without an umbrella, he nonetheless ended up with a muddy shoe. The path from Hagrid's hut to the castle required traversing the grounds, much of which was devoid of proper pathways. Typically, this was manageable, but after the rain, the muck became unbearable. Compounding his misfortune, Harry foolishly donned his robe today, resulting in his shoes and the hem of his robe being splattered with mud. After much effort, he finally arrived at the castle's entrance. Although the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast. Despite it not being particularly late, darkness had already descended. Standing before the castle, Harry was attempting to use the cleaning charm to rid his shoes and robe of the dirt, while silently berating himself for his foolishness. He feared that bringing muddy water into the castle would earn him the ire of Filch, who frequently punished students for such transgressions, often docking points from their houses. Though Harry could perform the cleaning charm, it only occurred to him during the process that he could have used the levitation charm to lift himself above the muck, thus avoiding the muddy ordeal altogether. Harry's proficiency in cleaning charms was rather mediocre. He exerted considerable effort to cleanse his robe, trousers, and shoes thoroughly. Just as he was about to step inside, he encountered the emaciated, gray-furred cat, Mrs. Norris. "Huh, this time you shan't catch me, you foolish feline." Harry chuckled with a smirk, striding past with an air of arrogance. Yet, to his surprise, Mrs. Norris circled back to confront him once more, meowing insistently. Harry was quite annoyed by the unattractive large cat, yet he did not resort to kicking it like some unruly children might. He knew that Mrs. Norris could understand human speech to some extent, and he threatened, "I am not violating any school rules. If you do not step aside, I shall not be polite." Mrs. Norris seemed intimidated, swishing her tail and moving aside. In that moment, Harry experienced a peculiar sensation, as if Mrs. Norris offered him a final glance that bore a hint of mockery. Shaking his head, he self-deprecatingly mused, how could a cat possibly wear such an expression? At that moment, in southeastern Europe, east of the Adriatic Sea, on numerous battlefields, tens of thousands were engaged in a desperate struggle upon scorched earth. The sounds of gunfire, artillery, weeping, and cries of anguish echoed across the land. Sadness, anger, despair, and brutality lingered in the air. Corpses and severed limbs were strewn about, blood soaking the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The faces of the combatants, whether junior officers or ordinary soldiers, reflected a numbing shock, and even the mid-level officers bore expressions of anguish. Yet amidst this landscape of suffering, there appeared a figure utterly out of place. A man with dark skin, clad in a black cloak, strolled through the battlefield, a look of sheer delight adorning his seemingly ordinary face. He navigated through the hail of bullets and the cacophony of explosions as if taking a leisurely walk, occasionally twirling or performing a few courtly dance steps. Strangely, it seemed that none of the thousands of soldiers on the battlefield could perceive him. How amusing! A mere trifling act has stirred such a commotion. Humans, indeed, are fascinating creatures, the dark-skinned man joyfully remarked. Several shells exploded nearby, shrapnel ricocheting off him as if it were merely passing through air. Unfazed, he continued to meander about the battlefield. Suddenly, the man paused slightly, then slowly turned his head toward the northwest. Oh, what trouble has the little lamb found itself in? How did it come to be entangled with such matters? A hint of confusion crossed his face, but soon he returned to his previous smile. But what does it matter to me? It is not my follower, hee. If this little lamb were to perish, what might I do with its soul? Alas, it is a spirited little creature. It likely will not succumb so easily. Moreover, there is that fellow's pseudo-follower watching. Harry opened his eyes, only to find himself standing in an endless expanse of darkness. Where could this be? Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, encountering nothing but profound blackness. The sky above was pitch black, and the ground beneath his feet was equally dark. There was no distinction between heaven and earth. However, despite the utter void, it felt as though he could see quite far, yet in the distance, there remained only more darkness, rendering everything invisible. This sensation was undeniably eerie. Harry attempted to take a few steps, his shoes crunching against the darkened ground, producing a sound that echoed unsettlingly in the profound silence of the world around him. This faint noise reverberated with an almost jarring intensity, instilling a sense of unease within Harry, as if a faint thrum of anxiety fluttered in his chest. Harry furrowed his brow and glanced down at himself. He was clad in a checkered long-sleeved shirt, paired with a pair of slightly faded jeans. On his feet were a pair of sneakers, an ensemble he typically favored. However, when had he donned this attire? Shouldn't this outfit have remained on Privet Drive? Harry felt a twinge of suspicion. He recalled playing a game of chess with Ron and the others before succumbing to fatigue and retiring for the night. Now, he found himself in this unfamiliar situation. Before he could ponder further, something emerged from the profound darkness. It was mist, though it too was shrouded in black. Its gentle undulation introduced a subtle presence amidst the utter void. Harry attempted to lift his hand, only to discover that his usual wristband and wand were absent. How strange. Exceedingly strange. Harry furrowed his brows tightly, sensing that all was amiss. He ought to have been peacefully slumbering in his dormitory at Hogwarts. At that moment, the surrounding mist had thickened considerably. The once clear vista had vanished, leaving only the nebulous fog that enveloped him. Suddenly, two glimmering green lights emerged within the dark haze. A jolt of alarm surged through Harry, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. With a swift rush, a shadow zipped past his ear. The gust of wind it created causing a slight sting against his cheek. What was that? Harry exclaimed, pivoting to assume a defensive stance. Though his wand was absent, he still possessed combat skills. Yet, the creature had already vanished into the shadows, eluding his sight. As he took a step forward, an unsettling sensation gripped him, and he abruptly tilted his head. In another swift motion, a dark figure darted from behind him, brushing past his ear once more before disappearing into the mist once again. This time, Harry caught a fleeting glimpse. It was an animal over a foot long, with deep brown fur and a long tail. At first glance, it resembled an oversized rat. However, he discerned twisted little antennae near its mouth, features that were certainly not characteristic of a mammal. What could it be? Harry felt an overwhelming sense of unease. But before he could react, the creature lunged out once more, this time head-on. Harry finally discerned the creature. Just as he had observed earlier, it resembled a large rat, yet beneath its fur lay a multitude of bumpy protrusions. Its green eyes glimmered with malevolence, and around its mouth were tendril-like appendages, now unfurled like petals, revealing a set of sharp, dental instruments. Harry was momentarily entranced as the creature lunged at his face. Its four sharp claws gripped his head tightly, while its slender tail constricted fiercely around his neck. Harry felt that the tail, neither particularly long nor thick, possessed an incredible strength that rendered him breathless in an instant. He attempted to reach out and grasp it, but as soon as his hand made contact, the creature bit down fiercely on his face. The crimson flow of blood obscured Harry's vision. He sensed his body losing its weight, becoming ethereal, as though he were floating. Almost immediately, it felt as though he were thrust into a whirlwind, with the world spinning rapidly around him. This disorientation dulled all his senses, leaving him in a haze. The sensation churned his insides, provoking a wave of nausea, yet his body continued to spin violently, interrupting even the instinct to vomit. In the next moment, everything abruptly halted, and a profound tearing sensation surged from within, as if his very being were on the verge of disintegration. His head throbbed painfully, as though it might split apart. His mind was a chaotic tangle, filled with a swirling amalgamation of red and black, akin to a viscous space. Then, Harry's body jolted violently, plummeting rapidly, as if he were falling from an immense height. Harry felt himself plummeting at an ever-accelerating pace, as if the various parts of his body could no longer keep up with one another, on the verge of disintegration. It seemed to occur in an instant, yet it also felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Harry sensed his body come to a jarring halt. A familiar voice faintly echoed in his ears. Harry? Harry. Harry felt utterly devoid of strength, caught in a disconcerting state of extreme heat juxtaposed with an unsettling chill. A profound weariness enveloped him, rendering the mere act of opening his eyes an immense burden. Madame Pomfrey, what is wrong with Harry? A familiar voice echoed in his ears, distinctly that of his dear friend Ron. It seemed as though he was experiencing a high fever, yet something felt amiss. A woman's voice, laced with concern, interjected. Harry recognized it as Madame Pomfrey from the infirmary, a witch renowned for her exceptional medical skills, albeit with a rather irritable demeanor. When did this ailment begin? Had he engaged in any unusual activities? It started this morning. came another voice, which Harry identified as Neville S. We were playing chess last night, and he seemed perfectly fine. Yes, yes, yes. Ron's voice was tinged with urgency. This morning, I intended to call Harry for Quidditch practice, but after several attempts yielded no response, I went to check on him. His face was alternating between red and pale, and upon touching him, I found him burning hot. I hurried to find Percy for assistance. Wizards rarely fell ill. Although young wizards were somewhat more susceptible, it was uncommon for them to suffer such high fevers. Madame Pomfrey hesitated, pondering. It is quite unusual for my fever-reducing potion to be ineffective. I suspect it may not be an ordinary fever. What could it be? Ron queried, momentarily perplexed, while Neville could not restrain himself from chiming in. Could it be a curse? It certainly resembles one. Madame Pomfrey responded. Please wait here. I will fetch Professors McGonagall and Flitwick for their expertise in spells. Harry, in a hazy state, lost consciousness again. When he next opened his eyes, a man with a striking little mustache that curled at the ends came into view. The man was quite short and seemed to be standing on a high stool to be at Harry's side. Professor Flitwick, Harry murmured, only to realize that his throat was parched and painful, and his mouth tasted bitter. Ah, splendid. You're awake. Professor Flitwick, the charms professor, beamed. Let us get him some honey water. He must be feeling quite dry and bitter in the mouth. A bit of chocolate would also do wonders. He needs to replenish his energy. Phileas, what is the situation? A tall, slender woman with spectacles approached. It was Professor McGonagall, her tone filled with concern, which warmed Harry's heart. Professor Flitwick took a small bowl of prepared honey water from Madame Pomfrey and, with a flick of his wand, conjured a delicate golden sphere of liquid that floated gently to Harry's lips. Compliantly, Harry opened his mouth, and the sphere slipped inside, soothing his dry throat and bitter taste considerably. Thank you, Professor. Harry attempted to rise, but found himself utterly drained. Stay down, you are still quite weak. Professor Flitwick gently urged, conjuring another honey water sphere for Harry. He continued, addressing Professor McGonagall. It appears to be a malevolent spirit, a Zog. You must be familiar with that name, Minerva? The Dementor-like creature from dreams. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. How could Harry have encountered such a thing? The protections around Hogwarts should shield against these entities, unless someone summoned it within the castle. Flitwick interjected. The barriers of Hogwarts prevent a Zog from locating anyone inside, unless someone provided it with a pinpoint. Lying in bed, Harry listened, trying to comprehend. The Dementor-like creature from his dreams? He recalled seeing a rat-like figure in a pitch-black space. So that was a dream, but the experience had felt all too real. Harry, did you dream of being attacked by a creature resembling a large rat? Professor McGonagall inquired. Yes, Harry replied, his voice still faint but notably stronger than before. Then that confirms it. McGonagall nodded, though her brow furrowed again. But who summoned the Zog? Such a curse is rarely mastered, even by dark wizards, as its utility is limited. Most adult wizards are not concerned, and it primarily affects ordinary individuals and underage wizards. I have not heard of a wizard being cursed by it. Indeed, it is seldom used, at least not in recent decades. Flitwick pondered before shaking his head. I recall once, perhaps 40 or 50 years ago, when I first attended Hogwarts, a senior student from Gryffindor fell victim to this curse. It was said that the afflicted students were covered in pustules. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore's exceptional skill in counteracting such spells, they might have suffered lasting effects. Since then, I have not heard of it happening again. Oh, your mention of that reminds me. McGonagall nodded. When I first enrolled, professors would annually inform new students about how to deal with Zogs. However, since then, there have been no reports of students being possessed by one, and that tradition has faded. Professor, Harry said, having consumed a piece of chocolate and feeling considerably better, what if I encounter that Zog again in my dreams? What should I do? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Flitwick chuckled, shaking his head. Facing a Zog for the first time can indeed be perilous. Well, not truly perilous. As long as it is detected in time, such entities cannot truly be fatal. The curse is also quite simple to counteract. If you encounter it again in a dream, simply call out its name loudly. That should dispel it. Zog. Remember this name, Zog. As long as you call it out loudly, it will flee, and the dream will either vanish or revert to a normal one. Thank you, Professor. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he still harbored a slight unease at the thought of the menacing creature. Let us issue a notice, Flitwick suggested, glancing at McGonagall. Since someone in the school has employed this curse, we cannot rule out the possibility of others falling victim. Very well. I shall issue one immediately and consult with Professor Dumbledore to see if we can ascertain who performed the spell. McGonagall nodded in agreement with Flitwick's proposal. Though it may prove futile, Zogs are easily summoned, the rituals are simple, and the sacrificial requirements are minimal, making it difficult to trace. Nevertheless, it is wise to inform Dumbledore. Flitwick acknowledged. Harry, rest well. When you regain your strength, eat something. I will ensure the house elf is on standby. Just say you are hungry. McGonagall instructed. Okay, thank you, Professor McGonagall. Harry expressed his gratitude. McGonagall nodded and departed the infirmary alongside Professor Flitwick. As the door closed, both professors' expressions shifted slightly. Phileas, you must have sensed it as well, right? McGonagall's voice reflected her concern. Isn't Harry's condition rather peculiar? Though I have not experienced it myself, I have heard that Zog's summon rarely affect only one individual. Indeed, Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement, stating that if the target were a newcomer like Harry, it would be expected for the entire dormitory to be affected. In fact, it would be reasonable for symptoms to manifest among the lower years of the entire school. I recall a similar incident during my time, where an upperclassman had her entire dormitory possessed by a boggart. Harry's case, however, seems more akin to that of a wizard who has reached adulthood but has yet to enter the period of rapid magical growth. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment, suggesting that it resembles someone slightly stronger than a recent graduate. Yes, Minerva, you are absolutely correct. Just like that, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Young wizards aged between 17 and 20 typically exhibit such traits. I even consulted some references back in my day, just as you described. But why would Potter be in this situation? He is merely a second year. If he were a seventh year, I could understand, Professor McGonagall remarked, somewhat hesitantly. Perhaps it is simply because he is Potter, Flitwick replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Phileas, that is not an appropriate statement, McGonagall admonished with a weary shake of her head. Oh, Minerva, you are far too serious. It's not a grave matter, just relax. As the two gradually moved away, it was not long before notices were posted on the school bulletin board and in various common rooms. The announcement warned all students that someone had employed a dark magical ritual to summon malevolent creatures within the school, which might lead to students being attacked in their dreams by a creature resembling a giant rat. Should such an incident occur, it was advised to shout boggart at the creature to dispel it. Harry rested for a while longer, gathering his strength before propping himself up to sit. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he called out, I am hungry. At once, a house elf appeared by the window. Mr. Potter, what may I prepare for you? If possible, I would like some donuts. The ones filled with jam. And some bacon, just 2 or 3 slices will suffice. Even after drinking honey water, my mouth still feels somewhat bitter. Could I also have a large glass of soda? Harry employed an inquisitive tone. Should the little sprite decline, he would opt for something simpler. No problem. It will be ready shortly. The sprite responded affirmatively and then vanished into thin air. In less than 10 seconds, it reappeared, bearing a tray that now held 2 delectable donuts, 3 slices of smoked bacon, and a generous cup of soda. After expressing his gratitude, Harry indulged in a hearty feast. Once he had stuffed himself with food and washed it down with soda, he felt a surge of energy return to his body. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey re-entered the room, accompanied by Ron, Neville, and Hermione. It was still the weekend, and she warned, you have 15 minutes. Exceeding this time means you must leave. Mr. Potter requires ample rest. After giving Ron and the others a few words of caution, Madame Pomfrey exited. Harry, are you all right? Ron and Neville rushed to the window. With Ron speaking first, you frightened me this morning. You were burning up. Well, I'm fine now, aren't I? Harry smiled, reassuring his concerned friends. What on earth happened? Hermione asked, her tone tinged with apprehension. Madame Pomfrey couldn't even help you. When Professor McGonagall and the others arrived, they ushered us out, and we had no idea what transpired afterward. Harry pondered for a moment, feeling there was nothing to conceal, and thus recounted to Hermione and the others what he had heard from Professor McGonagall and the others. The notion of a curse, particularly one associated with Zugo, was indeed astonishing. Hermione, hailing from a non-magical background, had only recently acquired knowledge of the magical world, and her understanding of such ancient matters remained quite limited. Neville appeared somewhat bewildered as well, though Harry was uncertain whether it was due to his grandmother's silence on the subject or Neville's own poor memory at that time. Ron, however, was aware of the topic and curiously inquired, Zugo, are there still people around here using such things? He recalled that when Bill returned for Christmas 2 years prior, he mentioned that even in Egypt, the use of such dark curses was rare. Egypt, being a bastion of ancient magic and spells, had seen a significant decline in their usage. If it was scarcely found there, one could only imagine how much rarer it was in Europe. Professor McGonagall and the others concurred, stating that it had been at least 4 or 5 decades since anyone in Britain had witnessed such a thing. Harry nodded in agreement. Then, who cast the curse upon you? Hermione asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Had Ron and the others not discovered it in time? It could have been perilous. According to Professor McGonagall, it did not seem particularly uncommon. As for who might have perpetrated it, Harry contemplated. Do you think it could be Malfoy? Initially, upon learning that his affliction was the result of a curse, his first suspicion had been severe as Snape. However, considering Snape was a professor, Harry doubted he would resort to such underhanded tactics to deal with him. Thus, if it were not Snape, Malfoy seemed the most likely candidate. Of course, Flint or Higgs were also possibilities. Very plausible. Ron nodded vigorously in agreement, while Hermione, though silent, displayed a similar sentiment through her expression. The venomous remarks Malfoy had hurled at Harry during the Quidditch match had, though momentarily deflected by Harry's quick retort, undoubtedly heightened Hermione's already negative feelings towards Draco. Should we inform the professors? Hermione suggested, harboring a slight grudge. It may prove difficult, Harry began, but Ron quickly interjected, I am familiar with this curse. Although I am unsure of the specifics, Bill mentioned it is rather simple to execute. Furthermore, while Zugo is indeed a demonic entity, the sacrifices required are minimal. Once one knows the method, even a child could summon it effortlessly without leaving a trace. Malfoy may be despicable, but he is not foolish. Even if he were responsible, we would find no evidence. Oh dear, Hermione lamented with a sigh. Just then, the voice of Madame Pomfrey echoed at the door. You have only 10 minutes left. You must join them shortly. Following her announcement, Ginny entered, her face streaked with tears. Ginny, what brings you here? Ron asked, bewildered by his sobbing sister. I heard that Harry is very ill, Ginny stammered, her voice trembling as she wept profusely. Huh, Ginny, do not worry. Look, I am perfectly fine. Harry quickly reassured her, patting his chest as if to demonstrate his recovery. Seeing Harry seemingly well, Ginny's panic eased slightly, yet her sobs intensified. As the only girl present, Hermione immediately rushed to embrace her, whispering words of comfort. It took some time, but eventually, Ginny calmed down in Hermione's embrace. Ron, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, I am certain if I were lying here, Ginny, you would not be so concerned. Upon hearing this, Ginny's face turned the same shade as her hair, which, as a member of the Weasley family, was undoubtedly red. A couple of days before the Halloween feast, Harry returned to the dormitory. He could no longer remain in the hospital wing. Although he was free from assignments there, his studies would undoubtedly suffer. On his first night back in the dormitory, he once again fell into the pitch-black dreamscape he had encountered before. It seems the hospital wing possesses a peculiar enchantment,